Among the rocks of a huge canyon stood a warrior, cornered in the figurative and literal sense of the word, since both in front of him and above, he was surrounded by other warriors armed like him, ready to attack. The dark-haired knight was already quite exhausted and was holding on to his armor where his heart was, but neither side was going to retreat as the mission was almost to the end. The warrior on the enemy side swung his sword towards the enemy in order to finish what he had started, putting all his strength into this blow. Next to the knight stood a warrior who activated the firepower in her hand, also preparing to attack the enemy. The warrior who was originally standing on the rock and holding her bow in her hands also activated her power by pulling the arrow, following the example of the others. And now the sword of the main warrior of the team, charged with the energy of its owner, cutting through the air and ringing with its blade, glittering in the sun. The knight's weapon continued into a beam of light as he pointed it at his opponent and shouted out a command for everyone else to do the same. All three warriors directed their energy at one single enemy, which spoke of his power. The enemy was no slouch, as he used his sword, which possessed dark power, to repel the fiery attack and continued to move, despite his weakness. The warrior was able to parry the blow of the green arrow with another swing of his weapon and aimed to get as close to the opponents as possible. The fighter was also able to reflect the third blow, and his eyes burned furiously, glowing even more than the energies that were directed at him. At the right moment, the nun who stood on top of the rock folded her hands in prayer for the valiant hero who had the sword. And the knight, swinging his sword again thanks to the blessing and prayer, felt that now everything should work out. The power of the weapon this time was 100 times more powerful than that of the enemy and his dark sword, and the beam was directed towards the enemy to destroy him. The dark warrior was barely standing on his feet and holding onto his armor, while his sword was lowered to the ground and the destructive force was approaching him. The fighter raised his weapon in his hands as much as he could and looked straight at the wave, which was already very close. An ordinary person would have already fallen and covered his head or tried to run away, but the warrior simply continued to stand and look straight at the clot of energy that was about to destroy him. The fighter's eyes showed fatigue and even some indifference, and he decided for himself that he would not block this blow and would simply take it upon himself. The flow of energy covering the enemy turned into a red-hot ball which exploding would seem to create another canyon. After the explosion, the Dark Knight was lifted high above the ground, and in flight he tried to understand whether it was all over for him. The warrior, looking at the sky and clouds, decided that for him, as the Demon King, such an end to life was quite acceptable. After some time, the first thing that reacted to the noise was the king's hearing, but he continued to lie on the ground covered in stones after landing from the explosion. After the dark warrior heard the voices of his enemies saying that it was better to get rid of him before he woke up, he opened his eyes a little. The picture was blurry, and it was only clear from the sky that it was already getting dark, which meant that quite a bit of time had passed before the king woke up, and one of the opponents said that the demonic lord needed to be killed now, because it was unknown at what point he would regain his strength. The king sat down, breathing heavily, trying to figure out whether he was still alive or not, while someone else from the enemy team was convincing him that the demon was definitely not in a condition to kill anyone. In front of the overlord stood a fair-haired knight who was delivering the finishing blow after receiving the blessing and was looking closely at the fallen demon. No matter how stern and confident the knight was in appearance, his appearance was so good that it seemed he could eclipse the sun itself. The king, even with barely one eye open, looked attentively at his opponent and smiled slyly, realizing that this impudent idiot was truly handsome. And then this handsome man raised his sword to the Lord and addressed him as Zeke Moore, telling him to listen carefully because now they would list all his sins before he was punished. The smile on Zeke's face suddenly disappeared, and he began to listen to very boring reprimands about how he killed hundreds of Grail Knights of the Order of Carvidman and also took the lives of innocent souls. And from all this, the Lord only became sad from the memories. While the handsome man continued listing the demon's atrocities, Zeke himself only watched with disgust as the guy pushed his speech and the words poured out of his mouth without stopping. And when the fair-haired knight raised his sword over the Lord again, saying that he had a duty to punish him for the sins he had committed, the demon looked at the handsome man indifferently, breathing a sigh of relief that the chatter was over. Zeke looked somewhere into the void and acknowledged the fact that all his deeds were true. But if you listen to them from the lips of this impudent man, then it somehow starts to irritate you. The Lord was a little upset that he would die in such a vile way, but he still had one ace up his sleeve in the form of a key that distorted fate, and it was kept on one of his fingers. Concentrating on the power of the key, the demon knew that he would be able to damage this fool with a sword, albeit for the last time, but still one time. The energy of the blade that distorts fate and changes the future was already activated, and all that was left was to use it. The handsome man swung his sword once again at the overlord, calling his full name before delivering the finishing blow. And so, having voiced his hope that Zeke would become the person who would do good in his next life, the knight made a swing that, in theory, should have knocked off his head. But only a little blood flowed to the ground, and the demon, still alive, responded to the handsome man's hopes that he agreed with his words, and if he got a chance in the next life, he would be a good boy. Holding the sword in his bloody hand that cut the shoulder, Zeke looked straight into the eyes of the impudent opponent and finished his words with the fact that it would be good but not now, which made the guy nervous. Having prepared the power of the key, hiding it behind his back, the demon informed the knight that he had something more important to do now as a priority, and it would not take much time. When the Lord felt that the energy of the key was ready to be released, he twisted his hand from behind his back, and with the words that he wanted to commit one last dirty trick, the king directed a beam of power straight at the handsome man, and above them a hand appeared that was supposed to transfer Zeke to another future. The power of the key pierced the knight's armor, heading straight for his heart, which he did not expect at all, but it was too late to do anything. Like the roots of a tree, the key penetrated deeper and deeper into the source of the boy's life in order to harm him. The pretty face changed into an evil grimace, and the warrior asked the demon through gritted teeth where he got this key from, to which Zeke, on the contrary, was glad that what he had planned worked and, moreover, saw how it infuriated the handsome, impudent fellow. Shouting at the demon to die, the knight struck again in a fit of rage, and this time successfully, as blood flowed like a river. The last thing Moore saw was the anger in his opponent's eyes, and the blackened wound in the part of his body where his heart was. And finally, what the holy knight had been striving for so much happened, namely, the demon's head rolled off his shoulders. While the handsome man was trying to realize that he had finally managed to do what he had to, Zeke did not regret that he had died much earlier than he had planned. The next thing the guy heard was a bird chirping somewhere in the distance, and this surprised him because he had not yet opened his eyes to understand where he was. The bird continued to whistle some song of its own outside the window, and the sun illuminated the spacious room in a discreet but luxurious style. Zeke jumped up and sat on the bed, irritated that he couldn't sleep because of these annoying birds that just wouldn't stop chirping. At that moment, the Lord woke up because in addition to what he heard, he now also saw where he was now. The demon sat in bed and looked somehow different than before his fate changed and was busy trying to come to his senses. As if reborn, the first thing Zeke wanted to look at were his hands, and they were not in armor or wounds. Afterwards, the devil touched his neck with these hands to make sure that the head that had flown off his shoulders was still in place. The last moment before thinking or doing anything further was to put my feet on the floor and feel whole. The king approached the mirror, and the first thing he was surprised at was how much younger he looked, and he did not understand at all what was the reason for this. Zeke tried to reconstruct the chain of events thanks to the memories in his head, and began to list in order everything that happened before death. And the last one was the key that distorts fate, but he didn't remember where he got it. The young man grabbed his head, which was aching from such an active thought process, and from the fact that he could not remember how the key ended up in his possession, which was putting additional pressure on his brain. The young man was distracted from his stream of thoughts by looking at his own room, which made him understand that he was definitely in the past and still lived with his parents. This combination of circumstances did not please the Lord very much, and forced him to once again think about what to do next, and the first thing that came to mind was to start looking for the key. When the first task was determined, Demon began to remember why he had once left his family, and while he was trying to unravel the tangle of thoughts, he did not even notice that the door to his room had opened. But after the door was fully opened and someone was heard entering, Zeke still reacted, but was very unhappy with the impudence of simply bursting into the room of the eldest son of a noble family, because at this time the servants did not treat him like a nobleman. A servant entered the room with the same dissatisfied face as the devil, and stated with disdain why the young master was still in his room, but Zeke didn't even remember this boy. But the servant's address to the master pleased him, since that was exactly how it was supposed to be, and a slight grin appeared on the demon's face. The servant mentioned that the master always left at dawn, so he was surprised that he was still there, and asked if he had abandoned this too. The young man crossed his arms over his chest, and in the same dismissive tone questioningly reminded his master that he could not afford to twiddle his thumbs now, and the Lord exhaled heavily before what he was about to do. Zeke, without even turning to the servant, simply raised his finger up and moved it, indicating to the guy to come closer to him. The boy came closer as he was told, but put his hands on his hips and, leaning slightly, asked the owner why he needed this. The demon continued to sit, and with a slight smile on his face, he looked attentively up at the young man, while he showed with all his appearance that he was unhappy with the fact that he was called, and reminded the master to speak up once already. At that moment, still restrained, Zeke simply stood up and punched the servant in the face so hard that blood immediately started flowing. The boy grabbed his cheek, which instantly turned red and swelled, and his eyes were watering from pain, and he, being angry, asked what the hell was going on. By continuing to talk to the master, the servant only made things worse for himself, and if not death, then a flogging in the person of the young master was approaching him. The guy only now began to get nervous, and his impudent self-confidence suddenly disappeared somewhere, so he looked back to see where he was retreating. But the servant's attentiveness played a cruel joke on him, and he still miscalculated where he was stepping, lost his balance, and began to fall backwards. Zik didn't stop going at the young man like a drill, even when he fell to the floor, and the imp's eyes showed confidence that someone was about to get an extra portion of beatings. But it was not his hands that were put into action, but his legs, and the devil continued to instruct the upstart so that he would understand how to communicate with the master. If before the last blow the guy managed to put up a defense in the form of a hand, then this time the toe of the gentleman's shoe hit the solar plexus area, which caused terrible pain. The servant screamed and cried from unbearable pain, covering his head with his hands, but the Duaris did not stop, but only grew in number and strength. When the young man got down on all fours and tearfully asked the master for forgiveness, the demon stopped beating him for a while. But just at the moment when Zeke again raised his leg over the boy, a knight in armor entered the room, wondering why there was such a noise here. The servant immediately rushed to the door, shouting Mr. Binor, clinging to the warrior's appearance as his salvation from the tyrant. And as soon as the little scoundrel hid behind the gentleman, he immediately made it clear to the devil that he would no longer do anything to him. And Mr. Binor, meanwhile, repeated his question. Zeke still looked indifferently at the two guys, thinking at that moment that this Mr. was also rude in his treatment of him. The demon exhaled with some disappointment towards the two individuals who were still standing at the door, but said nothing. And when he came close to the guys, the servant cowered in horror, and Mr. Binor wanted to know why the young master never answered the question. Zeke also wanted to clarify whether the warrior should really speak to him in such a tone, to which Boehner provocatively asked whether he would really be beaten up like Hans now. The demon liked the knight's understanding, so he again stretched out into an evil grin and replied that he too could get a portion of instruction. The imp, placing his hand on the warrior's shoulder, explained rudely but clearly that Hans was behaving like a small, annoying dog that did not recognize its owner. Finally, Zeke whispered right into Boehner's ear that anyone who disrespected him as the young man did deserved a spanking in the end, so as not to take on too much. Boehner did not believe that the gentleman was as strong as he was daring, so he asked if Zeke was so confident in himself that he could handle the warrior, thereby supposedly giving him the opportunity to change his mind. The demon turned around and went somewhere deep into the room, surprisingly admitting that at the moment he really was not capable of defeating the knight due to his weak physical characteristics and abilities. But grabbing the tablecloth on the table with his hand, Zeke indicated that he had no choice but to put his efforts into properly training the disobedient mongrel, which made Boehner shocked that this brat called him that. Gritting his teeth in anger and barely restraining himself from teaching the young master a lesson, the warrior decided to remind the devil of who stood before him. The next moment, there was no answer or blow, and Zeke simply threw a tablecloth over Boehner, and he did not expect such a turn of events at all. Trying to pull the fabric off himself as quickly as possible, the warrior only became more entangled in it, feeling extremely awkward and embarrassed. Hans had been standing nearby the whole time, and now watching what was happening behind the knight, he shouted for him to turn around quickly. Although Boehner pulled the tablecloth so that he could see what was happening around him, it was too late, and Zeke appeared in a jump above them, holding a flower pot over the warrior's head, which had previously been standing on the tablecloth. The flower pot landed right on the top of the knight's head and hit his head so hard that the clay pot still in Zeke's hands shattered into pieces. Boehner fell to the floor with a huge bump on his head, and the devil shook the dirt off his hands, teaching the dumb warrior that strength cannot always solve everything. And then Zeke turns towards Hans, showing with his whole appearance that he has not yet finished what he started, and smiled slyly. The young man, with his cheek already swollen, looked with horror at the approaching danger in the form of the young gentleman, but the fear was so great that he could not move from the spot. Before Hans's eyes flashed not only life, but also the silhouette of the demon, who, having picked up speed, did not run, but flew with a fist. And the last thing Hans saw before he got another portion and passed out was the fist of the Lord of Darkness. Although the window of the gentleman's room was closed, from outside one could clearly hear someone shrilly crying for salvation. Sometime after what he had done, Zeke stood there thinking about how everything had been the last time and recalling his feelings. The young gentleman stood in front of the huge doors, which looked the same, but now he, standing in front of them, was completely different. Zeke clearly remembered the feeling of fear that gripped him as he stood like that in front of the entrance to the room, but this time it was no longer there. The guy grabbed the door handles with both hands, feeling completely indifferent to what would happen inside the room. In the hall at the table, Zeke's entire family was already waiting for him, including his father and the recent victims at his hands, Hans and Boehner. When the young gentleman entered the room and approached the table, he noticed out of the corner of his eye how the knight was looking at him sideways with disdain. For Boehner, the demon was now like a sore thumb and an irritant, so although he remained silent, his face betrayed his attitude towards the impudent guy. And the reason for the anger was a conversation in the room between Boehner and someone else from the family about the fact that the head had already found out about his beating. Zeke's half-brother Greg Keepstall scolded the knight for his father's disappointment at how his eldest son had knocked him to the floor with a single blow, which had now brought shame on all the knights of Keepstall. At the moment when the warrior wanted to explain himself, Greg shouted his name and raised his palm over him as if he wanted to slap him. But instead of hitting, the young man simply put his hand on the knight's face and questioningly hinted that he had not done anything bad and had agreed with him to be confident in themselves no matter what, since the enemy was Zeke. These words hit Boehner so hard in the head and set him against the young master that now when he looked at him, he was so angry that the veins appeared on his face. The father of the family, sitting at the table with his arms folded, did not even greet his eldest son and sternly pointed out to him that he was late. On the huge and luxurious throne chair sat Count Vordo Krepostl himself, and with all his severity showed his displeasure. Zeke exhaled heavily, and without even looking at his father, languidly asked why his father wanted to see him, and with his appearance he showed that he was really not that interested. Wrinkles appeared on Count Vordo's face, which represented anger and fury, since he was not satisfied with the behavior of the young rascal. But the Count is the Count for a reason, so he continued the conversation with Zeke with restraint, but still just as sternly, reminding him that he had already completely forgotten how to greet everyone. The boy began to examine his hand, sarcastically pointing out to his father that there was no point in all these worthless curtsies, since he never responded to them. Veins of anger appeared on the Count's face, and Vordo muttered that it was all the fault of his son's incompetent mind, because of which he would not be able to inherit the county. Therefore, he ordered him to curb his nasty character and behave as befits the main heir. Only now did Zeke look at his father, surprised by his words about the legacy and his priority as the heir. The devil grinned, once again throwing the truth right in his father's face about whether he had ever really thought about handing over the county to him. Vordo was already pretty fed up with the way the brat was treating him, and he was ready to get up, but a woman's hand gently but confidently lay on his shoulder, making it clear that it wasn't worth it. The gesture of humility belonged to the hand of the Count's wife, and Zeke's stepmother, Florel Krepostl, who, like a snake, added poison each time, making her eldest son bad in the eyes of his father, just as she was now pointing out to her husband that he himself sees everything. The stepmother found Zeke to be a very ill-mannered person, and the stepbrother only echoed behind his mother's back that the eldest son really did look pathetic. Zeke vividly caught from his memories those feelings that those two rats caused in him, how they tried to set him up at any suitable opportunity, and the sensations passed into physics, appearing as hands clenched into fists. But again, now the guy was more amused by this, because even if his stepmother and stepbrother tried to get around him, they still couldn't do anything. Zeke decided to have some fun and played along with his family, bowing beautifully and scolding himself for such an arrogant attitude towards his family. Separately, with his cold gaze and bow, the demon bestowed upon his mother, in fact, showing as much as possible how much he hated her. Floral was terribly angry at such a gesture because she, on the contrary, was trying to put the guy in a bad light. But then the picture changed, and this was not part of her plans. The young gentleman spread his hands to the side, ironically admitting that if it weren't for these two victims, he essentially wouldn't have been invited here. First, surprise everyone in this room with a curtsy. Now, Zeke really turned up the heat when he turned around and headed straight for the sword that was hanging on the wall, telling his father that he regretted what he had done. The demon took the sword with one hand, which already indicated that the mischief was continuing, and he agreed out loud that he had done something wrong. And if at that moment Boehner was more prepared for the worst, then Hans, who was standing next to him, was already ready to start hysterics. But the most important indicator was the reaction of the father, who sat most of the time with a frowning brow and was now no less shocked than everyone else present. Well, for Greg, such a gesture was like a spoke in the wheel, since his mother's plan collapsed like a matchbox house with each such prank of the eldest son. Zeke pointed the tip of his sword straight at Hans's face and announced to everyone that, in honor of the gathering, he would like to finish what he started right here and now. The servant of the fortress family merely put his hands in front of him as a defense and stared at Miss Floral, pleading with her eyes to do something. And instead of the stepmother, Count Vordo intervened, getting up from the table and making a remark to the elder that he did not dare point a sword at anyone within the walls of this house. And then Greg smiled, since such a gesture would not benefit Zeke. The boy turned to his father and indifferently explained that he was going to cut off the boy's head because he had treated the heir of the great count with disrespect, and asked again if that wasn't why his father had invited him here. Miss Floral ordered Zeke to stop talking nonsense and began to justify Hans as a person who could not possibly offend, and then the young man made the mistake of agreeing with the lady. The devil placed the sword in front of him, point down, so that sparks flew and the blade rang with a clear sound. And leaning on the hilt of his sword, Zeke stared at Hans and asked him warningly if he really considered him a liar. Hanging by a thread from death, the young man began to very actively think about the fact that now his life would depend on his words, and in that case, even Miss Floral would not help him. The Countess stood next to the boy, as if she were her second son, and Zeke immediately understood without a doubt that Hans was Floral's little dog, but Demon could not understand why she was so concerned about him. The servant was about to say something, but not very clearly, and then an even more faithful dog appeared in front of him in the form of Boehner. Halton Boehner, as a first-class sword master and knight of the fortress family, took this blow upon himself, so to speak, and replied that it was indeed so, that the young master was a liar. Zeke just continued to smile at how events were unfolding, and almost everyone was against him, and now this idiot in armor was there too. The stepmother grabbed Boehner's hand with her hand, glad that he also took the side of the rats and the opponents of the elder master, asking him to confirm his words once again, which the obedient dog did. The knight declared in front of everyone that Mr. Zeke had inflicted severe injuries on him and Hans with his own hands out of the blue. The demon decided to press Boehner on a sore spot just like Greg did, and pointed out that he should be ashamed for admitting that he, as a knight, was so easily defeated with bare hands. Naturally, the words touched the warrior, and no matter how hard he tried to hide it, it showed on his face and also in his words about how the young master would never admit his sins since he had never lied in his life. Zeke bared his teeth, surprised at how skillfully this hero played, and asked if he really was going to continue to get away with it. To make the prank even more fun and add some spice, the devil extended his sword towards the knight and offered, instead of chatter, proof that he was truly a noble man. Boehner was angry at yet another of the gentleman's impudent behaviors, so he asked him directly if he had gone crazy. But the eldest son, instead of answering, continued to hold the sword and learned from his father that a similar gesture would also play into his hands. Zeke decided to voice out loud the thoughts and plans of everyone present in this room and clarified that if he lost this battle, then they would finally be able to get rid of him. Count Vordo hid his true face under severity, but upon hearing about the duel, he hesitated a little and gave his permission. The knight was only glad of such an order, thinking that the guy was no longer long for this world, and that he was only cool in words but not in battle. And Zeke was terribly happy that finally the real fun would begin, and not this sad semblance of it, so he thanked his father as if he had been given a long-awaited candy. Turning around to leave, the young gentleman turned to his father and said that he could choose the place and time of the fight at his own discretion. Vordo watched his son leave, thinking that his plans were simply to scold the boy and send him away. But now the Count has come to the conclusion that everything turned out much better, and this duel will be an excellent reason for Greg to receive the title of Count. Zeke hung the sword back in its place and wanted to celebrate something else by telling his father that from now on he too would strive for changes in his life. Vordo was surprised by such a statement, as if it was not his son in front of him, but the demon continued to explain that he had rethought that he would not be able to achieve what he wanted if he continued to live his past life. The Count did not quite understand what was being discussed, so he asked whether his son meant achieving what he wanted by the title. Zeke took hold of the door handle and very vaguely made it clear to his father that even if he told him something now, he still wouldn't understand. The next meeting was supposed to take place in a duel, so before leaving the room, the guy turned around and said that he was already looking forward to being there and seeing each other again. In the courtyard of the Fortress family mansion, Zeke tried to remember again what a sword was, and now also how to wield it while in the body of an 18-year-old youth, and at first glance everything was activated. But considering that although the skills and knowledge were with the Lord, the body was separate from all of this, and in addition to the lack of understanding of how to physically control the weapon, there were also painful thoughts about the past and what a naive weakling he was then. And now inside the demon, two parts of him were fighting, the past and the worthless one, where the young man was hungry for his father's attention but did not wield a blade, and the one that is now knowing all the ins and outs of his rotten family, and therefore the world. Zeke exhaled with air the thought that his father was against his son's desire to master the weapon, thereby protecting himself from the danger that would grow up and take his title. It was not for nothing that the young master was attracted to the blade and the desire to learn fencing, because deep inside he did not yet know that a majestic and destructive force slept there. Now the devil knew about the amount of mana available to a person, which is determined at his birth, and now he clearly felt it in his heart as he raised his sword above the ground. A normal sword strike wouldn't make the ground crack and wouldn't shine in the hands of a normal person, but not in Zeke's case. At that moment, his mana was activated, which was essentially destructive to his body since its power remained the same as it was in his past life when he ruled. That's why the guy's physical sensations were such that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was beating so wildly. Reflexively, the young gentleman grabbed his chest where his heart was, trying to bring himself to his senses so as not to move the horses. And the next moment there was an explosion, due to which Zeke flew a very large distance, and the reason for this was the force that was uncontrollable by the body. The guy was lying on the grass among the stones and a broken sword, but nothing hurt him. He was only overcome with sadness and disappointment from the fact that he suspected the impossibility of returning to the level of mana control that he had during his status as a demon lord. The devil looked at the sky and was nostalgic about how he was able to obtain the title of demonic lord of power, and in addition, he remembered how much he had gone through before becoming who he was. Continuing to lie on the grass, the young man thought about the fact that at times he had the impression that someone was orchestrating the events that had happened to him. Zeke finally decided to get up from the grass, but first he sat down and thoroughly shook off the dust and dirt from his clothes. But when he had already risen to his feet, without even turning around, he pointed to the one who was standing behind the tree to go out instead of continuing to peek, and Greg did not understand at all how he had guessed about his presence. The stepbrother came out and immediately noted that it seemed like the elder brother had managed to awaken his mana, although it was completely unclear what he was getting at. But as he got closer to Zeke, Greg made it clear the purpose of his appeal to him, because the next thing that interested him was whether he really thought he would win with just his feeble level of abilities. Coming up close, the stepmother's son listed the latest events to the elder in the form of a challenge to a duel with Boehner and a conversation about the title. And now the little bastard wanted to know the reason why Zeke so suddenly started doing things that were so unlike him. Having put on a sweet and harmless appearance, Craig at the same time allegedly warned his half-brother to abandon his bright idea and continue living as before. Winking at Zeke, the little one let him know that if he just settled down, he would continue to keep an eye on him so that he wouldn't even suspect anything. The Lord made a face of incomprehension mixed with surprise at the scoundrel's self-confidence, and because his face was in shadow, it looked creepy. The elder once again told the truth straight to the little bastard's face about the fact that he showed fear with his whole appearance that Zeke would take his title away from him. Craig snapped that such suspicion from the elder was out of the question, but no matter how much he wanted to look firm and stern, it was still clear that he was really nervous. To show his seriousness, the mama's boy folded his arms across his chest and explained to Zeke that if he lost the fight with him, the best outcome would be to give up the title, since it would be shameful not to defeat the pathetic Zeke. The demon placed his heavy hand on the youth's fragile shoulder and, just in case, asked him again whether he really had such thoughts about him. Putting his other hand on his shoulder, Zeke stared straight into Greg's eyes, playing along with him by saying that in that case, he was obliged to satisfy his brother's desire. The elder made an offer to his half-brother in the form of a victory in a duel, as befits a family of warriors, and this will determine who will receive the title. Greg brushed Zeke's hand off his shoulder as the idea of a fight was considered crazy in every sense of the word. The devil looked at the young man and confirmed that he had really gone off the rails since he was proposing a brotherly duel, and the stepmother's son sharply stated that he had no compelling arguments to refuse. Zeke walked past his brother, clarifying that his answer was perceived as agreement to what seemed at first a crazy idea. Only if last time the demon left the choice of place and time to his father, now he specified that he would personally determine the conditions for the duel, and in his eyes it was clear that the little devil had already matured some kind of plan. Many people gathered in the arena to receive bread in circuses, and on the battlefield itself, the opponents were already standing, and Boehner's voice could be heard, reminding the young master that he had learned his lesson. But now the knight understood that he had the advantage on this field, and standing up he shouted that it was his turn to teach the guy a lesson. This time Boehner already pointed his sword towards Zeke and shouted at him at the top of his lungs that the winner in the arena would be determined by his skills, so the young man would regret not putting on armor, but at that moment the little devil was examining his sword to see if it was dull. And only after finishing examining his weapon for battle, the guy turned towards the sickening soldier without even trying to hear anything from his speech. The third knight approached the field, and although he was not going to take part in the battle, he was still in full armor. A stern man with a scar on his eye asked the participants if they were ready to fight and did it loudly so that everyone could hear. Boehner, as always, with confidence in his voice and frowning eyebrows, answered that he was ready, and Zeke, smiling at the stern man, simply nodded in agreement. As soon as the third knight loudly gave the command to begin the battle, both opponents rushed towards each other like two sonic rockets. Boehner's first blow landed on Zeke's sword, which he had put up as a defense, and was so strong that sparks flew in all directions, but the guy didn't even bat an eye. Unfortunately, the demon hoped that the knight's blows would not be so heavy, but this did not change the fact that he mocked the warrior by simultaneously complimenting him and humiliating him by saying that although he was a dumbass, it turns out that he really was a real fighter. And Boehner, although angry at the young man, at that moment of mockery confirmed his fears about him and somehow even became disappointed. Being in collusion with the Crepustal family, and therefore working against the eldest son, the knight grinned in a smile that now he would rule the ball. With a huge smile on his face and his sword raised above his head, the warrior looked more like some kind of madman, especially after he shouted at the young man to taste this blow. The enemy's sword was filled with energy, and its owner was guided in battle by anger and greed, so even though Zeke put up a defense, fighting off the blows, his body was not ready for this. Boehner dealt blow after blow mercilessly, reminding his offspring that this was a fair fight, and that in such matters he was a weakling, so the forces were not on his side. Mana activated but was thrown back by one of its own master's blows since the body was not adapted to such energy. But unlike the guy, the knight's energy was pumped up and directly connected to the body, which gave control over its power, and now his sword was already activated as a charged weapon. Another blow and another defense, and despite his weak and unadapted body, Zeke could do this forever. But the little devil was already fed up with these incomprehensible dances, and he also wanted to do something more than just protection, and for the first time a grin appeared on his face instead of a grin. Only now Boehner smiled, looking at how he was throwing the guy off balance both physically and mentally, and this clearly brought him pleasure, since at this rate he would really defeat him. From the balcony, the Count and his wife with their son watched the fight, as well as the judge, who also commented on what was happening. Both were already angry, and if Boehner's reason was to finally put the kid on his shoulder blades, or better yet, kill him, then Zeke had a huge desire to simply kick the impudent guy's ass. The judge shared with Count Wardo his thoughts, that the young gentleman was surprisingly holding himself quite decently, having parried several of Boehner's blows. Floral couldn't live without sticking her nose in, so she hinted to the judge by asking whether he still thought the advantage was still on their side. The judge, either having already been bribed by the stepmother, or remembering the eldest heir as he was, confirmed to Miss Fortress that the winnings were indeed more on their side since the young gentleman had not mastered the use of a sword properly. Floral cast a stern glance at the judge, as if preparing herself for the fact that if he turned around, he would immediately understand what words he should choose. Count Vordo, for now, simply silently watched his eldest son with a small grain of hope that he would still win. The crowd was raging, shouting at their favorite Boehner to finish with this boy and stop giving in to him. The men crossed their swords and looked at each other, and the knight was the most jubilant, fueled by the energy of the crowd, pointing to their shouts and to Zeke in order to put pressure on him. But the demon didn't care about the crowd, and not a single muscle on his face twitched from his opponent's provocative words. The little devil got bored of just putting up a defense, and in one of the blows, he parried the attack with his sword, already standing more confidently on his feet. Boehner already looked like a sadist who was now definitely determined to kill the young man, although he warned him that there was still a chance to surrender and remain unharmed. But Zeke would rather have actually died than given up, and his sword also began to glow with a blue flame, indicating the activation of mana. Boehner noticed the glow of the enemy's sword and stared at it like cats at a Christmas tree, but he was even more surprised by the guy's statement that he was just warming up. Zeke, being unsure that his plan would work, still growled like a beast and directed his energy into the sword and aimed the weapon itself at the enemy. The fighter looked at what was impossible because he knew perfectly well that the kid could not only not activate mana, he didn't even know how to fence. And now, making the sword an extension of his mana, Zeke activated one of the strong attacks called expanding the senses. Boehner realized that things were bad when the streams of power rushed at him, but he was still trained so that his skills took over. The knight was able to parry blow after blow, deftly wielding his sword and confidently moving across the field as if performing a battle dance. When the attacks were repelled, Boehner saw that Zeke was still standing with his sword pointed at him, and the ground under his feet was destroyed, as if someone had dropped something heavy there. The demon held a shining sword, but his hand was shaking convulsively, which spoke of the imbalance he had felt while training in the garden near the house. The imp looked at the weapon as if it were a toy that had broken and was upset that, as he had suspected, he was unable to control mana in this body and it was getting out of control. A deathly silence hung over the arena, and everyone just whispered to each other, watching the ground crack under the fighter's feet after the young master's attack. People asked each other whether they had really just seen what they had seen, or whether they had imagined it. The judge was no exception to the state of shock, and he also asked Count Vordo whether he had observed that very moment of the skill of expanding the senses. The gentleman continued to silently look from the balcony at the arena, while the judge continued to explain to him that the skill of expanding the senses unites the blade and the body thanks to mana. While the judge could not believe that the guy was able to learn the technique that allows him to wield a sword as if it were an extension of his body, Miss Floral became seriously worried. Boehner was angry that the situation was only getting more complicated, and he too could not put the pieces together about when the kid had managed to master this skill. At the same time, the knight had already found his weak points by looking at Zeke, realizing that his body was unstable when using power, which indicated a loss of control over it, which meant that mana and body were out of sync. Boehner decided for himself that in front of him was only a pathetic boy, Zeke Krapostal, so he turned to him, explaining that the pranking was over. The knight's sword was filled with energy again, and he rushed at the young master with great speed, while Zeke also did not lag behind and prepared to attack. The power of Boehner's mana made the sword look like it had just been taken out of the brazier in the anvil, and its blade sparkled and blazed with red fire. Unfortunately, the energy that filled the knight's weapon was based on his anger, and there was no longer any talk of valor and fair combat. The demon, of course, did not expect that the enemy's strength would reach such a scale, but at the same time he did not relax, but concentrated as much as possible. At the moment of releasing energy from Boehner's sword, which should have caused serious injury if not kill Zeke, he was able to dodge the blow. The warrior was surprised and at the same time angry that the guy was able to dodge such a strong blow, which in its own way instilled some fear of how difficult the air really was. Boehner decided for himself that the battle was not over yet, and swinging his sword, activated another blade control technique. With a cry that the devil could not avoid this blow, the knight fired a beam of energy towards the guy as if he was holding a firearm rather than a sword. And this time the technique worked so precisely and lightning fast that Zeke did not have time to dodge and took this life-threatening blow on himself. Boehner used a supersonic space-cutting technique that caused an explosion in the arena, and the young master was slammed into the wall by the impact. Zeke was still alive but in a serious condition, sitting on the ground, leaning closely against the wall, which had left a dent and cracks from the impact of his body. The knight was basking in the rays of glory, and the crowd rejoiced that at last their beloved Sir Boehner had managed to rein in the impudent eldest son of Count Wardo. While Zeke was having a hard time coming to his senses, the warrior had already declared himself the winner, judging by the state of his opponent, and asked the judge to announce the verdict because he would not like to continue this performance so as not to harm the young master completely. The crowd in the arena became excited, unanimously congratulating the hero. But at some point, a glow characteristic of Zeke's mana appeared on Boehner's armor. The sound of a blade ringing and hitting the ground was heard, and the sword glowed again, filled with the guy's energy, which meant the fight was continuing. The knight didn't even notice behind the shouts of the people that behind him Zeke, although still on one knee, was holding tightly to his weapon, not wanting to give up so easily, even recognizing the fact that with the techniques that were in his body, he would not be able to defeat the enemy. The imp raised his head, looking straight at his victim like a beast, and made a firm decision for himself that since this was a battle, he needed to fight accordingly. The young gentleman, who literally a moment ago was sitting against the wall in a deplorable state and could not get up, now rushed from his place straight at his opponent. Boehner was only able to tune out the cheers from the fans when Zeke shouted his name behind him and was already close enough to throw a punch. The demon had his own plan of how to respond to the court dog for his supposedly fair fight and, lowering the blade of the sword to the ground, began to move it, creating an unpleasant noise that was already throwing him off balance. Zeke, while approaching Boehner, made a sharp but powerful swing with his sword, raising a ball of earth and dust into the air. Dust and dirt flew at the knight, who barely managed to cover himself with his hand, but this was only to the advantage of the young man, who acted immediately. While Boehner was blinded and essentially vulnerable, Zeke, running at the enemy at the same speed as before, now fell on him with his whole body, knocking him down. The knight, due to inertia and the weight of his armor, fell on his back, and now that the warrior was lying on the ground, the scores were evened out to 1. Sitting on the ground, the poor guy was coughing and had difficulty breathing because of all the dust that had risen, and had also gotten on his face. Boehner's eyes were watering because of the sand, and he was angry because the brat had tricked him, and in order to somehow save his situation, he told the guy that he had behaved like a complete coward. Since the knight's eyesight was poor, he could only make out a very blurry silhouette of the young gentleman approaching him and the glow of his sword. But despite his vision problems, Boehner clearly felt the blade of the sword near his throat, although it did not even touch him. Zeke stood in front of the enemy holding his sword, and looking at him attentively, said that after he justifies his defeat in a real fight with words about cowardice, then let him turn his tongue in his direction and call him a coward. Although Boehner was still angry at the boy, he had told the truth, so one could read the acceptance of his defeat in the knight's eyes. Zeke continued to look at the knight with such confidence in response that anyone would have been ready to accept defeat just to avoid that look. Shifting his focus from his opponent to the tip of his sword in front of him, Boehner loudly declared his surrender. The imp decided to put moral pressure on the enemy and pointed out to him that the reason for his doom to defeat was that he was impudent and reckless, and also feared that he could destroy the elder of the fortress family whom he serves. The knight, continuing to kneel, lowered his head, thereby acknowledging all the words the master had said about him, and the demon added that if he did not treat this battle indifferently, he would only become stronger. The judge approached the participants of the duel and, looking attentively at the tip of the blade in front of which Boehner fell on his knees, spoke loudly and word by word to begin with, only the winner. And the crowd of onlookers, who all held their breath, could not believe that they were about to announce something that was not about the one they loved so much. So there was silence. The same deathly silence and heavy breathing was felt by the members of the Krapostl family, who sat awaiting the verdict and looked from the balcony onto the arena. The judge finally raised his hand on the winner's side and loudly announced that the winner of this fight was young Mr. Zeke Krapostl. The spectators were ready to throw tomatoes at the guy and started shouting that he was a real crook because he had acted meanly by throwing sand in the eyes of his opponent. People demanded honesty and other nonsense until Zeke, no longer able to bear these screams, scratched his ear with his finger, sincerely not understanding the indignation because he won, which is on the contrary a normal outcome. Craig was sitting beside himself, but his father was interested in when his eldest son managed to learn magical techniques with his feeble abilities. But the advisor, who had been watching the young gentleman throughout the entire duel, responded to Count Vordo's thoughts out loud that he himself had already understood everything. And when the Count's assistant came up with a verdict about the eldest son, that his winnings were based on the fact that he was born with such strong qualities, then someone hit the unfortunate Grieg on the head with a club, and he started shaking all over. The stepmother's son reconstructed in his head the image of Boehner hitting his stepbrother with his mana, but he remained fine. And now all the words and knowledge about the pathetic Zeke suddenly disappeared. The worst moment in Greg's life was the one thing he didn't want the most, namely, having his name shouted out by Zeke while he was still on the battlefield. The little devil raised his sword and pointed at his half-brother, shouting at him to come out to the duel right here and now, which was quite unexpected for everyone present. Zeke reminded Greg that he had promised to make his brother's wish come true and choose the place and time of the duel. And this was the perfect moment in Demon's opinion, which is why the poor guy was not only pale, but blue with fear. Count Vordo, although not pleased with the latest intrigues of his eldest son, still wanted to know what he meant and waited for an answer from Greg. The devil was not going to back down from the agreement between him and his brother, so he added fuel to the fire by asking if he would pretend not to understand, and he confidently told his father that he knew perfectly well about his permission for this duel. For the people in the arena, this was a great help for the rumors to be blown up to crazy proportions, because right now, they realized that the duel for the inheritance between the brothers was true, but they did not expect that it would happen right now. The crowd was still outraged that the eldest son was too insolent, remaining on the battlefield despite his pathetic and shabby appearance, while also challenging his brother to a fight. Zika was already starting to get pretty pissed off that Grieg was taking so long, so he asked him as politely as he could to drag his ass to the battlefield immediately. The little devil didn't stop teasing the kid that he probably wet his pants already. He was so nervous. But Greg really felt bad, realizing that he was not going to survive if he went out into the arena. Count Vordo strictly ordered his youngest son not to hesitate and to go out onto the field now, which made him even more taken aback, and he tried to object. But the father was adamant and began to put moral pressure on the boy, pointing out his cowardice in going out to fight his brother when he was already in such a deplorable state, and in order to finally finish off his son, the Count growled at him to stop disgracing himself and finally go out to the duel. Now instead of Boehner, his half-brother stood in front of Zeke, and the crowd whispered to each other every now and then, predicting for themselves what would happen next. The little devil, in his favorite manner of behavior, smiled slyly, and against the background of his already nervous breakdown, Craig saw in his brother with such a grin an even greater danger and did not understand what was funny about all this. The poor guy's hands were shaking and sweating as he held the sword, because he would never have thought that he would have to go out into the arena for real and not for the sake of pathos and fight. With his whole body, Craig showed uncertainty and fear of his brother, who was no longer the same as he knew, because everything from his appearance to the tone of his voice and abilities was different. As being in a state of prostration, protecting himself in this way from the outside world, the boy did not notice at first that Zeke was calling him. The older brother asked whether the young man was really going to continue standing in one place like a statue, and whether he would have to, so to speak, take the first step forward. And Zeke, seeing his brother's indecision, actually ran towards him, taking on this heavy burden of starting the duel himself. Greg froze in place and only did what he did. He put his sword in front of himself to somehow defend himself and watched as his brother rushed at him with all his might, realizing that things were bad. The contact of the duelist's swords was powerful, causing a bright light to fall on the young man's face and sparks to fly in all directions. But at the moment of the onslaught, Greg did not feel any danger from Zeke, but he could not yet understand what caused this. The young man's gaze fell on the place where their swords crossed, which played a very important role in his further actions. Greg, unlike Zeke, being the one who knew how to fence, noticed that his brother couldn't hold a sword properly at all, and this became the starting point for attacking. The stepbrother rushed at the enemy, once again convinced that it was just the pathetic Zeke, so he had nothing to fear, since he had an advantage in wielding a blade. The guy also reminded himself who he was, and the realization that he was the future heir to the title of Count gave him strength and confidence, which was reflected in his movements. Zeke felt the sword approaching his neck and realized that some point in the plan had been missed, but he still had the reaction. The demon felt that the reason for his weakness and inability to use mana in this state was the blow that Boehner dealt him. But Zeke wouldn't be Zeke if he didn't think of something that would help him win the duel, no matter how well his brother wielded a sword. The imp stunned his half-brother by laughing very mysteriously and maliciously in his face, even though the sword was still next to him. And it was after Zeke's chuckle that blood began to flow from an open wound on the arena field, indicating his next crazy plan. The devil held a sword with his bare hand, from which a glow emanated, and smiled, which looked creepy. But the most gloomy question was his question to his brother. Had he ever seen how entrails fall out of the stomach and blood spurts in all directions? The way Zeke squeezed the blade of the sword in his hand harder and harder the next moment looked, to put it mildly, terrible. But the mana did its job. But the imp decided not to stop at this chilling picture and broke off a piece of the sword that he was holding onto from the main blade as if it was an easy matter, which left Greg in shock. And holding a piece of a sword in his hand like this, Zeke looked at his brother with a look from the very underworld, warning that if he accepted defeat, he would die instantly. To reinforce the theory, Demon turned his sword with the hilt towards his brother to let him know that he warned him seriously. A clear blow with the sword hilt to the cheek throws Greg off balance, and the poor guy doesn't even have time to put up any kind of defense because he continues to be in a state of shock from what his brother was doing. Craig fell to the ground without having time to do anything on his part, experiencing terrible pain from such a strong blow. The young man's face instantly swelled up and a tooth was knocked out, and he could barely see with his other half-open eye that Zeke was approaching him. But both of Greg's eyes suddenly opened wide after a broken piece of the sword stuck into the ground a couple of centimeters from his head. The stepbrother looked where the piece of blade had come from and saw in front of him the one who had promised to kill him if he did not say that he surrendered. Greg was so overcome with fear inside that he could actually die right now that tears started flowing from his eyes, and he declared that he was giving up. The judge was a very stern man, and judging by his scars he had seen a lot, but the person he was standing in front of now chilled his soul. The knight announced for the second time that the winner on the battlefield was Zeke Fortress, although the guy really didn't care. The spectators experienced different feelings when the results were announced, and there were those who could not believe it, and there were those who were dissatisfied. While Greg sat on the ground with his face swollen from the blow, Zeke turned to the balcony, addressing his father with the statement that he had nevertheless won both the first and second duels. And so that Daddy would not suddenly lose his memory, and with it the conditions for receiving the title of Count, which were assigned to the eldest son in the event of a win, the devil reminded him of all this. Standing in front of his half-brother, Zeke mentioned their agreement to his father, who continued to silently watch from the balcony, so that the arena spectators could also hear it. Count Vordo, fearing that everything was not going as he had planned, for the first time lost his coldness and restraint, and baring his teeth, yelled at his son that this was too much. But it was too late to shout or prove anything, because the crowd of people drew conclusions watching how the Count lost his balance and went over the banks and now claims that everything that happened was just a show and did not mean anything in reality. The audience was taken aback, already spreading rumors that the great Krapustal family does not keep its word even to each other. But Zeke did not care, since he had predicted such a development of events and took off one of his gloves. Clutching something in his fist, the young gentleman swung it towards the balcony so that the thing would fly where it needed to. Zeke shouted that he never needed the county title and threw a signet ring with an engraving of the family coat of arms into the air with a powerful throw. The ring successfully flew to the balcony and then landed beautifully and pompously, ringing right at the feet of Mr. Vordo. When Vordo looked at the ring at his feet, it was the last straw that filled the cup of anger inside him. Floral's words were no longer helpful, and the Count jumped up from his seat in an impulse to tell the little scoundrel who he was and where his place was. The lady could not believe that Vordo could be driven into such a frantic state by his own son, but she was even more thrown off track by the fact that she was unable to influence her husband. In order to teach the brat a lesson, the father asked him directly what he was doing, but instead of submission, he only heard an even more impudent answer, in the form of the fact that this was a direct statement that Zeke was leaving the family of his own free will. The doctors led Greg away from the field by the arms, but the elder still called him, so that he would listen carefully to the advice that would be useful to him in the future. The assistant stopped together with the young man, and although he did not turn around, he really listened to his brother's advice that in order to win, one must push aside the fear of death. Zeke came closer and continued his monologue addressed to his brother about how to protect the borders of the state and the citizens living in it from invasions. One needs to become stronger. Craig bowed his head slightly, showing that he had absorbed the information, but he did so silently and without turning to face his brother. The demon walked confidently straight towards the assistants, who continued to lead Greg away in order to begin treating him. One of the doctors had many bottles with different medicines hanging on his belt, and Zeke snatched one of the flasks, ignoring the doctor's cries that it was reserved for the young master. The devil drank all the contents of the flask, which was not just a witch doctor's medicine but a magic potion, and the guy knew very well what it did. The effect of the elixir was not long in coming, and all the wounds that were present on Zeke's body healed instantly, and only torn clothes reminded that he had fought. As he left the arena, the devil thought about all those who had witnessed the very important lesson that had been given to them today. Outside the gates of the fortress estate stood Hans, confused, and Zeke, stretching sweetly with a hiking backpack on the ground next to him. The young master called Hans as a porter to react and listen to further instructions related to their journey. The assistant, although he was in uniform, was already wary of the way the gentleman addressed him, and on top of that, he still remembers how heavy his arm and leg are. It was not for nothing that the young man became wary, because the next moment something large was unexpectedly flying at him from above. For greater clarity on how the two enemies ended up together outside the estate gates, it's worth rewinding a few hours ago when Hans was carefree walking through the mansion carrying a basket of laundry and humming a song to himself. The guy was carrying the basket in front of him in his hands, which blocked his view, and he logically could not see where he was going, so a collision was inevitable. It would seem that this could only happen in Hans's nightmares. But he encountered his nightmare in reality without even seeing it right away, since his face was buried in the things sticking out of the basket. Having removed the obstacle from his face, the young man still could not at first understand who was in front of him, since the face was in shadow. But when Mr. Zeke himself came out into the sunlight that fell from the window, Hans's breath caught in his throat from how he could have gotten himself into such a mess. The demon turned to the servant, indicating to him that he should follow him, and Hans immediately automatically agreed, and only then asked again what was meant by accompanying the master. Zeke, hearing the clarifying questions, turned to the guy, asking if he really wanted to refuse, and taking out his sword, he clarified that in that case, he would have to die right now. And of course, Hans agreed to go anywhere. And so, returning back to how both young men ended up outside the gate, it is possible to explain, although not completely, why a hiking backpack flew into Hans's face. The poor guy grabbed the straps of the backpack that had just nearly killed him, sighing heavily as he realized what horror still awaited him ahead. While Hans shouldered the heavy burden, Zeke wondered if he was being too kind and polite if he forgave the servant's tricks by giving him such a simple job as carrying hand luggage. The devil turned to his assistant and looked at him, albeit indifferently, with a look in which some kind of plan was already glimmering. Zeke looked at the young man who was shaking from the backpack on his shoulders and made it his goal to make him more resilient, which would affect his usefulness and also contribute to his training. The demon sternly ordered the guy to call him Sir Zeke from that moment on, and Hans, already breathing heavily, barely managed to squeeze out his consent. Surprisingly, the assistant wanted to know from the gentleman whether he had any plans for the future. But the answer was as cold as the man himself, that there was no specific plan. But looking ahead, the little devil still had a course on which he would move. Zeke suddenly remembered that handsome guy who, before his death, hoped for a more noble life as the Demon King. And now the guy decided that he would first go to the neighboring territory of Porti and then head wherever his feet led him. The former Lord of Darkness decided to try to take the path of kindness in this life, and with these thoughts he set out on his journey. When the boys found themselves in the forest, unlike Zeke's confident walk, Hans walked with caution and carefully on the thick carpet of grass. With anxiety in his voice, the servant turned to the master, reminding him that they were actually walking along a road not intended for people, but Zeke replied that he knew about it. Walking ahead, the little devil explained that it would be very tedious and exhausting to go around, but this way they would shorten their journey in half. With a trembling voice and to some extent pleading, Hans again reminded that if you are so far from civilization, there is a risk of meeting monsters. But Zeke again indifferently answered that they were here for this very purpose. The assistant at first automatically agreed with the gentleman because he was already very nervous. But when he came to his senses, he asked again what the sir had just said. Zeke didn't answer, but instead, someone or something caught the edge of the backpack that Hans was carrying, only confirming his fears about this place. The guy immediately turned around, sweating from fear, but pretending to be a very stern person in order to somehow protect himself. And when Hans did not find anyone behind him, he mentally began to repeat to himself over and over again, already in a hysterical mood, what he had heard. The team continued deeper into the forest, walking through very tall and thick grass, while the wind rustled the leaves of the trees in the background. The trees became denser and denser, and the boys were already making their way through the thickets, which only made poor Hans more nervous as he frantically turned around every now and then. Being all on edge and tired from the burden on his shoulders, the young man calmed himself with the hope that they would get out of here in just a little while. Zeke, as if having read his assistant's thoughts, answered him affirmatively, to which Hans asked in surprise whether this was really so, although he did not fully understand whether his thoughts had been read or not. The master handed the sword into the hands of the servant, saying that his training would now begin, so it was better to be prepared. Poor Hans already said hysterically that he didn't understand anything at all, but Zeke simply asked him to turn around and look behind him. The young man turned around precisely in the direction of his master's finger, which was pointing somewhere back where they had just been walking. Hans's jaw dropped when he saw the one with whom, as the gentleman put it, he would need to train at the moment. In the shadows stood a creepy big-nosed creature, or at least not a human, and besides, its eyes were glowing, and Hans could only stand there rooted to the spot with his mouth open, and for Zeke this was already a pitiful sight. In front of the young man stood a goblin who blended in with the grass as much as possible, thanks to the swampy color of his skin, and in his hands he had a club. But even if it weren't for that, the monster had pretty good body muscles and pretty sharp teeth. Poor Hans's knees buckled from fear, and he begged his master to change his mind about training. The guy reminded Zeke that he was just a servant from the castle, so wielding a sword was not his specialty, especially for the first time with a goblin. Hans made a last attempt to talk the gentleman into at least buying a bigger weapon, but the imp warned him that if he didn't immediately start appreciating what he had, he would hand him a stick for protection, and while the dialogue was going on, the goblin growled from anticipation. The creature's hands were already so itchy that he jumped high above the ground, calculating the trajectory of his attack on the man. As it turned out, the goblin was quite small compared to a human, but so violent that when he landed on Hans's head, he immediately began to fight and bite, and the scene that Zeke was watching became even more awkward. The assistant screamed for help as best he could, and the disappointed devil sighed heavily, prepared his fist, realizing that the boy still had a lot of work to do. Thanks to his huge ears, the goblin reacted to the movements of another person and turned to him, baring his sharp teeth. But the demon didn't care about the shorty's pathetic threats and, activating the mana in his fist, he hit him in the stomach. The goblin fell dead into the thick grass, and despite the fact that these bastards were pretty strong guys, he didn't even move. While the greenish friend was lying in the grass, Hans was also sitting trying to come to his senses, and Zeke continued to stand watching the would-be opponents. When the assistant stood up and spoke strangely to Mr. Devil, he turned around and realized that half of the guy's face was swollen, and he tried to find out why Sir was doing this to him, and Zeke named the reason for which was the weakness of the young man. The Lord reached into the bag with his hand, and while he was feeling what he needed, the sound of glass could be heard from there, and he added to his previous words that while the servant was with him, he would not be able to limit himself to just dragging things over his shoulders. Zeke handed Hans a bottle of potion and explained that he needed to train hard to protect himself, so he ordered him to drink the medicine and get ready. The demon saw a silent confusion on the young man's face after the words to prepare, so he explained that he needed to drink a potion, and when the goblin woke up, the training would continue. After some time, there were many bottles lying on the ground, and in the clearing, in addition to the usual natural sounds, you could hear Hans's heavy breathing as if he was doing sports and the growling of a goblin who still couldn't bite off the guy's ear. After several attempts to defeat the creature, the young man was already standing more confidently on his feet and also held a sword in his hands, carefully watching the enemy. The goblin was already more furious than the beast, growling and showing all his sharp teeth. But now Hans was not as scared as the first time, and he was ready both to attack and to go on the attack. This time the guy decided to enter the battle first, so he ran towards the monster with his sword outstretched. But the blade of the sword passed quite close to the goblin's body as he dodged, showing his opponent his toothy grin. The forest creature was more agile than the man, so immediately after Hans missed his target, the goblin acted quickly and hit him with a club, but the young man managed to put his hand out in defense. The assistant found it quite difficult to defend himself as he once again felt the power of the creature's blow despite its tiny appearance. The goblin was pleased with himself and made another quick swing with his weapon while his opponent had not yet moved away from the first one. Only the number of such attempts already made themselves known and became an advantage for Hans because his reaction to blows improved. This time the club passed right over the young man's head as he very successfully managed to dodge the blow of the little brat. With such progress, Hans surprised his master, who finally even opened his eyes, showing surprise and interest for the first time, rather than disappointment. But the surprise did not last long, and in order not to show it, the imp again put on an imperturbable expression, continuing to watch his ward closely. The fact that the goblin was distracted by his club, not understanding why the blow worked so many times, and whether it had broken now, he made a fatal mistake because Hans was approaching him. The monster turned in the direction from which the sounds of approaching were coming, but this only played into the hands of his opponent. Hans raised his sword, aiming the tip straight at his intended target, and he was not going to retreat this time because he had already tasted the taste of dominance. The guy, without thinking or hesitating, plunged the blade straight into the goblin's head, causing blood to gush out and the creature to scream in pain for the last time. The monster's body fell this time into the grass irrevocably, along with the sword that was sticking out of its head. And Hans watched all this for some time, trying to catch his breath and not yet fully understanding what he had done. But the young man was helped out of his stupor by looking at his own hands and realizing that he had just defeated the creature with them. The silence of the forest was pierced by a human cry of victory, and Hans was so proud of himself that he even raised his hands up like a child. Unexpectedly, immediately after the triumph, Zeke suddenly appeared next to the assistant, handing him a bottle of potion, although everything was already over. Hans, unsuspectingly, was overwhelmed with joy that even his master praised him, pointing out that he had exceeded all expectations, and on this wonderful note, he drank the potion. The young man was so excited that he managed to win, and that he could now do something more than just be a servant, so he turned to his mentor and thanked him for the training, albeit forced. The happiness did not last long, and a flask with an unfinished potion fell to the ground, which meant another stupor for the guy, but it was not clear why. Hans couldn't even say anything, but only pointed his finger at the gentleman where, instead of one goblin, there was a whole crowd. The green guys were angry and toothy, like one of their comrades who literally a short time ago departed for another world. While the assistant stood as if he had put down roots in the ground, Zeke looked down with the same calm as before, having found a suitable inventory for himself. At the feet of the Lord lay many different stones that were perfectly suited to his purpose and in this situation. The demon picked up several stones in his hand without any indication of his actions or explaining what he was going to do with them. Hans had just started asking the gentleman what he had already planned, when instead of a verbal answer, he was taken aback by watching him throw stones towards the goblins. The stones hit the bull's eye, piercing the frontal part of the creature's heads, just as Hans had pierced the head of the first monster with his blade. In his soul, the imp was probably quite generous, so he had enough stones for everyone, and he did not deprive anyone of such a gift, and everyone got their own unique copy. The poor goblins were lying on the ground, all beaten with stones from head to toe, and Hans was sitting on the ground next to the master, shocked by the skill and at the same time sophistication of this man, and behind him other glowing eyes were already visible. Zeke noticed how the guy's jaw dropped and, passing by, pointed out to him that he shouldn't catch flies since the fun was just beginning, which only made him even more surprised, and meanwhile behind them stood a huge silhouette of some other killing machine. To stop his assistant from bombarding him with questions, Zeke asked him to turn around again and assess the scale of the work ahead of them, in the form of a company of huge orcs. Poor Hans turned pale and green and managed to look at the big guys his whole life up to this moment, but Zeke, as a consolation, warned him that there were still enough potions. By evening, all that could be heard in the forest was the rustling of leaves and the crackling of firewood, the sparks from which were reaching up to the stars in the sky. Only Zeke and the sleeping Hans were warming themselves by the fire, and the pile that was made up of orcs and goblins mixed together no longer needed warmth. The demon even now sat with a dissatisfied face, because his assistant slept so soundly that he did not hear his own snoring, and it seemed that a little more, and one could say that the young man slept as soundly as if he were dead. Watching Hans, Zeke's mind replayed their recent conversation as they walked along the path towards the forest. Since the boys were left alone and not in the mansion where there were ears everywhere, the Lord wanted to know why his stepmother Floral was so zealously on Hans' side. To clarify and obtain more necessary information, Zeke indicated what he meant and what kind of relationship the servant and his stepmother had. The guy smiled somewhat nostalgically and explained from the very beginning that his granny had been a nanny for Madame Florel. Hans put forward such information as a guess and explanation of why Madame loved him from an early age, and Zeke, looking at the young man, also remembered something. The gentleman also told his part of the story to the assistant, that once there was a young servant whom his mother treated with mockery because he was the grandson of the uncle whom Floral raised, and Hans burst into tears at that moment, saying that it was him. Zeke was surprised, but indifferently asked if the guy knew his mother, and the assistant, fearing problems, nervously answered that how could one forget such a great person like her? Hans had memories in his head that didn't fit the words, but to save his life he lied about Zeke's mother being kind to people of lower status. And remembering how the lady grabbed her own husband by the clothes and screamed in his face, the servant decided to characterize it as respect for those who were higher than her in level. The slap that Zeke's mother gave Floral in the face was also imprinted in his memory. But instead, the young man mentioned that the lady's treatment was based on kindness to people. The devil sat by the tree, realizing that in fact, because of his mother and her antics, the Count's family hated him. The guy felt sorry for the entire Krepustal family, considering how his mother behaved with them and what they had to endure. His eyes closed automatically from the feeling of shame and the overall complexity of the situation, because even though his mother had done something wrong, Zeke was not going to apologize to anyone for it. The digging in his thoughts did not last long because the young gentleman heard the sound of wheels and suspected that it could be a cart. Zeke instantly walked up to Hans and kicked him right in the top of the head with the toe of his shoe, ordering him to get up right now, which of course worked. But the guy was very unpleasant to wake up like that. The young man sat down and, rubbing his eyes like a small child who really wants to sleep, said that dawn is still a long way off, but the devil said that something is approaching them. The assistant's sleep suddenly disappeared, and coming to his feet, Hans lowered his hand to his sword, turning his head, trying to see an orc or a goblin. The cart rushed faster and faster, making its creaking sounds, and when it reached a certain entrance to a clearing where a fire was burning, it stopped. Zeke noticed that the assistant had already woken up and was standing fully armed and on his feet, so he took advantage of the moment and pushed him towards the exit of the clearing as a reconnaissance officer of the situation. Hans put forward the idea that it might be a merchant, although it was more of a self-assurance to himself. A question for the gentleman. The bishop, in turn, analyzed that in this case the sound of the cart was not as loud as if it were with horses, as traders often travel. Hans tried again to put forward the theory that it could be a traveler like them, but Zeke, in his realistic and gloomy manner, cut off that travelers do not travel in carts through the forest at such a late hour. The boys froze at the entrance to the clearing, waiting to see who it could be, and moreover stop exactly where they were. Zeke heard the familiar sounds of metal, which indicated that it was not one person, but most likely some kind of guard, and warned his assistant that they were coming here. There were still two knights standing next to the cart with a horse, fully armed and armed, awaiting orders. Zeke stared at the guards, realizing that they were paladins in front of him now, but this only raised more questions. Suddenly, a young individual in the form of a girl came out of the cart, and descending the steps, she asked for forgiveness for her rude appearance and the inconvenience caused, but explained that they also needed to set up camp for the night in this very place. Finally, the expression on the imp's face changed when he saw the voice that sounded so familiar and so different from all the voices he had heard before. The girl's face was still hidden in the shadows due to the large hood, but she partially presented her identity, indicating that she was a follower of Karna. And when the hood came down, Aina Luvella, a holy follower of Karna, whose image was illuminated by the light of the full moon, appeared before Zik's eyes. The frown returned to the demon's face when he personally repeated the name of the one whom, although he had only seen once, he remembered well. It was this young lady who folded her hands in prayer for a blessing on the day the handsome knight cut off Zeke's head. The Lord looked at the holy killer, who did not recognize him and could not believe that they met again, and so quickly after the distortion of the guy's fate. Another escort from Ina's side approached Zeke with the classic politeness that it was nice to meet him. A gray-haired man extended his hand to the devil, introducing himself as Vij, clarifying that he serves Lady Luvella, who is currently a candidate for the role of a saint, and the guy, based on his past knowledge, blurted out loud whether this was really a Taznan killing machine in front of him. Naturally, Vij did not understand what the young man said, and Zeke came to his senses in time that he was no longer in the life where his words would be understood, so he simply got out of it by asking not to take his nonsense into account. Also, the promise he made to himself about trying to become good in this life helped the Lord keep his mouth shut. So he nevertheless extended his hand in response and shook Vijay's palm. Smiling slightly, Zeke wanted to make at least a slightly friendly impression, since now it would be to his advantage to meet people who were different from his previous social circle. To reinforce his politeness, Demon reluctantly offered the guests to settle there for the night, since he heard that they needed to make a stop, to which Vijay thanked him, joking that they would only have to endure it for one night. The young gentleman turned to his assistant to ask something like why he was silent and didn't even say hello, but he didn't have time. Hans had already knelt down in front of Ina, greeting her and saying his name, which slightly embarrassed the girl, and he himself blushed. But for Zeke, it was just a spectacle from the outside. The night silence of the forest was disturbed by the ringing blows of a hammer on the pegs that secured the lady's tent for the night. While one guard was hammering the tent fastenings into the ground, the second was throwing a large piece of fabric over the top of the tent, apparently to keep the structure from getting wet during the rain. But throwing such a huge piece of fabric was problematic, because under its own weight it slid from one part of the tent to the other, and the knight asked someone to hold the fabric on one side. Ina had already adjusted her cape so that her hands were freer, and volunteered to be the first one who was ready to help. But then she was stopped by someone's male hand. Hans hurried to the tent saying that they could rely on him at any moment, and the girl was very grateful to him for such a confident act. Zeke watched as his assistant rushed around the tent as if in a daze, managing to help one guard after another. Sitting on the rug, the Lord made a clear conclusion that the guy was clearly not all there, since he was spinning like a top and managing to do everything, trying to please the mistress. Having concluded that the assistant had gone crazy, the devil turned his gaze to the cause of this disaster, following a completely logical chain of behavior of the boy. Zeke realized that Hans's agility was largely due to the fact that Luvella was truly charming, both in appearance and in communication, and it was difficult to resist. The imp remembered Gren Zennard, the same handsome man who had taken his head from his shoulders, and the guy became interested in the question of whether that scoundrel had hired only beauties. Zeke looked a little strange from the outside, talking to himself and denying that that handsome idiot would really think of keeping only beautiful young ladies with him, when suddenly he heard someone addressing him from the outside. The demon raised his head and saw Ina in front of him, who asked if she could sit next to the master while her place for the night was being finished. There was nothing to do, because Zeke had taken the path of good, so he moved over, agreeing for the girl to sit down next to him, and when Ina settled down, she thanked him, and behind the lady's back stood her faithful bodyguard, Vidge. The boys watched the flame dance, and Ina once again thanked the young man for not being against such neighbors, to which Zeke, this time in his own manner, replied that there was nothing to thank for. An awkward silence ensued, but it was nothing, because the next moment Ina leaned her shoulder slightly against Zeke's shoulder, thereby causing him discomfort, because it really was unusual for him. The girl felt that the guy became very uncomfortable, and although this surprised her, she took into account that personal space is very important to a person. Luvella moved away to a comfortable distance for the young man. And it really worked because Zeke even started a conversation asking how they ended up here, and the girl told him that the mission of her journey was to meet different people and listen to their stories. Ina also added that if she meets someone who needs help, she will definitely pray for his blessing, to which the guy responded, in keeping with his manner of speech, that it was amazing. Hearing such a reaction to her prayers, Luvella raised her hands as if repenting, explaining that any of the Carvedmen could pray for someone like that. Now it was the girl's turn to find out why the young gentleman was here, and Zeke answered with his very same rough plan about finding a way to live life as a good person. At that moment, the Lord was struck by an idea that would help him in this very regard, right here and now. The guy turned to the saint, trying to formulate his request about what he wanted to know for himself. And Zeke formed a slightly strange but important question for him, which sounded like what it is to be good. And Ina was really surprised by this, because she repeated this question probably even more for herself. Remembering the words of that handsome executioner before his death, the demon naturally without details but clarified for the girl and her better understanding that someone told him to do more good deeds, therefore he asked the saint for advice. Luvella thought for a while and was silent to find the words, but soon answered that in fact, there are many ways to become kind. And then it dawned on the girl, so she smiled and suggested that the guy start by remembering what exactly he was good at, and that would be something to push off from, to which Zeke, to put it mildly, immediately replied that he was good at everything where force was used. Ina did not fully understand what kind of power was being discussed, so she continued to advise the young man to use his talent to help others, and now the demon had a thoughtful look. Zeke jumped up from his seat and confidently declared that from tomorrow he would begin to look for those who would need his help, which delighted the saint. Upon arrival in the city the next day, many sellers and buyers could be seen on the streets actively discussing something, but there were no queues at the stores, which was strange. Walking down the street, Vidge noted that absolutely all the stores that could be open and accept visitors were now, for some reason, all being renovated, and Ina agreed with her bodyguard. Vidge stopped to apologize to the lady as he urgently needed to leave to quickly settle one matter, to which Luvella asked him to be careful. Finally, having told Saint to take care of herself in case of anything, Vidge left, and the girl stayed with the guards and began to say that they should go to other places to see what was going on there, but some sounds attracted her attention. And after the suspicious sounds, Aina heard a human cry from under the dark collar, and she would not have been the one who aspired to become a saint if she had not gone to help. The girl immediately turned to the dark alley and had already started walking there, but the guards did not let her go alone into such a dangerous place. Aina stopped as she was asked, but pointed out to the guards that she couldn't just stand aside when someone was shouting there, and the knights said that they would check for themselves what happened there. The saint gasped when she saw in the semi-darkness the one who was inflicting injuries on the unfortunate man, and could not believe her eyes. Having pressed one of the traitors against the wall, Zeke and the other hooligans did not let him leave, having already fixed his face, which was swollen from something. One of the knights went ahead of the lady to sort out the mess, but she loudly asked everyone to stop. Luvella remembered that this man asked her about how to become good and was polite to her, but now she was looking at a terrible villain, which made her as a saint very scared and painful. Zeke held the merchant tightly, and just at the moment when he wanted to strike again, he heard his neighbor from the night before calling him, so he had to stop. When evening came, all the witnesses of the fight settled down in one of the taverns to discuss what had happened. Angry and disappointed, Ina spoke up first, telling the young master that she had advised him to help those who needed it and not bandits. Zeke had just started learning good deeds, so the guy spread his arms out to the side and made excuses that from the outside it looked like the guys needed help, and Aina immediately corrected it so that the gentleman would first make sure that he was helping the weak. Luvella also added that it was important in the future to distinguish between those who needed help and those who needed to beat someone up, and considering how Zeke sighed heavily, he no longer liked this idea. Aina turned to Demon with the fact that it would be nice for him to ask forgiveness to the victim, but surprisingly, the guy denied that everything was okay with him. A man in overalls with a short haircut and a battered face introduced himself as Sid, and putting his hand on his heart, thanked him for saving him. But when the saint asked what caused such an injury, Sid's smile disappeared from his face, and he hesitated at first to tell his story. The truth is there was nowhere to go, and sometime after telling her story, Ina could not believe that a person was forced to give up his store. But Sid assured that it was true, and those who demanded that the store be given back belonged to the Sierra Trading House, and moreover, they give the mayor colossal bribes. But if for those greedy people the store looked like an ordinary place, for Sid it was more than a retail outlet. The man inherited this place from his grandfather, and since the only thing left as a memory of his loved one was the house, the seller treasured it very much. Sid ended his story by explaining that it was precisely because of this that he refused to give up his rights to the property, which is why he was actually beaten. The seller admitted that he was at a dead end and had no idea what to do now, which is why tears filled his eyes and began to fall onto his hands. Aina placed her palms on Sid's hands, and looking into his eyes assured him that he didn't have to worry, which he didn't expect at all. The saint stood up from the table and firmly declared that she would go right now to meet with the mayor of Porty to discuss this misunderstanding. The guard tried to gently remind the lady that Carvidman cannot interfere in politics, but Ina was adamant, because if she ignored this, it would mean that she would betray the teachings of Lady Karna. Luvella took the cross, and looking at the victim, reassured him that she would take on the solution to this problem. Zeke and Sid remained sitting silently at the table, but the guards rushed after their mistress, barely keeping up with her fast pace. So far, not only did Zeke not understand anything about such kindness, he was also dissatisfied with the fact that he was scolded by the one who had once contributed to his death. The next day after the saint quickly headed to the mayor in the evening. In the morning, there were already fresh products on the store shelves, and people were actively walking along the streets buying the necessary goods for themselves. Hans noticed the indignation on the gentleman's face and asked what had already happened and what had affected his condition so much. Zeke explained that Luvella's words about helping the weak were still spinning in his head, and asked his assistant if he also thought that she was right because he himself considered this all some kind of oversight. And Hans, smiling sarcastically, thought that Zeke was the only one who was wrong. The little devil seemed to have read his assistant's thoughts again, because the next moment he grabbed the poor fellow by the cheeks and began to stretch them, And when asked why, Zeke explained that it was from nerves, because he was worried about the saint's disappearance yesterday. Next to the guys, a notice was hung on the wall with a loud statement about an urgent search order, and a crowd of people immediately gathered, making it difficult to see anything. Zeke came closer, but still didn't see anything. But he heard from people who had already started talking about a certain suspect who killed the deputy. And at the moment when the devil saw the portrait on the ad, he froze, trying to understand whether he was seeing this in reality or whether he needed to be pinched to wake up. A bunch of questions appeared in the young man's head as he looked at the portrait of Ina Luvella, who was wanted for the murder of the deputy mayor and was also a suspect in trying to put a curse on Porty. Hans also saw the portrait of the saint on the ad, and in a state of shock he could only stammer out to the gentleman what the hell was going on here, while Zeke continued in his thoughts that something very strange was happening. The clues for the guy were rumors that people continued to spread at the speed of light, and this time they were talking about some witch from Carvidman and that all this chaos was precisely because of her curse. But before he had time to sort out this information about witchcraft, Zeke heard that people were rushing home because the sun was setting and they needed to hide before they appeared on the streets. And now he had to understand who they were talking about. Someone ordered the people not to hesitate and quickly go home, after which everyone, young and old, rushed to their homes, and the crowds in front of the announcement disappeared, leaving only the master and his assistant. It no longer looked like some kind of prank or preparation for a festival, since people really were hiding in their houses and closing their windows and doors. Mothers grabbed their children by the hands and dragged them along as quickly as possible before it became too late, because the evening was approaching faster and faster. In a very short time, the streets became quiet, and only in some places could you still hear someone closing a window or a door. And the guys remained standing under the wall with the announcement, and Grieg felt terrible because in one moment everyone disappeared. As a former demon, Zeke didn't care what was going on here, but seeing how nervous poor Hans was, he decided that they should also go into hiding. The boys were still on the way to some place when it was already dark and cold, and the only sound was the whistling of the wind. Hansu hugged himself and turned his head from side to side, but continued to follow his master, even though it was scary and his legs wouldn't obey him. Zeke was thinking about his past life and whether there was something similar to what happened in this distorted fate of his. The guy repeated to himself the combination of the words Luvella and the killer, and could not believe it, because in the past there was nothing like this, and he clearly remembered that Porty was not cursed and Ina was not a killer. But suspicion still fell on the fact that their meeting changed everything. Zeke was distracted from his mental digging by Hans, who took him by the hand and addressed him in an even more trembling voice than before. The assistant pointed to the gentleman in the direction where the silhouette of a man was wandering behind him and said that this someone had been following them for a long time. When the silhouette approached the guys, it was possible to understand from the exposed skin on the leg that it was a person, but one who looked somehow very strange. Something was approaching the guys closer and closer, somehow awkwardly swaying from side to side. But that was not all, because Hans was looking straight at two red dots resembling eyes in their location on the face. And upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a man, but already dead, who had sharp teeth and was clearly wandering around in search of fresh and still living flesh. Poor Hans, as always, turned into a chameleon at this moment and turned blue in the face. But Zeke acted ahead of the curve, and while the assistant was dumbfounded, the devil moved forward. All the undead managed to do was open its mouth, and then its head was cut off from its neck by the young master's blade. Blood spurted from the evil spirit's neck like a fountain, and only at this even more terrible moment was Hans able to sober up and react to what was happening around him. The head fell onto the stone road, and only then did the assistant approach the undead, asking more into the air than to the master about where this could have come from. Zeke logically replied that this remains to be seen, but the very fact that this entity is already in the port, and from this he concluded that this does not bode well. After some time, when it was already deep into the night, 4 voices could be heard on the street, 2 of which were guards, to whom the boys turned regarding the corpse. The soldiers thanked the guys for reporting what happened and helping eliminate one of the undead, and the knights were glad that no one was hurt. One of the soldiers handed the boys a torch to take with them on the road, warning them to return to shelter and not to walk the streets. Hans reached for the torch because he also understood that a little light wouldn't hurt, and that it made you feel more confident somehow. The soldier, before leaving, once again told the boys to return to a safe place, reminding them that the witch's curse could overtake them on the street. Two soldiers with one torch and a body bag walked away down the street without saying anything more to the guys. Hans immediately asked the gentleman that he did not really consider Lady Luvella a witch, to which Zeke replied in the negative, considering such nonsense impossible. The Lord expressed his suspicions that Aina was set up, and it was none other than the person behind what is happening to the city now. The assistant continued asking leading questions, one of which was the desire to understand how the gentleman understood about the saint's setup. Zeke began to explain that Luvella could not be a witch, or, in general, someone who would cause harm, but he could not formulate his argument more specifically. Because the gentleman was trying to find the right words, he hesitated with a full answer, and Hans noticed this. So he clarified that it seemed that he knew something more than he had just said. It wasn't easy for the little devil, but he still felt awkward when he explained that from Aina's face, one could tell that she was exclusively a kind person. The guy's conversation was interrupted because Zeke reacted very sensitively to some sound, freezing, and probably even stopping breathing in order to hear better. Something black flashed behind the guys, but only Zeke was able to notice it, so Hans didn't say anything, because it was only a split second. Turning back to the assistant, the devil again froze, listening, and now the young man clearly saw that something was wrong and wanted to know what was going on. But Zeke, instead of giving an adequate response, simply jumped up and ran to the other side of the street, not reacting to Hans's cries. The gentleman ran as fast as he could, getting closer to what he had heard and what was so important in all his and his assistant's thoughts. When the demon reached the doors of the room, he opened them without hesitation, making sure that he had heard and felt everything correctly. Behind the door sat poor Aina, all shabby, and Zeke immediately asked what the lady was doing here, and in such a terrible state, and Hans's jaw almost dropped when he saw who the gentleman had found. The assistant couldn't even say anything, but only froze in place with his mouth open, unable to find the slightest explanation for how Zeke managed to do this. Luvella sat on the floor, hugging her knees, her clothes torn and her face bruised, her eyes filling with huge tears, but she didn't say a word. In one of the taverns, only one window had a light on, because all those who knew more about what had happened in the city than the townspeople themselves had gathered there. Having changed her clothes, Aina entered the room timidly, although at first glance it might have seemed like it was some kind of man. But it is not surprising since the girl changed into Zeke's clothes, and the first thing he asked her was if they fit, to which Aina thanked her and added that not only did the clothes fit, they were also very comfortable. The saint approached the table where Zeke was sitting, telling her that Hans would soon return with food for dinner, and this also encouraged the girl. The Lord asked Aina why she was alone when he found her, since there should have been paladins with her, to which the girl's expression changed again, and she could only breathe heavily. Zeke continued to ask Saint if the guards had another task, but she simply lowered her head and drooped without saying a word. The next moment, the demon, to make sure that the lady could hear him, simply called her by name and she began to sob. And when tears rolled down the girl's hands, she could barely speak and managed to squeeze out of herself that it was her fault for what happened to those who were there with her. Aina raised her head when she heard Zeke put something rustling on the table, and after looking, she even stopped crying. The gentleman placed his hand on the notice with the portrait of the saint and asked what the chances were that what had happened was connected to what was written on the paper. Aina mechanically put her hand on her heart and immediately shouted that she was not a witch as stated in the text. Zeke, continuing to look attentively at Lady Luvella, replied that he knew and understood everything perfectly well without her confession. For some reason, the saint was surprised that this man believed her and did not accuse her, and the Lord immediately argued that he knew about the impossibility of the saint doing something so sinister. Zeke, with a sincere desire to listen to the girl, asked her to tell in as much detail as possible about what had happened to her, and Aina, little by little, began by saying that everything had happened when she had suddenly gone to the city mayor in the evening. The saint continued to say that the conversation in the mayor's house went quite successfully, and without any delays, discussions, or objections. But the girl noticed something for herself both in appearance and in the manner of communication, namely the difference between the mayor, who was stingy, and the deputy, who responsibly declared that he would definitely personally supervise everything. On top of everything, the deputy showed hospitality by quietly pointing out to his boss that they were, after all, guests, so it was worth offering them dinner here. The mayor looked at the visitors with a very displeased and stern look, but said nothing and only chuckled sternly. Aina explained to Zeke her thoughts that the chief had finally rethought how rude he looked, so he eventually suggested that on the advice of his deputy, They have dinner on the spot. At first, the girl wanted to refuse the offer, but when she heard one of the guards' stomach growl very loudly just at the word dinner, she changed her mind. Luvella smiled at the deputy and the mayor, thanking them for the offer and happily agreed to it. The saint was right to agree to the meal because when the meat appeared in front of the men, they tore into it like wild animals, washing it all down with wine. Anya watched with affection as the guys threw everything that was served to them on the table into the firebox, realizing that their feeling of hunger was not without reason, since she had very unexpectedly rushed to the meeting and therefore bore responsibility for her actions. Ina continued to tell Zeke that after the guards' stomachs were filled and their souls were at peace, they headed back to the mayor's office to thank him for such generous treats. From the moment the saint said that, she opened the doors to the office. Her voice began to tremble with fear again, but the demon continued to listen attentively. What Luvella saw behind the door, even in the semi-darkness, she had never dreamed of in her worst nightmares, and the feeling that it was happening right here and now chilled her blood. One of the guards immediately stood in front of the lady, holding his sword at the ready, looking at the bodies of the people lying on the floor, and his partner also held his hand on the sword. In the middle of the office stood the mayor with a book in his hands, and around him lay bodies from which their souls seemed to be separated by a purple-black haze. And the head told the uninvited guests that they had come at the wrong time and now knew something that they shouldn't have. The guard drew Miss Luvella's attention to another part of the hall, where there was something more dangerous for everyone here now. A statue of the sinister deity, Vale, hovered above the floor, to which the souls of the people lying on the floor were flying, and it was noticeable that he was all glowing with a purple haze, which meant that he was becoming more and more saturated with energy. At that moment, Ina looked at the mayor with both anger and sympathy, realizing that he was Vale's puppet. Being in the shadows, the head looked at the girl with a non-human gaze, grinning maliciously, emphasizing her stupidity and naivety, that she only now guessed about his service. The sword was already in the guard's hand, realizing that the spectacle they saw was only the beginning of some kind of obscurantism, and Luvella asked the mayor why he needed all this. Standing still as if rooted to the spot, the leader said that there was no point in explaining such obvious things, and after his words, one of the bodies began to rise from the floor, growling and leaving marks on the floor with its nails. And when the corpses were standing on their feet, the mayor brought the book in front of him, and in a voice as if from the underworld itself, shouted that he would sacrifice each and every one of them to the great Vale. The puppet shouted a command to the dead to move forward, and they, like mad animals growling and screaming, rushed towards the guards and the lady. The guard who had been covering Luvella from the very beginning, without hesitation, cut the undead's belly open, from which blood gushed. The knight activated the armor technique and began to glow yellow, covering both the lady and his partner as long as he could. Having put a cross in front of herself, Ina tried to defend herself too, but she understood that the situation was so dangerous that if the guards couldn't cope, she would lie here dead. She watched as the knights cut off heads from their shoulders one after another, and standing behind, she realized that she was only hindering the warriors. But such thoughts were only in the girl's head because the guard turned to the lady to ask if she was safe. Ina didn't have time to answer anything because the next moment one of the dead men was flying at her from behind, who didn't care who he killed. The bodyguard shouted to the lady to turn around to at least somehow protect her, and she managed to at least put up a cross. But the undead were incredibly fast, and by the time Luvella turned around it was too late, so the knight grabbed the lady by the shoulder. And after he grabbed her by the shoulder with a sharp movement of his hand, he threw the saint behind himself, exposing his body to a deadly jump. When Ina finished her story, she sat silently for a while, still imagining that bloody massacre before her. Zeke put forward his guess to the girl whether he correctly understood which Vale was being discussed, or whether it was something else that he didn't know yet. Unfortunately, Luvella confirmed the guy's fears, although she really wanted to believe that this was all not true, so she added the word probably at the end of her confirmation. But both knew that this was indeed the same sect worshipping Valya, whose goal was to bring destruction and chaos, as well as reward for murder and terror. Based on the information he heard, the former Lord of Darkness wanted to know what this evil spirit needed from Porty. And here Ina actually put forward her assumption, rather than reliable information that some kind of ritual might be performed. The saint remembered that before they were attacked, she was able to see the writings on the statue that was hovering in the room. The inscription on the statue stated that the city was being given to Vale, which only foreshadowed the aggravation and scaling of what the girl saw in the mayor's room and Zeke and Hans on the street. The demon began to very actively move his brain, And since his head was becoming heavy because of this, he put his hand under his chin, repeating once again the plan of the sectarians to sacrifice the city to Vale and Luvella. Does the gentleman really know something about this? And Zeke knew what would happen next. Namely, Vale's employees would install his statues all over the city and dump the bodies of the townspeople on them like cattle. And in the end, all that remained was to activate the statue with the help of the necessary item, which most likely was the book in the mayor's hands. Ina also remembered that after she hid, she made an attempt to ask for help from Carvidman, and the girl covered her face because she again felt a lump in her throat. And when the lady said that she was unable to ask for help because the city was closed, her eyes filled with tears again. And most of all, she was bitter because she understood what could happen if the sectarians were not stopped. The lady's eyes opened wide and filled with hope when she heard Zeke's words of willingness to help. The little devil smiled slyly, looking into the girl's eyes, emphasizing with a bit of irony that such help would come in handy for a good deed. Lady Luvella still did not understand how the guy would help, but agreed that it was a good deed and expressed her concern about such a risk, to which Zeke assured the girl that everything would be fine with him. The demon got up from the table and heading towards the door informed the lady that tomorrow night they would infiltrate the mayor's mansion. Approaching the door, the guy took hold of the handle to open it and said that the lady should now rest after what happened to her, but when Zeke opened the door, he noticed Hans sitting under them. Opening the doors so that the assistant could see, the gentleman pretended to be surprised at Hans, who immediately began to justify himself by saying that he had in no way been eavesdropping. Realizing that everything was just the opposite, and the young man was eavesdropping, the devil, without missing the opportunity, said that he had come at the right time because he had some business to attend to. Aina watched as Zeke leaned towards his assistant and actively whispered something in his ear about the task prepared for him. And then the night's silence was cut by Hans's cry coming from the tavern, which said that the little devil had planned another nonsense in which the young man should take part. The next day, when evening came again, as agreed, the team headed to the mayor's mansion. In order to get into the mansion, Zeke had to disable 2 guards, and he did it as silently as possible. The shortest way to avoid getting caught by even more guards was to jump from the trees onto the nearest balcony. Only here the problem had an asterisk because Zeke was not just on the tree, but he was on it with his hands full because he was holding Ina on them, and he jumped onto the balcony with her as well. Luvella held the cross and Zeke held her and asked her if she was okay after landing, and the saint replied that everything was fine, but the situation was very confusing to her. The boys climbed through the window and headed down the dark corridor to the room that was the center of the chaos that had begun. When the team approached the door, Ina said that this was the very office where everything happened, and for some time they stood in front of it, not daring to enter. Luvella said that she definitely saw a floating statue of Vale right here, and Zeke confirmed that the room really was emitting disgusting energy. The demon was the first to open the door and step forward, realizing that he was responsible now for another life. When the guys entered the room, it was still in semi-darkness, and in the middle of it there was always the mayor, from whom a purple haze was now also emanating. Only now, the head stood with his back to the door, and the little devil asked the girl if this bald uncle was really the mayor. Luvella sternly stated that this was the case and that it was the mayor who killed his deputy by getting involved in this whole dark business. Zeke put his hand on his sword, ready to attack or defend himself, but stood still for a while watching the leader's movements. And taking 2 huge steps, the guy wanted to get closer to the pillar that he imagined himself to be the mayor, not moving even once from the moment they found themselves in the room. Zeke placed the sword on the mayor's shoulder, but he not only remained motionless but didn't even show any signs of life, which alerted the guy. Staring at the back of the head of the immobilized body, Demon could not understand whether the head was dead or had already become so possessed that he did not react to the outside world. Ina, looking at how long the guy stood next to the frozen body, asked him to be careful because she was worried that the undead could appear at any moment and from nowhere. Zeke had already understood everything and therefore pushed the mayor in the back with his foot, explaining to the lady that she was mistaken about the mayor in the sense that he was leading the parade. The body of the leader fell to the floor already dead, and the young man concluded that this man was not at all behind what had happened and what the sect was planning. Poor Luvella looked at the mayor's body, and from how terrible the situation was, she automatically covered her mouth, not understanding who was in charge of everything then. As the mayor lay on the floor, his glow disappeared, and instead his spirit came out of his mouth in a streaming black plume. Ina came closer, and looking at what was coming out of the body, She realized that the aura was the same as when she saw the statue absorbing the energy of people. And then Zeke, looking back where the energy was heading, smiled because the one who really stood behind all this horror had appeared. The guy drew the lady's attention to where the hero of the occasion stood, whose silhouette against the light was very reminiscent of the features of his deputy. The suspect stepped forward towards the uninvited guests, sarcastically arguing out loud that he had not expected the victim to fall into the clutches of the beast. And indeed, in the semi-darkness in front of the guys stood the deputy with a book in his hands that had a purple haze, which helped them see the face of the scoundrel. Zeke stared at the seemingly already dead deputy, asking the lady again if she was sure of what she had told him, and Ina still insisted that she was sure of the death of this man, so she did not understand what was happening. The answer to the question of why the dead man was still in front of them was the book in his hands, which the girl immediately noticed. Considering the glow that emanated from the book, Luvella immediately realized that it was she who connected the deputy with Vale's energy. The deputy corrected Luvella in the way she called the book, clarifying that, according to official data, the writing is called The Key to the Ritual of Sacrifice, and the girl immediately asked where she got this information. But there was no answer, and instead Zeke began to speak out loud that he understood the whole picture of what and how happened here. Namely, the mayor, before dying of his own free will, followed someone's instructions. The guys looked at the body of the leader, and Zeke continued to explain that he was the most ordinary puppet, but not Valir's henchman. But the puppeteer who controlled the puppet was the one who now stood before them with the key to chaos and death in his hands. It would seem that the man was sowing death and destruction, but he stood before the young people so pleased with the work he had done. Lady Louvel found it very difficult to believe such a thing, and no wonder, since she was the opposite of what the deputy intended to do. Even though she understood that the paladins were most likely gone, Ina still wanted to know where they were and what the villain had done to them, but he only sarcastically asked the lady not to worry about her bodyguards. As it turned out, the deputy did a favor, and having broken the corpses of the paladins into grain, made fish food out of them, thereby appeasing the deity. Words cannot describe the feeling that Ina experienced at that moment, as if she too was crushed into pieces, and she found herself in a thick liquid. But it was not water, but blood. Now the deputy's interest grew, and he stared at Zeke, who all this time had also been looking at the sick idiot in front of him. The killer was curious about what kind of person had arrived here with the saint, and whether this was some kind of secret guard of Carvidman himself. Zeke, completely indifferently, as if it were a normal conversation, answered the truth that he was in no way connected with Carvidman. The deputy asked a logical counter-question. What the hell is the guy doing here if he doesn't in any way touch the saints? To which Zeke responded in such a way that there was nothing to add or take away, namely that the person who for some reason believed in the damn fish should not be concerned about this information at all. For some reason, the deputy was infuriated by such a formulation about a deity, although in front of the guy stood an adult, and Zeke himself behaved much more balanced. Valir's henchman was so angry at the brat's impudence and disrespect that his fists clenched, and he warned the boy to take his words back if he didn't want to be punished by the deity himself. The little devil scratched his ear with his finger to check whether he had heard exactly what he had heard, and answered the deputy that he would have to be a complete psycho to accept punishment from some damn fish. The possessed man took the guy's answer as consent and shouted that he would now make him plunge into pain and suffering, because of which he would have to repent in front of Vale himself, and after that he would die. With the key in his hands, the servant made a gesture with his hand, releasing the souls that had entered the corpses, turning them into undead who could only kill. The dead appeared from the purple-black smoke, and after the deputy's command to kill the upstart and not to touch the saint, as she would still be useful, they went on the attack. How scared Ina became for the second time watching death rushing towards her, and now only Zeke was nearby. And before that, there were 2 professional bodyguards, and they couldn't cope. The girl did everything in her power, namely she activated her mana and asked Zeke to be careful and blessed him. At that moment, the guy again felt the bright dragon that was sitting on his heart and how his energy was also activated. The imp's eyes shone with the same light that Mana had shone with when he was in the arena in the fortress. The undead were too fast and strong to kill an ordinary person, but not in this case, where they were hunting someone who was much stronger. Taking turn after turn, Zeke quickly pierced the evil spirits with his sword, but it was also good that the room was quite spacious in order to run properly. The demon left behind a trail of light from his sword and trails of blood throughout the entire office, while looking attentively at the deputy from time to time. No matter how grandiose the deputy's plans were, his jaw dropped at the sight of how this guy chopped up the undead. The servant looked at the floor strewn with corpses and blood, and for now he was only concerned with two questions. Who was this man, and how was he able to kill such powerful puppets so easily? Zeke clearly felt how his sword was connected to him as if it were an extension of him, and mana flowed straight from his heart, filling the weapon with energy. Looking at his sword, the guy realized that, although partially, the magic had returned to him, which was even in such quantity now to his advantage. Shaking his sword to get the blood off, Zeke turned to his deputy, and now the young gentleman smiled sarcastically and asked in surprise, "Is this really all the meat that is and will never be again?" The servant, shaking all over with anger, muttered through his teeth that the brat could show off as much as he wanted, but it was already too late since the preparations for the sacrifice had been completed. But here too, Zeke spoiled the deputy's whole raspberry when he said that lying is not good, and the poor guy was completely confused, staring at the young man. To save the unfortunate man from the suffering of misunderstanding, the guy immediately said that purely by chance, he not only found, but also destroyed the statues of Vale in the city. The deputy was still jubilant that even if the statues were broken, it would not affect anything. But Zeke was glad to report that the cleric of Carvidman had taken special measures for the statue. And to clarify, the young man asked the servant that these special measures reduce the power of all this ritual nonsense that he started, thereby making it clear that the holiday was ruined after all. The deputy's teeth not only began to grind at this news, but the veins on his face appeared, and even the lenses on his glasses cracked from anger. Even Ina was shocked by what she heard, asking again if what Zeke said about the measures was true, and he nodded affirmatively. The imp raised his head, informing his deputy that after all the statues in the city had been smashed, only the one that was now hanging in the air remained. The servant wanted to say something, but the poor fellow was already so much more scared than angry that he began to stutter, unable to give an order. And now all that was left for the frightened and sick-in-the-head man was to somehow save the situation by releasing the undead onto people like dogs. But the sword was still in full combat readiness, just like its owner. So all that was left was to move a little between the targets. Zeke slashed the stomachs of 3 in a row, quickly and mercilessly, and also created sword strikes that sent the undead flying to another part of the room. The deputy also did not stop, having in his arsenal a book from which he could get several killers at once and simply command them. Aina, watching all this bloodshed that might never end, covered her mouth in horror. Having dealt with one batch of rotten meat, Zeke looked closely at the girl, realizing that things were bad, and if he continued to have fun here, then she needed to be taken away from here. The young man firmly grabbed the saint by the shoulder, which she did not understand at all, but he did not answer the question of what was happening. And when Ina again found herself in Zeke's arms, as in the beginning, he asked her not to move because there was a risk that she would get hurt. Luvella was of course very happy that they were leaving, but she was confused by one small fact, that the door was blocked by evil spirits. But the closed doors did not bother the guy, and he simply rushed at full speed to the window, not listening to the saint's pleas to wait or stop. When the devil came close enough to the window that he could jump out of it, he turned his back to the glass and flew out in order not to hurt the girl. In the office, there remained the undead who simply stared at the window, and the deputy doing the same. Only at that moment, he was already figuring out what to do next. And the servant, although he was sick in the head, still this gave him the opportunity to shake all sorts of duckweed to people. So even though the plan changed, this suited him. And the next day, postmen walked all over the city shouting urgent news and throwing papers around so that they were already flying in the air, as were rumors now not only about the witch Luvella who killed the mayor, but about her accomplice. People picked up the ads and looked at the portrait, groaning and gasping because there was only more bad news, and right behind them stood those very same violators who were wanted. While the townspeople were lamenting how this could have happened and how terribly the seemingly sweet girl had behaved, right behind their backs the boys walked by, completely covered in cloth. Zeke stopped behind 2 men who were looking at a new advert with his portrait on it, and were heatedly discussing who this man was, whether he was the witch's lackey. On the paper was drawn a portrait of that very servant of the witch, who was now looking at himself from over the shoulder of one of the townspeople. By lunchtime, wanted posters for the witch and her accomplice were strewn across the roads of the entire city, and people were simply trampling over them as they passed by without noticing. Having found something to eat, Zeke admired the portrait, envying himself how good it was, even though it was not drawn exactly to reality. Aina, too, looking at the guy's portrait, found it very strange due to the implausibility of the image. The girl brought up the argument that such an image of the young man was strange, considering the fact that the deputy had seen his face, and Zeke, having already started eating the bread, brushed it off as an idiot who was too lazy to do the job better. The little devil, throwing away the crumpled piece of paper, drew the girl's attention to the fact that it would be better if she ate instead of such a large number of worries because they would soon need strength to continue their journey. Sensing something was wrong, Luvella asked where the young man had gotten the food, and Zeke, without a shadow of embarrassment, pointed his finger in the direction where there was still a lot of such food. There were apples and bread on the counter, and poor Aina clutched her heart when she realized that the guy had stolen the food. But Demon threw up his hands, explaining that they had no time for shopping at the moment. The girl gasped and fell to her knees from the sin her partner had committed, and Zeke, in turn, put his hands behind his head as if he were on the beach and assured Luvella not to worry because he had not stolen the food. The saint stared at the little devil, expecting that even if he did not repent, he would at least explain to her what he had done. Already dissatisfied, Zeke folded his arms across his chest as if he needed to report to the girl and explain that he was recording all the places where he took something so that later, when the opportunity arose, he could return everything. Aina indignantly puffed out her cheeks like a balloon, and according to all the canons, asked the guy if in order to take something, you don't need to ask the owner, to which he pointed out that it is impossible to live strictly according to the rules. Zeke saw that his excuses weren't working, and Saint continued to sit and sulk and protest, so he offered an alternative in the form of double payment, but later. Praise the gods, Aina was distracted by the fact that Hans had not been seen anywhere for quite some time, and asked where he had disappeared to which the master calmly replied that he had given him an important assignment. The girl breathed a sigh of relief because the young man's last reaction to the order from his sir while in the tavern was quite vivid, so she began to worry about him. The guy managed to talk his partner into eating, and Luvella, while chewing, wanted to know the further direction of their path, and Zeke briefly and clearly made it clear that their plan was to find the hidden statues of Vale in the village. The girl was genuinely surprised by this plan, and now wanted to know how they could implement it. The little devil, pleased with how well he had thought everything through and what a wonderful resourcefulness he had, explained that first it was necessary to check the slums since he had an idea of their approximate location. The guys came to the first gateway that looked terrible, but was the most suitable for placing the statue so that it would remain unnoticed. Aina and Zeke didn't find the statue in the alley, but they did hit another jackpot in the form of old acquaintances who were slacking off while waiting for something. When Demon called the guys, clarifying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they were taken aback not so much by the guy as by the one who was next to him. But of course, having shouted at Luvella, the guys immediately called her a witch and Zika a pawn, which they had guessed all this time. And it was just the information from the ads that influenced them. The guys rushed in the opposite direction from the enemies, shouting that they would immediately report everything to the higher-ups, forgetting even that Zeke had once been in league with them. Like a spring, the young gentleman jumped up from his seat, not wanting to let go of such valuable and possible witnesses of what had happened recently. While the guys were running, Zeke successfully flew over them in a jump, calculating his landing trajectory in front of the nimble fugitives. The demon appeared in front of the guys, landing successfully on the ground, and immediately asked them a question about what was wrong with them and why they were behaving like that. The little devil wanted to joke, but it only looked funny to him when he stared at the fugitives and asked if they were really afraid that he would kill them now. This joke really sounded creepy because if the guys hadn't thought so before, now they realized that the young man's words could come true. When Zeke dragged the boys by the collars, Aina stared at them carefully, looking at them as if she recognized someone in them. The young man saw the lady's reaction and confirmed her thoughts that these were the same guys who, together with him, beat up the merchant Sid. It was impossible to hide anything from the all-seeing eye of Zeke Moore, just as it was impossible to hide anything from his ears. So he turned sharply in the direction the guys were heading when they wanted to escape. Continuing to hold the boys by the collars, the devil shouted loudly in the direction where their third partner was and shamed him by saying that he was not only a coward, but now also a traitor to his friends. The guy who was hiding behind the arch actually stopped, nervously clutching the back of his head after Zeke's words. The young man returned and asked directly why the guy, being a criminal, had so openly appeared in public, to which he kindly asked not to worry about him or the so-called witch. After everyone was assembled, Zeke asked the guys for help in finding someone, but the guys flatly refused to help the criminal. Having released two fugitives who fell to the ground and could not breathe air, the demon explained that he was not asking for help for free and therefore released the guys to free his hands. Zeke knew how to hook this category of people, so he took out a bag of gold coins and again emphasized that he would really pay generously. Moore also put forward a condition that if the guys answered his questions, they would receive money, and it was necessary to see how ready they were to answer any questions right away. The first piece of information that Zeke wanted to know was whether someone had recently fallen ill or died on the street or even at home. To clarify, the devil pointed out such symptoms of the disease as a sudden loss of energy, as well as paleness and emptiness of the gaze, and the youngest of the boys reacted quite vividly to such information. The guys immediately looked towards their younger partner but remained silent as they waited for him to say everything himself. Zeke repeated his question whether the guys knew anything about such cases of sudden extinction of life, from which the smallest guy abruptly turned away and very brightly answered that he knew nothing, thereby showing only the opposite. Having made a very cute face, the imp realized that he was close to the information he needed, so he once again emphasized that he had offered decent payment and therefore did not understand what the problem was in telling what they saw. Zeke grabbed the boy by the neck, twisting it like an older brother, and began to scratch his hair with his fist and jokingly asking if they really knew absolutely nothing. The young man struggled and shouted to let him go, but Zeke was adamant, explaining that when he heard the answer, he would let him go. And at that moment, Ina, holding the cross tightly in her hands, decided to help as much as she could. The devil turned his attention to the girl who was on her knees again, but did not let go of the boy. The girl bowed low, sitting on her knees on the ground, and politely asked the guys to help because it was very important. Zeke turned to Lady Luvella after he let the young man go, but he didn't even think about running away, but also watched the saint. Ina did not respond to Zeke's appeal, but instead continued to convince the guys of the importance of the information they might know, since the city is now in danger, and thanks to what they know, they will be able to prevent something very bad. The saint also indicated that otherwise the settlement could become dead, including the townspeople, since the undead were already roaming around at night. Suddenly, the youngest guy shouted in his heart that, to be completely honest, it was because of Ina, as a witch and culprit, that the undead appeared. It hurt Louvel to actually hear something that wasn't true, but it hurt her even more to see this young man suffer. And the guy really admitted through a lump in his throat that if it weren't for the witch's curse, his brother wouldn't be in such a deplorable state. And then Zeke reacted, indicating that it turns out they were looking for his brother. The young man was angry with himself because, driven by emotions and experiences, he revealed what he had kept strictly secret. The imp asked the boy to lead them to his home, but he angrily said that he would not do this, asking what they were going to do with his brother. Zeke was already a little annoyed by the fact that this fat little thing didn't want to meet him halfway, even considering the monetary reward at the end. Therefore, taking into his own hands not only the initiative but also the young man, Demon asked Ina if they were going to visit, to which the girl could only open her mouth. But Zeke considered this consent and told everyone to set off on their way while the guy was simultaneously hitting him with his hand and calling him a monster. In a very modest and already shabby dwelling, Zeke and Ina were next to the young man and his brother. Luvella, using her healing power that glowed with a bright light, finished saying that this was all she could do for now and again, reminded that if the source of the disease was not found, the guy would not be cured. The young man, although reluctantly, said that someone had done this to his brother on purpose, and Zeke asked him to tell him in more detail whether someone had come to his brother, and the boy confirmed that he had seen everything himself. The demon was surprised that the young man was able to see what happened and remained unharmed, and he also said, in addition to everything, that it was the one whom everyone present knew. After Zeke asked who this guy was, he didn't answer for a while because it was difficult for him to give out this information, and he didn't know what would follow. But having gathered his courage and being angry, the young man replied that this was the scoundrel whom they had seen only upon arrival in the city. As it turned out, at that moment when the guys were in the tavern in the evening, danger was lurking right under their noses, but they did not notice it. The young man opened their eyes to the man who had ruined his brother's health, and it was the same merchant that Zeke had helped the boys beat up in the alley. Sid was cute only at first glance, and Ina also felt sorry for him, and then headed into the trap to Valya, where she lost her paladins. Gritting his teeth, the young man muttered that this was the one who needed not only to be beaten, but buried right there in that very gateway. The saint, a little confused, asked if the guy meant that Sid, and he replied that it was that merchant whom she saved by not allowing Zeke to finish him off. The kid got even more angry, saying directly that if the girl hadn't protected that bastard then, his chances of saving his brother would have been higher. Zeke saw that it was only getting hotter and asked the guy to calm down and also to make him feel at least a little better. He asked for details about what happened. The young man had to gather his courage to tell what he and his brother, who is still unconscious because of that incident, had experienced. It all started with the boy returning home later than usual, but he didn't find his brother Georgie there and started looking for him. The young man explained to Lady Lovella and Zeke that his brother was very weak, and if you also take into account the fact that they live in frail slums without security or strong locks, then anything could happen. So he became very nervous. The out-of-breath guy remembered how he stopped to breathe, but he did it at the right time and in the right place, because in one of the alleys he heard one person telling another that he could consider this act an honor. It was very difficult to believe what he saw, but fear for his brother worked faster, and the young man shouted his brother's name just at the moment when someone raised a knife with a purple haze over him. The stranger, hiding his appearance, turned around at the guy's call, and thus did not have time to complete the crime he had started. The guy saw that the scoundrel had taken off, and he didn't waste a second rushing after him to expose him. There is only a little time left until the moment the guy's hand touches the killer's cloak to reveal his identity and inflict punishment. Having torn off the mask from the criminal, the young man shouted at him how he could do such a terrible thing to his brother, who had never done anything bad to anyone. The older brother wanted to continue scolding the bastard, but froze in horror when he saw in front of him someone he would never have thought of as a murderer. In front of the boy stood Sid with red glowing eyes, smiling maliciously but not answering anything. Zeke clarified that it turns out that Sid has been in such an obsessed state since that very day, and the older brother nodded affirmatively. Looking at his fading brother, the guy explained with sadness that at the moment he found his brother on the street, he did not see a single scratch on him, and besides, he immediately woke up, which led to the thought that everything worked out. But over time, the already weak brother became thinner and weaker than before, and he also said that he was losing strength, and soon he completely fainted as if lifeless. Here, all the pieces of the puzzle came together for Demon, and he asked about the guy's request regarding Sid on the day they met, the reason for which was the previous story, and he confirmed, explaining that he hoped to steal that dagger and make a deal. The young man admitted that in exchange for the dagger, he wanted to know how to cure his brother, but immediately emphasized the intervention of one righteous woman, because of whom the plan collapsed. Lady Lovella once again asked the young man for forgiveness because she actually did not know the whole background story and made a mistake. Ina pointed out that from the outside it looked like a beating of a weak person, and the guy sharply asked why she thought so. The young man did not wait for an answer from the saint, and began to give her examples of why she thought that the man was weak and was being beaten, namely because he did not fight back. And then the girl began to feel uneasy. And the guy, being furious, continued to bombard her with questions like, the righteous woman thought that Sid was weak because he was surrounded by poor people and hooligans. And in the end, he finished her off by shaming her that this information was really enough for her to distinguish the weak from the strong. The little devil clapped his hands, shifting the focus of his brother's attention from the girl to himself, and asking him to tone down his ardor and not escalate the situation even more. In a rather familiar manner, Zik put his hand on the young man's shoulder and jokingly explained that Sviata had lived an aristocratic life and that she lacked experience, so she could be given a discount in the form of understanding. Another question that interested Mora was why his brother wasn't angry with him, and he immediately asked it straight to his face. The young man did not quite understand this strange question, and Zeke explained that he had betrayed him after the appearance of the saint, but he was not even angry. This time the guy stunned Mora by saying the reason he wasn't angry was that this was the first time something like this had happened to him, and the imp asked him to explain more clearly what he meant. Brother explained that it was the first time that someone had agreed to help them just like that without any additional conditions. And this confession made him feel awkward, but Moore continued to hold his hand on his shoulder and looked at him with understanding. The young man sighed heavily, both from the complexity of his situation and the fact that he now had to pour out his soul. But Zeke, due to his meager experience of behavior in such situations, hesitated to find what to answer. When the boys found themselves outside the doors of the brothers' house, Moore noticed the girl's thoughtfulness, and immediately asked what she was thinking about so actively. Aina shared her feelings next to her weakened brother, which immediately reminded her of Vale's eerie energy instead of life force, and from this she concluded that the boy really was a victim. Zeke listened carefully to his partner and said that in that case they should start from this place, and the girl asked if he already had a plan for further action. In his sarcastic manner, the imp smiled and said that the very first thing they would do was get away from here as far as possible. The weather was wonderful and the day promised only good things, and Sid's tavern also continued its peaceful existence. The merchant was just busy bringing goods in wooden boxes from the street inside, as carefree as if he hadn't attacked anyone with a knife. At some point, Sid, continuing to carry boxes, stopped in the middle of the room because he heard a noise that he thought was coming from the basement. The merchant was alarmed by such a loud sound, and he turned in the direction where the door to the cellar was located. Sid lit the lantern and, opening the door to the basement, first went down only near the entrance, lighting it up for himself to examine. Having made sure that everything was in order with the entrance, the merchant began to go down the stairs to check the cellar itself. Having found nothing, Sid said out loud that all this was very incomprehensible, although it was possible that they were rats, and at that very moment, a very familiar person appeared behind him. Wow! More scared the merchant when he put his hand on his shoulder and almost in his ear said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Poor Sid had only one question, looking at the unexpected guest. Why did he appear here and so unnoticed? Zeke turned the merchant to face the statue of Vale and suggested that he finish what he had already started today, namely, knock out of him everything that could be knocked out. And in addition, he reassured the scoundrel that no one would interfere with them this time. Zeke saw where Sid's gaze was directed, and as if confirming his thoughts, questioningly said that he did see that girl. In front of the murderer stood the saint, the very same protector who had covered for the merchant that evening, and thanks to this he continued his atrocities. At this point, Moore very interestingly introduced Aina to Sid, calling her an angel of hell who returned in exactly this form to look at the deceiver whom she was once sincerely ready to help. With a sharp movement, Zeke threw the guy so that he hit his back against the statue and screamed loudly in pain, but no one would hear him. Sid started singing the same song again about how they should spare him and why they were treating him so terribly, continuing to brazenly lie to his face that he had done nothing wrong. But the imp calmly and sarcastically replied that he had no idea why the merchant was being treated like that now, and suggested that he find out the answers to his questions from that dumb fish behind him. The demon saw that Sid didn't want to crack at all, so he suggested kicking him some more. Maybe that would help him get the information he needed faster, and kicked him in the chest. The merchant really began to talk more actively, and even closer to the point when he asked naively whether the gentleman really thought that he was a follower of Valir. Sid started shouting that he was not a disciple of Vale, but Zeke calmly replied that he knew about it, so there was no need to spread himself too thin. Putting his foot on the killer's body, Moore repeated that he really was not a follower of this idiotic fish, but something lower. And looking down at the scoundrel, Zeke pointed out to him that he was a scumbag who was clinging to Vale's guise, hoping that at least a breadcrumb would fall to him from the table. Sid was simultaneously broken by such words because in its own way it was true, but also filled with anger because he was humiliated by someone unknown in his own tavern. Aina looked at all this, and on the one hand she was very sad that she had to do such terrible things, but on the other hand she already understood that this man had taken the path of evil. But when the saint saw what Zeke had taken into his hands, she did not expect at all that it would all end like this, and she became very scared. Luvella immediately asked why Moore was taking out his sword, sincerely not understanding that Sid would really be gone now. The little devil confidently replied that since the statue had been found, they no longer needed this stub, and the girl wanted to object to something. But instead of Aina, Sid himself spoke faster, shouting that he knew and would tell everything, although he was still under Zeke's foot. Giving what was supposedly the last chance, Moore asked what the merchant knew, and he very quickly revealed that he knew the locations of the remaining statues. To speed up the process of obtaining information, Zeke grabbed Sid by the clothes and pulled him closer to himself, wondering where these damn fish were. But instead of laying out everything he knew, the merchant smiled sarcastically, expressing his condition that he was not going to talk for free, as if he had forgotten who was currently holding the knife. Zeke looked at the man as if he was sick, not understanding what he was saying because he had just been ready to tell absolutely everything. For some reason, Sid thought that giving Demon an ultimatum would be a brilliant idea, and warned that if he hit him even once more, he might forget about the information that was valuable to him. Now the imp looked at the merchant not as if he was sick, but as if he were a complete idiot. But he still didn't understand why he was staring at him like that, and also silently. Making matters worse for himself, Valir's servant rejoiced that this insignificant youth had finally realized that he had been driven into a difficult situation. The truth came out of the merchant's mouth, that he had made a mistake in not killing that bastard Zeke and those little slum punks before shocking Luvella into realizing that the man was actually greedy. Sid saw Saint's disappointment, and turning to her, he only laughed in her face at her naive belief that he was so poor and unhappy. Throwing verbal mud at the girl, the merchant emphasized that it was precisely because of her stupidity that people thought she was a witch and not a saint. It was very painful for Aina to hear something like this addressed to her, because she had been on the path of being ready to help everyone who needed it. But now the belief that this person was different had left her, and she asked only one question: why was he doing this? When she no longer had the strength to endure such filth, Luvella shouted out that the merchant had just admitted that he was not even Valir's servant. But Sid's answer was quite obvious why he was doing this, and it was money for the fact that he would simply endow the idols with life force. And looking at Zeke, he smiled from the fact that no one would refuse a reward for such a trifle. Once again, the truth came out that the merchant didn't give a damn about this shitty store, and he regretted the time he had to spend here. Zeke was the picture of calm while listening to all this crazy man's nonsense, but that didn't mean that someone's head was about to fly off their shoulders. Aina, listening to everything that was a tearful truth and now turned out to be a lie, stood in horror, especially hearing that the merchant's plan to awaken Vale was his chance to end the stupid store. Mora got enough of this empty chatter, and he warned Sid that too much time had already been wasted, but the impudent fellow did not stop breaking free from the guy's hands. The merchant looked creepy, smiling broadly, as if he had gone crazy, and offered Zeke a deal that when he was released upstairs he would tell where the statues were. The little devil, playing by Sid's rules, first thought about what to do with such a tempting offer. But after a few seconds he announced that he had changed his mind. And twirling the dagger in his hand, the guy looked closely at the scoundrel, telling him the change of plan, which implied his death right here and now. Sid started bleeding that without him the statues wouldn't be found, but Zeke had already lifted him up in front of him so that his feet didn't touch the floor, and reassured the poor man that he could handle the search himself. The bastard's confident expression changed to angry and frightened because Moore told him the truth that was well hidden, namely, that he actually did not know where the statues were. The wolf did not have to wait long for the sheep to show its fear of him, and excuses about actually knowing where the statues were no longer helping. Sid really had problems with his head, because the next moment he turned to Lady Luvella for salvation of his insignificant soul, reminding her that he was one of those weak people whom she was always ready to help. While the bastard was writhing like an eel on a frying pan, justifying himself that he had not meant what he had said before, Zhu looked attentively at the girl, awaiting her verdict. No matter how easy it might seem to kill someone, especially someone so vile, for Aina it was terribly difficult. At that moment, Lady Luvella was struggling with herself inside, looking at the darkness that is in everyone, and, as it turned out, in her too, and cries for mercy no longer worked. Barely audible and with a very heavy burden on her heart, the girl told Zeke to kill Sid, after which he realized that this was really the end, and no one would help him anymore. The merchant screamed with terrible force and tried to break free from Mora's hand, but the dagger was already aimed straight at his heart. Luvella closed her eyes when it was already unbearable to hear the merchant begging for help and mercy, and also to not see the terrible picture of the murder. When Sid shouted the name of the saint for the last time, blood splashed onto the floor and stained the girl's legs and dress, but she remained standing. Zeke came up to Aina to take her away from here, and the girl looked toward Sid and covered her mouth in fear. While Sid was covering the bleeding wound on his hand from the dagger, Moore, holding the saint by the shoulder and covering her with himself, turned half-faced to the merchant and sternly warned him never to catch his eye again. The boy and the girl were walking towards the exit of the cellar, and from the semi-darkness an angry and wounded Sid was looking at them. The merchant was shaking from the fact that even though he remained alive, but at what price he got it, and he was even more irritated by his weakness next to that upstart. Moore and Aina returned to the slum houses where the guy from the gateway had once brought them to his brother who was dying. The girl sat at a table on the street thinking about the latest situation that had happened, which only made her more and more immersed in rethinking her path. Luvella's focus shifted when Zeke approached her and handed her a loaf of bread, which even surprised her a little. Although it was very unusual for him as a soulless devil, Zeke asked if Aina was okay, and what she was thinking about so intensely. The girl paused before answering, forming her thoughts, and decided to admit to herself and more at the same time that she had the impression that she was living with incorrect judgments about people. The demon continued to listen attentively to the saint's monologue while she drew conclusions about believing in the stories of people knowing only one side of the truth and what others said about them. Aina drooped, realizing that the story about the mayor was also a fabrication, and the support for all this was Lady Karuna's teaching about the ban on prejudices. And Zeke realized that the girl was feeling guilty and could not resist saying that she could not blame herself regarding him. But even though Luvella felt guilty, the guy's irony only finished her off, and yet the girl still dared to ask him for advice this time. While eating the bread, the imp was surprised that Sviata wanted to ask someone like him for advice, and honestly admitted to her that in fact he was not much of an advisor. In addition to the confession, Zeke put forward another truth to Aina, that even if he found some advice for her, it would not affect her condition. No matter how indifferent and harsh it may sound from the outside, but by telling Saint to deal with everything herself, Moore only made things better. Because in fact, no matter what decision she makes, she will simply need time, which heals all wounds. And now, from the so-called bad advisor, came the second piece of advice for Luvella, that if she continued to engage in self-flagellation and stand still, then it would not lead to anything good except exhaustion, both physical and moral. Having heard advice that shouldn't have been given, Aina confessed to Zik that after talking to him, it only seemed to her more and more that the guy was much older than she thought. Moore stopped chewing his food for a moment after this statement and looked questioningly at the girl, which put her in an awkward position, and she got out of it by saying that she hadn't said anything. Luvella pulled off a diversionary maneuver by asking Zeke if their next plan was to go in search of the rest of the statues, and he confirmed this, adding that he had a rough idea where the idols were. The guilt did not leave the girl for long, and once again becoming despondent, she even asked the guy for forgiveness for not being able to be useful in this matter. Moore was surprised by such words, emphasizing that he did not understand what was being discussed, thereby convincing the saint that she was definitely mistaken here. And in order for Aina to gain more self-confidence, Zeke clarified that in this case, she would actually have the most important role. As last time, the mission was carried out at night, only now there was raging rain with wind and lightning, which in its own way complicated the task. But the rain was no obstacle for the demon, and the guards guarding the important element of the ritual were again unconscious. Luvella was surprised that Zeke knew about the statue being in this house, but he explained that these were quite obvious things, since those guys were hired for money, just like Sid. The boys came close to the statue of Vale, and Moore asked Aina to endow the brush with her holy power for further actions, to which she agreed. As soon as the girl took the brush in her hands, it immediately began to glow with a bright golden light, although Luvella had not yet even done what was asked. But when the cross, which was always and everywhere with her, began to shine in the hands of the saint, then the hand was truly filled with energy. With a heavy sigh, Aina handed the brush to Zeke, saying that she had done everything in her power, and the guy thanked her. Now it was up to Moore, who began to move the brush, initially dipped in paint, over the statue as it needed to be done. When Zeke finished making the statue a little more attractive, he turned to the girl, pointing out that only her finishing touches were missing, and waited for a reaction, but she did not understand why this was necessary. The guy showed Saint the statue and explained that she needed to put her hand on it in order to finally secure the result of their plan. After the holy touch to the idol, the lines that were previously red, as well as the cross and the brush, began to glow golden. Aina said that since everything was now done, she would like to leave here, and Zeke agreed, confirming that the holy aura had been absorbed, so it was possible to leave this place. The guys turned towards the exit, and Moore went first, calling Luvella after him, saying that it would be better for them not to linger here. For some reason, the saint finally turned to the statue, looking at it carefully, as if she was worried about something. Looking at the sea monster, Aina finally asked Zeke if what they did would really stop the ritual, and they succeeded. While the young people were leaving the house where the idol was, which they had successfully dealt with, a special atmosphere was created in the mayor's mansion. The deputy mayor sat in his place in his office at the table, and around him flew the blackened souls that Vale had taken for himself. On the floor of the office, as well as around the city, there were many announcements with portraits of Zeke and Aina. Sitting at the table, the deputy also looked at these two portraits on the advertisements while the souls raged over him. At some point, the announcement with Aina's portrait flew into the air in front of the deputy and began to glow with a purple haze. But the leaf not only continued to float in the air, but began to glow even brighter, and soon caught fire as if from a fire. The deputy smiled angrily as he looked at the smoldering portrait of the girl and, as if no longer a person but an entity, hissed at her, commanding her to follow his call. Meanwhile, Vidge was running as fast as he could in some direction, holding Hans in his bosom like a toy. Zeke's assistant had clearly been in such an uncomfortable position for a long time, since the first thing he told the gentleman was that he was going to throw up in a little while. Vidge, noticing something ahead, made some kind of decision for himself, but at the same time silently responded to Hans's request. The gentleman stopped abruptly, apologized to the young man, and warned him that he needed to move on, and he threw the guy face down into the ground. When Hans got up with a bit of blood under his nose, he saw how Vidge was already running away. But his cries about how you can't just suddenly abandon a person in the middle of nowhere didn't help. The young man remembered how his and Zeke's first trip into the forest with all sorts of evil spirits ended after something rustled in the bushes behind him. Without thinking twice, Hans rushed after Vidge towards the city, and just at that moment, a huge purple grimace lit up in the sky above the settlement. And here's the team for the transformation of the Vale statues, walking along the evening streets of the town to their next destination. Aina's bright head was once again weighed down by thoughts about how correct her actions were now, because something was really gnawing at her. Remembering all the statues that Moore had painted, the girl realized that she was doing the search for idols and other tasks, as the guy told her. But she didn't recognize the runes that he had applied with a brush. Luvella stopped and was distracted from her thoughts because something growled in front of her, but this time it was not so scary. The girl voiced that after such a long time, they saw the undead for the first time on the streets of the settlement, and Zeke in turn noticed that now the zombie looks different from the previous one that attacked them. Looking at the evil spirits from a safe distance, the guys concluded that they began to move more slowly and stagger even more unusually than before. Moore approached the dead man and deftly and accurately hit him at a certain point on the neck, noting that judging by the changes in the appearance and behavior of the dead, his and Aina's efforts were not in vain. Luvella also added from observation that in general, there were significantly fewer undead in the city, and the guy emphasized that it was all thanks to her. It was as if a weight had been lifted from the girl's shoulders, and she folded her hands in prayer and rejoiced that they had succeeded in correcting the situation in the city. When the saint opened her eyes, she saw how Zeke looked at her touchingly, waiting for her to finish her prayer. The guy once again told the girl out loud everything she was afraid of, namely, that he noticed uncertainty on her face when runes were drawn on the idols that she knew nothing about. And Aina confirmed all this by lowering her eyes. The saint asked for forgiveness for possibly showing her distrust of the young man, but in fact she really felt unsure that the runes would work, since she had not known about such a thing in Karvidman. In order to completely dispel what was building up, Aina immediately emphasized the joy that overwhelmed her from the fact that the runes really worked, and the person who came up with them was a real genius, and Zeke asked again if she really thought so. Moore paused for a moment as he remembered something important he wanted to tell Luvella right now. When the guy saw that the saint was listening to him attentively, he said that it was time for them to finish what they had started, namely to go to the last idol in the mayor's mansion, and then Aina immediately expressed her concern about whether they would succeed. Zeke explained that given the work they had done in the last few days and the result they had seen in the form of a weak corpse, they should succeed since the power of the ritual should have fallen. Luvella clarified that the deputy was still in the mansion, and the guy replied that it was more likely yes than no, since he was clearly planning to use that office as the central point of the ritual. After standing for a little while longer, the guys prepared themselves for the most difficult thing that could happen to them, and when Zeke picked up the sword, he suggested that they go. The team headed straight into the mouth of obscurantism to finally finish the ritual dedicated to the stupid fish. The mansion stood silently under the moonlight, and not a single light was on in a single window, as if its entire appearance showed that there was nothing more to look for in it except death. History repeated itself again, and the boys once again walked along a dark corridor, only this time they had no need to sneak inside like thieves. Approaching the door, Aina, like last time, pointed out that there was still an ominous energy there that had not diminished. Zeke immediately asked the girl to stand behind him and emphasized that now only he would be the first to enter everywhere. To his surprise, Moore opened the door and noticed that the room was shining inside, although before that it had been dark, or at least semi-dark. The guy moved and acted very slowly and carefully because those scumbags that idiotic fish was bringing back here could jump out at any moment. Which is what happened when the doors opened enough, and one of the souls with a purple haze slipped right in front of Zeke's nose. The entity flew past the saint like a bullet and broke the window glass behind her and flew away somewhere further. Moore admitted out loud that he hadn't been so surprised by such surprises for a long time, and Ina immediately asked if he was okay. The little devil smiled, and with all his charm and charisma replied that everything was fine with him, because such weak and worthless attacks meant nothing to him. But after these words, the guy's expression changed because he saw what was in the office. What was more important to Zeke at the moment was that he didn't feel the energy of the creatures that resembled death with a scythe. But at the same time, they were floating like ghosts. The saint immediately recognized the entities, calling them shadow demons, but could not understand what such high-level monsters were doing here. Making sounds from the underworld itself, one of the demons showed with all his being that he did not intend to tolerate conversations but challenge to a fight. But given Mora's calmness and reluctance to make a fuss, Demon rushed towards the guy first to complete his task. Having repelled the demonic attack with his sword, Zeke told Ina that if stealth killings were the limit of their abilities, then they could at least prove themselves in this. Moore repelled another attack from the shadow demon, causing sparks to fly from the contact of the weapon and the ghost. The guy began to get irritated by these sharp frontal attacks, and after making a few swings with his sword, he was able to kill one shadow. The slaughter required movement, and after killing one demon, Zeke found himself right in the middle of the office while another one appeared right from the guy's shadow behind him. Ina shouted at Zeke to turn around just in time because the guy was still focused on the first shadow creature. Moore responded to the girl's warning with lightning speed and turned his gaze back, which was already glowing from the activated mana. The demon took advantage of the guy's shadow, and the fact that he was distracted by another enemy rose above him, swinging his scythe and opening his terrible mouth in a terrible scream. Swinging his sword and turning to face the attacker, Zeke admitted that his stealth skills were pretty good. With just one sure swing of his weapon and the destruction of the demon, Moore made it clear to him that even stealth would not help against an opponent like him. When the remains of the shadow demon disappeared in the light beam of the sword, the girl could not understand what was going on here. Lavella ran up and asked if Zeke knew where the demons could have come from, to which he suggested that Valir's servants could have summoned the entities here. Ina was horrified and could not agree with the words of the young man, since the ritual weakened after they drew the runes. And then, out of nowhere, the deputy's voice was heard, which no longer sounded human, but he answered the girl that there was only one answer left, so that the poor thing would not be at a loss for guesses. While the boys were listening to the continuation, which was part of the insidious plan, cracks appeared in the ceiling, although there was no earthquake as such. And the walls also began to shake, causing paintings to fall from them onto the floor, smashing against the floor and other decor. And when pieces of it began to fall from the ceiling onto the floor, the voice ominously continued that the answer was that the ritual had not lost its power after all. Already a little tired from all this running around, Zeke concluded that this was no longer just a scare tactic, but the building was actually collapsing, which spoke of the house as the starting point of the ritual. Lavelle's blood ran cold when she realized that all their fiddling with the runes on the idols had gone down the drain. Moore, having taken control of the situation as much as possible, asked the girl to first get out of here altogether, and putting his mana into the sword, raised it. Sparks flying in all directions, Zeke pointed the charged sword downwards, which was part of his plan. The sword crashed into the floor, throwing not blue sparks but golden ones, which only indicated that it was time to prepare for ejection. While Zeke was holding the sword tightly, explosions had already begun to occur in the office, but Aina stood behind her bodyguard and partner, and obediently waited. Finally, Zeke, realizing that now was the time to get out of here, held Lavella by the back and asked her to hold on as tightly as possible. Just like last time, Moore, holding the girl and holding the sword with his other hand, ran from the beginning of the room to make a jump. The guys jumped out of the mansion like hotcakes straight from the oven, and behind them the explosions only increased. The last explosion was so strong that if the team had stayed there, they would have been burned alive and would have been pinned down by slabs. When the boys found themselves on the ground in front of the mansion, Ina pointed Zeke up, and there really was something to look at. The statue of Vali appeared in all its glory, crackling with lightning, and above the fish, its energy burst forth in the form of the water element. Puddles began to appear on the ground, but not because it started to rain, but because of the flow of water that the deity was calling forth. Under the idol, in the place where the mayor's mansion had been, a fountain of water gushed from the ground, gradually flooding the remains of the dwelling. A deputy appeared from behind the guys with that same book in his hands, which was now blazing with a purple haze even more, and the henchman asked the victims if Vale still didn't look great to them. For the first time, Aina, forgetting all the teachings and rules, was truly angry at the appearance of this vile man. The bastard continued to skillfully play his role and asked the girl to call him by his name, even though he liked the title of deputy. When the possessed person called himself Alid Groton, Luvella only became angrier, and the deputy noticed this and asked what happened to her cute face. Aina voiced that until the very end, she had hoped for the ritual to be weakened, and Alid pathetically threw her an apology for the disappointment, but explained that the mess they had been doing was useless. Lady Luvella directly asked how the deputy could know that they had failed to reduce the idol's power. Alid immediately opened the girl's eyes to his plan, first explaining that he himself helped them, because guards were located throughout the area to lead the heroes to the idols. And now, when the cards were revealed, the henchman reported the main task for which everything was done, namely to bring the saint to their order, which took the poor fellow by surprise. Looking at the weapon of death, Alid mentioned that the strength was not enough to bring the girl to the right place because Zeke intervened. Showing how proud the deputy was of himself, he clarified that they had made efforts to ensure that Luvella herself came to the heart of the ritual by convincing her that their team would successfully prevent a catastrophe. Alid, using Zeke's own words that after the destruction of the other statues, he would return for the last and most important one, took into account the fact that the return of the saint was inevitable. Aina didn't even know what to say anymore. She had recently felt so much darkness within herself, over which light had previously prevailed. Moore looked at the sick bastard and the book in his hands, asking directly whether he was preparing a speech or eavesdropping on them, to which Alid assured the guys that they should be grateful. The henchman even specified such a detail as the not particularly well-composed portrait of Zeke on the ad for their quick and comfortable movement around the city. Stretching out into a creepy and wide smile, the madman opened the curtain of the future to the guys, saying that there were a few hours left before the uprising of the army of the inhabitants of this city, and then he extended his hand to Luvella, calling on her to join. The saint looked at the scumbag in front of her and remained silent even after she had fully stated her name, urging her to join them. But the girl showed with her whole appearance how fiercely she hated this bastard with his obsession with a fucking underfish. The water was growing more and more, but Luvella told Alid that she would lay down her life but would never allow his plan to come true. Having heard the girl say that she was ready to die, the deputy liked this idea, and so he let the carrion in. Alid mentioned to the girl that he had already used force to hold her back, but now it would be much easier to do so. The guys stood back to back, and Aina thanked Zik, but he did not understand firstly why such talkativeness at such a moment, and secondly what to thank him for. Luvella admitted that in fact if it weren't for the courage and bravery of the master, she would have been dead long ago. Unexpectedly for herself, the saint asked Mora to run away from here, and she would do everything to prevent a catastrophe. But Zeke was still interested in the question of gratitude because there was no place for it, since there should be more accusation of false hope. Alid intervened in the conversation, telling the guy not to pretend that he understood something, because in fact everything was the opposite. But Moore shut the idiot's mouth by knowing his plan in advance, and was aware that playing with coloring idols wouldn't work. Also, the imp, having looked almost into the very soul of the henchman, mentioned his words about the help provided for them to bring Luvella here, and that he also knew about this. Passions grew, and Alid glared at the guy, wondering why the hell he was doing what was required for the ritual. Zeke smiled sweetly at the possessed man, and now it was his turn to lift the veil, announcing that he simply needed to stall for time. The guy managed to catch the bastard off guard because he stood with his mouth open and did not understand what exactly happened, but his veins were already trembling, and he had a feeling that something was already going wrong. And when an explosion occurred behind the rubble and the remains of the house, more reminiscent of a bloody meat grinder, Zeke said that he was stalling for time precisely for the one who was already very close. Moore turned towards the bloody massacre, sarcastically clarifying to Alid that he still wouldn't understand who they were talking about. But the most important thing was that the guy was pleased with such a long-awaited guest. In the forest, in a clearing, there were many bloody dead people who had been dealt with by someone with the talent of a jewelry killer. There was so much blood that the man stepped into one of these puddles as he approached the place where he was invited. The carrion kept falling and falling, but other than becoming a piece of meat, nothing else was in store for them, at least with this craftsman. The gray-haired knight, whose hand Zeke once shook, made his way through the thickets of the forest and the dead, cutting them lengthwise and crosswise. It was not for nothing that Moore made the slip of the tongue when he met Mr. Vidge, that he remembered him from his past life as a Tasman killing machine. Aled got seriously nervous when he heard who was approaching the city, and couldn't believe it because he remembered that Vidge was leaving the settlement. Zeke clarified that it was he who asked the uncle to come back, which made the possessed man shake with anger. Aled screamed furiously that no matter how strong that bastard Vidge was, nothing would save him from the power of the ritual, and raised the book up from which a bright purple light was pouring. Water was making its way from underground and through rock crevices to the main source, which was just beginning to gain momentum. Aina and Zik noticed that behind their backs there was no longer a small fountain, but a real stream of living force that was striving towards the deity. And then, above their heads, the elements turned into a huge water snake, several dozen times larger than the people who stood on the ground. Moore, without turning to Luvella, asked her not to panic and just stand behind him, but something began to shine brightly behind him. And when Zeke turned to the source of light, he saw how Aina was burning with a sacred flame and the cross that she was holding too. Luvella reminded herself that she was, after all, a candidate for the Saints of Carvidman, so she would also fight side by side with the knight. Zika was amused by the attitude of this sweet and modest-looking girl, so he smiled and sarcastically emphasized her responsibility. The boy's sword was always at the ready, and this time he needed to concentrate again on charging it with his mana. When Moore felt that he was ready to fight, he put his sword in front of him, right towards the mouth of the water fish. Zeke jumped off the ground straight into Vale's mouth, while Luvella also valiantly remained in place, not lowering her head in fear and holding the cross tightly in her hands. The fish turned into a huge column of water that fell like a heavy weight onto the ground, undermining it and throwing stones to the sides with the force of the water. Aled just stood there all this time and watched as what he had been striving for came true in an instant. Telling himself that it was all quite a chore, but the result was worth it, the henchman was glad that now the girl and the guy were dead. And Aled was very happy too early, because Zik's leg appeared from the column of water and, as always in his usual manner, asked if the fun was really over. The young people emerged from the water trap, wet but safe and sound, as if they had not been swallowed by a huge deity. The grown-up guy felt like a little loser who was disappointed that he didn't get a good grade for his work because he couldn't understand how they both got out of the water alive if they were standing right under attack. And then Zeke decided to enlighten the dunce a little by explaining that regardless of the enormity of the water column, the pressure can be reduced, due to which it turns into a waterfall. Zeke mentioned that they did have a guest when he heard the confident steps of another person approaching them. Before the eyes of all those present appeared that very Tasman death machine in the person of Mr. Vija, who left behind a trail of his power. Aled was so confused that his hands dropped, holding the book and trying to defend himself. He decided to attack first, threatening Vidge that he would sacrifice him at any cost. Mr. Vidge did not pay attention to empty threats and approached the enemy closely, striking with his sword. But if Aled was able to dodge, the book suffered because one of its pages was cut. The key to chaos and death fell to the ground but continued to glow with a purple haze. Only now, it was uncontrollable energy. Suddenly the book came to life, and on its cover appeared a terrible face personifying what it brings into this world, and the demon screamed, not receiving what he wanted any further. At such moments, Vijay's conversation was short, and in order to shut up this screaming, creepy thing, he simply stuck the tip of his sword right into its mouth. Since the key had already gained quite a lot of power, a light touch of the sword would not have been enough to destroy it, and the warrior had to make an effort to destroy the book. When the key was finished, Vidge looked at the pitiful sight that was the remains of Valir's artifact, and he felt disgusted. The boys looked up at the statue, which, although still glowing, was behaving even more strangely than before, so everyone froze in anticipation. The effect of the key's destruction did not take long to appear, and the statue of Vale, with a roar and a whistle, fell to where the source of water had originally flowed. Everyone who was nearby felt something like an earthquake, as if not everything was over yet, and there was a threat to the city. The deputy rejoiced, shouting that he had managed to ensure that the day of judgment would come and that now the great Vale would rule. Vija was fed up with the madman's behavior in general, and raising his sword over him, he demanded to explain how everything would happen next if the key had been destroyed. Aled, bearing his creepy smile, explained that despite the destruction of the book, the power that the idol had absorbed was already flowing underground, and the ritual process had been launched. Purple-black clusters were indeed flying over the city, and the deputy was furiously shouting that now nothing would interfere with the power of the ritual, except for the moment when the entire city would be engulfed by it. Alid laughed hysterically at the others, forcing them to listen as the underground waters, filled with Valir's energy, rushed to the surface, expecting that this would instill even more fear. But it was after the possessed man's words that silence fell, and everyone except the imp was in shock and stupor. And when Alid asked out loud in disappointment why nothing had happened, Zeke asked if he really wanted to know the answer to this question. Moore sat down as close as possible to the bastard, and looking into his eyes explained that he had brazenly lied when he said that that wimp on the idols meant nothing. Reading the silent question in Alid's eyes, the guy explained that in fact the scribbles on the statues were real runes to prevent the ritual. And as per tradition, Moore smiled, happy that he had managed to turn everything around like that. But he got special pleasure when he asked how it had been for the bastard to feel the sweet taste of short-term hope. The next day, the city was more alive than ever and filled with people, each doing their own thing. The counters and shops now worked smoothly, attracting even more customers who were already very much missing the quiet life. In the city center, at the fountain, everyone who was involved yesterday in the opportunity to change the fate of the city gathered, and Vidge expressed his gratitude to Mr. Zeke. Sir Widge, holding a small piece of paper in his hand, was glad to say that it was thanks to this note from Moore that he very quickly learned of the danger that threatened Miss Louvel and arrived just in time. Since Zeke wasn't particularly keen on praise, he explained that he had simply correctly calculated the time that Hans needed to find the mister, and on top of that, the guy modestly stated that he had simply done a good deed. Moore glanced back at his assistant out of the corner of his eye, smiling at how the poor guy had to be a speed horse while he was still suffering from the fact that Mr. Widge had left him alone in that terrible forest. The guys had already gathered to go on their way, so Zeke shook Aina's hand and she made an attempt to hold the young man for a little while longer, suggesting that he rest in the temple. But the imp refused, emphasizing that he really needed to move on and not linger in one place. Zeke looked at Hans, who was ready to follow him, and made the verdict that he had already decided on his next destination a long time ago. While the boys continued their journey into the unknown, Vidge and Aina returned to the temple to rest and recover from the chaos that had occurred. The gentlemen were walking and chatting, and the bodyguard listened attentively to Lady Louvella, who told them what she had learned from Hans about the adventures of Mr. Zeke from the Krepostl family, where he was the eldest son. The menacing man who just yesterday was chopping up the dead for meat now expressed his sincere surprise that Zeke was really one of those very defenders of the fortress. Aina smiled and was touched by the guard's reaction, but she answered not quite confidently, since she herself did not understand whether Hans was joking or telling the truth. Vidge, calculating everything in advance to avoid problems, concluded that they should not include Mr. Zeke in the report. The knight justified his decision by saying that if Vale found out that Zeke had taught them runes that could interrupt the ritual, he could be hunted. Louvella remembered how, under Mora's careful guidance, she drew runes on paper and agreed with her bodyguard that he was right. Widge informed the lady that he needed to leave for a meeting with the Holy Pope, and she blessed her guard and let him go. Aina followed Vijay with her eyes and calmly walked further through the temple, not noticing how someone was watching her from behind one of the columns. Coming out into the light, the girl introduced herself to the same handsome guy who had cut off Zeke's head, and he, putting his hand on the armor, asked if she was Miss Aina Louvella. Aina was surprisingly anxious when she saw the one she had actually helped in her past life, and asked who was in front of her now. The knight introduced himself as Glenn Zenard, placing his hand on the armor again, only closer to the order so that the girl would notice him. The attraction worked, and Aina immediately realized that in front of her was a representative of the elite of the Grail Knights, who was supposed to come to the aid of the order. Glenn bowed to curry favor and, sweetening his speech, began to express that it was a great honor for him to provide support to Carvidman. Louvella was a little embarrassed, but still asked how Sir Glenn knew her, since it seemed like they had never met before. The knight put it all down to the fact that he had heard a lot about the lady from people, and, in order to shift the focus of attention, he said that he would like to meet her in a more public setting, but found out that the miss was not feeling very well. Aina was surprised that this young man knew so much about her, including the fact that she needed rest now, but Glenn continued to pour out that perhaps this was rude, but if a girl was worried about something, then he would gladly listen to her problems. Louvella was even more confused by this behavior, but in her modest manner, she thanked the young man, explaining that at the moment she was fine, and even if she looked worried, it was only because she needed rest. Glenn realized that it was better not to put pressure on the girl any further and asked for forgiveness for delaying her on the way to his chambers to regain his strength. Finally, the guy added that he was pleased to meet such a respectable representative of the order. The knight watched Aina walk away smoothly strolling through the temple, heading into the room to rest. The pretty face of the handsome scoundrel suddenly changed to a stern grimace that even Zeke was not able to make, and all because he felt the changes that occurred after the key of distortion of fate hit his heart. Meanwhile, the travelers were already close to the mining town of Suola, but instead of going there, they were busy with more interesting things. Again the forest and again more monsters, which meant only one thing. Hans was training again, only this time the object of the fight was larger and more ferocious. The poor guy was out of breath and could barely stand on his feet looking at the monster. But the most important thing was that he survived and managed to defeat the giant. Zeke did not miss the opportunity and praised his assistant, emphasizing that his skills were getting better and better each time, and even now he was able to cope with a huge troll. According to the script, the next troll should have appeared now, but instead, a human scream was heard from the thicket, which neither Hans nor Moore understood. And indeed, from behind the bushes and trees the next moment a young man flies out, his heels flashing, and after him, a bunch of goblins, whom Hans had defeated at the very beginning of his journey, rushed in pursuit. Zeke only needed to swing his charged sword once, and it was like a scythe, cutting down 4 goblins at once while the guy stood cowering. The boy looked back to where red eyes should have been glowing and sharp teeth should have been shining, but instead, there was a pile of monsters lying there. The guy approached the guys and timidly thanked them for saving him, to which Zeke indifferently replied that it was not a problem for them. Hans asked a young man who looked like him why he was running away from the goblins or why they were chasing him. Still embarrassed, the boy admitted that he was training here so that he could become an adventurer in the future. For the first time, the mentor and the mentee not only had similar reactions on their faces, but also the same question: what does this even mean? The young man continued to explain that while he had not yet become a miner, he was trying to train because he dreamed of adventure. A man suddenly appeared behind the boys, looking stern and speaking no less sternly, addressing the student. The mentor ordered his protege to quickly approach him and began to shame him for not being able to deal with the goblin on his own. The young man shouted that he was already on his way, but before that he turned to Zeke, asking his name so that he could later find him and repay him for saving him. The boy noticed that Moore was taciturn, so he started first and introduced himself as Snock, expecting the guys to also meet him halfway in conversation. The little devil briefly replied that he was Zeke, and that was enough for the guy, so he was already rushing towards the teacher, shouting, "See you soon!" Hans turned to his mentor, not understanding what had just happened and who this adventurer trainer was, but Moore picked his ear and replied that he didn't care. Zeke ordered his assistant to stop wasting time, but he didn't say it just like that, but because he noticed someone. All that Moore managed to tell Hans was that he should now try to knock out this handsome man who had just appeared behind the guy and raised a club over him. But he did not understand at all what was being discussed. And the student and teacher, for now, returned to the city in complete silence and walked along a huge mine where rays of light barely penetrated. The mentor finally turned to Snoke, pointing out to him that it would be worthwhile to use his mana even for walking, and the young man said that he understood. But the next moment, given the darkness in the mine, the guy tripped over the first stone that came under his feet. The poor guy fell to the ground with a scream, face down, while the teacher continued walking forward, not paying any attention to him. This was the last straw for the mentor's patience, and turning to Snoke, he growled at him, asking how much longer he would be so clumsy. While the boy was sitting on the ground and rubbing his injured leg, the teacher snapped that he had had enough and was leaving, and let the boy do whatever he wanted. Schnock woke up when the mentor said that the training was over for today, and it would be better for him to disappear from sight before he got even more angry. Somehow the young man got to his feet, begging the teacher to wait because he really wanted to continue his studies, but he was adamant. Suddenly Snock heard some sounds and then movement near his leg and, looking down, saw a mole there. The little animal was in no hurry to run away, but on the contrary, sniffed at what and who was next to him while the guy looked at him. Snock carefully examined the place where he met the Earth guest, and seeing the cliff in front of him, he concluded that this was not the safest place for the little one. The young man sat down next to the animal to be closer to it, and the mole also turned towards the man, making a funny sound, after which Snock asked the baby to return home away from the dangerous place. After his request, the boy stood up and went on his way, hoping that everything would be okay with the mole. But the little paws began to actively stomp after the chosen one, not wanting to return to where he came from. Snock continued walking further, because with his loud steps, he did not notice how the beast was sneaking up on his heels. And the faster the guy walked, the faster the mole had to move his paws in order to keep up with the man and not lose sight of him. When the young man stopped and turned around, he was surprised that the baby was backing up behind him and begged him not to say that he had nowhere else to go. But the little one only made a funny sound again, as if confirming the man's fears. The guy was a little confused looking at the tiny creature, because he didn't understand what to do with it now and how to proceed. The animal's joyful reaction did not take long to come after Snock offered to go with him, since they had no other options. Unlike the taverns on the streets and at home where it was already dark, life in the beer tavern was just picking up speed, and from there you could hear the shouts of drunken visitors and the banging of beer mugs on the table. At one of the tables, there were guys sitting with beer and snacks, and Hans turned to Zeke, saying that he was interested in finding out something while they were getting to the city, and he clarified what exactly. While eating meat, Hans, with her mouth full, asked Mora why he had chosen Duel as his next target after their visit to Porty. Zeke wasn't that surprised, but he was surprised that his assistant remembered his words about the next point they would visit, and Hans was a little outraged by this. So he defended himself, pointing out that he wasn't a blockhead to forget such fresh conversations. Before Moore began his meal, he told the young man that the reason for their visit to the mining town was one day that was getting closer and closer, and Hans immediately asked a counter question about the day. Zeke answered honestly that even if he explained, the guy still wouldn't understand what day was approaching, but since Hans was now in the same team with him, he would still try to tell. From his past life, Moore remembered the day when the city of Swole was destroyed to the ground by the terrible deity of destruction and death, Novem. While the guys were eating and drinking in the bar, Snock carried his new friend in his arms, thinking along the way what name to give the little animal. And the first was Marie. The second attempt was to give the name Nosik, but the boy himself did not like it, and he decided that it would be great to give some sophisticated nickname. And when it came to mind, the boy happily lifted the mole above himself and called him Novum. The young man held the small spotted animal, and looking straight into its beady eyes, firmly declared that from that moment on, he would only be called Novum. The silence of the collapsed mine was broken only by the wind and sounds coming from outside that echoed throughout it, and the source of light was the moonlight. Thanks to the fact that the mentor strictly indicated to the boy that the lessons were over, he was able to meet in the depths of the mine with someone who was completely hidden with the help of a cloak. The mysterious man handed the teacher a bag of gold coins, dryly praising him for a job well done. The mentor immediately untied the knot a little to make sure that his reward was really in place, because you can expect anything from such people. The greedy eyes filled with life from seeing the money, and only this brought a smile to the scoundrel's face. Recalling the moment of the boy's encounter with the mole, the teacher asked whether their deal was completed given the encounter of that little fool with the animal, to which he was answered in the affirmative. The false teacher's black soul was warmed even more by the fact that now he wouldn't have to pretend to be a mentor and fuss over that weak brat. Again, the man in the cloak dryly thanked the pawn for providing such an important and valuable service to them. Also, before leaving, the Dark One pointed out that it was thanks to the man and his game of teacher that the plan could now be brought to life. The seller threw a stone block onto the Yatka with a crash, loudly declaring that such a rock is rare and can only be found once in 1,000 years. Hans, like a magpie, approached the seller and, pointing his finger at the stone, asked again if what he had just heard was true. But the guy didn't even have time to hear the man's answer before he was distracted by a woman from a nearby clothing counter shouting that the shirt she was holding in her hands would suit him very well. Hans had already started walking towards the clothes stall to get a shirt when the cook from the opposite bench called him, enticing him with his huge paw on a bone baked in a special sauce. The young man was unable to hold back and put on his shirt and began to eat the roast, all the while asking Sir Zeke if this clothing suited him, while somehow feeling Spanish shame for his assistant. Moore looked at Hans, who was carried away by the other counters, and was surprised at how the guy was able to restrain himself for so long. Accidents are not accidental, because it was at that moment, when an unfamiliar passerby ran into Zeke, that information was heard about Snoke, who had been deceived. The gray-haired man was talking to a younger boy who asked if the adventurer teacher had interrupted the classes, but the old man asked the young man not to even ask about the incident. Moore continued to absorb the conversation of the two men who definitely had some connection to Snoke, and the elder shared that the boy was so shocked by the teacher's refusal to give lessons that he now doesn't even stick his nose out of the house. The imp remembered that Snock was the same boy they met in the forest when he was running away from the goblins. Zeke had already caught in the forest the enthusiasm and zeal with which the young man studied and the indifference with which the so-called teacher treated him. Moore confirmed his own suspicions that the scumbag was not a teacher at all, but a crook, because he immediately aroused suspicion, and then Hans's scream pulled him out of his analysis of the guy. The assistant walked happily towards his master in a new shirt and with a full bag of all sorts of goodies, waving his hand. Hans without his armor looked like one of the town's citizens, only brighter and louder in behavior, because having collected a bunch of delicious food, the guy rushed to Moore so that he would definitely try everything. In the house that stood in the middle of the clearing, a dim light was burning in one of the windows, and outside the wind was tearing off the leaves, enveloping the ground in the coolness of the night. Snock had been lying on the bed in his room for a really long time, because there was a pile of plates on the table and things were scattered on the floor. The guy was clearly exhausted, at least mentally and at most physically, which had already affected his appearance, but this did not affect his apathetic state, and he simply stared at the ceiling. The little animal came to its owner and started making its funny sounds, and only to this did Snock react, asking his friend that he was probably bored. When the boy lowered his hand to the animal, it sweetly leaned against his palm, caressing and continuing to make its meek sounds. Snock laid his friend down next to him on the bed and sat up to see him, and then began to scratch his tummy, saying how well the little one was living and how nothing was bothering him. The mole turned over on its paws and, making a longer sound than usual, began waving its front paw, which surprised the guy. The next moment, the mole squeaked and jumped on Snoke's face, so that his eyes were closed, and the boy could not understand at all what was happening, but only guessed that the pet was taking revenge on him for something. If it weren't for the sound the guy heard, he might not have removed the animal from his face, but there was no time for laughter or games. Snock, holding the mole in his hands, rose up on the bed and looked towards the room where the door was, asking who had come to see him. From such a surge of adrenaline, the young man even got out of bed and, frozen in the middle of the room, stared at the open door, which itself never opened like that. Approaching the door, the guy stood at the threshold and looked out onto the street. But it was quiet and dark there, and there was not a single hint of someone's presence. The young man took hold of the door handle and began to close it so that at least he would be at peace with one task and it would not bother his eyes. And while Snock was reassuring himself that it seemed to him as if someone had entered the house, behind his back stood that same stranger who had paid the imposter to play the mentor in order to carry out his plan. In the evening, the guys walked along the streets of the city, and Hans watched with a smile as Zeke finally gave in to the temptation to eat all those delicacies that the guy had bought. The assistant could not resist and joyfully asked if the sir now agreed that the food here was very tasty, but Mr. Seriousness continued to chew silently. What really confused Mora until now was his assistant's clothes, which he also bought at the market today, led by how the saleswoman flattered him and the imp suggested that the guy change clothes. Hans was upset that the gentleman hinted to him about how stupid he looked in his clothes and mentioned that same saleswoman and her chatter about how the shirt suited the young man. Thanks to Zeke's skills, in addition to Hans whining that he didn't want to take off his new clothes, he noticed something flying over the rooftops. Looking closely, Moore saw that behind one shadow, many more of these people in robes began to jump across the rooftops. Hans was taken aback, immediately shouting at Zeke in a high-pitched voice what the hell was going on the roof. But the imp asked absolutely calmly if it was really not obvious that these were people. Another thing that interested Zeke, in addition to the strange people in robes jumping on the roofs at night, was what they were jumping with. Moore recognized the immobilized body in the hands of one of the jumpers as the same boy who had been betrayed by the false teacher, and there were only two questions. What was happening, and where were they dragging him? As soon as the pack of jumpers became suspicious for Zeke, he thought about the fact that maybe it was worth catching up with them, and was guided by the fact that this would be quite useful for a good deed. The thought of a good deed prevailed, and Moore handed Hans a bag of food and asked him to return to the inn, and the young man, of course, asked where the gentleman was going. Zeke hadn't even managed to finish saying that he needed to run away on some business before he was already running as fast as he could, and Hans's persuasion to hold back his horses and explain everything didn't help. Mr. Seriousness was also no slouch, so after a good run he decided to follow the example of the mysterious horses, and also jumped onto the roofs. It didn't take Zeke much time or effort to catch up with the people in robes, and as he approached, he called out to them, drawing their attention to himself. The little devil suggested that the jumpers stop and have a heart-to-heart talk, but they ran like crazy, as if death itself was rushing after them. While Zeke was shouting to the Dark Ones that he had a number of questions about the carry-on luggage that they were dragging behind them, one person nevertheless turned around and hid one of his hands in his robe trying to get something. When the jumper's hand came into view again, a dagger flew out of it towards Zeke, indicating that this specimen was supposed to detain the one who had fallen on their tail. This is not the first time that the young man, who has been in the role of the Demon Lord, has performed such tricks with daggers and other weapons flying in his direction. Just as a sharp blade was thrown at Mora while running, the guy, without losing his grip, also caught the weapon in his hand on the fly and continued running after the Dark Ones. This time it was Zeke's turn to serve, and with a good swing he returned the item to its owner, because the guy was well-mannered and did not take other people's things for himself. The man who carried Snoke on his shoulder received the blade back, the only thing in the back, but the idea was realized. The wounded horse fell from the roof of the house and the boy with it, but the other shadows were not going to stop and descended towards the victim and the injured party. When the people in robes descended to the ground, they immediately picked up the boy in order to hide from prying eyes as quickly as possible. But the shadows didn't take into account that their opponent not only had quick eyes that initially noticed them, but also had a rather quick style of solving problems. In fact, while the mysterious jumpers descended to the ground and picked up the boy, Zeke was already standing there waiting for someone to pay attention to him, and when that happened, he just wanted to know who these frisky guys were. One of the team of jumpers continued to hold the boy on his shoulder, and he remained unconscious, and next to him lay one of the bodies of the one at whom Zeke threw the dagger, but there was no answer to the question. Instead of getting to know each other and talking, the one holding Snoke pointed his finger at Mora and commanded the others to kill him right now. The shadows pulled out the same daggers as one of their dead colleagues at work and rushed to the imp to carry out the order. Zeke didn't like such a rude introduction, and he got angry at these pseudo-bats who were too lazy to simply answer the question. Having deftly dodged a blow from one of the fighter's blades, the imp swung his hand to give the boar a good whack, and he noticed it. Mana was activated, which meant that Moore wouldn't get by with just a slap in the face, so just in case, he immediately slammed the mantle-bearer's head into the ground. Another armed bat was approaching, and its dagger was also emitting a purple glow. It was enough for Moore to level up after the previous fighter in order to now dodge the second attacker's weapon strike. Since it was Zeke's turn now, he grabbed his opponent by the head and fixed his face with his surgical knee. The man who was holding the boy saw that things were bad and immediately jumped onto the roof, continuing to move towards the goal while Moore pushed the impudent mantle-bearer away from himself with his foot. Looking at the roof of the house behind which the main scoundrel had disappeared with the boy in his arms, Moore cursed loudly because such people would only complicate life for themselves and others. With a deft jump, Zeke rushed straight from the spot onto the roof, sarcastically shouting at the kidnapper to wait for him, because he was also interested in what would happen. In addition to the wind that was ruffling the leaves of the trees in the forest, one could hear the running of a man who was trying to catch up with the kidnapper. Zeke ran so fast that it seemed that it was not the wind that was shaking the trees and tearing off the leaves, but he, with his running. But the most important thing is that Moore did not lose sight of the man in the robe who was still carrying the boy's body, and the guy had only one question. Where was this scarecrow taking the boy? The imp continued to follow the shadow and was very surprised when it ran inside the abandoned mine. Zeke was determined to continue pursuing the kidnapper, but right in front of him, as if out of nowhere, other fighters appeared, blocking his path. The people's faces, as well as their bodies, were completely covered by robes, but their appearance only indicated that there was no sign of friendliness here. Zeke stared at the bats, trying to find out again who they were, and even made a guess himself whether they were doppelgangers. But the boys were taciturn, and instead decided to simply give Moore a warm welcome with the help of those same blades and ran towards him. This time, Zeke didn't need a sword, and with the help of cold calculation, he made the same number of swings of the dagger as there were opponents, namely 3. It didn't go without getting dirty, but Moore didn't pay attention to it. He was more concerned that something was fishy here, and it concerned those he had just killed. Looking at the 3 corpses, Zeke did not understand what such skilled people, who could be equated to assassins in terms of skills, were doing here. Blood flowed from the dagger onto the ground, which the imp once again spilled in the name of good, because if the fighters had not blocked his path and allowed him to save the boy, then no one would have died. The guy himself remembered that he came to this city again because of the approaching catastrophe, and at the same time, the appearance of these warriors coincided. Lost in thought, Zeke stared at one point, trying to concentrate on the most important thing, and began to put forward various assumptions. When the young man saw that one of the fighters was still alive and began to rise, Moore asked him if he could hear. There was no answer, but Zeke still asked the following. Are the warriors connected with the terrible ritual that is dedicated to the god of destruction, Novem? Meanwhile, the shadow led the boy where he needed to go, and all that was left was to wait until he woke up. But for now, there was deathly silence in the mine. Snock woke up from hearing the familiar sound of his little friend who was calling him with all his might and asking him to wake up with his funny sound. The boy saw how the mole desperately pulled him by the sleeve as hard as it could, as if trying to get him away from here as quickly as possible. But when the young man asked where they were and how they got there, the animal was suddenly grabbed by an unknown man in a robe, and the poor thing began to kick and squeal. Snock, already disoriented and frightened, raised his hand, calling on the stranger to let Novem go, because he was in pain. But instead of letting go of the little one, the bastard grabbed the boy by the throat so tightly that he didn't even have time to scream. Having lifted the boy above the ground, the kidnapper smiled and looked at both the animal and Snoke, and smiling ominously, said how curiously everything was turning out. Snock was starting to get angry at what was happening to him, but the bastard continued to hold him by the neck, saying that he had unexpectedly learned that the boy was not a cowardly puppy. Bearing his grin even wider, Shadow sarcastically asked the boy if he was really behaving this way because he was attached to this mole. With the child's body in his hands, the mantle-bearer stepped towards the place where he needed to continue his intended plan. And having approached the right place, the scoundrel threw Snoke so that the unfortunate man hit his back on a rocky embankment of boulders. Somehow getting up, the boy asked what kind of nonsense the stranger was talking about the mole and everything he had said before. Suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to what he saw when he was able to get up normally and open his eyes and not experience terrible pain. Snock looked at the rubble of the mine and recognized to the marrow of his bones the place of the collapsed mine, and it was pressing on him, but not by the sight of huge boulders. The boy came closer and touched the stones, feeling what others did not feel, but at the same time he did not say anything to the stranger behind his back. Peering into the depths of the stones, the guy heard a question from a stranger. Was it really possible to see something, or maybe there was something wrong with the boulders? Snock didn't answer, because instead of him, the face answered, on which a feeling of pain appeared when the shadow asked if the kid was looking for something on the other side of the rubble. Turning sharply to the one who had already scared the boy pretty badly, he could not believe it and could not understand how this man knew about his life story. As if continuing to read thoughts, the Dark One smiled and said that magic had nothing to do with it, because in the child's eyes one could read sadness and despair from being in this place. The bastard hit Snoke in the most sensitive spot when he pointed out that he was looking at the boulders as if they were his father's grave, and the boy was surprised that the stranger knew his dad. The plan could not be broken. So the henchman said that he really knew the boy's father and, as proof, asked him to look carefully at the source of light among the stones. Among the boulders, a stone with an engraving glowed, as it was a signet that kept the beast of the mine under lock and key. And then, an unknown person enlightened the boy that his father accidentally caught this signet ring while working in the mines. Continuing the logical chain, the man in the robe said that the violation of the integrity of the seal led to the awakening and release of the mine beast. Since the deity was huge and destructive, the mine was filled up in a short time and few people managed to survive. In conclusion, for the ritual to begin, the shadow explained to the boy that it was precisely because of the awakening of the beast that his father was unable to escape and was buried alive under the stones. It was already hard for Snoke to survive the loss, and now, having heard the reason for his father's death, he became completely dejected. But the bastard in the robe did not stop, but on the contrary, continued to achieve his goal, so he immediately asked if he was filled with anger. As if the devil, a shadow descended to the young man's ear and began to whisper to him that now he knew because of whom his father died, and thanks to whom the boy hated the work of a miner. The last time the stranger repeated the beast of the mine, and the boy began to shake, although he himself did not yet understand why. The pain in the guy's heart was replaced by fierce anger and a desire to kill the one who took the most valuable thing. His eyes filled with rage and his teeth clenched, wanting to sink into the beast's throat. In a moment of overflowing desire for revenge, the shadow pushed a tiny mole towards the guy and told him to pass judgment right then and there. Bearing his evil smile, the mantle-bearer pointed out that right now, the boy had the opportunity to kill the one he hated so fiercely. Snock returned to himself for a moment and stared at the stranger, not understanding what little Novum had to do with it. The henchman immediately made it clear that this cute little animal was the cause of the earthquake that killed the boy's father. Holding the mole by the scruff of the neck, the scoundrel said something that broke the young man's heart into pieces, and there was no longer any room for trust and love. Snoke didn't even have the strength to cry. He was so overcome with despair when he heard that the baby was the mind beast. The bastard didn't let Novum escape, no matter how hard he tried to wave his paws, but only kept saying that this little bastard would walk around next to the guy as a member of the family of the parents he killed. The boy's soul was empty, and the first thing that could now enter it, thanks to the influence of the Dark One, was the desire for revenge. Like a sponge, Snock absorbed the energy of that very destructiveness and death, becoming a shell for such dark energy. Zeke continued to run in the direction of the kidnapper and the boy, and in his head he kept cursing at one of the assassins. As soon as Moore asked the survivor about Novum and his awakening, that idiot blew himself up and almost dragged the guy to the grave. Zeke admitted that no matter how unexpected the explosion was, it was still very skillful, since his clothes almost burned. The guy analyzed that the assassins in robes used fire magic and, in addition, had artifacts in their arsenal for equipment. And the conclusion that Moram made was that, given where one of them was moving in this explosion, the fighters were still connected with Novum. Zeke ran to the entrance to the mine but stopped and continued thinking about who was behind the guys in dark robes. Red smoke was seeping out from under the cracks in the stone road, and Moore noticed it under his feet, but he felt an aura and not a smell. Realizing that something had apparently already happened, the imp took out his sword and stood waiting to meet someone or something. One thing Zeke knew for sure was that the sword had to be pointed at the entrance to the mine, since the largest red smoke was coming from there. When Moore saw the one coming out of the cave, he couldn't believe his eyes, because the puzzle of what he remembered from his past life didn't fit together. A man surrounded by a destructive aura came out to meet the guy, the tongues of which were black and red, and they circled around their owner. Zeke looked at the same boy whom he already knew and whom he was in a hurry to save, but instead he said not his name, but the name of the one whose eyes looked into the very soul. Since the boy standing in front of the guy was the one he and Hans had met in the forest, Moore hid his sword and simply watched what would happen next. Zeke turned to the boy asking about his name in an attempt to make sure that even if the boy's mind was taken over by the beast, it might still be possible to save him. Novum continued to stand in front of Moore, not saying a word, but he still asked the boy about the assassins and what was happening now with his aura. Zeke realized that even though Snoke's body was in front of him, he seemed to be unconscious since he was not reacting in any way to questions or to requests for an explanation. The guy decided to check what would happen if he said the name of the one who was actually standing in front of him, and the creature began to twitch nervously when his real name was announced. Considering that Novum is a mind beast, he bared his teeth and hissed at the enemy, who by calling him by name essentially provoked him to attack. Zeke clearly felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake like an earthquake and prepared himself for the possibility of having to eject. Novum, controlling the resource that was its basis, suddenly grew sharp stones from under the ground from which Moore successfully jumped back. An ordinary person would have died long ago or run away, but Moore not only could cope with the creature's attack, but also thought about the fact that his behavior this time was different, which was strange. Watching the beast's habits and how it attacks and what it uses for this, Zeke tried to remember whether Novum was like in his past life. And while Moore was jumping from obstacle to obstacle that the beast put in front of him, he realized that during his last meeting with Novum, he remembered him as a rational deity, unlike the one who was now raging in blind rage. Zeke used the barriers of the deity in order to get closer to him, and now he was doing it so that Novum was disoriented. The imp managed to drive the beast into a stupor, since it could not understand where its target had disappeared to, since it had just been jumping among the stones. Moore shouted to Novum already when he was flying with a sword at him from above, and this time the weapon was filled with energy like never before. While striking, the guy warned that if Novum did not want to arrange a bloody massacre, it would be better to restrain himself and change everything before it was too late. The beast managed to put up a defense in the form of a stone wall, but Zeke's sword was still able to not only withstand this force, but also cut it. The rock was cut through like butter by Mora's blade, and this only added to the weapon's activated mana energy. The debris from the block created by the creature flew in different directions, and Novum became even more angry because he did not understand why the enemy was also strong. Hatred and the desire to destroy filled the boy's heart and drove the beast, which only gave rise to uncontrollable aggression. Zeke, not wanting to kill Novum in order to have the opportunity to save the body of the guy he had inhabited, held firm, but in order to at least slightly restrain the raging man, he flicked one of the fragments in his direction. The pebble flew at Novum with such force that he released part of his energy from his mouth in the form of a beam and fell to the ground. Moore jumped back to a safe distance, realizing that the beast could now become even more angry and that he needed to be prepared for its attacks. The guy was surprised that with such force as he hit the boy, it would have been enough for an ordinary person to pass out. But it turned out the opposite, that Novum became even more resilient. Indeed, the eyes of the deity began to burn more intensely, and anger boiled like lava in a volcano that had awakened and was about to erupt. The ground shook even more than at the beginning of the meeting between Mora and Novum, but the opponents continued to stand and watch each other carefully. Huge boulders were now falling from above rather than appearing from underground, and were capable of crushing anyone who happened to be nearby. But Mora's agility was so good that the speed of the mind beast's strength was also so good that the guy only needed to move a little. Zeke felt that Novum had become stronger in such a short period of time, based on how powerful the blows of the stones had become, but this only played into his hands, because he understood how to act next. The former demon lord watched the beast rage in the child's body and concluded that with such energies, Novum would awaken as a tyrant of the earth. Moore understood that he needed to act now and filled his sword with enough mana to go after the monster. It was necessary to act as quickly as possible before the beast became stronger, so Zeke rushed towards it to stop it. Novum saw a rather strong enemy approaching and, raising his hands up, pulled out sharp boulders from under the ground to prevent him from getting any closer. Without slowing down, Moore passed through the rocky barrier, just as Moses spread his arms across the sea and continued to approach his goal. Zeke cut stone after stone on the way to Novum, and when he saw that the enemy was already very close, he built a stone slab for his protection. But the slab was also broken by Moore from his knee, and now nothing could stop the guy from stopping what threatened the entire city. Zeke gathered all his strength and raised his sword above himself, shouting as he struck the monster that had once destroyed an entire village. The sword stopped a few centimeters from Novum's head, covering one of his eyes with its shadow, and he froze, staring at the weapon. Someone, having put out his sword, took Zeke's blow, protecting the beast from such a quick death, and for a moment held the pressure on himself. The man in the robe seemed to appear out of nowhere, covering a more important weapon and telling Zeke that life should still be valued. The bastard smiled and warned Mora that if he continued to follow the path of murder, he would end up in hell, but he didn't know who he was talking to. Zeke made sure that there was a distance between them from which they could both observe each other and hear what the other was saying. The imp wanted to know one fact, namely whether this bastard made Snoke someone who was ready to destroy only in the name of revenge. The man in the robe looked at the boy, and showing how pleased he was, asked if he hadn't created a wonderful creation. Zeke also looked at the boy and told the scoundrel that apparently he somehow managed to unite Snoke with the mythical deity Novum. There was no response, and Moore asked the shadow directly if he had united the boy with the tyrant of the earth. The mantle-bearer suddenly changed his expression, and he was no longer laughing, because no one knew that the boy had called the mythical creature Novum, and he immediately asked his opponent where he got the information that no one knew. Zeke was a little embarrassed by the fact that he already knew the deity from his past life, but he couldn't tell this to the idiot in the cloak, as it would ruin his well-being. Since the guy refused to tell the truth to the henchman, he had a green ball in his hand, which he decided to activate in order to extract information from the enemy in another way. The Dark One pressed the ball against his body, clarifying that Zeke was leaving him no choice but to use force. The force that was in the ball was activated, and the mantle was torn on the body of the scoundrel because he turned into a pile of muscles. The stranger grew and grew as if he was covered in yeast, and it seemed that the veins were already showing under the skin so that they would burst, but the muscles continued to grow with terrible force. When the activation of the power ended, a blockhead as tall as a mountain stood in front of Moore, and the guy didn't even have anything to say about it, but he just stood there and looked at how much work he now had to do. The bastard decided to comment on his changes, as if he didn't want to reveal this form. But since the enemy was too stubborn and impudent, there was no other way out. For some reason, Novum became as angry at his creator after his transformation as he was at Mora. The beast rushed to attack its owner, but it was too easy for such a dull but colossal creature. The mantle-bearer caught the boy in midair by the head with one hand, and it fit entirely into the big guy's palm, and if he had squeezed it even a little more, he would have crushed Snoke's skull. The brute held the boy's body above the ground, looking at the pitiful sight of how he had unconsciously perceived the creator as an enemy. Having thrown Novum with ease like a ball somewhere into the sky, the big guy asked him to rest, since now he needed to pay attention to another person. Zeke pointed his finger at the idiot, pointing at a boy flying somewhere far away, and asked if this was really the norm for him. Moore pointed out that quite a lot of effort had been put into the creature that had just been thrown God knows where, to which the giant replied that the brat would be fine, since he was now blinded by rage and therefore unconscious. Dubina told the guy that first he would start killing him, and then go and find the boy, because now was just the right moment while no one was interfering. The massive muscles moved like a drill towards Mora, its huge legs causing the ground beneath his feet to shake again. Shouting to the enemy that this was a great opportunity to spend some time alone, effectively hinting to Zeke that he was about to be screwed, the mantle hit the ground with his fist where the guy had been standing before. Moore jumped back to a safe distance, taking advantage of the opportunity to be agile, since due to his mass, the brute, although he hit powerfully, was not very mobile. The next blow of the bully landed on Zeke's sword, which at first worked as a defense and restraint of the enemy's movement. It wasn't a problem for Moore to continue swinging his weapon as before, considering how much he had already been through, and that he had encountered approximately the same huge trolls in the forests. After swinging to the side, Moore made a strike in front of himself until the brute used his other hand and watched the enemy's reaction. The sword sparkled with energy as it pierced the henchman's hand, but he continued to smile, knowing that he had more advantages. Zeke continued to thrust the blade deeper into the giant's arm while he mocked his opponent that nothing would happen to him from this wound. But the hand at the side of the wound began to turn black, which indicated dire consequences, and the mantle bearer did not attach any importance to this, but did not remove his hand from the weapon. A moment later, the place where the sword wound was exploded, which the Dark One did not expect, but it was too late to do anything. A hand fell to the ground with a stream of blood, and the big guy couldn't think of anything else to say or do, except bleat how the bastard could do such a thing. Mora's next jump over the brute's head and swing of the sword were the finishing touches, as the head flew off the neck in an instant. The decapitated body fell synchronously by inertia to its knees, covered in blood along with Zeke's landing on the ground. Moore hid the blade, and since he had completed one task, he immediately thought about the next unfinished task, namely, where the boy had gone. Hans, still in the same clothes and not armor, ran as fast as he could through the forest trying to find his master, despite his request to return to a safe place and not stick his head out. Considering what was happening near the mine, the assistant stopped for a moment because it seemed to him that the ground under his feet was shaking due to an earthquake. The young man stopped just in time because right next to him on the forest path lay unconscious Snock, whom Hans did not immediately recognize. The assistant came closer, and only then was he able to discern in the lifeless body the boy they had met in the forest. Hans lifted the boy up, holding him in his arms, and began to shake him so that he would wake up and call him, but he did not respond. Breathing heavily and coughing, Snock gradually came to consciousness, but his eyes were closed, and it took him some more time and Hans's requests to wake up and talk to him. But when Hans asked if the boy was okay, the eyes of not a man but the same animal opened and looked at him. The forest wilderness was pierced by the screams of Hans, who could not understand why Snock was treating him so cruelly and why he now looked different. Every now and then the young man had to dodge the huge boulders that Novum directed at him, who silently did what he was created for. While Hans was running around like a leper to avoid being crushed, he wondered what had happened to that young student he had only recently met. The young man could not understand what kind of training the boy had received that he could now control stones left and right. When Hans saw a boulder 10 times bigger than him hanging over the young man, and it was about to fly at him, the first thing he thought about was instant death if he got hit on the head with it. And so it happened. Novum swung and like a serve threw a boulder weighing several hundred tons at his opponent, putting all his rage into each throw. Hans realized that there was nowhere to run and that he couldn't dodge either, so he gritted his teeth and prepared to fight back. Armed with a sword, the assistant gathered all his strength and all the experience that he had received in the forest, thanks to Zeke when they shoulder to shoulder killed goblins and trolls. The student surpassed his teacher for the first time, facing fear and death face to face, bravely overcoming what seemed impossible and cutting a boulder in two. In a state of shock, Hans stood motionless for some time, not understanding whether he was alive or already dead. The young man was breathing very quickly and holding his chest where his heart was, which seemed about to jump out, because he thought that he had already really died. Another stone fell right at Hans's feet, which made the fighter understand that there was no time to relax and that he needed to continue defending himself. Cutting one block after another, the assistant moved quickly without fear, but there was a small mistake that he made, namely, he was too happy ahead of time about how trivial this matter was. Hans felt uneasy when he heard sounds behind him that no longer resembled the sound of stones hitting the ground, but resembled the sound of the earth itself. The young man decided that no matter what was behind him, he should still turn around. But after he did it, it didn't become any easier for him. At that moment, Hans really wanted what he saw to be an innocent joke and not reality, since the 10-meter-high ground wave was seriously frightening. Hans, cursing at this earthen magician because his death came so quickly after all his plowing, covered himself like a donkey with his hand and remained standing in place. But instead of being buried alive under a wave of earth, water appeared in front of the young man, which he had not yet seen. Without dying and hearing other sounds, Hans still looked at what prevented the earth from covering him, and he was confused about where the water came from. Now the wave was moving towards Novum, and at first he too just stood there, not doing anything to defend himself, as he did not expect such a turn of events. The beast realized that now its existence could come to an end, so it finally reacted by placing a barrier in front of itself with the help of huge slabs. The water bypassed the boulders and Novum himself, but this still did not last long because the stones began to shift from the weight of the water. The deity saw the one who was approaching, just like last time, despite his hind legs and furious desire to kill the enemy. Right from the middle of the source, Zeke appeared over Novum with a sword in his hands, but not to kill the boy or the beast. The little devil understood that it was now or never. This was his only way to stop the destruction and lead everyone away from disaster. Novum did nothing but just looked at the approaching enemy, who also did not lose visual contact with the one he still wanted to save. Moore placed his hand on Snoke's head, begging him to return to his true sanity and speak to the beast within. The poor guy started screaming furiously after the healing began, but he didn't break free, but instead froze in a death grip, sinking into where it was necessary. Snoke opened his eyes and looked with his gaze into complete darkness and did not hear anything around him, but the feeling that he was alive was present. The boy rubbed his head, which was splitting terribly, and did not understand where he was or why it was so dark here. Among such a thick silence, it was difficult not to hear a growl that sounded like a beast, and Snoke immediately turned his attention to where the sound was coming from. The young man recognized the beast as Novum, who was so close to his soul, but at the same time he understood that he was still overcome with rage. Standing on his feet, the boy again called his friend by name and extended his hand to him, but the little one was so angry that his whole appearance showed how he did not want to see the guy. Snoke stopped and lowered his hands, stopping saying anything and simply looking at the baby as he had at their first meeting, with eyes full of love and warmth. Sincerely sympathizing with the little animal, the boy tried to turn to him again in order to talk, because he understood a lot. Remembering the last vision, Snoke told Novum that someone had managed to take over his mind, and that was why they were now standing in front of each other. The young man continued to talk to the beast, explaining that he understood the truth about his father's death due to the earthquake that was caused by Novum. But at the same time, Snoke understood the other side of the situation, that Novum was not guilty of his father's death, since this was not the beast's goal at all. The boy put together puzzle after puzzle, explaining to himself and the little animal that it had gotten out because the seal had been damaged, and that his father had not only been there at the wrong time but also in the wrong place at that moment. Snoke smiled at the little one and asked him for forgiveness for not initially understanding the whole situation and plunging into the pain of loss. Watching how the animal's gaze changed and the aura no longer enveloped him, the boy said the most important thing is that he understands Novum's feelings, that he too was offended in his own way. Snoke also admitted that he would be very happy to return to the time when he knew nothing, but the trouble is that it most likely won't work out that way. Novum froze in anticipation of what this boy would say next and how he would act, because in fact he also really loved the man. Snoke extended his hand to his furry friend and asked if he would like to join him in trying to think about how to live on, already knowing what they know. The guy stood waiting for the baby's decision, looking at him attentively, sincerely hoping that he would agree. Novum already looked like the most ordinary mole that the boy had once noticed while in the mine, and raised his head to look at his chosen one again. The little creature decided for itself that it would like to continue to be a friend to this young talent, and as confirmation of this, it placed its tiny paw on the boy's palm. This touch created so much bright light around itself that even the cave no longer seemed so cold and dead. Finally, In the forest, instead of the sounds of destruction, carnage, and other horror, one could hear birds and the rustling of leaves created by the wind. The soldiers went on reconnaissance missions to places where there were huge craters that could only have been created by the collision of something incredibly large and heavy with the ground. There were guards at the entrance to the mine, not letting in any of the local curious residents so that they would not end up in danger if anything happened. But the locals were still standing and whispering, making up more and more gossip that no one had proven. Inside the mine, scientists were hard at work with magnifying glasses, examining everything that could be considered evidence. While the soldiers and other specialists were rummaging around in the rocks, the guys were sitting on the street near the house and talking about what had happened. While eating grapes, Zeke asked Hans if he had done as he was told, and the guy confirmed that he had fallen for the fool and pretended that he knew and saw nothing. The assistant also added that when all possible witnesses were questioned, he did not say more than that he climbed the mountain because of the loud noise. And now Hans wanted to make sure that those soldiers really wouldn't find out about their direct participation in that incident, so he immediately asked Zeke about it. Moore spat out a grapeseed and, without hiding the truth from his assistant, explained that he had dealt with the bodies of those who were guilty of what happened so that no one would ever know about it. The most important thing was that Boy and Zeke turned to him to make sure everything was okay. The boys were treated to a sweet picture of two close-minded friends embracing, and Moore, on top of everything else, told Hans that those who were currently trying to find something would never guess that a miner like Snook had taken part in that mess. Zeke stood up from the table, concluding for everyone that, given the boys' agreement with the beast, he would no longer fall into a blind rage. Moore looked at how pleased Novum was as he caressed the boy, and concluded that Snoke's mana was ideal for the little one. The imp became interested in what the boy was going to do with everything that had happened to him in life, and Snock replied that he was just thinking about it. Snock was a little saddened by the fact that he realized the animal was partially to blame for his father's death, but he was unable to forget about it and pretend that everything was fine with him and that it didn't hurt him. Moore voiced his thoughts out loud that if he understood the young man correctly, he was not going to simply forgive the beast. To clarify the situation, Zeke suggested that Snoke come up with something that would suit him, in exchange for Novem's forgiveness and thus relief from the burden of loss. While Snock continued to digest the information, Moore mentioned that he was so drawn to adventure that he even fell into the clutches of a swindler, which made the young man even more depressed. But Zeke suddenly extended his hand to the boy, intriguing him with such a gesture and the fact that he had a tempting offer. Snock stared at the guy, waiting for that very offer, while Novem looked closely at his friend. And so finally, Moore gave the young man his first truly interesting adventure in the form of doing good deeds in his company with Hans. In the evening, on one of the branches of a tree in a dense forest, two birds were loudly chirping something to each other, as if discussing what was happening below. As it turned out, Zeke's team, which was also replenished with Snoke, was training, and once again, due to the blows of the sword blade on the stone, the birds fell from the branch from an unbearable and sharp sound. Hans stood in front of the block, breathing heavily and wiping away the sweat that was pouring off him in a stream, and judging by how dirty and exhausted he was, they had been working for quite a long time. The assistant was already seriously irritated by the fact that he was messing around with the cobblestone for so long, and gritting his teeth, Hans decided to make one last attempt. The guy shouted at the stone, showing who was in charge here, and rushed at him, and Snock, watching this, was shocked at what this warrior was doing. The stone block succumbed to Hans's forces and began to fall straight toward Snoke, who closed his eyes and put his hands forward to somehow protect himself. When Snock realized that nothing had fallen on him, he opened his eyes and saw Hans in front of him, who was waving his sword so deftly that nothing but admiration came to his attention. Hans ran up to his new partner in time, catching a stone that was flying straight into his face, and when the danger had passed, he asked if everything was okay. The guys were distracted by the sound of a sword hitting the ground, and this was done by the dissatisfied Mr. Seriousness after what he saw, and asked the guys what the hell was going on here. The strict mentor gave the boys a verdict that none of them were properly focused on the task given to them. The little devil, as if announcing a death sentence, sternly told the boys to work for another hour. The kids were so upset and tired that they couldn't hold back their whining, like, how could this happen to them? After some time, sparks flew up into the sky from the place where the team was sitting, and the fire crackled, competing with the moon to see whose light was brighter. There was nothing better than eating a huge piece of meat after such a grueling workout, which was also cooked over a fire. The boys greedily ate the meat as if it was the first and last piece of food in their lives, and Zeke watched them, feeling awkward. It was the first time Moore had seen someone gobble up the food he had prepared with such zealous desire, and he found the sight very unusual, but he remained silent. But when Han's eyes filled with tears from how delicious the meat was, Zeke couldn't stand it any longer and asked the guys if it was really that delicious, and they confirmed that it was more than that because even Novum had enjoyed this divine food. Snook was distracted from his meal because he remembered that he wanted to ask his mentor where they were heading this time. Given Mora's love for brevity and clarity, he went into detail and told the guy that their next destination was Osporin. Hans repeated the name of the place out loud questioningly and looked at Snoke and asked if he knew anything about it, but his partner only shrugged. Moore watched the dance of the fire flames and was immersed in memories of how, before his fate was distorted, 4 demons served him faithfully. Since one of the assistants was from Osporin, that's why they were heading there. But if Moore had told the young people about this, they either wouldn't have believed it or would have run away thinking that the boss had gone crazy. Zeke Fortress looked very mysterious as he stared at one point and thought about how his partner from Osporin looked now. The guy remembered how they had been playing pranks with the assistants and bumping shoulders, and for this reason a smile appeared on his face, and his heart was pounding with an unbearable desire to find out how his friend was doing. Moore was so carried away by his thoughts that he didn't notice how he began to giggle maliciously, which really scared the guys. Because without saying a single word, but at the same time smiling, Zeke created a creepy impression of himself. The boys were scared by the way their teacher looked, because they were mostly used to him being stern or cunning, but here he was smiling, but angrily, which sent a chill down to the marrow of their bones. The next day, after spending the night in the forest, the team moved further towards Osporin, and there was very little left to reach it. Zeke stopped because he noticed the sharp roofs of the towers of the wall of some settlement above the treetops instead of the city they were heading towards. The guys felt some kind of smell coming from the front, and Snook decided to ask the others. He didn't think there was a smell, and it was strange, and Hans confirmed it, pointing out that it was definitely not food. Moore enlightened the youths that it was the smell of burning flesh that made the poor fellows turn pale and their bodies become covered in goosebumps. Unlike his charges, Zeke did not panic because he had seen worse, but he thought about what could have caused such a smell, and the options were either a fire or some kind of raid. Suddenly, someone loudly addressed the guys, warning them to stay put and answer the question of who they were and where they were coming from. 2 armed soldiers appeared in front of the team, and judging by their mood, they had orders to keep a close eye on those within the city. Poor Novum hid behind the neck of his equally frightened owner, who, together with Hans, raised his hands, and neither one of them could utter a word. Therefore, Zeke answered for the guys, explaining that they were nothing more than travelers, but he himself did not understand where the knights came from and what was happening. The soldiers put away their spears and listened to Mora, who said that they had arrived in search of nothing more than a place to spend the night. But given the way they had been greeted, he asked what had happened. The knights turned away from the boys to consult about what to do next, and they really looked like travelers. But another guard mentioned to his partner that the roads were blocked and they essentially had to cross the mountains. The first guard insistently suggested taking the travelers to the camp to check for infection, and the second immediately asked his colleague to speak more quietly, but Moore had already heard everything, and now all that was left was to wait. Turning to the guests, the guards asked them to follow them to the camp, where they would be introduced to the commander-in-chief, who would then make a verdict on whether they could stay overnight or not. The camp was densely packed with tents, near which knights carried out their duties, standing near the tents or moving around the territory to inspect. The guys walked in a line behind the guards, and while Hans and Zeke were carefully looking around, Snook lowered his head to show Novum that everything was okay. In front of one of the tents, the knight stopped and reported to the young master that while reconnoitering the territory, they had encountered suspicious people, and he asked to be led inside. The guys were pushed towards the entrance so that Hans almost tripped and barely managed to keep from falling, and the young gentleman immediately asked what the problem was. The guard reported that these people were found in the forest near the city walls, and according to them, they were traveling in search of a place to spend the night. The chief replied that he doubted the travelers' progress from the settlement, and just at that moment, Zeke also entered the tent. While the knight was saying that he understood everything that the commander-in-chief Moore had told him, he looked at his master and, although he didn't show it, he was surprised. The smartly dressed young gentleman introduced himself to everyone as Joachim Drakel, placing his hand on his chest and hiding the other behind his back and bowing slightly to the arriving guests. Also, to further clarify the situation, Joachim explained that he was in command of a special unit that was sent to the settlement. Zick didn't listen to everything the commander said, but only looked at the young gentleman in fascination, repeating his name to himself. Joachim was one of the 4 assistants of Moore who traveled the world together looking for adventures on their asses. He was not just an assistant or a partner, but a loyal friend for Zeke when he was in the status of the demon lord in his past life. The little devil remembered how he and Dracula walked hand in hand through any obstacles as if it had happened literally yesterday and not in a past incarnation. But the guy's partnership was based not only on battles, but also on friendship, since it was a joy for them to share with each other the celebration of another victory over a glass of beer in a tavern. Coming closer to the young master, Zeke introduced himself with a bow, and although he did not remember his partner, Zeke was still glad to see Dracula. Moore did not forget about his subordinates Hans and Snoke with his pet Novum, also introducing them to Joachim. Drakel replied that everything was clear to him, and immediately asked for forgiveness for having to ask at their first meeting where the travelers were coming from, but Zeke immediately answered as it was, that they were straight from Seoul, and since they were training in the mountains, they did not know that the roads were blocked. Joachim looked at Moore with a thoughtful expression, digesting the information, and he also watched his friend silently, awaiting the verdict. Dracula smiled and said that he believed the guys, but the soldier standing nearby did not like this, and he tried to convince the gentleman that the travelers could be fugitives from the settlement that was a threat. But the commander raised his hand and asked his subordinate to calm down, because the situation was currently under control. Joachim turned to the boys and explained directly that no matter who they were, he could not allow them to leave the camp, which outraged and frightened Hans, who asked for arguments on this matter. Moore, watching his old friend, admitted that the way he spoke and acted looked amazing and wondered if Dracula was really that charismatic at that time. Joachim, continuing to explain at Hans's request the reason why they were staying here, argued that since the team was here, they would keep them company for a while. As soon as the young gentleman wanted to say what was happening to this place, Zeke immediately picked it up and finished the sentence about the contagious disease that was circulating in the area. To say that Dracula was surprised is to say nothing, but Moore explained that something like this is quite obvious since many things point to an incident. Joachim grabbed his head either from a headache or from the overwhelming worries and agreed with the guest in what he said. Remembering what he saw, the commander told about the spread of infection throughout the village, which is why they were thrown here to prevent its spread. Dracula said the main problem, which was the risk of infection of the guys, since they came into contact with them when they came here, so it would not be possible to let them go yet, to which Zeke responded with understanding. Hans felt something like pride in his mentor's understanding of the seriousness of the disease, instead of getting angry and protesting. Moore couldn't resist offering his old friend help, because when if not now could they walk hand in hand again. Hans and Snock were surprised at how their callous and stern teacher so easily offered his helping hand to a stranger, but they said nothing. The conversation between the guests and the commander was interrupted when one of the guards burst into the tent with urgent news. The denunciation that a sick person with new symptoms had appeared in the camp alarmed both Dracula and Moore at the same time. The commander rushed after the knight to see how much worse the situation had become, and Zeke followed him too. Joachim was horrified when he saw how much worse the infected man looked, and Moore also saw this for the first time but was, as always, more reserved. The victim's body lay in a huge pool of blood, and he himself was covered in stains and was breathing heavily, with his eyes closed. Dracula immediately ordered the guard to document the new symptoms of the infection and then follow the same protocol as before. Moore stood behind his friend, not surprised that such an experienced reaction was quite expected from someone who had once been his subordinate. Joachim again grabbed his head with his hand, and he looked so at that moment that Zeke caught it immediately, but did not yet understand the reason for this state. The little devil approached the commander and asked if he was okay because he looked lousy, and Dracula at first hesitated to answer. But there was nowhere to go, and Joachim himself understood perfectly well that he looked paler than usual, so he explained to Zeke that he was a little scared by the amount of blood and nodded his head in the direction of the patient. It was hard for Moore to believe what Joachim Drakel had just told him about his fear of blood, since it was diametrically opposed to who his friend was. But the commander, embarrassed and smiling timidly, admitted that he really did have hemophobia, and so far he had been unable to do anything to treat the disease. Nothing critical happened, but Zeke still had an unpleasant feeling inside that sounded impossible. The boy clearly remembered that before his return to this destiny, Joachim was known as none other than a vampire. On top of that, this bloody sommelier had the ability to master blood, and now he told Zeke that he was afraid of it, thereby causing a lot of questions. While Dracula was timid from having to admit his illness, Moore glared at him and was a little angry that his friend was lying to his face. But Zeke pulled himself back a moment later by remembering a certain period of time when his friend was the one who was afraid of blood. Joachim felt terribly awkward in front of his guest because he understood that he looked stupid, the reason for which was the contradiction between his name and his way of life. Moore decided to show sympathy and pulled his friend into a conversation, asking him that he most likely did not like this feature in himself, and he confirmed this, recalling how much trouble he had because of hemophobia. It was obvious from Dracula that he was terribly nervous, and he showed it to his interlocutor in every possible way, either by looking away or by rubbing his finger against his finger. The little devil caught all the gestures of the commander's awkward state, realizing that he did not want to go into details about the problems he had because of his peculiarity, but Zeke understood one thing for sure. Now he recognizes that Dracula. Moreover, Moore had practically nothing to compare his friend's habits with, since in his past life all he knew was where he came from. For the first time, Mr. Seriousness showed tactility towards his interlocutor, thus showing him his support and backed it up verbally by assuring Joachim that he would definitely be able to overcome this obstacle someday. Zeke went a bit overboard when he told Dracula that one day he would get so used to what was bothering him that he would take bloodbaths simply for pleasure, making it his hobby, to which he thanked him, although he was confused. With the arrival of travelers in the settlement, people began to go out into the forest more often in order to collect the necessary herbs for treating the sick. Considering the fact that the guys couldn't leave the camp, they helped the commander and his soldiers look for the necessary herbs, and for example, one of those that Hick was holding in his hands was needed for bandages. The team tried their best to do everything to get rid of the disease, and one day when the boys were carrying heavy wooden boxes, groaning and their whole bodies shaking, Moore held the box with one hand, telling them that this was practically training. But the result that came out in the end was not expected by anyone who made efforts to save people. One day, a soldier lit a torch and brought it to a path of something flammable that he had previously poured onto the ground. And instead of the pit in which the dead and sick bodies were, the houses burst into flames as if they were made of matches or hay. At the top of the mountain stood those who managed to survive, watching as the village was destroyed by fire mercilessly and irrevocably. Hans looked down in horror, unable to accept the fact that none of the people in the settlement had survived despite the attempts to cure them. Joachim was even more desperate when he saw what they had all come to in the end, and Zeke saw real pain in the eyes of his old friend. Moore, once again out of sympathy for Dracula, voiced that apparently the poor fellow was uneasy about what had happened, and his soul was weighed down by disappointment in himself. The commander confirmed Zeke's words, admitting that he regrets the death of an entire village, and that it gnaws at him because the situation is such that he is tied hand and foot to prevent a tragedy. Dracula, unable to bear this emotional burden, said that he also regretted the loss of his comrades in service and the efforts that were put into saving people. And Moore, listening to the guy further, concluded that his behavior was radically different from what it was before. There was no way back, and the understanding of this gradually brought the commander back to reality. So he mentioned that without the help of the travelers, they would not have been able to do what they had. Joachim, realizing that it would be best to focus on the moment that was here and now, bowed to the guys and thanked them for their courage and efforts. Now Moore felt awkward when he realized that he was staring straight at his friend, so he pretended to cough and replied that it was precisely for such good deeds that he traveled the world. And of course, the mentor did not forget to point out the boys, and mentioned that these valiant students also took the path of good with him, which even made them smile. Dracula liked what Zeke said, so he smiled back and emphasized that the wanderers were very noble. In order not to confuse anyone, the commander explained to everyone that the situation they found themselves in had already been reported to the castle, and now they needed to wait for the order to return. Joachim smiled and turned to the boys with an invitation to come with him to the castle, if of course it wouldn't be too much trouble for the travelers. Zeke agreed without thinking twice and answered for the whole team because he knew that the guys would follow him one way or another where he was going. The young gentleman immediately responded to the call of one of the soldiers by turning his head in that direction, and it is not surprising because this indicated that a decree had come from the castle. A messenger was running towards the commander with all his might, already holding a paper in his hand, shouting that it was a message from the castle about what they should do next. Dracula unfolded the sheet of paper and began to read what was written there, with such a serious look that he could compete with Zeke. Unfortunately, even if Joachim wanted to hide what was stated in the decree, He could not, because in one moment his face disappeared. Moore immediately noticed his friend's reaction, and although he was curious about what was written there, he was more worried about Dracula's condition because he looked lousy. The commander said the cherished phrase about everyone getting ready for departure as if he had just been taken down from the cross. But the soldiers did not notice at first, as they were accustomed to the master's restraint and were glad that they were returning to Osporin. Now the knights' expressions changed when they heard from their commander that the decree did not say anything about returning. Joachim turned to the still-burning town and now, in a truly mournful tone, informed everyone that they were heading to another settlement where there were also sick people. The poor fellows could not believe what the gentleman said to such an extent that they had nothing to say or ask. Only Zeke felt the suspiciousness of the situation, because the guy's being sent back to where the infection is being sown, although he's a member of a noble family and such things usually do not happen in these circles. Moore clearly grasped the intent of this decree from the castle, which could be described as something like for the guy to catch a fatal disease and finally die. Meanwhile, in one of the windows of the castle in Osporin, someone's angry screams could be heard that did not subside for a minute. Someone fierce and irritated was cursing while sitting in a chair and banging his fist on the table, like a small child demanding what he wants here and now. Some huge guy was screaming at the top of his lungs about how he had been promised that the disease was so serious that it would destroy the entire settlement. Pointing his finger at the old man standing in front of him, the gentleman was angry that for some reason the main target was still walking on his own 2 feet and breathing. The old man bowed, apologizing to the master for his mistake, but assumed that luck had turned on the side of the one who managed to survive. The psycho was not satisfied with what the old man said, and, grabbing the neck of the vase, he muttered through his teeth that he had told him about the death of soldiers and doctors. And with a cry of, "What the hell is that scoundrel still alive?" the gentleman jumped up from his chair and swung the vase towards the old man. The servant stood motionless and composed, even when the vase flew past him and when it shattered into pieces against the wall. The gentleman clutched his head and lay down with his huge belly on the table, and it seemed that his hair would soon be torn out in clumps from his aching head. The big guy started whining to the old man so that he would finally use his brain and come up with another plan that would finally work. The sick bastard looked at the servant with animal eyes, and almost foaming at the mouth growled at him to create a plan that would be aimed at destroying Joachim once and for all. In the forest near the settlement, a fire was burning in the evening, but this time it was not for warming up or cooking dinner, but for finishing what had been started. Hans looked at the pit with the huge fire, voicing the thought that the bodies were finished and that no one said anything in spite of him. Zeke sat near the pit in which the fire was burning, again feeling the smell of burnt flesh, and Hans stood nearby, and only Snock looked in the other direction. The young man looked at another settlement where they had to go, and in the end, the disease mowed down the lives of people in this town as well. Moore looked at the flames, thinking about the fact that for the second time they had not received the order to return to the castle, and this increasingly led him to think about deliberate murder. At some point, the guy became wary because sounds appeared that were not associated with a fire or the usual noise of the forest. Moore stood up and took hold of his sword, looking towards the thickets, and Hans, who was standing next to his mentor, did not understand what had happened. Because Zeke continued to stand listening to what was happening in the darkness, Hans could not resist and asked what had so alarmed the teacher, and now even the sleeper looked questioningly at the boys. The imp didn't answer the students' questions, but only began to take his sword out of its sheath, showing with his whole appearance that he should get ready. When the weapon was filled with Zeke's energy and began to glow, he looked ahead and sternly ordered the one who was there to appear in the darkness. Those same black robes appeared above the ground and could now be clearly seen in the moonlight. The shadows did not change their traditions, and being above Mora's head, one of them had already prepared a gift for the enemy in the form of their signature blades. Following their colleague in the dark work, the rest of the bats also threw blades towards the guy in an attempt to kill him again. All the sharp serves were successfully parried thanks to the agility and preparation of Mora, who did not even move from his place. The boys also stood still, only in a state of shock, firstly because the mentor was right that there was someone in the bushes, and secondly because he was able to repel the attack, and perhaps thirdly because they hoped to never see these robes again. Moore remained standing even when the black hoods descended to the ground right in front of him, unlike the guys who squealed in surprise. Zeke looked at the people who were pretending to be bats, and analyzed that these were the same scumbags he had jumped on the roofs after last time. Without turning to face his students, the teacher called each one by name so that they would react and respond, letting him know that they were focused. When the boys responded to their names, Zeke commanded them to each take one hood, and at that moment 2 synchronized nervous gulps could be heard. Moore rushed forward, not paying attention to the shouts of the boys, and was so determined to kill that light trailed from his eyes. The former demon realized that if he didn't do anything now, his head would only start to hurt from thinking about the robes, so he pushed off the ground properly. Zeke has taken it upon himself to grab the one he is currently flying over and extract the information he needs from him. Imagine the surprise of the imp when he flew straight into a cloud of fire because the assassin blew himself up again. Mora was thrown back by a wave while still in the process of jumping, and he was no longer able to control this because he did not expect such a turn of events. Fortunately, the guy knew how to stand firmly on his feet even if he was about to fall, and now he used the sword as an additional support, and looking at the explosion, he remembered the artifact that the previous warrior had in Suole. The method of struggle was also the same as last time, and here Zeke had to strain his brain to try to put the puzzle pieces together. Even though Moore had a table on his knee, his sword glowed with energy and he looked straight ahead, watching one of the hoods run towards him. And in his head, there was only one question: why did these jumpers appear again? One precise swing of the sword and the robe, as well as the person who was wearing it, was gone in a matter of seconds. Moore started talking to himself, asking him to think hard about what these devils had forgotten here again. The mentor watched Hans and simultaneously recalled that the purpose of the hoods was to activate Novum's energy as demonic. Looking towards Snoke, Zeke made a logical chain that if in theory the goal of these idiots here is approximately the same as it was with Novum, then they came for the one whom he himself only recently found. The scumbags showed up where their next target was in the form of Joachim Dracula, who would one day become a close companion to Zeke. Moore continued to delve into his guesses about whether Dracula's becoming a demon-like man could somehow be connected to these scumbags in robes. The guy suddenly had an idea that he remembered about the same time period from his past destiny when demon-like creatures began to appear all over the world, and in such numbers that people called it the era of demon-like creatures. Zeke watched as one of the hoods sneaked up on him, preparing a blade for the enemy, but continued to think about whether these people really created demon-like creatures in their time. But the idea was crazy and was rejected because Moore believed that these mysterious individuals could not be involved in the creation of all demons. Zeke changed his mind because he was sure from his own example that there were those who naturally became demons by their fate. The thought process became more and more exciting that Moore even put his sword on his shoulder, staring at the enemy. What stunned the guy was that if you take into account everything that he had just listed for himself, then his formation as a demon lord relates to the same thing. And Zeke felt uneasy about the fact that his previous fate could have been part of someone's insidious plan, like Novum and Joachim were now. Moore traced that he began to think about someone's plan regarding him from the moment he left the residence of the Count of Fortress, because it was then that incomprehensible crap began to happen that pushed him to become demon-like. The guy always thought that what happened to him was simply due to bad luck, and the chaos that engulfed the entire world was also attributed to it. When the Black Hood noticed that the enemy was approaching him, he prepared his power in the form of a fireball to attack. Mantia did not hesitate and fired an explosive ball at the enemy because he knew that the guy was strong, and if he did not attack now, death would come quickly. But the ball was cut as if it had been inflated for fun, and Moore, having overcome the explosive energy, continued to move towards the enemy, and the fuel for him was the thought that if some freaks used him as a puppet, then it was in vain. The little devil smiled because the situation was only gaining momentum and becoming more and more interesting, which aroused incredible curiosity. This time, the young master's jump was so dexterous and unexpected that the robe did not even have time to reach the blade or explode again. Before killing the scoundrel, Zeke looked at him with eyes burning with righteous anger, but inside he screamed that he would not forgive such impudence from the vile puppeteers. The camp was covered by the silence of the night, and only some tents were illuminated by the light from the flames of the fire, crackling with a peculiar melody. Hans and Snock slept like the dead, snoring sweetly in the same clothes they had fought the assassins in, and Novum snored so much that he even blew bubbles out of his nose. Zeke stood by the fire throwing on more wood and was saddened by the fact that he couldn't catch a single hooded man to find out at least some information. During the battle, no matter who the guy approached from the hoods, whether he was alive or half dead, they all committed suicide, which spoke of their determined attitude. Moore was somehow fascinated by the flames, and he stared at them again, which led him to analyze the purpose of the Black Hoods in these places. The flames played beautifully, and Zeke kept making assumptions that if the robes came here to make Joachim demon-like, then the guy was essentially a pain in the neck for them because he had teamed up with the master and was helping him. For a moment, Moore allowed himself a flight of fancy and imagined his old friend as a demon-like man. In Zeke's head, the image of Joachim as a demon was a terrifying sight that didn't fit with what was happening in reality. The idea of his friend as a monster impressed the imp so much that he couldn't even find an answer to himself. Zeke realized at that moment that if he had to choose even from the ideas in his head, it would be better for Dracula to remain as he is now in this life. And just then he appeared next to him and turned to the guy. Joachim was surprised to see that for some reason Zeke was still awake, even though the guys were passed out like babies, and Zeke himself had not expected his friend to appear. Dracula asked for permission to join Moore, and he was not against it, because the only thing better than looking at the fire was sharing it with a friend. Zeke looked at his comrade who looked unwell and wondered to himself what had driven him to become demon-like. The guy caught what had to appear a compelling reason that influenced the person with hemophobia to start using the blood mastery ability. So that the silence would not be so heavy, Moore broke it by turning to his friend with concern about his condition, because he looked pretty lousy, and Drac reacted to this, although he did not say anything. But Zeke had already managed to get his friend to talk more than once, and after some time, Joachim explained that he was currently thinking about his father. The young gentleman expressed his concerns about the fact that his father had been lying unconscious in his chambers for 6 months now. The gentleman's body became weak and haggard, which indicated only one thing. Death was very close because he never woke up. Joachim apparently missed his father very much, because he confessed to Zeke that he thought about what he would have done or what he would have come up with to avoid the catastrophe. This was very important information for Mora, as the gaps in the puzzle were gradually filled in to understand the whole situation. Zeke, without a twinge of conscience, answered Dracula that now it was clear why the first son held all the power in his dirty hands, and the young master's expression really changed from these words. In order to hide his excitement and not blurt out something unnecessary in front of a stranger, Joachim got out of it by saying that it was not surprising that his older brother was in power because that was how it should be. And smiling, Dracula added to everything he had said before the fact that who else but his older brother could take the reins of power into his own hands. Moore, as always, sensed something amiss in his friend's voice and behavior regarding their relationship with his brother, but decided to remain silent and continue to observe. Just like last time, one of the soldiers was running as fast as he could to the gentleman with yet another urgent piece of news. To the great surprise of the two guys, the knight said that the order to return home had finally arrived, but judging by it, this was not the whole message. The soldier shocked his master when he named the reason for their return, namely the spread of the infection all the way to Osperine. The city really did start to look gloomy, even from the outside, compared to what it was before the wave of illness hit it. Upon returning home, the first thing Joachim saw was the displeased face of his older brother, who was clearly dissatisfied with the young man. In front of the leader stood all those who remained alive after visiting the settlements that died from the disease. And if all those present bowed before the master and closed their eyes, then more carefully examined the bastard. The disgruntled face gritted its teeth and said welcome to its brother, while showing with all its appearance that he didn't think so. This time, Zeke did not hide his surprise at how different the brothers were from each other, running his gaze from one brother to the other. Moore had already managed to compare the brothers, and if the elder looked to him like an aggressor with mental disorders, then the younger only looked sick on the outside, and the only thing the men had in common was their unhealthy build. The next thing Mr. Observant noticed was the servant standing next to the disgruntled idiot. The servant also glared at the guy, showing that he was not an ordinary person either, and Moore tried to guess whether the old man was a butler. The big guy, just to clarify for his dim-witted brother, asked if he had heard about what was happening, and the young gentleman replied that he had been informed about the epidemic that had reached Osperin, otherwise he would not have arrived so quickly. The elder one started making illusory accusations that the younger one was not responsible enough, which is why the disease reached here. Even the young master's soldiers began to quietly discuss among themselves the illogical nonsense they had heard from the chief, until he added that he was very merciful and would therefore give the little one the opportunity to correct the situation. In a commanding tone, this bastard sent his brother to the city so that he could at least be useful once and stop the spread of the disease. The elder also forbade his brother to return until the task of eradicating the disease was completed, and Zeke, listening to all this nonsense, was ready to give this idiot a good beating. His Majesty the vampire emphasized that under no circumstances should he be allowed to catch the disease. While the Elder One voiced that he felt sick just from the thought that he could get sick and die, Joachim clenched his hands into fists behind his back more and more tightly. Moore noticed the reaction in his friend's body while his brother was talking to him, but Dracula stood and listened attentively and silently to the order. All that the young gentleman could squeeze out of himself was words about understanding the riskiness of this situation and the need to correct the situation as quickly as possible. From a bird's eye view, the city looked eerie with streets empty of living people, or, on the contrary, places where people were lying right on the ground. Dracula met with one of his soldiers to ask him about the situation in the city, to which he reported that the quarantine zone had been limited and stronger security measures had been established. The knight also collected data with the rest of his assistants and, walking around the city, counted 60 dead people. Zik listened carefully to all the details and was next to Joachim as his right hand. So now when he heard from the soldier's report that the doctor had diagnosed the illness in the game, he immediately launched the analysis process. It seemed to Moore that something was wrong with this whole invasion, because in his opinion, it was the same infection that was covering village after village, but it turned out that this was not the case, and the symptoms were all different, which led to the idea of another puppeteer. The guy was again struck by the knowledge and experience from his past fate, and now the invasion of the infection looked like someone had begun to act. Because Zeke had already seen and knew it was very similar to that man who made the whole world freeze in horror before deadly diseases, and he also belonged to the demon-like, and his name was Fest. While Drac was talking to the soldier, Moore analyzed further that it was not like Fest that such a common disease was spreading, and in addition to everything, there was a difference in what shook other cities. The guy suggested that if there is a discrepancy in the details with the demon's habits, then this indicates his other plan and intentions. Looking at the guys who were also scouting the territory, Zeke understood that Fest could even be somewhere nearby, and in that case there was nothing left to do but lure the scoundrel into the light. Joachim concluded that the number of deaths in Osiprin was lower than in previous settlements, which indicated hope for stopping the spread of the infection. The young gentleman asked the soldier for information about the medicine, and he became nervous but began to explain that several doctors had taken up the development. The soldier really didn't want to tell the outcome of the doctor's attempts to do something, but there was no choice, and he told the gentleman that the results were 0, which seemed to make Joachim even paler. Dracula realized that no matter what healer they brought here now, the cure would not be created, and this only depressed him more. Zeke decided to try to take the situation into his own hands and turned to the young gentleman and said that he could help them. Although it was not written on Mr. Sirius's face, he really took the initiative to create a cure for the Igram. After some time, the commander visited the ward where people were still alive but in a deplorable state. Dracula turned to the one who had undertaken to prepare the medicine to cure the sick and asked if it was ready. Zeke held a flask of honey-colored liquid in his hands, assuring the young gentleman that the mixture was ready for use. Moore was sure of what he was doing because before he was embodied in this destiny, he witnessed the moment when the world was covered by the Fest infection, which is why researchers and scientists united and developed a cure for the Igram. The Demon Lord had learned the methods of making a cure for the disease at that time due to Joachim's interest in infections, but he never thought that these skills would be useful now. Dracula stood frozen in anticipation next to the bed, while Zeke lifted the patient and brought him a cup of medicine so that he could drink it. The man was melting away from the infection literally before our eyes, and barely breathing, the poor fellow was somehow able to drink just a sip of the mixture. There was tension in the air, and everyone was waiting to see how the healing would end, and the question of whether the medicine would work worried everyone who was near Zeke. When the patient's barely audible request for water was heard, Joachim could not believe his eyes or ears. The patient asked again, but more confidently, for water, and it was really obvious that he was weak and dehydrated, and Zeke also concluded that the mixture had worked, after which he told Joachim that he would write down the formula for him. One of the soldiers looked at a real miracle, because the man was already practically unconscious, and Mora's students also stood in shock from the fact that the medicine worked. Joachim asked if Zeke was sure that he wanted to reveal the formula for the mixture for the disease, which is very common, because thanks to it the guy could become rich. But Mora, looking at his old friend, assured him that he was doing this not for selfish reasons, but on the contrary, having a desire to bring good to people. Abruptly and unexpectedly for everyone, the young gentleman walked towards Zeke, and no one understood what would happen now. Dracula was already quite close to the guy, but did not stop, but on the contrary continued to approach closely. When Joachim came close enough, he hugged Moore very tightly, thanking him for saving people. The young gentleman, continuing to hug the imp with all his heart, confessed to him that their meeting was the best thing that had happened to him in his entire life. Poor Zeke lost his complexion from such sentimentality, and patting his friend on the back, calmed him down, and finally asked him to let him go, because he was more into girls than guys. The residents gradually recovered, and many of them were even taken out into the fresh air and continued their treatment under the close supervision of doctors. Zeke periodically checked what the doctors were collecting to make the mixture, and it was not without the fact that he had to periodically correct errors. While examining the next ingredient in the form of leaves, the guy kept remembering that he had a plan to bring Fest into the world thanks to the creation of a medicine. At the beginning of the quarantine camp, a rude cry was heard about who was Zeke here, and the young man automatically leaned over because he was covered by the doctor who was standing in front of him. As it turned out, the butler himself appeared in the quarantine zone with his guards and was heading straight to the culprit of people's recovery. The little devil could have won a bag of medals for first place for his even and calm attitude to what was happening in his life. And now he also asked why the old man was looking for him, and the old man, without even hearing the question, interrupted the guy and asked his name again. The former lord didn't quite like the tone in which this old man spoke to him, and also called him simply Zeke. The old man immediately got down to business and asked the guy where he had managed to get a cure for the contagious disease. Moore recognized the man as the one who stood next to Joachim's brother. But the most interesting thing was that he was right there when he found out about the mixture. Looking sternly at the unexpected guest, the guy at first did not believe the conclusion he had come to about this old man. But in theory, Zeke still confirmed for himself that the butler could have been Festus, because there are a lot of coincidences flying around him. Moore realized that basing conclusions on mere guesswork was complete nonsense, so he armed himself with what he needed to verify everything. The opponents were sitting at a table in one of the tents where there was armor and a bunch of records that indicated that the commander was there often. The butler confidently repeated that he had asked the guy how he had learned about methods of combating the deadly disease. Zeke also confidently made it clear that he was responding to the fact that he had read a book that described other methods of treatment. The old man decided to point out to the guy like a kitten that he was shameless and ill-mannered, and that he would do better to stop clowning around. Moore didn't answer the old man, but he didn't stop chasing the demon either, which threw the butler off balance, and he jumped up and slammed his hand on the table and declared that let's say everything the guy said was true. And now the old man demanded that he tell him the name of this book, but the imp, throwing up his hands, pretended to be a fool and admitted that he did not know the name of the book because it was so long ago that he could not remember. The old man couldn't calm down and continued to extract information about how, logically, this book contained treatment for other diseases, but Moore continued to get on the man's nerves, claiming that he had only read about games from that book. The butler realized that his opponent, although young, was quite skilled in such discussions, so he fell silent and did not ask anything for some time. A disgruntled clicking sound came from the old man's lips, because he heard that someone was about to enter the tent and their conversation would lead nowhere. The commander actually entered the tent and shouted out the butler's name, Shalom, showing with his whole appearance that he was outraged by his behavior. Joachim came closer to the butler, showing his anger for the first time, and made a remark to him. Has he really lost his conscience to allow himself to show up here like this? Dracula did not stop at one remark and continued to scold Shalom, mentioning that Zeke saved Osporin, and that in return he behaved so inappropriately. And then the old man interrupted the gentleman with his bow and a request to forgive him. Zeke couldn't believe that such a respectable man turned around and left without even answering his master. Joachim sighed heavily from what he was now observing, and from the fact that if before this only concerned him, now the hero also got this wildness, from which the guy felt ashamed. The commander bowed and asked Mora for forgiveness for the old man having crossed the line, but he smiled and replied that he didn't give a damn about the old man's behavior. As the butler walked away from the camp with his soldiers, Zeke mentioned that he had seen him when he met his older brother. The boy also clearly remembered how the old man stood in the office next to his older brother, but did not utter a word. Joachim realized that Moore wanted to know more about this mysterious man, and he had every right to do so, so he introduced him as Besnal Shalom, and he really is a butler for their family. Dracula told a short story about the old man, how he was in the status of captain of the knights, but due to injury he retired, and since then has been working as a butler. After listening to a brief retelling of the unpleasant grandfather's story, Zeke asked his friend why he was so angry with him, and Dracula suggested that it was because of the medicine that could raise his status over his brother in the fight for the title. Once again experiencing terrible awkwardness, Joachim confessed to Zeke that Shalom was supporting his older brother on the path to his legacy, and the guy, although it was understandable, was completely indifferent. Moore was immersed in thoughts about something more important, namely that Shalom, having shown a strong reaction to the medicine, was now the first suspected of being called Festus, but it was not possible to verify this because of the appearance of Dracula. When all the confusion passed, Joachim remembered why he came here at all, because he remembered that the guy didn't have enough specialists to prepare the mixture. The young gentleman pointed to the entrance and explained that there was someone who had volunteered to help and that he had come here to introduce her. Joachim asked the young lady to enter the tent, and at the entrance appeared the refined and beautiful Miss Bargo. The girl bowed, saying that she was pleased to meet you and be here as the owner of the Bargo Company. The lady smiled and said that she was Greta Bargo, and she was glad to be part of such an important process of making medicine. The little devil also introduced himself, and the first thought that flashed through his head was how beautiful this girl was. But one thing confused him, that she was all in black, like a widow. Joachim recommended Greta as being extremely interested in infectious diseases, so she is a permanent sponsor of their research. And besides, the girl is educated in this area, so she will be very useful. Greta sheepishly said that she had herbs and other ingredients with her in case of a shortage, after which she asked if she could study the formula for the mixture. Zeke immediately complimented the girl that if she was so educated in this matter, then he would have to learn from her, and asked her to follow him. The soldiers brought more and more boxes of the necessary materials into the tent where the mixture was being prepared. Moore laid out everything necessary on the table and explained to Greta what exactly was included in the medicine and in what quantity. Although with a serious expression, Moore explained to the girl everything about the mixture with great enthusiasm, showing each ingredient and telling her its properties. The boys stood at the table rather closely as for strangers and kept praising each other about how amazing they were. And at that moment, the boys were watching them, and Hans, following in the sarcastic footsteps of his teacher, asked if he alone saw hearts on the young people. Hans whispered to his partner that if someone from the outside saw the guys like that, they would think that they were dating, because how can you stand so close to each other and barely know each other? To which Snock eventually agreed. Despite the fact that it was already getting dark, Zeke and Greta still couldn't stop talking, so their voices could be heard from the tent. Miss Bargo picked up the plant and asked Zeke if he knew about the properties of this ingredient, and he immediately replied that it was good for colds. Greta praised the young man, saying that he knew so much, but Zeke was embarrassed and remained silent. The girl admitted that compared to him, she still had so much to learn, but then the imp's tongue loosened, and he also praised Greta that her knowledge was also extensive. Miss Bargo decided to explain that the knowledge she had was due to her family, because it was there that her interest in the new and unknown arose. Moore immediately asked a counter-question whether the girl's relatives studied illnesses, but she answered negatively and somehow hesitated to give a more detailed answer. Greta suddenly and abruptly fell silent, feeling some anxiety about the topic that had been raised. After a moment's hesitation, the lady turned to Zeke and addressed him to see that he was listening to her before she began to speak. A very rare expression of surprise appeared on Mr. Sirius's face after Greta said that she would like to introduce him to her family and asked if he would accompany her home. The castle, along with all of Osperen, was plunged into darkness and silence, and the only source of light was the moonlight. But despite the late hour, someone couldn't sleep and was wandering around the castle to carry out a cunning plan. A servant entered the chambers of Father Joachim, who was still in the same deplorable state, quietly moving around the room towards the bed. Coming close enough, the bastard poured some purple liquid into the gentleman's mouth, but judging by his sunken face, it was not medicine. The gentleman coughed heavily as the liquid sank into his body and turned red, and the veins on his face appeared due to the sensation of terrible pain. With a trembling and weak hand, the gentleman grabbed the sheet in order to somehow minimize the agony he felt. Shalom sealed the flask with the deadly liquid and addressed the gentleman, calling him Your Honor. When the butler saw that the body had become immobile again, he announced to the master, as if it were a sentence, that this was his karma. And while terrible things were happening in the castle, things were not going any better for Mora, because after following Greta to meet her relatives, it was unclear why the hell they ended up in the cemetery. Miss Bargo led the guy right to where he needed to go and stood looking at the tombstones while Moore turned his head from side to side, still not understanding what they were doing among the dead. In order not to torment her companion with misunderstanding, Greta pointed to two graves and introduced him to her family who died from the infection. The lady admitted that it was precisely because of the loss that she began to study various diseases, because she really would not want anyone like her to lose loved ones. Zeke finally understood everything and asked a counter question about the color of the girl's clothes, to which she replied that it was a kind of oath. Greta explained that she had vowed to take off her mourning clothes only when all diseases had been eradicated once and for all. The miss also added that this was also the reason why she wanted to show the guy the grave of her husband and son, because now she had hope that people would no longer die from gambling. The girl timidly admitted that she had already talked quite a lot and that it could be tiring and suggested going back to the camp. The wind carried the voices of two people who had agreed to put an end to this damned disease throughout the cemetery. Greta turned to leave, but Zeke was in no hurry to follow her and for a moment silently looked after her. No matter how nice the lady behaved and no matter how interesting their conversations were, she also ended up on Zeke's personal list of suspects. The next day, the kids ran up to their mentor and glared at him, waiting for him to talk to them himself. Moore was a rather daring and brave warrior, but now the looks of the guys and even Nova made him nervous. The guys got their way, and the mentor actually spoke to them but made it clear that if they didn't immediately explain what was going on, they could go wherever they wanted and not bother him. Hans decided to start being frank by asking the gentleman if he was really having an affair with Miss Bargo. Snock argued their interrogation by saying that rumors were already circulating among the soldiers that Greta and Zeke were a couple, and rumors would further cause prejudice and a decrease in authority. The little devil, as always in his repertoire, answered the boys that even if it was true, then what of it, which shocked them and in turn brought up the argument that he would not be a man if he had not been attracted to such a beautiful lady. Understanding that he would be crippled after such words, Hans still voiced them because it was worth it, and Moore heard from the student that he was surprised that the mentor was still a man, because all the time he thought that in front of him was the image of Buddha. Something very obvious happened in the form of a slap in the face to one of the students who was being too smart. Hans was lying face down on the ground because a lump the size of his head had grown on his head, which Snock began poking with a stick, saying that he shouldn't have said that last thing. Moore thought about how he and Greta looked to the others. But he didn't care because first and foremost, it was important for him to learn more about her, and that meant being close to her. In addition to the chain with Shalom, Zeke now also drew a chain with Greta, because she also appeared as soon as the mixture was developed, and in addition, she knew a lot about diseases, so now she has become more suspicious than the butler. The catch was that Greta didn't act like a demon, which is why she now needs to be watched. And after that, Zeke also remembered the handsome guy who cut off his head and thought that he might know who Festus was, but it's not a fact that he would say. When Hans woke up and sat down on the ground with a huge bump on his head and looked at his mentor's back with displeasure, Moore heard someone running towards him with some news. Joachim ran up to Zeke with his two soldiers and reported that the Count's men had taken Miss Bargo. The guy asked a logical question: why take the man away? Dracula literally conveyed that the Count's people wanted the lady to look at the state of the gentleman, and now he was also heading there to sort everything out on his own. Moore caught the moment when they took away the one who was the key link in the treatment of those affected by the disease. The next thing that came to the guy's mind was a suspicion about Fest's presence in the Count's castle, which was dangerous. And the first person Moore thought of and who was closest to claiming the role of Festus was the butler, because the action took place in the castle. The importance of the issue grew for Zeke as well, so he moved from his place, telling his friend that they would go with him to the castle. For the first time, Dracula stopped his faithful assistant and refused him, but instead asked him to stay here because all hope was on him. The young gentleman mentioned to Moore that if he left the camp too, there would be no one who could properly care for the patients, and in general, there were family troubles in the castle that Joachim did not want Zeke to get involved in. Dracula made it clear to Moore that if Lady Greta was taken away with bad intentions, then it was primarily his concern to return the lady safe and sound. Zeke listened carefully to his friend and did not argue, understanding the guy's desire to cope on his own, so he simply said that he would wait here for his return. Moore asked Joachim to send a messenger as soon as something happened, and the boy thanked him for this, and at the end, the friends shook hands. One of the castle's courtiers stood and carefully read a message in which he was informed of something important. A soldier appeared behind the butler, announcing the young Master Biom's request to come to his office. Shalom had no time for requests because he was happily reading what he had in his hands, so he did not respond even to the soldier's second request. And when the butler finished reading the letter, he replied that today he had no opportunity to keep the young master company. A few days later in the dark near one of the buildings, Hans's voice was heard, addressing his mentor with the conclusion that of all that they had walked around, this was the last building. The student asked Zeke again about the information that they had been given regarding the settlement's residents staying in this particular house, and Snock voiced his concerns about the eerie appearance of the building. For now, Moore didn't answer anything because in fact he didn't know what to say since he was seeing this house for the first time, just like the guys. Zeke looked at the entrance to the house, remembering how one of the soldiers came to him, saying that he brought bad news. Pointing to the place on the map, said that a disease similar to the game had reached the village, which was not far from them. The soldier explained to Moore that he wanted the guy to intervene in this and sort out what happened because he had a medical education and conveyed Sir Joachim's apologies. Zeke thought for a bit and looked at the map again and replied that he agreed to go and find out the situation in the village. But before this, he allegedly put forward a condition after which he would actually set out on the journey or otherwise refuse. Moore looked closely at the soldier's reaction, asking whether the young gentleman had already reached the castle. The knight assured the boy that the master had indeed sent him here to notify him of his arrival, as they had agreed. It was difficult for the soldier to hide anything, so he smiled and said that Sir Joachim was fine, and in this case asked Mr. Zeke to go to the settlement as soon as possible. And now, approaching the doors of the house, Moore took hold of the handles, and inside he wondered how much time had passed since Joachim's departure. The doors gave in to Zeke's power and began to creak open, and the guy continued to think about how it seemed like the bastards would do something to Dracula if he didn't agree to go to the village. The doors opened enough for him to enter, and Moore, as always, did it first, although he was already unhappy that he had agreed to this devilry. When the guys went inside the house, they couldn't believe what they saw, and if Hans had already seen blood and other wild things but was in shock, what can we say about Snoke, who even covered his mouth with his hand? On both sides of the walls lay many corpses covered with cloth, and in some places blood was visible, and people's hands were sticking out here and there. The bodies were laid out in such a way that a path was laid out along which one could go deeper into the room. In the midst of deathly silence, a living person approached Zeke, asking who they were and what they were doing here. The man with the bucket in his hands strictly forbade the guys to go any further and asked them to leave, since outsiders were not allowed to enter. Hans introduced them as envoys from Osperin who had been given the task of finding out the situation and examining the sick for symptoms of the disease. The man's face changed and he said in a friendly tone that he now understood that the doctors were in front of him and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. The worker clarified that they should not discuss details here and suggested that they go further into another door of the room. Hans was just about to agree and follow the man when Moore stopped the guys, asking them to be where they were now and asking the worker not to bother. Zeke also remained in place and holding the sword told the man with the bucket in his back that he had caught what was happening here. This time, Moore decided not to use his hand to control the sword, but instead controlled it with his mind, and the weapon began to shine with the light that was familiar to its owner and began to crawl out of its sheath. The stranger turned around at the sound of the blade, which cut through the air and rang so cleanly that it was hard not to notice. The boys shouted to their mentor to stop and explain what he was planning, since the man was not a threat and he didn't even have a weapon. But immediately after the students' naive thoughts, the unknown person turned into a furious killer who was ready to kill them all. If just now the cute guy was running around with a bucket, now he fought off a sword with an equally sharp weapon that was not visible. The guy, as if he had gone wild, prepared his dagger, wanting to plunge it into Zeke's neck, and ran forward, but his target remained motionless, and it looked too easy. Today, Mora's swordsmanship was no different from others, but his technique was more precise. The guy didn't even have time to get close to the enemy before the sword cut off his head in a matter of seconds. The number of corpses in the house had increased to one more, and none of the guys were in a hurry to leave or do anything else. Snock, unable to bear all the obscurantism that was happening here, asked a question for everyone present about what was going on here, and the mentor asked the guy a counter question. Did he still not understand? Moore was used to acting rather than chatting, so he took the sword out of the dead man's head to show his students what was hidden from view. Zeke, holding his weapon in his thoughts, concentrated, directing it at the door to which the now corpse had so amiably invited them. The next moment, Moore fired his blade at the stone doors, causing debris to fly everywhere. Shalom stood behind the door, as if waiting for the door to finally be opened for him, and Zeke immediately pointed out to the bastard that he should stop showing off and finally come closer. Moore returned his sword to his hands, waiting for further developments and understanding that the performance was not really over. The guy looked at the nasty old man, clarifying that he was not so naive and stupid as to fall into such a stupid trap. Our heroes, led by Zik Moore, were absolutely ready for the upcoming battle, and were just waiting for Besnol Shalom to give the order to his subordinates. The protagonist understood the inevitability of this, and therefore advised his students to fight side by side and cover each other. Unexpectedly, Besnol Shalom admitted with displeasure that Zik Moore was quite smart for an impudent boy. Still, the old man loudly ordered his subordinates to kill our heroes, after which several armed men immediately rushed to attack. Sloka and Hans took on this fight fearlessly, and even had success, as they were able to seriously injure their opponents. Zik Moore also kept up with his students and even surpassed them, which was natural. The guy easily dealt with several opponents at the same time. Suddenly, one of Besnol Shalom's subordinates swung his weapon sharply, intending to carry out the old man's order. This guy was very young but had a sickly appearance. Zik Moore easily dodged this attack, while thinking that this guy was a local resident who was probably forced to be here like the others. Also, the main character, noticing the appearance of his opponents, thought that they were all probably infected. Zik Moore was very unhappy that Besnol Shalom was hiding behind the backs of ordinary people who didn't even know how to fight. The main character believed that this vile old man behaved exactly like a fest. Suddenly, Zik Moore turned to his subordinates. Slock and Hans looked at their teacher in surprise, not even guessing what he was about to tell them. The protagonist said that their opponents did not look like assassins in black hoods and were more like ordinary people, so they should all be left alive. Sloka was surprised by this order, because he did not expect that the teacher would care about the well-being of those who wished them death. Meanwhile, Hans had already begun to carry out Zik Moore's order and grabbed one of Slock's opponents. Slock was surprised again. Hans turned to the main character with a satisfied look, and showing him the captured enemy, asked if he understood him correctly. Zik Moore advised sending him into an unconscious state. Sloka, watching this, finally realized that Hans was following in the footsteps of the main character. Zik Moore continued to fight, thinking along the way that his opponents were ordinary civilians who were forced to do this, so it was impossible to kill them. However, our heroes did not have time to deal with them in a good way, so only brute force was used. The next moment, Zik Moore, without using his weapon, attacked one of the opponents with all his might, after which he would certainly no longer be able to continue the fight. Then the main character continued to think that Besnol Shalom was about to understand that his plans were not destined to come true, which meant that it was time for the old man to reveal his cards. Indeed, Besnol Shalom watched with fear in his eyes as all of his subordinates fell to the ground, one by one, at the hands of our heroes, which could not help but frighten him. The fear that had taken hold of the old man suddenly gave way to anger over the failure, so he needed to act more decisively. Finally, an angry Besnol Shalom spoke loudly to someone named Krobit and ordered him to come here. At that very moment, someone's loud footsteps were heard, echoing throughout the room. A huge humanoid monster entered the room and looked around with its furious eyes, trying to find its target. Sloka and Hans were so shocked and happy at what they saw that they were speechless. They didn't understand what kind of creature it was. Meanwhile, the monster was not going to just stand and wait, and was already ready to attack, simultaneously emitting a furious roar. Zik Moore was not impressed by this because he was thinking that, although he had never seen Fest, he remembered this monster who was one of his subordinates. This finally confirmed the fact that Besnol Shalom was at least somehow connected with Fest. Along with this, Slock desperately tried to warn the protagonist. The guy said loudly that Krobit was approaching them. Zik Moore saw it perfectly well, but he was too lazy to fight this monster. At this time, everything outside was quiet and calm. The approaching night did not allow anyone to disturb this idyll, frightening everyone who wanted to do so with its sinisterness. However, someone still decided to disturb this peace. Suddenly, the large entrance door that led into the mansion was destroyed by a strong blow. This was the result of the battle between the protagonist and Krobit. The guy had to accept this fight despite his reluctance to do so. Even though Zik Moore was quite confident in his skills, the monster's brute force still had a significant impact, so the guy had a hard time. The main character was very unhappy with the current situation, because his attacks on the monster felt like he was hitting a rock, because Krobit's code was quite strong. Besnol Shalom saw that it was not as easy for the boy to fight against the monster as against people, so the old man made fun of him, being confident in his victory. However, Zik Moore did not even think of giving up and continued to attack the monster, hoping to wait until he made a mistake. However, Krobit had his own opinion on this. He not only fought off the guy's attacks, but also tried to hit him back. During another attack, the monster swung his battle axe so hard to attack Zeke more that the blast wave from the impact with the floor spread in all directions. The main character was able to jump back in time, but realized that this was an excellent moment for a counterattack, so he pushed off the ground hard and rushed back into battle. It was a good moment to strike. Zeke Moore was in an advantageous position for himself, and Krobit still had not pulled his stuck axe out of the ground. The next moment, the protagonist attacked the monster directly in his hand, but it did not give any result because his skin was very strong. After this, Zeke Moore quickly turned his gaze to the side in order to see what was happening around him. The protagonist saw Sloka and Hans, who continued to fight the remaining opponents who seemed to have no end. Zeke Moore realized that they were in a very bad position, which meant he would probably have to work hard to win. The guy thought that he had more mana than he had in the mines, but it was still not enough to finish off the monster with one blow. In this case, the protagonist decided to use the sense expansion skill to make up for the lack of mana by using mana resonance. After this weapon, the guy began to be enveloped in a bright aura, which indicated that Zeke Moore was already ready to fulfill his plans. However, the main character was in no hurry to attack and continued to dodge the monster's blows, because now the most important thing for him was to wait for the right moment. During another attack, Zeke Moore managed to swing his sword before Krobit brought down his battle axe. At that very moment, a sharp pain pierced the monster, and a stream of blood gushed from his newly formed small wound. Because of this, Krobit hesitated for a moment and did not attack Zeke Moore as he had planned before. The main character noticed this uncertainty and realized that right now was the very moment he had been waiting for. The next moment, the guy took his sword deep into the monster's chest, which finally discouraged him. Scarlet blood splashed in all directions. Krobit suddenly began to cough up blood and his eyes turned white with intense pain, indicating the seriousness of the injury he had received. At the same time, Zeke Moore was closely watching his opponent. The guy was not going to stop there. The next moment, he used his mana to use the skill Raging Hurricane, which came straight from his sword and passed through Krobit's body. Besnal Shalom, who saw all this, was shocked by what was happening and did not understand who the main character was and where he could have such skills. Suddenly, not far from you, the old man heard someone screaming, which frightened him even more and made him look around with horror in his eyes. The elderly man saw that the very hurricane that Zeke Moore had caused had spread throughout the entire room, and having swallowed up several of his subordinates, was already approaching him. Besnal Shalom immediately began to run away as far as possible in order not to become another victim of this element. It turned out that the target of this hurricane was not the old man, but Krobit, who still had not recovered from such a blow to the main character. The monster sensed the approach of great danger, but he was no longer able to do anything about it. The next moment, the creature's body was torn to pieces by powerful streams of air. Blood and pieces of meat that the wind had carried all over the room soon began to fall on the floor, frightening Besnal Shalom even more, because for him, this was definitely the end. Soon everything was over and quiet. Zeke Moore looked around and assessed the consequences of his attack, and was a little dissatisfied thinking that it was still not as powerful as before. After that, the guy hid his sword in its sheath and, coming closer and closer to Besnal Shalom, asked if the old man was the one who was behind the spread of all this infection. The old man was very angry about his loss and therefore was not going to simply answer the protagonist's questions. Zeke Moore continued to say that he saw what kind of weapons the assassins hired by the old man used. These were the same knives that the guys who tried to drag Sloka to Seoul used. That is why the guy assumed that the old man worked with those people in black cloaks. But he did not understand why Besnal Shalom said that he was not obliged to explain anything and did everything to restore justice. The main character was very surprised by these words and did not understand what justice had to do with it. Besnal Shalom began to shout loudly with discontent that he could have destroyed the Dracula family if he had a little more time, but the guy ruined his plans. The old man continued to shout that he should have finished off Zeke Moore first. Hans and Slock watched in amazement, not even guessing what would happen next. Suddenly, the old man took a small bottle out of his pocket, and I assumed that he should have just kept the main character here. He then considered that, in this case, his plans for the Dracula legacy would come true. After this, the old man threw the bottle on the floor, causing it to shatter into pieces. Some kind of purple liquid immediately spilled across the floor, and thick smoke spread throughout the room. Slock and Hans immediately began to cover their noses and mouths, fearing that this smoke could be dangerous and poisonous. However, Zeke Moore calmed them down and said that it was just a regular smoke bomb that was nothing to be afraid of. After that, Hans asked if they would go in pursuit of Besnal Shalom. The main character briefly confirmed this, but he still did not fully understand how best to proceed. However, Zeke Moore decided not to think about it for long and declared that they would simply break into the castle. At this late hour, the light was still burning in the gloomy dungeon, but its occupant was not yet asleep. A guy in obviously expensive clothes was sitting on the dirty floor, his hands and feet chained. It seemed that this place was not at all suitable for someone like him. This guy was Joachim Drakel, who, judging by the expression on his face, did not understand at all why they did this to him and why he was here. Entering the street, Zeke Moore informed his students that they were to go to the castle of Slock immediately, and Hans complied with this without objection. Then the main character thought about Joachim Dracula and assumed that he was probably having a hard time right now. Suddenly, the guy interrupted these thoughts because his attention was strongly attracted by something on the ground. For some reason, Zeke Moore was looking closely at the corpse of one of the locals who had obeyed Besnel Shalom's order and attacked him. It turned out that the main character's attention was drawn to a small drop of blood that was shining brightly behind the deceased's ear. At this time, there was a rotting silence in the castle dungeon, because there was only one prisoner here who did not even think of making noise. Joachim Dracul was still sitting on the floor and thinking how his brother Guillaume Dracul dared to lock him here. The guy also wondered how he managed to gain control over the family castle. Besides this, Joachim Dracul thought about how pathetic he was because he promised to return Miss Bargo, but instead, he ended up in captivity. The guy hoped that everything was fine with her. Suddenly, someone quietly entered the dungeon and, addressing the prisoner, suggested that the guy's affairs were not going well at all. To this, Joachim Dracul rudely asked how the stranger dared to enter a place where only incorrigible sinners were spent. The stranger did not respond to this and, approaching the required cell, only admired the guy and his stern gaze. The young man in the hood began to say with great enthusiasm that there was still life in Joachim Dracula's eyes. The guy didn't want to listen to this and asked the stranger to get closer to the point. The stranger explained that he had come here to help the boy, after which he handed him an amazing magical item called a blood vessel. The hooded guy then asked the prisoner to place this magical object into his body. He assured that after this, Joachim Dracula would be able to gain great power, which could not help but surprise the guy. The stranger, with a smile on his face, continued to say that the guy would be able to overthrow his brother who caused him death, as well as all those who followed him. Suddenly, Joachim Dracul categorically refused this offer, which completely discouraged the man in the hood who clearly did not expect such an answer. Joachim Dracul explained that he did not know the guy at all and was not so stupid as to absorb something offered to him by a stranger without question. These words did not please the unknown man in the hood, as evidenced by his clenched fist. The stranger looked at the prisoner and thought that, according to the plan, having become angry with Guillaume Dracul, the guy had to accept the bloody vessel without a single doubt. He assumed that all this was because of the scoundrel who invented a cure for the game's disease. As a result, Joachim Dracula's hatred for his older brother weakened. Then the stranger said that she would tell the guy the whole truth and began to assure him that a person who was able to control infectious diseases at will was involved in this. Then the man in the hood asked if the guy didn't find it strange that various kinds of illnesses suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Joachim Dracula was really alarmed by these words. After this, the unknown person stated that all these illnesses were the merit of that very person, who moreover conspired with the boy's older brother. The stranger continued to say that all this was done solely for the sake of reprisal against Joachim Dracula. His older brother sent diseases to all the nearby settlements simply so that he would die. Of course, in Osperen, Guillaume Dracul spread the weakest of diseases because he himself lived in this city together with his minions. The stranger continued to say that this was why Joachim Dracula was imprisoned. They had no other choice because the guy still wouldn't die. After what was said, the man in the hood again offered to take his blow. Joachim Dracula was amazed by all this and asked if the stranger was not on his brother's side. He admitted that he really did help Guillaume Dracula because he needed him temporarily. He then stated that if Guillaume Dracul became count, then Osperen and the whole world would in a matter of minutes turn into a real hell on earth. These words frightened Joachim Dracul. After this, the stranger asked if Joachim Dracul was really going to give up the chance to save the world because of some stranger. This really made the guy think. The man in the hood saw doubt in the boy's eyes and again handed him the magical item, hoping that this time he would accept it. The unknown asked Joachim Dracula to absorb this bloody vessel if he wanted to protect what was dear to him. It seemed that the guy was really going to do it. Suddenly a man appeared in the dungeon who, having heard everything from the very beginning, said that it all really sounded wonderful. The stranger became alarmed. Zeke Moore continued to walk forward without any hesitation, asking along the way if the stranger could give him the opportunity to buy this magical item from him. Joachim Dracul was very surprised when he saw his friend here. At the same time, the stranger was unhappy with all this and began to quickly hide the bloody vessel. Zeke Moore continued to say that he was curious about the object that the hooded man was hiding in his sleeve, so the guy asked him to tell him about it, to which he refused. This only amused the main character, who continued to say that the assassins should have been more understanding of the one they had attacked so many times. The stranger remained just as serious and wary. He continued to insist that Zeke Moore had no need to know about all this. After this, silence reigned in the dungeon. Each of those present thought about what had happened and tried to understand what would happen next. Suddenly, Zeke Moore said that it was not fun at all to have a conversation with a stranger, and that his colleagues with whom the guy had already had to communicate were not so boring. The man in the hood was very surprised by this. The main character continued to say that he had one theory after meeting one of the assassins back then in Seoul. The guy believed that these assassins were an organization that created demonic people. After these words, Joachim Dracul noticed that the stranger tensed up. Zeke Moore then suggested that the hooded stranger was just about to make such a demonic man out of Joachim by feeding him this bloody vessel. The stranger showed with his whole appearance that the main character was absolutely right in his judgments, so it could already be considered that this plan had failed. He was angry and thought that he now had no choice but to hold out until reinforcements arrived here. At this time, Zeke Moore looked at the stranger and thought that he really was not going to talk to him, and therefore it would not be easy to get anything out of him. Suddenly, loud footsteps and conversations were heard in the corridor, which immediately attracted the attention of the main character and the hooded assassin. The stranger was very pleased because he believed that these sounds were a harbinger of the fact that his comrades had already arrived to help him. At the same time, Joachim Dracul began to get nervous because he was afraid that reinforcements had arrived from his older brother Biom. Finally, someone entered the dungeon, and now everything became clear. It turned out that it was Hans and Sloka, along with the knights who obeyed Joachim Dracula. The guy loudly informed his master that they had captured this castle. Joachim Dracul was shocked by this news, but at the same time he sighed with relief. The same could not be said about the hooded assassin, who was not at all pleased by this news. Zeke Moore noticed this and asked what was wrong with the guy's face, after which he assumed that he was going to stall for time, but he failed. Then the main character smiled slyly and asked the stranger how it felt to experience this feeling. The guy kept asking if the brief presence of hope was a pleasant feeling. Without answering, the stranger suddenly jumped up from his place in order to try to escape from our heroes, while simultaneously being indignant that his plans had been thwarted. Zeke Moore, seeing this, immediately turned to Slock, letting him know that he expected something from him. The young guy understood everything without further explanation and used his power, causing his body to be enveloped in a mysterious aura. At that very moment, an earthquake began in the dungeon, causing the ceiling to gradually collapse and large stones to fall down directly onto the assassin. The stranger, seeing this, began to get very nervous because he already understood that he would not be able to escape from this. The next moment, there was a faltering roar, as if from a powerful explosion. Our heroes stood quietly to the side and watched as the dungeon collapsed, burying that very unknown person under its rubble. Suddenly, the main character realized that everything was not as smooth as he would have liked. Joachim's subordinate Dracula was also very worried about something. It turned out that the man was very worried about the fact that his master was also buried under stones, because he was not far from the assassin and was now not visible. Suddenly, the ground under our hero's feet began to shake again, and the dust that had not yet settled on the floor rose into the air again. Very soon, a huge stone hand appeared from under the rubble, as if holding something in its fist. Joachim Dracula's subordinate was amazed by what he saw in front of him and did not understand at all what was happening. Soon the huge stone hand unclenched its fist, and it turned out that inside was a living and unharmed Joachim Dracul. Zeke Moore himself was surprised by this outcome, so he praised Sloka for his excellent work. Meanwhile, the subordinate turned to his master and asked if he was okay. Joachim Dracul was of course shocked by what happened, but was not injured. Hearing this, the main character decided that they should not waste time and suggested going upstairs. Joachim Dracul agreed, because he wanted to deal with his older brother as soon as possible. Zeke Moore was surprised by this and asked if the guy really thought that Biom Dracul was to blame for everything. Very soon our heroes were walking in complete silence along the long corridors of the castle, which were illuminated only by the moonlight coming through the large windows. At the same time, Zeke Moore looked at Joachim Dracula because it was obvious that something was bothering him. The recent events had a strong impact on the guy, so now he was extremely silent and thoughtful. The protagonist thought about how Joachim Dracula interacted with his subordinates now, and thought that it was extremely unlike the guy he knew in his past life. Joachim could have inherited the reins of power long ago if it weren't for his sickly constitution, so the boy didn't resist the rise of his older brother. Sometime later, our heroes arrived at the right place. Joachim Dracula suddenly opened the doors to see the one who was behind all the atrocities. In the semi-dark room, there was only Besnal Shalom, who seemed to be waiting for the appearance of our heroes. Joachim Dracula was very surprised to see an elderly man here, because he could not have expected that he was behind everything. Besides everything else, the old man was standing next to someone's body. Joachim Dracula immediately assumed that it was his older brother. Seeing our heroes, Besnal Shalom, with a sly smile on his face, assumed that the person he trusted apparently failed to complete his task since they were all here. Then the old man looked at the main character and was surprised that he managed to survive and save Joachim once again. Joachim Dracula was angry and asked if Besnal Shalom was the one behind everything that was happening. The guy also asked if the old man was the one who spread all those diseases. Besnal Shalom was amused by the fact that the guy only now understood everything. The next moment, unable to contain his satisfied smile, the elderly man confirmed that it was he who had done all this. In addition, the old man said that he was also the one who brought Father Joachim Dracula to such a state. Suddenly, Besnal Shalom began to laugh loudly while saying that he did all this in order to bring the Dracula family to justice. Joachim Dracula was shocked by this statement because he did not understand what kind of justice the old man was talking about. The angry guy was also interested in what happened to Miss Bargo and where she was. Suddenly, Zeke Moore said that Joachim Dracula was wrong. This surprised the guy because he did not understand what the main character meant when he said these words. Zeke Moore briefly explained that Besnal Shalom was just a puppet. The guy also said that the real culprit of what happened was Fest. At that very moment, the room was filled with the ringing sound of heels. Someone was approaching. This sound immediately attracted the attention of our heroes, so everyone except Zeke Moore turned around to look at the unexpected guest. Soon a voice familiar to everyone present said that Besnal Shalom was indeed right. It turned out that it was Miss Bargo, who did not hide her surprise that Zeke Moore was still alive. Shocked by the latest events, Joachim Dracula turned to Zeke Moore and asked if the one he named could be the real criminal. The main character nodded his head slightly and briefly confirmed the guy's guess. He continued to say that it was Miss Bargo who spread the epidemic among people in several settlements at once. The girl did not deny this at all, and only smiled. Zeke Moore also said that on top of that, Besnal Shalom was the one who helped Miss Bargo commit her atrocities. The old man was angry because of these words. Joachim Dracula could not believe what he heard, and asked if the old man really decided to thank his father for his kindness in this way. Suddenly enraged, Besnal Shalom drew his sword and demanded that the boy shut up. The old man was very angry, and he clearly had something to tell Joachim about his father. He then asked the boy if he knew what his father had done to gain the status of landowner. Joachim Dracula was shocked and had no idea what story he was about to hear. Trying to contain his emotions, Besnal Shalom began to tell that this happened more than 10 years ago. When the epidemic hit Osporin, the boy's father turned everything upside down in search of all sorts of methods to stop the spread of the disease. To some extent, this did indeed bear fruit, but it was not that simple. It didn't take long before all of the man's methods resulted in huge debts. Because of this, Joachim Dracula's father found himself under serious financial pressure. Besnal Shalom continued to tell that secretly the epidemic spread again, but only where the man was in debt. Joachim Dracula was shocked by what he heard and could not believe that his father had actually done such a thing. Besnal Shalom also said that the huge sums of money that people had lent out of trust in the Count disappeared in the chaos of the disease. The old man was very angry because his friend, who was previously the sole owner of the Bargo company, fell victim to that very epidemic. That is why Besnal Shalom decided to hold a trial against the Dracula family and was going to execute another of its representatives together with Miss Bargo. Suddenly, this speech was interrupted by Zeke Moore, who said that it was just funny. The elderly man clearly did not like these words. The guy continued to say that if the old man wanted revenge, then it was his right. But in that case, there was no point in him killing other residents who had not committed any crime. Then the main character recalled the words of Besnal Shalom, who recently said that his trial should have been only over the Dracula family. The old man tried to justify himself by saying that those people were stupid and praised the Count. Zick Moore did not let the old man finish speaking and said that he behaved exactly like the Count, whom he wanted to take revenge on. The detailed comparison angered Besnal Shalom even more. Still, the old man bowed his head to think about these words and make a final decision. The old man clutched his sword tightly in his hand and seemed to have no intention of retreating from the chosen path. Still, Besnal Shalom raised his sword endowed with energy, while saying that Zeke Moore and everyone else knew nothing, but were talking nonsense. The absolutely calm protagonist understood what would happen next, and therefore advised Joachim Dracula to step back to protect himself. The next moment, consumed by rage, Besnal Shalom rushed to attack our heroes, intending to carry out his revenge right then and there. Joachim Dracula was shocked by what was happening, and immediately looked at your comrade to make sure he was safe. Zeke Moore had already drawn his sword and was waiting for his opponent to approach in order to fight him. Suddenly a stream of scarlet blood gushed out, indicating that one of the participants in the battle had already been wounded. Blood splashes also landed on the face of the main character, who was shocked by what had happened. Besnal Shalom was badly wounded in the back and could barely stand on his feet, and behind him a dark figure stood and watched. The elderly man tried his best to stay conscious in order to find out why this happened. Miss Bargo, who was standing behind the old man, assumed that there had been a big mistake somewhere. The girl was also covered in blood, but she smiled and said that she did not want revenge, unlike Besnal Shalom. She explained that she just wanted more people to catch the disease, and that was it. Hans and Slock were shocked by what was happening and did not understand how all this could happen. Zeke Moore asked what was the reason for the actions taken if the girl did not want revenge. Miss Bargo decided to share this information with the guy, but before that, she finally dealt with Besnal Shalom. The old man's body fell dead to the floor. She then mysteriously said that she found a very compelling reason just at the moment when her family fell ill. It happened unexpectedly. Her husband and child, who were perfectly fine just the day before, came down with a high fever and started coughing up blood. Perhaps because of how contagious the disease was, even doctors did not dare to approach them. Miss Bargo could have gotten sick too, but she overcame her fear. The woman nursed her husband and child because she loved them very much. She had seen similar suffering hundreds and thousands of times. She looked closely at the faces of sick people who were becoming paler and more lifeless. It was at one of these moments that an idea came to Miss Bargo. She suddenly realized how beautiful the faces of those who died from illness were. The girl was truly grateful that Count Dracula allowed her to become acquainted with this kind of beauty. Suddenly, this story was interrupted by Joachim Dracula's subordinate, who was very angry because he could no longer listen to all this. The man prepared his sword and asked his master to give him the correct order. He believed that this woman had to be taken into custody because she was a mad woman for whom the death of their fellow men was just some kind of entertainment. At this, Miss Bargo smiled slyly, since she clearly had no intention of submitting to such a decision. She began to doubt that our heroes would be able to capture her and take her into custody. The woman then asked if those present really thought that she had come there just like that without any particular reason. Joachim Dracula was very angry with her and asked what kind of game she had planned this time. Miss Bargot asked whether it was true that people in Osperen had contracted the game disease as was known. Joachim Dracul immediately assumed that the woman was threatening to take people hostage. Miss Bargo smiled sincerely and was surprised, because she assumed that the guy was one of those people who thought quickly. Hearing this, Joachim Dracul became very tense but still found the strength to ask who these hostages were. Suddenly, Miss Bargo began to smile widely, a mad smile, as she could no longer contain her emotions. The next moment, she declared that absolutely all the inhabitants of Hans and Slock were her hostages, and they also could not believe in the reality of what they had just heard with their own ears. Joachim Dracul did not believe until the very end that such a large number of people could become ill. Then Miss Bargo reminded her that her specialty was infectious diseases. This reminder was enough to convince Joachim Dracula that he was now fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. Then Miss Bargo suggested starting the conversation again, but the main character suddenly stopped her. Zeke Moore felt that enough had been said within these walls, so there was no point in continuing. Instead of words, he chose to use his sword. The woman was sorry to hear this, and besides, she didn't expect the guy to behave so childishly. She also suggested that the main character simply still could not believe her words and the seriousness of her intentions. Zeke Moore confirmed this and added that he only trusted the words of the previous owner of Bargo. Then the woman assumed that in this way the guy trusted her to sacrifice all the inhabitants of Osperen. To this, the main character said that even if he had to choose between two options, and even if he decided to sacrifice the inhabitants, the woman would die anyway. Hans did not agree with this decision at all, and reminded his master that he himself had previously said that it was necessary to live peacefully. Zeke Moore confirmed this, because he did not intend to go back on his words, but he still intended to kill this woman. Hans was still unhappy and asked if the guy didn't understand that in that case, the inhabitants of Osperen would simply die from the disease. Suddenly, Zeke Moore declared that it was an inevitable sacrifice. These words struck Hans so much that he was immediately speechless. The main character understood that perhaps the guy thought his words were cruel because he dreamed of being a real hero straight from a fairy tale. But in reality, people still had to make a choice sometime. Zeke Moore continued to say that sometimes there were moments like now when a terrible choice stood right before your eyes. So to become a hero, you had to be able to make a decision, even if you had to put up with pain. Now the choice was whether they should let this woman escape and then lock themselves forever in some remote mountain, or agree with her and start an epidemic, spreading it everywhere. Then Zeke Moore asked whether those people who would die from the epidemic outside the city would be any worse for them than the inhabitants of Osperen itself. Hans didn't answer this question because he himself already understood that they had no other choice. Zeke Moore also added that he did say that it was necessary to live in a good way, but he did not say that it was necessary to live in such a way that when comparing, one would choose a better option. Listen to this entire monologue from beginning to end. Miss Bargo asked what the main character had already decided to do in the end. The woman assumed that they would finish everything now. These words sounded absolutely cold, as if she was not at all afraid of what would happen next. At the same time, the main character seemed to be pleased and drew attention to the fact that he had already voiced his decision regarding this situation a long time ago. Suddenly, Joachim Drakel turned to the boy and took him by the hand in order to keep him from making hasty decisions. The guy insisted that the main character was wrong and they couldn't just sacrifice all the inhabitants. Zeke Moore asked his comrade not to worry because the inhabitants of Osperen were safe. Joachim Drakel breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and was glad that the guy's words were just a bluff. Suddenly, the main character declared that his words were the pure truth. This greatly surprised and again alarmed Joachim Dracula. Zeke Moore continued to say that when choosing between Miss Bargo and the people of Osperen, one had to really think about which of them should be abandoned. Joachim Drakel did not understand what the guy meant. The main character explained that the woman's condition would not work initially, because at that moment, the treatment of all the patients had already been completed. Miss Bargo, hearing this, immediately became alarmed, which was evident from her changed expression, and began to think about how this was even possible. Zeke Moore noticed this and asked with great pleasure how the woman felt at that moment, because her small hope was so sweet. Miss Bargo could not believe that all the sick residents of the city of Osperen were already healthy, and believed that Zeke Moore was simply lying to her. The woman was angry about this and did not understand how this was even possible. The main character said that if a person fell ill with the disease that the woman created, then he would develop redness behind the ears, which was a symptom of a disease called galderum. Then the main character began to remember that after Besnal Shalom escaped, he went outside to head to the castle, but something caught his attention. At first, the guy saw the manifestation of this disease on the body of a resident of a village neighboring Osperen, which Miss Bargo had already managed to take under her control at that time. On the way to the county, the suspicions that Zeke Moore had after this were only confirmed. The guy was in such a hurry to get to the castle that he accidentally ran into a passerby. The man immediately fell to the ground because in addition to the collision, it turned out he was also weakened by illness. The main character's attention was immediately drawn to what he had already seen in the village nearby. He saw that the inhabitants of Osperen also had similar marks behind their ears. So the guy immediately started treating the sick and finished everything before he even came here. After hearing all this, Miss Bargo still did not believe the guy and thought that even if he had found out about the disease, he still would not have been able to get treatment. The woman explained that the medicine for galderum included the insides of desert ginseng, which was an incredibly rare component and could not be obtained to treat all patients. Zeke Moore was very surprised when he learned about the insides of ginseng because he didn't even know what it was. For treatment, the guy took holcomb. Miss Bargo didn't know what kind of plant it was, and then Zeke Moore told her that there was a purple grass that grew all over the roads. In simple terms, it was a weed, so supply and demand for it as an ingredient was not a problem at all, and creating a medicine from it was easier. Miss Bargo demanded that the guy stop deceiving her because she could not believe that the disease she created could be cured with some grass from the side of the road. Zeke Moore decided to play a joke on the woman and asked if this was not the peak of her abilities, after which he thought that, in fact, the herb hulcum had a wonderful effect during the bubonic plague. Miss Bargo was very upset by such comments, but she was not going to back down from her chosen path. However, the woman admitted that the main character really could have created this medicine. However, she was interested in how the guy managed to spread it throughout the entire city of Osporin in just one day, and do it so secretly that no one in the county noticed. Suddenly, Zeke Moore said that it was the woman who told him how this could be done. Miss Bargo was very surprised by this because she did not understand what the guy was talking about. Then the main character explained that if the medicine was in liquid form, it would have almost no taste. After this, the shocked woman immediately remembered how she told the guy that the disease was mainly spread through water sources. The next moment, Zeke Moore, with a satisfied grin on his face, announced that he had simply added medicine to the well. The woman gave the guy information about how the epidemic was spreading, and the main character simply used this information to create a cure. Just before leaving for the county, the guy checked that those who drank the mixture really did have the red spot behind their ear disappear. Therefore, he assumed that by now all the patients had probably already come for treatment. Special assistance in this matter was provided by the soldiers who obeyed Joachim Dracula. Also, Zeke Moore was sure that the infected inhabitants of Osporin, without exception, had recovered from this disease. Now the main character had enough reason to kill the woman and absolutely no restrictions not to do it, which made him very happy. Miss Bargo was depressed and didn't think the guy would actually go that far. Zeke Moore noted that this was usually what people who were hostile to him said. After this, the woman, considering that she had no other choice, took out from her deep sleeve a small bottle with a bright glowing liquid. Miss Bargo looked at the main character with a crazy look and squeezed the bottle hard, crushing it, while saying that she didn't want to use it. But now it didn't matter. A strange liquid immediately began to flow down the woman's hand and gradually be absorbed directly into her skin. Zeke Moore was very surprised by this outcome and did not understand what would happen next and how this liquid would affect Miss Bargo. Very soon, something strange began to happen. The woman's body was enveloped in a mysterious, ominous aura that forced her to transform. It looked as if strong currents of wind were gradually blowing away Miss Bargo, freeing her new form from her human body. The woman really regretted it because she didn't want to show herself so ugly to those present. Hans and Sloka watched what was happening with fear in their eyes and already understood where it was all heading. The next moment, the woman appeared before our heroes in a completely new appearance. It was the image of a real witch. Besides all this, Miss Bargo was surrounded by a willful aura that looked very dangerous and only brought problems. Joachim Dracula immediately ordered his subordinates to immediately tie up the woman. Several knights rushed forward without question to carry out the order. The witch was not going to give up without a fight, so she used one of her skills to attack the people in response with her elongated, transformed arm. The knights immediately began to dodge and try to hit this hand, not noticing how splashes of purple liquid flew around along the way. As soon as this liquid came into contact with the skin of one of the knights, he immediately felt an unpleasant sensation. After that, the man fell to his knees and grabbed his head. He could no longer pick up the fight with the witch. Miss Bargo laughed at this and warned that very soon her victim would start coughing up blood and red spots would start to appear. Zeke Moore realized that if he touched the plague blood, he would become infected, so he asked Joachim to immediately evacuate the regular soldiers and Hans and Sloka to leave here and take care of the people of the county. Joachim Dracula was shocked by what was happening, so he did not immediately begin to fulfill the main character's request. The guy could now only think about his older brother and father, who also needed help now. Joachim Dracula finally pulled himself together and made a decision about what needed to be done first. The guy loudly ordered the regular soldiers to evacuate immediately and the knights to deal with the witch, but under no circumstances to touch her blood. After this, Joachim Dracula also left the room because he understood that in his condition, he would be of little use here. Finally, he asked Zeke Moore not to take unnecessary risks and to take care of himself. The main character was left alone in the room and looking closely at his opponent, he tried to understand how he should deal with him. Meanwhile, Miss Bargo had already begun to attack the guy and was surprised that she now had to fight against Zeke Moore. The main character successfully blocked the woman's attacks, but mentally he was indignant because he didn't like fighting with magicians. Still, the guy decided that this needed to be ended quickly, so he began trying to close the distance and get closer to his opponent. Miss Bargo, despite her unsuccessful attacks, continued to take blows, laughing and saying that the main character was a good guard despite his character. So the woman suggested that Zeke Moore understand the stakes and have some fun. The next moment, the witch used her abilities to create a stream of energy that sprayed her infected blood everywhere. The main character saw this, so he immediately stopped and prepared to repel this attack despite his fatigue. He was already pretty tired of these magical attacks of the woman, but there was nothing to do, so the guy quickly concentrated mana in his sword. After that, he made a sharp swing of his weapon in order to protect himself from the spatter of the witch's blood. It was clear that Miss Bargo was clearly unhappy that all her attacks had failed. At this rate, the woman could lose this battle. At this time, the main character was only thinking that if he touched the plague blood, he would certainly catch an unknown disease. The guy also understood that if he gave the witch a careless cut, her blood would splatter in all directions. In addition, the woman had strong regeneration, so simple cuts were useless. Zeke Moore was already anticipating that this would not just be a grueling battle, but something even worse. Having analyzed all the information he had, the guy assumed that those parts of Miss Bargo's body that had not yet grown back needed to be immediately cauterized. After this, the main character immediately rushed into battle in order to test his theory. A moment later, Zeke Moore approached the woman and pierced her shoulder with his sword, blazing with fiery energy, causing her to let out a frantic cry of pain. The main character intended to immediately cut off his opponent's entire arm and cauterize the resulting wound with a sword in order to check whether a new limb would grow back. A few seconds later, the witch's right hand fell dead to the floor. After this, Zeke Moore smiled good-naturedly and turned to the woman and asked how she felt. Having received no answer, the guy assumed that Miss Bargo felt a slight burning sensation, as if from a small wound. At the same time, he carefully watched to see if her body was x-rayed. Despite the injuries she received, the woman still had her left hand, so she did not hesitate to use it to attack the main character. The guy had to retreat. Meanwhile, the excited witch turned back and thought that this was a good moment to do something. She wasn't going to just go and die right there, so without any doubts, the woman jumped out the window to escape from the main character. Zeke Moore was very unhappy that his opponent was running away right during the battle, and so he immediately rushed to catch him. The protagonist wondered whether he should have run after the woman at all, but still decided that it was best to destroy her outside the building and not allow her to leave the county. The guy also couldn't believe that he was running back and forth to reduce the damage to the residents and thought that the former demon lord Zeke Moore would definitely not appreciate it. Meanwhile, the chase continued. Frightened, Miss Bargo ran forward with all her might, demanding that the guy leave her alone and not pursue her. Zeke Moore laughed at this and said that the woman was going through the motions of lowering her welcoming tone, which actually sounded disgusting. Sometime later, the witch stopped to catch her breath because she simply could no longer continue her escape. Soon behind her, the woman heard the voice of the main character, who suggested that she finish this game of tag. Turning back, Miss Bargo saw Zeke Moore, who did not leave her side for a second and still held the flaming sword in his hand as he intended to finish what he started. Without saying another word, the protagonist began to swing his weapon in order to deliver the final blow to his opponent. Seeing this, the frightened witch immediately began to ask the guy to stop and even offered him a deal. The next moment, the woman fell silent as her body was pierced through and through by a fiery weapon. The witch's strength quickly began to leave her, which made her unable to stand on her feet any longer, and so she fell dead to the ground. Zeke Moore, who held his sword in his hands because he had not yet had time to attack, watched in surprise what was happening, not understanding how all this could have happened. The guy immediately began to examine the witch and realized that due to the fiery light that came from nowhere, she instantly died. Suddenly, the main character heard a quiet noise behind him, which also attracted his attention. Zeke Moore saw a dark figure nearby, hiding between the trees. He assumed that this person was behind the magic that killed Miss Bargo. He soon saw that it was a young girl with large red eyes and light hair that was hidden under a hood. Zeke Moore looked at what was left of Miss Bargo and could not believe that she was so badly burned by magic. Then the main character turned to the mysterious stranger who was hiding between the trees and asked who he was with. The hooded stranger realized that it was useless to hide, so he came out to the guy who assumed that he was a magician subordinate to Count Dracula. It turned out that it was a young girl with large, expressive eyes and light hair. She took off her hood in order to seem to introduce herself to the main character. Zeke Moore was surprised to see her and thought that this girl was very beautiful. Suddenly, she turned to him and asked if his name was Zeke Fortress. This question stunned the guy. The main character confirmed the stranger's guess and asked how she knew him. Along with this, The guy suggested that perhaps they had seen each other when they belonged to the same family, but he certainly would not be able to forget such a face. Suddenly, the girl bowed her head and for some reason began to regretfully deny her assumption. The stranger said in a quiet voice that the main character was definitely not Zeke Fortress. The guy felt that the atmosphere suddenly began to change dramatically. Then he asked if the girl didn't recognize him. The mysterious girl responded that she was absolutely sure that the guy's name was Zeke, but he had a different last name. The next moment, the stranger frowned, looked at the main character with a stern gaze, and stated that his last name was Moore. What the guy heard was like lightning striking him, because this girl should not have known his new last name. Without wasting time, Zeke Moore quickly moved forward in order to close the distance with the stranger whom he now considered his enemy. The main character undoubtedly attacked the girl, but it was not successful because in the blink of an eye, she managed to create a magical barrier that protected her. After that, it was the stranger's turn to attack the guy. To do this, she quickly expanded her magical barrier, which hit Zeke Moore hard. Having received a strong blow, the main character had to step back in order to think everything over and analyze the current situation. The guy began to think about who this stranger was because she knew his name from the time of the Demon Lord, who did not yet exist in this world. Zeke Moore decided to try to talk to the girl first, and therefore asked how she knew his name. The stranger only remained silent. Having received no answer, the protagonist assumed that she would not talk to him so easily, which meant that other measures had to be taken. Suddenly, the guy asked if the stranger wanted to go on a date with them since she didn't want to talk here. Then the main character smiled and agreed that it was indeed a sudden proposal. But the girl had aroused his interest, and so he did not want to waste time. To this, the stranger replied that it was a very nasty offer of a date. At the same time, she created magical seals in preparation for the next attack. The next moment, rapid streams of energy burst out from these seals and headed towards the main character. A puzzled Zeke Moore stood there and thought about what was happening right before his eyes. It was hard for him to believe what had happened. The main character looked intently at the stranger, not understanding where she got such abilities from. Although the guy was able to dodge the girl's attacks, he did not understand why she was so fast. Meanwhile, the unknown continued to attack the main character with destructive streams of energy, simultaneously uttering spells that sounded unintelligible, since they were abbreviations of the word. Zeke Moore, watching this, did not understand how the girl managed to use abbreviations to create spells and their effects. The guy also remembered that before that, her magical barrier appeared in a matter of seconds. Zeke Moore couldn't believe that this magician didn't even have to pronounce the spell completely to use it. Meanwhile, one of the girl's attacks, although a little, managed to reach its target, leaving a small cut on Zeke Moore's leg. Although it was not a serious wound at all, it was an indication that the main character was currently inattentive, which he did not like. After this, the guy began to watch his opponent more closely, trying to understand his strengths and weaknesses. Soon the protagonist realized that his opponent was a high-level magician, but he did not understand how at such a young age she was able to use such strong magic. Meanwhile, the stranger had already realized that something more serious had to be used against Zeke Moore, so she began to concentrate the energy in one place using her skills, increasing its destructive power. The next moment, the girl directed a huge flow of this energy straight at the main character, hoping to harm him in this way. Zeke Moore did not lose his head, and with a sharp swing of his sword, he was able to literally cut this energy charge. Now he was in no danger. After this, the guy decided not to waste time and attack his opponent in response. Jumping high and swinging his weapon, he flew straight at the stranger, intending to destroy her magical barrier. The girl was not at all afraid of this, and quickly placing her hands on the ground, she again read the spell from the abbreviated words, after which a magical seal appeared. At that very moment, a tall rock rose straight from the ground, protecting the magician from Zeke Moore's attack. The guy was unhappy that his attacks were unsuccessful, and he was also surprised that this stranger fought so skillfully. Meanwhile, the girl had no intention of stopping there and was already thinking about her next steps. Suddenly, the rock that was still sticking out of the ground began to grow sharply upward, which was accompanied by a loud sound. As it soon turned out, the girl did this in order to attack the main character, which is what she eventually succeeded in doing. In order not to give her opponent even a second to rest, the stranger had already used her next spell, which was a stream of raging flame. The next moment, the girl created a huge fireball and launched it straight at the main character, hoping that he would definitely not be able to survive such an attack. The fireball was approaching Zeke Moore at a tremendous speed, but he didn't even think about dodging it, but instead wanted to reflect the blow with his sword. In general, The guy was already tired of fighting against the magician and his countless spells, so he decided to act in an unconventional way. Suddenly, the protagonist threw his sword into the fireball like some kind of spear. This weapon was charged with the energy of Zeke Mora, so after contact with the huge ball, a reaction immediately began. The stranger clearly saw that something was not going according to her plan, which is why she became very worried. The next moment, a huge explosion occurred that destroyed the protagonist's sword. However, the guy was not upset at all, and even on the contrary, his gaze was calm and his lips spread into a smile as if he would get what he wanted. At the same time, Zeke Moore clenched his hand into a fist and then concentrated his mana into it as if he was going to use it right now. Suddenly, the main character, seeing the approaching fireball, swung his fist, simultaneously inviting his opponent to try to repel his attack. After that, the guy punched the fireball with all his might, thereby changing its flight path and sending it flying in the opposite direction. Now, this fireball was directed straight at the stranger who created it, but stopping it was much more difficult. Very soon, this force hit the protective barrier directly. He was able to withstand the main attack, but small fragments of the fireball were still able to pass further and injure the magician. However, the girl still remained standing on her feet, so Zeke Moore began to think that his idea had not worked out very well. After this, the stranger raised her head and, gritting her teeth, looked angrily at the main character with her red eyes. Zeke Moore understood from just this look that the girl was very angry, and now he would have problems because of it. Without wasting any time, the magician began to read his next spell, thanks to which mysterious glowing patterns appeared above his head. Suddenly, the girl stopped her ability because she felt a strange feeling, and her body began to tremble as if from powerlessness. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Zeke Moore deftly dodged attacks, thinking along the way that the girl had probably been reborn, because then it would explain everything. However, the guy thought that for the reborn, she seemed to move somehow strangely and seemed unable to bear the pain. The main character already knew well how high the skills of this stranger were in battle, because he literally tested them on himself. That is why Zeke Moore believed that it could not be said about the girl that pain was something unusual for her. The main character could not describe it in one word, but observing his opponent, he had an idea. The guy believed that all the combat experience that the girl had was somehow artificially obtained by her. These thoughts were interrupted when suddenly someone turned to the main character. He immediately looked to the side in order to understand who needed him. It was Joachim Drakel, who saw a small wound on the boy's leg and therefore asked if everything was okay with him. Zeke Moore was sure that everything was fine with him, after which he advised him to stay away because the guy could have been hurt during the fight. Suddenly, Joachim Dracula's extremely surprised subordinate drew his master's attention to something strange. They saw all that was left of Miss Bargo and immediately asked if it was Zeke Moore who had finished her off. The main character honestly answered that it was not him who did it, after which he looked at the stranger who was still in place and cautiously watched what was happening. Everyone was surprised that this girl turned Miss Bargo into coals. Zeke Moore confirmed this again and added that this stranger was a top-level magician. Suddenly, one of the knights stood in front of the main character and, drawing his sword, said that if the stranger attacked Zeke Moore first, he would perceive her as his enemy. The main character was about to confirm that it was the girl who provoked this battle, but suddenly he fell silent. The guy remembered that he was the one who attacked the stranger first, thanks to which he knew that she could create a magical barrier. Because of this, Zeke Moore felt awkward. Still, the guy admitted that it turned out that he was the first to attack the girl. The knight was shocked by this and now did not know what to do. The main character began to justify himself by saying that he did it unconsciously because he heard several shocking words, and so he had no reason to fight with her. The guy also believed that he shouldn't forget that it was this stranger who helped get rid of the witch and her harmful blood. That is why the main character loudly addressed the girl in order to calmly talk to her. Zeke Moore admitted that it was his mistake and therefore asked the stranger for forgiveness. The guy continued saying that everything would have been much easier if the girl had also talked to him before engaging in battle with him. Suddenly, the stranger interrupted Zeke Moore's speech because she wanted to ask him about something. It was obvious that for some reason it was difficult for her to talk to him. Still, she asked whether the people who surrounded the main character were his subordinates, to which she received a short negative answer. Then the guy also briefly told that they were all his colleagues. The girl was very surprised to hear this, as if such relationships between people could not exist at that time. Zeke Moore did not understand this surprise, so he repeated again that they were colleagues and no one here was subordinate to him. After this, the guy again thanked the stranger for helping him kill the witch, because thanks to this, civilians were not harmed. The stranger continued to be surprised by every word of the main character and could not believe that he really said all this. Zeke Moore didn't understand what the problem was, so he decided to listen to what the girl had to say. An unexpected stranger asked with malice in her voice, "Since when did the guy care about people suffering?" Zeke Moore didn't like such questions from a girl who didn't even tell who she was. After that, there was absolute silence for a while. The main character looked closely at the stranger, trying to understand who she really was. The guy was very interested in the question of whether she really knew him before his reincarnation. Did the stranger know that same Zeke Mora who was the Lord of Demons? Suddenly, the same loud voice in which one could feel discontent addressed the girl again. It soon became clear that it was not Zeke Moore, because he himself was surprised by what was happening and only stood silently in place. It was one of the knights who loudly asked how the girl dared to speak in such a tone to Zeke Moore, who was the hero of the city of Osperin. The stranger was very surprised that this guy was called a hero. At the same time, Zeke Moore was pleased with this tiger and therefore happily accepted him. The knight, almost with tears in his eyes, confirmed that this was indeed the case, because the main character did many good deeds for their county. The girl couldn't just believe it, so she asked the guy if his name was really Zeke and what his last name was. The main character replied that it didn't matter. Then Zeke Moore said that he did not know what information the girl had and in what quantity, but asked her not to impose her thoughts on him. The stranger didn't respond to this because she was completely focused on thinking about what she had just heard from the guy. She still found it hard to believe that the main character standing in front of her really wasn't the same Zeke Moore she knew. Still, the stranger said hesitantly that it was something completely different and she had no intention of imposing her thoughts on anyone. Zeke Moore was surprised and didn't understand the girl at all, so he thought that there was no point in wasting any more time on this conversation. He then threatened that if she did not tell who she was, she would be considered a trespasser. The main character didn't have time to finish speaking because he saw some object in the stranger's hand that, for no apparent reason, began to emit a bright light. A moment later, a mysterious energy completely enveloped the girl. It looked as if she had been swallowed by a sphere of electricity, but none of those present still understood what kind of light it was. Only Zeke Moore suggested that it was some kind of magical artifact. He tried not to take his eyes off the stranger despite the blinding light. At the same time, the girl looked quite determined, but she did not need this in order to enter the battle again. The stranger seemed to look at the main character with regret because she was still troubled by some thoughts. The next moment, strong gusts of wind arose, which forced our heroes to look away. As soon as everything was over, Hans was the first to look at the stranger in order to find out what was happening to her, but he was very surprised by what he saw. It turned out that the girl had already disappeared somewhere, leaving behind only a small amount of energy that gradually dissipated. Zeke Moore began to think that the creation of the artifact itself was not a small achievement, so it was hard to believe that this girl had an artifact of super high magic that allowed her to move through space. Now the main character was really interested in who this stranger really was. Some time passed. The morning in the city of Osperina began with the ringing of bells in the large chapel. Joachim Dracul looked at this chapel and thought that his father and older brother would certainly not be able to get to heaven. The guy's loyal subordinate considered that this was the price of their atonement for the deeds they had committed during their lifetime, also sure that they were prepared for such an outcome. It was difficult for Joachim Dracula to talk about this because despite everything, they remained his father and brother. After this, the boy turned to Zeke Moore and expressed his gratitude to him for being present at the funeral. The main character thought that Joachim Dracula shouldn't thank him for that. Hans and Slock agreed with their teacher. Then the young count decided that they still needed to organize a search and find out who exactly was the magician they had met in the forest that night. Zeke Moore replied that there was no need to worry about it since that girl had used the artifact anyway and now it was impossible to find her trace. After this, the guy thought that this stranger definitely knew him in a past life, so now he needed to slowly unravel this tangle of events. Zeke Moore was distracted from these thoughts by Joachim Dracul, who was looking at him intently, as if he did not want to disturb him, but really wanted to continue their conversation. The guy heard that our heroes were already getting ready to set off on their journey. Zeke Moore explained that they had only made a stop in this county, and now they needed to move on. Joachim Dracul understood this, but it seemed he wanted to make one proposal to his new comrades, for which he collected his thoughts. Still, he asked if our heroes would like to settle down in his county and guaranteed the best treatment. Zeke Moore refused this offer. After that, the guy smiled sincerely and began to assure that even if he was not here, nothing terrible would happen to the county, because it would be led by Joachim Dracul. The guy did not agree with this and said that even this time, If it were not for Zeke Moore and his companions, the city of Ospurin would have suffered a great disaster. Joachim Dracula also recalled with regret that during the battle he was somehow able to resist his fear of blood, but when it was all over he fell down without strength. The guy was very upset and worried about this because he thought that the Count of County Dracula, who was a hemophobe, looked pathetic. Unexpectedly, Zeke Moore, in order to help his comrade cope with these experiences, reached into a small bag hanging on his belt and began to look for something there. Joachim Dracula was so shocked when he saw what the main character got that he lost his speech for a moment and just looked at the guy with his mouth open. It turned out that Zeke Moore was handing Joachim Dracula a mysterious artifact, the blood vessel, and was asking him in all seriousness if he wanted to use it. Joachim Dracula was very surprised when he saw the magical artifact and asked if it was not the thing that the unknown hooded man offered him to take back in prison. Zeke Moore confirmed this and added that he had retrieved this bloody vessel from under the rubble. The guy continued to say that in the future, there would come a day when hemophobia could become an obstacle for Joachim Dracula, and in order to prevent this from happening, he should take this thing. Zeke Moore gave away the magical artifact, while assuring him that it would grant its owner mastery of blood. Joachim Dracula thought that this sounded like something not very good. Then the guy said that it was an ability with which one could manipulate the surrounding blood, but due to excessive greed, one could become obsessed with it. Joachim Dracula became concerned that if he began to thirst for the blood of other people, it could cause great chaos, so he wondered if there was some ability to prevent this. The main character tries to calm his comrade down, promising that if his mind is captured by the ability, he will come and kill him with his own hands. Some time passed. It was deep night, but the lights were still burning in the windows of Count Dracula's palace. Joachim Dracula himself sat alone at his desk and thought about something carefully. Suddenly the guy heard a knock on the door. He immediately understood who had come to see him and therefore allowed them to enter. It was Joachim's loyal subordinate Dracula who brought him a huge stack of documents that he needed to look at. The guy saw this and sighed heavily. The knight noticed that his master looked very tired. Joachim said that earlier at this time, he was already asleep, so he was already beginning to miss the time when he was weak from illness. However, the man was happy for his master and believed that the bloody vessel really had a strong effect on him because he became much healthier than before, which was very noticeable. Then the loyal subordinate asked how Joachim Dracula's thirst for blood, which should have already appeared in him, had wished for it. The guy honestly admitted that sometimes he had a desire to snack on blood, but after a while it disappeared on its own. At the same time, he touched his small wound on his finger. Joachim then demonstrated his new skills and suggested that now he had no need to control the blood of other people, since so far he had been doing an excellent job with his own. Brod was fascinated by this action because before this, he had never seen how his master possessed blood. The man considered this spectacle amazing. Joachim Dracula explained that it would be useful for him to be able to defend himself independently, and that is why he trained in this ability from time to time. After this, Brod shared with his master the questions that puzzled him. The man did not understand how Zeke Moore could know about all this. The guy thought that they didn't need to know the answers to this, because the main character was the savior who protected their county anyway. Joachim Dracula continued to say that in his land such a status was quite sufficient. After this, the guy suddenly got up from the table and turned to his subordinate, because he wanted to tell him something else. Looking mysteriously out the window, the young count informed the man that he needed to investigate something. Brod obediently prepared to listen to his master's order. Joachim Dracula instructed the knight to find out about the man in black who helped spread the plague, as well as about the magician girl who attacked Zeke Moore. At this time, our heroes stopped in the forest to rest. They did not settle in as comfortably as they could have if they had lived in the Count's palace, but such conditions were already more familiar to them. Sloka, as the youngest, had been sleeping carefree for a long time, hugging Novem. At this time, the main character closely watched the dance of the flames and wondered who that girl really was. The guy was sure that she knew that his name before reincarnation was Zeke Moore, but he did not remember that as a demon lord he met a person with such an appearance. In terms of skills, this girl reminded him of the demonic lord of magic, who in the second half of the era was one of the demonic lords along with him, that is, the embodiment of horror itself. The main character recalled that this man was fluent in all kinds of magic, and they even crossed paths a couple of times. However, Zeke Moore clearly remembered that this demonic lord of magic was a man, and also very old. No one except this old man came to the guy's mind. Because of this, he was unhappy, because before he had never forgotten something like this. Zeke Moore then suggested that if that girl returned just like him, it meant that she had something to do with the key that distorts fate. Perhaps it was she who transplanted him into the main character, but the guy understands that this was only his assumption and nothing more. Remembering that battle as well as the face and emotions of the girl, Zeke Moore thought that it was all very strange. The main character was very concerned about why she was looking at him with such a look at that moment. Zeke Moore was distracted from all these thoughts by Hans, who hesitantly addressed him. The main character here began to listen attentively to his student. The guy was worried about the words that Zeke Moore said last time. Namely, that in that situation, the priority was to deal with Miss Bargo and not to save the inhabitants of Osperin. The main character immediately assumed that his student did not like his decision. Hans immediately fell silent because he was afraid to say what he really thought. Zeke Moore understood the guy, but explained that in order to prevent numerous casualties, it was impossible to ignore the reason for what happened, which was right before his eyes. After this, the main character asked the guy if he really wanted to become a hero or even a god. The guy then added that even a super genius like him couldn't achieve absolutely everything he wanted, and in the future there won't be a person who can do it. Hearing this, Hans suddenly asked if his teacher really thought that he could become a hero in the future. Zeke Moore thought about this question while looking intently at his student, but his gaze was slightly indifferent. Still, he answered that if the guy wanted this, he could try to become a hero. These, greatly surprised Hans and gave him hope. Zeke Moore will continue to say that as long as the guy remained his subordinate, he would help him in any way he could. After this, Hans asked if there really wasn't a way when it was possible to save more people when making a decision. The protagonist answered that there really was such a way. Without waiting for a detailed explanation, Hans asked directly how this could be achieved. Zeke Moore replied that there was nothing special about it, because it was simply necessary to become stronger. In other words, the teacher was telling his student that he had to train even harder if he really wanted to save more people. Dawn soon came, but this did not mean that the day promised to be calm and carefree for our heroes. A bloodthirsty predator was already approaching them, who was the master of this forest and intended to deal with the uninvited guests. The situation was aggravated by the fact that this predator was not alone. The wolf, with eyes burning with rage, was leading an entire pack. The first one the predators noticed was Slock, who was sitting on the ground and fearlessly looking into the eyes of danger. The next moment, several bloodthirsty monsters rushed at the guy, intending to tear him to shreds while he sat meekly in one place. However, the predator's wait was in vain, because Sloka was sitting on the ground for a reason. He was waiting for the right moment to use his ability and at the same time practice on real opponents. After just a couple of seconds, a huge stone pillar rose from the ground and mercilessly pierced all the aggressive wolves. After this, the guy and his little friend sighed with relief, because although he was confident in his abilities, it was impossible to get used to meetings with a bloodthirsty enemy. However, the guy relaxed too early, because several more wolves were approaching him, who were clearly unhappy with the fact that he had killed members of their pack. Despite this, the dangerous predators had to worry about themselves and save themselves as quickly as possible, because another enemy had already appeared behind them. It only took Hans a few swings of his sword to disable the wolves, which showed that his skills had improved significantly and that his lessons had not been in vain. After this, the guy breathed a sigh of relief, happy that he managed to do everything without a single mistake. At this time, Zeke Moore approached our heroes and asked if his students had finished fighting these monsters. By kicking one of the wolves, the main character made sure that he really died and no longer posed any danger to them. Suddenly, Hans asked his teacher why there were so many monsters here, because despite the success, it was still dangerous for them. Sloka agreed with his friend and was worried that these monsters could harm the inhabitants of the village that was located right next to this forest. Hearing all this, Zeke Moore thought about it and mentally agreed that there really were too many monsters here, so he began to wonder what it was about this area that attracted them so much. Suddenly, someone's voice addressed our heroes. Everyone immediately looked to the side in order to understand who else could be in this wilderness at such a time. It was an elderly man who was carrying a large bag with him, and behind him was an impressive spear. He noticed that the guys looked quite strong. That is why the old man asked if they could help him. This surprised the main character very much, but it was clear from him that he was not going to refuse someone in need. The old man told our heroes that the reason for the appearance of such a large number of monsters in this forest was the orc. Zeke Moore was surprised to hear this. The old man continued to say that this monster was walking on the mountain nearby, so he was interested in whether the guys could help deal with it. The old man was worried that the appearance of this monster could cause trouble for those residents who had climbed here. Zeke Moore began to think about this request. Soon our heroes came across huge footprints on the ground, which meant that they had responded to the call for help. A huge bare footprint was clearly imprinted in the mud, which clearly could not have belonged to a human. Slock was amazed by this and assumed that this trace really belonged to an orc. Hans also suggested that there might not have been one monster in this forest, but a whole group that moved together. In any case, the main character decided that the first thing they needed to do now was look for other tracks around the area. Suddenly, Sloka asked if they would be able to find anything at all with just this clue. Zeke Moore admitted that he was not very good at following tracks. Hans was surprised by this and asked how they would then look for the monster. The students immediately froze in anticipation of an answer from their teacher, who was already prepared to tell them about his plan. The next moment, the protagonist said that they should walk around the area, look at everything, and listen until they feel the presence of the monster. After this, Zeke Moore asked the boys to follow him faster. Hans and Sloka were not at all happy with this plan. The main character confidently walked forward and looked around, thinking that of course he couldn't compare with the professionals, but he knew the basic principles of working on such hooks. The guy continued to think that the range of his sensations was wide, and Hans and Slock walked very quickly, so in a few days they should definitely find this orc. Suddenly, the main character stopped because he saw something strange in the distance in front of him. A small boy was moving towards our heroes, and because of his appearance, Zeke Moore became suspicious. The guy assumed that he was an undead. Sloka was very surprised and did not understand what a small child was doing so far in the mountains, and Hans was amazed at how thin and weak this boy was. Suddenly, the main character turned to Hans to do something, but the guy did not immediately understand everything. At this time, the child who had suddenly appeared continued to walk forward and did not notice at all what was happening around him, because he was only thinking about the fact that he really wanted to eat. Suddenly, he saw in front of him the hand of a stranger who was holding out a large loaf of bread to him. The boy immediately looked up and saw the face of his benefactor, who was sure that this bread was very tasty. It was Zeke Moore who, with a smile on his face, offered the child to try this bread. After this, our heroes stopped at a tavern in a small village and began to search the mountains in order to find the monster. It was only after several days deep in the night that they managed to find the orcs in their habitat. The elimination of this threat to our heroes took place without any problems. It could be considered that for Hans and Sloka, this was another training session of their skills. The old man who asked for help, seeing the result of the guy's work, was amazed and asked if they really didn't need money as a reward. Zeke Moore refused it. However, the elderly man who turned out to be the head of the village still thanked our heroes by treating them to a hearty dinner, calling them the saviors of the village. However, this was not the end of this little story. Our heroes still remained in this village. The boy they met on the way began to often come to Zeke Moore, who was not at all against it. One day, the main character quietly crept up to a thoughtful child, which scared him. The boy began to complain about this and asked why the guy scared him like that every time. Zeke Moore didn't respond to this, but instead, as always, handed the child some bread. This happened every time they met, but the boy was still surprised by it. The main character looked at this child with a smile and thought that all he ever did was help him do good deeds. The child was in no hurry to accept this help and hesitantly said that he had not come here to beg. To this, the guy said that the boy should not have rejected gifts from adults. Still, the child took the bread, remembering the words of his mother who said that you couldn't take anything from strangers. Zeke Moore assumed that she was talking about bad adults. Hearing this, the child asked if the main character was really a good adult. The boy was greatly surprised by Zeke Moore's response, which said that he was not a good adult. Immediately after this, the main character, with a wide smile on his face, clarified that he was a bad adult who tried to live a good life. After some time, Zeke Moore and the child were sitting on the street and talking. Zeke Moore asked the boy to eat more slowly so that his stomach wouldn't hurt. He also offered him water. The child did not refuse this because he was really tormented by thirst, but he was embarrassed to ask. At this point, the boy's meal was completed because he still had some things to do. Zeke Moore, noticing that the child began to take out his handkerchief, suggested that today he would again take bread home. The boy confirmed this by saying that he wanted to share with his mom and dad. After this, the child began to carefully wrap the bread in a handkerchief so that it would not get dirty. The main character was surprised at how kind this boy was. After that, he asked what his parents were doing. He was unhappy because it seemed that they did not care about their child at all. The boy immediately began to deny this and said that the guy was wrong, but he did not go into details. After that, the child said that he heard that the whole village was talking about the main character being a kind person and also being able to catch the orcs. Zeke Moore confirmed this, but he felt uneasy that people called him a good man. Suddenly, the main character asked the boy to come to their tavern, and seeing his look, said that the child did not need to look at him as if he were some kind of criminal in an alley. However, that was not the point. The boy said that if people like him entered this establishment, swearing would immediately begin. Zeke Moore began to assure that the child had nothing to worry about because he had already talked to me, the owner, and agreed on everything. This surprised the boy very much. Then he asked why the main character treated him so well, since all the other people hated him. Zeke Moore immediately asked about the reason for this. Along the way, the guy remembered that everything was the same as back then with Timmy. Once the main character also helped a child, which surprised him greatly, because it was the first time that someone helped him just like that without any conditions. At that moment, Timmy's words truly shocked Zeke Moore, and the tears in the child's eyes only increased this feeling. Still, the main character answered that, compared to some people, he was indeed kinder. The child did not understand this because just recently the guy said that he was a bad adult who tried to live a good life. Zeke Moore heard this and decided that he would then be a bad adult who was kinder than those same kind people. These words confused the child even more. Suddenly the main character heard laughter that the little boy could hardly contain. This surprised the guy. The child laughed sincerely, not understanding how what Zeke Moore had just said was even possible. To this the guy said that all his words were true, and there really was a person like him in the world. The little boy would really like for the world to have many people like the main character, because then the world would truly become cool. After this, Zeke Moore noticed the time and realized that it was already quite late. The child agreed with this and decided that it was time for him to return home. The boy said goodbye to his new acquaintance and quickly ran away, not forgetting to take with him the bread given to him by the main character. Zeke Moore was also already returning to the tavern. Suddenly, the guy stopped because he remembered that he wanted to ask the child about something else. The main character turned around, but the boy had already disappeared without a trace. Zeke Moore was surprised that he left so quickly. After some time, the child was already approaching a destroyed village in which it seemed no one had lived for a long time. The boy with a smile on his face and bread in his hands quickly ran forward, hoping that his mom and dad would be happy. Suddenly, the child began to worry that he so often accepted food from the main character, but did not even know his name. So he decided that tomorrow, he would definitely ask him about it. The boy needed to know this in order to one day be able to repay him for his kindness. Suddenly, the child stopped because he saw in the distance a stranger in a hood whom he had not seen before, together with his uncle from the village. The boy decided to watch what would happen next. Unexpectedly, the first handed the second a small bag with something heavy and bells inside. After this, the man from the village immediately hid it, while being very nervous. The child who witnessed this felt that there was some kind of strange atmosphere here. Still, the child decided that he needed to leave here as soon as possible. At this time, the stranger took off his hood, due to which his unusual tattoos became visible. The next moment he turned sharply towards the boy, and with a crazy smile on his face, said that he had found an annoying bug that was meddling in other people's business. The little boy was very frightened by the appearance of the stranger, which instilled in him a feeling of fear and danger. At this time, the main character, unlike his students, was not yet asleep, and looking at the night sky was meticulously thinking about something. Zeke Moore doubted whether he should give the child not only bread but also something else next time. The guy was also surprised by the fact that they didn't even know each other's names, but they communicated so well, so Zeke Moore assumed that they really had become good friends. Still, the main character decided that tomorrow he would definitely ask the child his name. The guy, of course, did not know what was happening right now in the dark, gloomy forest. The little boy felt incredible danger, cried loudly and tried to protect himself as best he could until the last, hoping for someone's help. Soon a new day arrived. Our heroes immediately got to work, and by lunchtime they had dealt with another group of orcs. Hans asked her teacher if that would be enough for today. Sloka was also interested in this question, because in those places that they had examined before, they had cleaned everything again, and only these remained of the monster. Zeke Moore thought and began to reflect that there were no more signs of any new monsters approaching. The guy also clearly felt that their numbers had decreased, and perhaps these creatures were forced out onto the mountain due to the change in the strength of the monsters in the area. The main character was happy that at least for a while this village would no longer suffer from monsters or animals that came down from the mountain. After this, the satisfied guy declared that their work was finished and praised his students, suggesting that they return back to the village. After some time, our heroes were already in the village and received sincere gratitude from the head of the settlement and its residents. The older man insisted that it was only thanks to the boys that they could live in safety, and therefore they deserved to be paid for their kindness. Hans might have been happy to accept some payment, but he followed the protagonist's example and said that it was unnecessary. Unexpectedly, Slock noticed that today he had not yet seen the child whom they had recently met in the forest, and to whom Zeke Moore had repeatedly given food. The guy was worried about this because this boy was always here when they went down the mountain. The main character was a little upset about this because he wanted to see him one more time before leaving. Unexpectedly, the head of the village asked whether our heroes had spoken about the child who lived behind the palisade. This interested Zeke Moore. One of the villagers said that he had not seen this child for a couple of days, although he usually came to help him with all sorts of household things. Hans thought that the boy might have decided to go somewhere else, since this was not the only village in the area. However, Slock was still worried. Suddenly, the main character, without explaining anything, called his students to follow him. The boys did not resist this. Hans only asked where Zeke Moore had decided to go this time, and if they had any destination. Sloka was also interested in this question. Unexpectedly for the guys, the main character said that he did not yet know where exactly they should go. This surprised Hans very much. After this, Zeke Moore suggested that his students go to the child's home and check if everything was okay with him. After some time, our heroes had already arrived at the empty village and were walking along the quiet, deserted streets, carefully looking around. Hans felt uneasy here, and Sloka was interested in why everything here was so destroyed, although people definitely lived here before. Zeke Moore himself did not know the answer to this question, but with the help of his skills, he felt that now there was not a single trace of people here. The main character was worried and wondered what could happen to that child while remembering their last meeting. Suddenly, the guy felt some kind of feeling that seriously alarmed him. Without explaining anything to his students, Zeke Moore suddenly jumped up and quickly rushed forward, leaving the bewildered guys behind. After some time, the main character stopped at the entrance to one of the seemingly non-residential buildings. He seemed afraid to go inside and see what was there. The reason for this was that Zeke Moore, using his abilities, clearly felt that someone was dying inside the house right now. Still, the guy took the plunge and kicked the door down and went inside. Right at the threshold, the main character saw the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman who clearly did not die a natural death. However, this was not the most shocking sight in this house. Zeke Moore was struck by something even more terrible. The guy saw that same child who was now unconscious. In addition to this, the large seal that was visible on the boy's chest was frightening. Alarmed, Zeke Moore immediately rushed to the child in order to help him and bring him to his senses. The guy saw that the boy was still breathing, and therefore assumed that if he used the potion now, he could still be saved. However, this was not the only problem that Zeke Moore was worried about. There was something more than the child's unconscious state. The guy clearly saw that streams of ominous energy were emanating from the seal that was applied to the boy's chest. At that moment, the child suddenly woke up and asked if he really saw his friend in front of him, as if he did not believe what was happening. The main character happily confirmed that it was him. After that, the child asked how the guy ended up there. Zeke Moore explained that the child had not appeared in the village for a long time, and therefore he decided to come to him himself this time. It seemed that the boy was very happy to hear this, but he could not fully enjoy this moment because of the events he had recently experienced. Then the main character asked what happened to the boy and who did all this. The exhausted child timidly answered that he did not know this person. The boy said that for the first time he saw this strange stranger who suddenly appeared at night. Then the child remembered that the first terrible thing befell his father. Immediately after this, his mother also lost her life at the hands of an unknown assailant. The child also remembered that the stranger promised him that his parents would stay alive if he did not scream. The boy was in great pain, but he tried his best to endure it. The main character summed up that the stranger tortured the child and said that he would leave his parents alive if he did not scream, but in the end he killed them anyway. Zeke Moore immediately decided that the unknown person was doing all this just for fun, which the guy was very unhappy about. Suddenly the child began to tremble with fear when he remembered that after the death of his parents, the stranger went to the people from the neighboring houses in order to do the same to them. They all died. The child blamed himself for this, which is why he cried bitterly and could not calm down. At that moment, Zeke Moore put his hand on the boy's head and calmly asked him not to worry so much. The main character began to assure the child that all this was not his fault. After that, the guy asked if he could see the face of that scoundrel. The boy said that the stranger had no hair and had a strange tattoo on half of his face. Suddenly, the child began to experience severe pain, from which he immediately grabbed the seal on his chest. Zeke Moore immediately understood what was happening and therefore, in order to help, he concentrated mana in his right hand. After this, the main character put his hand on the seal, which emitted ominous energy. As soon as he grabbed this energy, Zeke Moore jerked his hand as if he had torn it out of the boy's body. A moment later, the seal left by the villain on the child's chest completely disappeared, leaving no trace. It seemed that now everything would be fine with him. Zeke Moore praised the child for his efforts and then said that he would figure it out himself. The boy was happy, and therefore smiled. Suddenly, the child's eyes began to slowly close. He could no longer resist it. Soon the boy's hand fell limply to the floor. In the end, he could only thank the main character for his kindness. Zeke Moore looked sadly at the lifeless body of the child, whose name he never managed to find out. After this, the main character took out a small bag that he brought with him especially for this boy. It turned out that it contained the same bread that the guy had been treating him to recently. Zeke Moore put it in the child's hand. Perhaps the main character wanted to stay here alone with his thoughts for some time, but he was distracted by a sudden noise. The reason for this was Hans and Sloka, who, after a long search, were finally able to find their teacher. The guys were shocked when they saw what was happening in this house and understood everything without words, but this did not make it easier for them to accept what had happened. The main character, seeing his students, immediately began to rise from his seat, ordering them to prepare for immediate dispatch. Zeke Moore explained that now they would go to the one who could help them avenge this innocent child. Of course, the guy was talking about Aina Luvella, who was currently going about her usual business and didn't even suspect what was waiting for her ahead. It was deep night, but the bright light from the large fire was able to easily drive away the darkness, albeit not for long. Our heroes stood silently near the old house and watched as the flames gradually consumed it. Soon the fire penetrated inside to take away the lifeless bodies of innocent people who became victims of an unknown person who had recently appeared in these parts. Slock was very sorry about what happened and wished that the flame would send the souls of these people to a better place. Novem shared his friend's feelings. At this time, Hans looked at his teacher and was surprised that he had arranged a funeral for an unknown boy whom he had seen only a few times. Moreover, it was hard to believe that the main character was also going to avenge the death of this child. Hans didn't believe that Zeke Moore did all this out of a sense of justice or anything like that. The guy admitted that it was, of course, a good deed, but he believed that Zeke Moore was not the kind of person who would start acting on such a matter. However, the death of this child made the protagonist's favor useless, and moreover, this boy died such a cruel death. Hans was sure that these two things definitely hurt Zeke Moore's pride. With these thoughts, the night passed unnoticed. Morning came, and everything that remained of the dead people was carefully collected and folded on a piece of cloth. Zeke Moore personally did this while Hans and Sloka stood silently to the side and obediently waited for him. The main character carefully collected the surviving bones into a large pot in order to honor the memory of the dead. Soon the boy finished everything he wanted to do and began to rise from his seat. Hans and Slock were still obediently waiting and did not interfere with their teacher. Finally, Zeke Moore turned to his students and said that they could now set out on their journey. At the end of the large and bright hall grew a tree that symbolized life itself. On all sides it was surrounded by high columns and arches. Aina Luvella, having finished all her business, went out into the corridor where someone was already waiting for her. The girl was very surprised when she saw this man, because she never expected that he would be here now. It turned out that it was Sir Vague. He did not hide the fact that he was glad to see Aina Luvella. The elderly man immediately asked if the prayer had gone well, to which the girl answered affirmatively with a smile. After that, she asked what happened since the old man was here. Sir Vague happily informed the girl that a good friend had visited them. Aina Luvella was very surprised by this statement, because she did not understand what kind of good friend they were talking about. At this time, the unexpected guest was expecting to meet the girl and was passing the time over a cup of tea. Zeke Moore calmly sipped his drink, while his students looked around in great surprise. Hans was amazed by the setting and thought that it all looked even more grandiose than in the Karuviman Order Church. Slock was also amazed and thought that the main character's connections were truly extensive. Finally, Aina Luvella and Sir Vague entered the room. Our hero immediately rose from their seats and greeted them, The girl asked if everything was okay with them. Servaig, smiling good-naturedly, extended his hand to the main character, saying along the way that he was glad to see him in good health. Zeke Moore shook the old man's hand, but at that moment he could only think about how he could not get used to the smile of a real death machine. Ina Luvella was also very glad to see her old friend, but she was also interested in who the third guest was who had arrived with him. Hans said that it was his friend whose name was Sloka, and the mole next to him was Novum. The guy bowed respectfully, greeting the girl. After that, Zeke Moore smiled and said that, while they were waiting for their old friends, they heard the latest news about Ina Luvell. They said that the girl would not be long before receiving the second name Primel, which could only be given to holy ladies. Ina Luvella was embarrassed that the main character knew about this. Servaig was surprised that the boy had already found out about this, and added that all that was left to make a final decision was to establish the rationale. The protagonist knew that the old man meant to obtain consent from the holy lady Karuna. Suddenly Zeke Moore asked what his acquaintances thought about a big and impressive case instead of some trifle. This question surprised Servaig and Ina Luvella. The next moment, the protagonist, with a sly smile on his face, suggested that they destroy the Belid unit in the northern part of the country. Some time passed, Zeke Moore told what happened and why he came here. Servaig listened attentively to everything, nervously tapping his finger on the table. Ina Luvella was shocked by the story that Zeke Moore told and could not utter a word. The old man, full of rage, asked if the murder of the child, to whom the boy had treated well, was really the work of the people from Belid. Zeke Moore confirmed this and then showed the sign that was on the boy's chest. Servaig said that this sign was used to prevent a person from dying prematurely. Hans was very surprised that dark magic was used on the child in order to make it last longer. Servaig said that this magic kept a person alive for a predetermined period of time, even if he was mortally wounded. It was usually used to keep a person alive during torture, or as they said, to play with people. Servaig then asked if the protagonist had any information about who exactly killed that child and his family. Zeke Moore replied that according to the boy, he was attacked by a bald man, half of whose face was covered with a tattoo. This description was enough for Ina Luvella to remember and timidly name Kalan Trislova. Zeke Moore was surprised by this and immediately asked if the girl really knew this scoundrel. Ina said that it was one of the cardinals who was directly subordinate to the Holy Father of the Belid clan. The girl continued to say that this man was famous as the one who created all sorts of horrors in this world. Servaig was surprised that the conversation turned specifically to this man, and therefore asked if he had simply appeared in the village. Zeke Moore suggested that Kalun Trislova might have simply been passing by that village and stopped to buy provisions, and at the same time decided to have some fun. The guy continued to tell that the victims were only poor people living on the outskirts, so there was no unrest in the village itself. Servaig was very outraged by this. In addition, the main character considered it strange that there were quite a lot of monsters living in the mountains around the village, and even orcs had made a haven for themselves there. The elderly man, having heard all this, thought about it, and said that all this was certainly not just like that. Still, the old man declared that if they went against the people from Belid, then he and Karaviman were ready to run to any battlefield. Servaig also noted that they had little information about the enemy base. To this, Zeke Moore said that he knew the location of the northern division of Belid, as well as the location of another base. The old man was so happy to hear this that he jumped up from his seat and declared that it was a great benefit from the interaction between Lady Ina Luvella and Zeke Moore. At the same time, the girl was interested in where the main character learned such reliable data, because it was not easy to get information about Belid. The guy briefly answered that he learned everything by chance. Ina Luvella was amazed that Zeke Moore knew so much, and even had information about the runes drawn during the incident in the city of Pontus. The guy immediately realized that the girl was talking about the runes that he had drawn to seal the demon statue. These were the very same runes that Ina Luvella drew during her fight with the demonic lord before the main character was reborn. Of course, Zeke Moore couldn't tell her about this. After that, Servaig suggested that we first go to the northern base of Belid in order to check this location. The guy agreed with this proposal. As he left the room, the old man also said that judging by the fact that that place was their first destination, after checking, the priority would be to deal with Colin Trislov. After this, Servaig asked if Zeke Moore's main goal was only revenge. Hearing this question, the guy suddenly stopped and fell silent, as if it was difficult for him to talk about it. Still, the main character, with regret that he tried to hide, answered that it was because of Kalun Trislov that he did not even have time to hear the name of that boy. After some time, our heroes reached the mountainous desert area where they were met by inhospitable landscapes. The only way to move around here was on horseback, so as not to waste precious energy. Sir Vague looked around and was surprised that the world was truly full of wonders. He would never have even thought that places like this existed. From this reaction, Zeke Moore realized that the old man, despite his experience, had never met such a person. Sir Vague used to believe that he had seen enough of the world, but now he realized that he had been too arrogant. The old man admitted that his mistake was that he wanted to measure the world that was created by the goddess by his own standards. The main character, hearing this, asked if those who served the goddess really had such feelings. Sir Vague began to assure that the boy would feel the same as he did if he believed in Saint Karuna. Then the old man began to agitate his acquaintance and say that the doors of Keruvim were always open for him, but Zeke Moore was not enthusiastic and therefore refused. After this, our hero's journey continued. After a few minutes of silence, the elderly man turned to the guy again because he wanted to ask him something. The old man asked if the northern division of Belid was really here, because he still couldn't believe that the main character could really have such valuable information. Besides, this area didn't seem quite suitable for them, because Bela, whom the Belids believed in, was the god of water. The elderly man also heard that where they were building the temple, there had to be water. However, this was an arid desert. Zeke Moore understood that at first glance everything looked unrealistic, but the guy insisted that it was precisely because of this prejudice that people still could not find these guys. Sir Vague, hearing this, felt that these words really did make sense. Suddenly, the main characters on horseback quickly rushed forward, overtaking the old man. After that, he turned back, and with a satisfied grin said that they had to go a little further. Some time passed, our heroes left their horses in the shade and decided to continue on foot. Zeke Moore walked ahead as if he knew exactly where they should go, and Sir Vague obediently followed behind him, marveling at what surrounded him. Suddenly, the main character stopped as if he had lost the trail and did not know where they should go next. However, this was not the case at all. The guy led Sir Vague to a sharp cliff and declared that this was exactly the entrance they needed. After this, our heroes quickly went down where it was already completely dark, so there was no way to get by without a flashlight. Zeke Moore continued to confidently walk forward, leading Sir Vague behind him in order to prove to him that he was right. Soon the elderly man's face was distorted in genuine surprise at what he saw in front of him. Our heroes reached a huge underground lake, the crystal clear water of which reflected the bright sunlight from the surface. The old man could not even suspect that in such a wilderness there could be an underground lake of such scale. Now he understood why he still could not find the people from Belid. Suddenly our heroes saw a bright light far ahead of them, which was clearly artificially created by someone. Fearing that it might be their enemies, Zeke Moore and Sir Vague quickly hid behind the rocks so as not to reveal their presence here. After that, they began to closely observe what was happening in order to understand who was there besides them and what they were doing. It turned out that this bright light was emitted by torches that were burning nearby and illuminating the space around some building. This building was a temple into which large doors were introduced. The building was decorated with a mysterious sign carved in stone. Sir Vague, seeing it, immediately understood that it was the sign of Belid, which meant that the main character was right and people really did build a temple in such a place. Pleased with himself, Zeke Moore turned to the old man and asked if he now trusted him. In response to this, the elderly man suddenly grabbed the protagonist's hand, unable to contain his emotions. After this, he enthusiastically promised the boy that the best troops of Karuviman would be prepared to fight their common enemy. After some time, our heroes returned to the temple to tell everything they saw and move on to the next stage. They were received by an elderly man who sat at the head of the table, which spoke of his high status in this place. It was the Holy Father Karuvimana who, smiling kindly, said that he was very glad to meet our heroes. Zeke Moore just smiled at this, as if he had seen this old man before. Then the main character began to feel awkward because he remembered something from his past. In the days when the boy was a great demon lord, he did not know that one day he would be so close to the one who created the zombies with whom he fought. At that time, the Holy Father, remaining behind, healed his subordinates and even provided support in the attack, thanks to which the knights really had success. The main character admitted that because of this old man, he almost died in that battle. That is why the boy could not expect that one day he would meet with the Holy Father Karuvimana, which for him was even more difficult than meeting with the emperor of the country. These thoughts were interrupted by an elderly man who turned to the main character to talk to him. As a representative of Karuviman, he expressed his gratitude to the boy for telling them about the Belid hideout. The protagonist replied that he only extended a helping hand because he wanted to do something. The Holy Father had already heard that Zeke Moore wanted to take revenge on the Bellids for the death of an innocent child, so he was interested in whether the boy would fight against them on the side of Karuviman. The protagonist answered affirmatively, but added that according to his plan, while his comrades would attack the Bellid temple, he would try to get inside it alone. Hearing this, the Holy Father assumed that the guy intended to do this in order to deal with the person who killed the child. Zeke Moore took his time with his answer, as if collecting his thoughts while the older man humbly waited for him. The next moment, Zeke Moore, smiling slyly and with a sinister voice, declared that he planned to torture Kalun Trislov properly before his death. The Holy Father thought that the guy really did look scary now, which is why, at his old age, her heart could very well give out. Zeke Moore apologized for giving in to his feelings. The Holy Father understood the feelings of the main character because Kalun Trislova was indeed disgusting, but one should not forget that he was also very strong. The old man then said that there was a guess that Kalun Trislova was endowed with the same level of power as the high-ranking fighters of the Karuviman squad. That's why the old man asked the main character in all seriousness if everything would be okay if he entered into battle with him. To this, Zeke Moore, with the same seriousness, briefly replied that he would not interfere with the knights from Karuviman squads. Hearing this, the Holy Father understood that the guy was not going to change his goal and thought that this was even good. After this, the old man declared that this operation would be carried out in complete secrecy, since it was impossible for the enemy to find out about their plans and escape. That is why Sir Vague thought that it would be better for our three heroes to remain in the temple until the departure. The Holy Father agreed with this opinion. Unexpectedly, the main character turned to the elderly man, because he still had questions for him. Zeke Moore asked if he could ask the Holy Father for one more request. The old man did not refuse and began to listen attentively to the guy. The next moment, the main character put his hand on his chest, thus showing respect, and declared that he would like to receive the title of honorary knight. Sir Vague and Ina Luvella were very surprised to hear this, because they could not have expected that the guy's request would be exactly like this. The Holy Father immediately asked why Zeke Moore was so eager to receive this title. The main character began to say that he did not have any special reason for this. The guy simply believed that if he received the same rights as the elite knights, it would anger Kalun Trislov even more, which was only to his advantage. After some time, evening came. Our heroes went to rest, and now the Holy Father could talk with his subordinates in private. Sir Vague is confident that the main character was even more unique than it might seem at first glance. The old man admitted that Zeke Moore might have had a slightly strange character, but he knew his business well. Ina Luvella was sure that they would not be ashamed if the boy became an honorary knight of Karuviman. The Holy Father nevertheless listened to the words of his subordinates and decided to give the main character the title of elite knight. Suddenly, the elderly man remembered something and decided to discuss it immediately. He remembered that among the elite knights there was one active and strong guy whose skills resembled Zeke Moore. The Holy Father wondered if he could send this man on a mission with Sir Vague. The old man immediately asked who this guy was. The elderly man couldn't immediately remember his name, but still answered that his name was Glenn Zenard. Ina Luvella was surprised that the conversation turned to Lord Zenard and did not seem at all happy about it. The Holy Father noticed the girl's reaction and asked if something was wrong. Ina Luvella began to deny this, but said that every time he saw her, he constantly asked if she had any worries, although she always said that she had not. Sir Vague immediately began to laugh loudly, because he assumed that Lord Zenard was simply showing interest in the girl. Ina Luvella explained that as a servant of Karuna, she did not intend to start a relationship or get married. After this, Sir Vague told the Holy Father that Lord Zenard would not be able to participate in this war because he had gone as support somewhere else, and it was difficult to contact him. Ina Luvella didn't seem to be upset about this at all, but she still felt uncomfortable remembering Lord Zenard. Sir Vague noticed this and said that if the girl was uncomfortable, he could talk to the guy so that he would not bother her anymore. Ina asked not to do this because everything was fine. Then the elderly man asked if there was anything else that was bothering the girl. Ina timidly replied that in her opinion, the Lord was not just showing interest in her for no reason. She didn't know what the specific matter was, but she believed that there was something else behind it. Sir Vague was surprised by this, but didn't understand what the girl meant. Ina Luvella herself found it difficult to understand all this, but she thought about how to formulate her thoughts correctly. Still, she said that she had the feeling that Glenn Zenard was testing her. After some time, the squads of the Knights of Karuna were already crossing the desert in order to get to the right place. At the head of the column walked Sir Vague, leading the troops behind him. All our heroes were also here to take part in the battle. Along with this, Priests rode in the carts and said prayers for the protection of the soldiers and the successful conduct of the battle. Suddenly, one of the horses stopped because its owner had already arrived where he needed to. Servaig, who was very serious about the upcoming battle, signaled to the others to get some, and they also stopped. Our heroes looked at the entrance to the dungeons, realizing that this was exactly the place they needed. Aina Louvel was already eager to join the battle against the heretics. Servaig fully supported her in this. The elderly man, frowning with anger, called on everyone to hold a trial over these damn Bellids. Zeke Moore was not so enthusiastic, because he came here for a completely different purpose, but he saw that the other knights were literally burning with rage. Still, the main character got off his horse and, approaching the cliff, said that he would go there first. Servaig immediately realized that the boy had not changed his mind about getting inside the temple alone. Zeke Moore reminded him that the old man had long ago agreed with his idea. Aina Lavella seemed to want to object to this, but she didn't have time to say anything because she was interrupted. The main character asked the girl not to worry, because even if he was caught, he had almost no information. To this, Aina Lavella said that she did not mean this at all. Zeke Moore knew what the girl was worried about, so he began to assure her that the Bellids would not catch him, and nothing like that would happen. The guy also turned to his students and said that he had a request for them. He reminded them that they were trained to protect themselves, so they should not have died here. Then the main character added that since the guys were going to die, nothing could be done about it. The ease with which this was said amazed Hans and Sloka. After that, Zeke Moore began to quickly descend into the dungeon so as not to waste time and not worry at all about what he might encounter on the way. The others also began preparing for the descent. Aina Louvel was worried about the upcoming event and asked if everything would really be okay. Servaig decided that for now, it would be best for them to simply trust Zeke Moore. After waiting for some time, the elderly man decided that it was now their turn to go down into the dungeon to engage in battle with the heretics. No one present opposed this decision. Very soon, unrest began in the dungeon among the Bellids. A state of emergency was declared. It was connected with the fact that the Knights of Karuviman attacked their temple and were already on the other side of the lake. All the Bellids rushed there in order to retreat with the uninvited guests into battle. The fearless squads of knights, having heard the order of Servaig, have already begun to cross the river with the intention of getting rid of the heretics. However, not all of the Bellids understood what was happening. One of them looked in surprise at how his comrades were screaming and running somewhere. The young guy began to wonder what could have happened to cause everyone to be so alarmed. At that moment, someone's hand suddenly emerged from the darkness and headed straight towards the unsuspecting guy. He didn't have time to do anything or even call for help. All that could be heard were the sounds of drops of water hitting the floor and dripping from the unknown man's clothes. A moment later, the first enemy was already neutralized, and now nothing prevented the uninvited guest from moving further. Zeke Moore looked at his defeated opponent and thought that nothing had changed in this temple. On the way here, the guy was worried that the layout might have changed compared to what it was before his rebirth, but everything remained exactly the same. The main character was alone, so he managed to swim underwater unnoticed, but he was worried whether the Knights of Karuviman would be able to cope without his help. Still, Zeke Moore decided not to think about unnecessary things and focus on what he had to do. The guy approached the door with the thought that there was a prayer room here, and since this was a temple, there had to be something very important here. The main character swung the doors open with a sharp movement and saw in front of him a spacious room that played an important role for the Bellids. Zeke Moore was very surprised when he saw what was in this prayer room. The guy looked at a small pyramid that emitted a bright light and was painted with mysterious hieroglyphs. He could not believe that it was created in such a place. Then the main character thought that if this artifact was here, then Trislova would obviously run here first, because for the Bellids this would be a higher priority than stopping the Knights of Karuviman. Thanks to these thoughts, Zeke Moore came up with a cunning plan that made him smile. Still, the guy thought, why shouldn't he wait for his victim here in that case? Meanwhile, outside the Balid temple, a fierce battle was taking place, which was even accompanied by explosions. Well armored, the Knights of Karuviman mercilessly killed their opponents, leaving them no chance of salvation. One of the Ballids ran up to his master, and in an excited voice informed him that their enemies were crossing the lake. Kolin Trislova, hearing this, immediately asked how many people were in the detachment of their enemies. The subordinate was not sure, but it seemed that there were more than 1,000 soldiers there. Trislova thought that if there were about 1,000 Knights of Karuviman, then they still had a chance, because now there were about the same number of followers of Belid in the temple. However, the man was still worried because there was still one problem left. He then asked whether their enemies were all either knights or persons of high rank. Subordinate, I will assume that this is exactly how it was. Kaluna Trislov was very angry at this information, which is why he hit the stone hard with his fist. He did not understand how Karuviman could have found out about this place. The man kept thinking that this was not a force that this unit could handle. And besides, it was already too late to call for reinforcements. Nevertheless, he made a decision and, turning to the Tremble brothers, ordered them to lead the troops into battle and not allow Karuviman's people to cross the lake. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately ordered the soldiers to take their places and hold back the knights so that they would not cross the lake. At this moment, Kalun Trislova became even more alarmed because he remembered that he still had one very important matter to do. The man began to quickly run back to the temple, thinking that he first needed to deal with this particular matter. Kalun Trislova quickly walked along the empty corridors of the temple, calming himself along the way. The husband thought that as soon as he sorted out this matter, he would be able to ask God for Bella's blessing for victory, and then everything would be fine. Kalun Trislova entered the prayer room but stopped abruptly in surprise when he saw what was happening there. On the floor lay several lifeless bodies of the servants of this temple, and everything around was stained with blood. The culprit of this was calmly sitting right in the center of the hall because he was waiting for someone. Despite this, Kalun Trislov was more alarmed by the fact that the magical artifact for which he had come here was not in its usual place. The man turned to the stranger with displeasure and asked who he was and what he was doing there, assuming that he was one of Karuviman's knights. Zeke Moore immediately began to deny this and explained that he was a man who had a bad feeling about the man. These words made Kalun Trislov even more angry, and so he decided to immediately teach the impudent, uninvited guest a lesson. Suddenly, the protagonist asked if the man's name was Kalun Trislova and if he was the cardinal of the Belid clan. This made the man momentarily dumbfounded. Zeke Moore looked at his enemy with an evil gaze and smiled slyly, making it clear that he already knew the answer to the question posed. Zeke Moore looked at his enemy with an evil look and smiled slyly, asking if he really was the one who killed the innocent child. Kalun Trislova was surprised by this, because she really didn't understand what kind of child they were talking about. Then the man got angry because he thought that the main character had burst in here on a whim and was talking some nonsense. After that, he asked with displeasure whether he really had to remember every little thing he had ever done. It was clear that Zeke Moore did not like these words. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard in the corridor. It turned out that a whole group of people were hurrying to the prayer room. It would be the Belids who came to the aid of their master, Kalun Trislova, who had already ordered them to deal with the uninvited guest. This did not frighten Zeke Moore at all. He began to slowly rise from his seat, saying along the way that he would like to hear the reason first. Kalun Trislova still did not understand what the main character was telling him, and therefore could not talk about any reasons. Zeke Moore reminded the man that it was he who killed people in the slums and at the same time tortured a child. After hearing this, a crazy smile appeared on Kalun Trislov's face because he finally understood what kind of child the main character was talking about. The man confirmed that it was he who killed him. He then went on to say that he had come to the village simply to buy provisions, but it was at that moment that their paths crossed. The man saw the boy and made a decision that he soon put into practice. Kalun Trislova smiled widely without any embarrassment when he recalled that at that moment he decided to kill everyone. The man continued to say that the murder of the child's family and his neighbors was nothing more than a bonus. Zeke Moore humbly listened to everything from beginning to end. Then Kalun Trislova said that the reason for his actions was the child himself. Everyone died precisely because of him. They all died at the hands of the one who carried the honor of Bella and controlled this world. Kalun Trislova truly believed that these people were thus awarded a great honor. The main character, listening to all this, remained absolutely cold and completely controlled his emotions, although it was probably hard for him. Still, the guy asked if that was really why Kalun Trislov blamed that child for what happened. The man continued to smile broadly and tell him that he wanted to teach him one last thing, something called responsibility. The main character didn't respond to this and only looked away dismissively, thus showing that he considered the man's words nonsense. Suddenly, Kalun Trislova heard an explosion, after which he considered that he no longer had time to postpone the fight. He was also worried about how the people of Karuviman knew about this place. Zeke Moore honestly admitted that he was the reason for this. The man, hearing this, was very surprised and could not believe the truth of these words. Then the main character, with a satisfied smile on his face, repeated once again that it was he who called the knights of Karuviman here. The guy then explained that he did this in order to finish off Colin Trislov. These words shocked the man, causing him to lose his power of speech for a moment. However, the cardinal of the Belid clan thought that these words were nonsense and asked what the protagonist could have done to finish him off. Zeke Moore said with regret that she really cared about that child, and the men killed him so mercilessly. So now he was ready for anything. Colin Trislova was struck by these words and did not believe that the main character had made all this noise because of that boy. Then the guy recalled the words of the cardinal, who recently said that it was only because of the boy that he killed him and the rest of the people. The main character then suggested that they would not have met if he had sat like a quiet mouse in a dark place. However, Zeke Moore was here, which means that this crumbling old temple with the fish head will completely disappear today. These words greatly angered Colin Trislov, who seemed about to launch an attack. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind the man, which shocked his subordinates and himself. This indicated that the Knights of Karuvaman were already close. Zeke Moore, with a smile on his face, continued to say that everything that would happen today in this temple would be solely due to the fault of Colin Trislov. The man may have understood that the guy was right, but this did not calm him down in any way, but on the contrary, made him even more angry. The next moment, the cardinal of the Belid clan used his abilities to send a rapid stream of water straight at the protagonist. This attack was quickly approaching Zeke Moore, who was unable to repel it. The guy suddenly jumped high up, thinking that the force was enormous and he could even die from one such blow. Suddenly, the main character grabbed onto something with his hand in order to no longer go down to the floor and stay away from your opponent's attacks. It turned out that Zeke Moore had caught on a bonehead that served as a decoration for the prayer hall. Here at the heights, he breathed a sigh of relief. Colin Trislov was surprised not only that his opponent was able to dodge his attack, but also that he climbed so high for no reason. The main character then said that he really wouldn't mind if a man became the one who taught that boy responsibility. However, the guy was sure that the fish head that the Belids worshipped taught them all only that there was no need to bear responsibility. Colin Trislov was very angry that Zeke Moore insulted his god and his faith. This anger resulted in a huge stream of water, with which the man again intended to attack his opponent. The main character, like last time, could not repel such a strong attack, so he quickly jumped to the side in order to save his life. The guy still wasn't going to come down to the ground, so he grabbed onto a small ledge on the wall and stayed there. Despite the danger of the situation, Zeke Moore smiled as if everything was going exactly as he'd planned. At the same time, Colin Trislova was unhappy and very nervous. He took it out on his subordinates and ordered them to attack the guy. They just stood there. The cardinal's subordinates immediately began to carry out his order and therefore threw their throwing knives at the main character. In order to defend himself from this attack, Zeke Moore had to draw his sword this time. The next moment, the guy began to quickly swing his weapon in order to deflect one knife after another. Colin Trislova and his subordinates looked on in surprise as their next attack was again unsuccessful. Throwing knives fell to the floor, simultaneously making a ringing sound of metal. Then Zeke Moore put his sword back in its sheath and asked the cardinal of the Belid clan not to get so excited. Suddenly, the main character showed that same magical artifact and asked what would happen to it if the man's attack hit it. Colin Trislova was very unhappy that the guy dared to take this thing, even though he didn't know what it was intended for. In fact, the man was wrong. Zeke Moore knew that it was a magical artifact that controlled monsters. It was also called the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. Colin Trislova was very surprised to hear this, and immediately asked how the guy could know about this. Zeke Moore looked at the artifact and thought about how it allowed him to manipulate any monsters. The vengeful spirit itself was a sinister thing, and to complement it, negative emotions emanating from an innocent soul were necessary. Even before the revival of the main character, the Belids used cruel methods to obtain these emotions in order to complete the artifact. Colin Trislova tortured that boy just so that the artifact would become complete. The frequent appearance of monsters in the village also occurred because of the vengeful spirit of the pyramid that Trislova brought with him, because the monsters instinctively followed him. Zeke Moore replied that he knew a lot about this artifact and threatened that if something went wrong, he would definitely destroy what the Belid clan protected so strongly. Colin Trislova only smirked at this because he knew that the vengeful spirit of the pyramid was not so easy to break, which could not be said about the guy's weak body. That is why the man decided to kill the main character in the most brutal way in the world, and for this again. The next moment, Trislov's Colin directed a rapid stream of water at the protagonist, which he again had to dodge. Despite this, the stream of water continued to pursue the guy, so for some time he still had to run away. Colin Trislova was pleased with this and asked with a smile how much longer Zeke was going to run away. At this time, the main character thought that he could somehow deal with everyone else, but he would not be able to defeat Colin Trislov in his current state. So the guy said that the difference in their strength was too obvious, and insisting on a one-on-one duel on his part was somehow stupid. Instead, he planned to run away first. Colin Trislova only laughed at this, because he believed that his opponent had nowhere to run from here. However, the main character had a different opinion. He felt that the brick he was holding on to right now was not quite securely fastened. Zeke was very pleased to find this, because it was exactly what he was looking for. Then the guy began to quickly dismantle the wall, carelessly throwing the debris to the sides. Colin Trislova watched all this and only laughed, believing that this was only a desperate attempt by his opponent to save himself, which would not bring any results. Suddenly, the man's expression changed dramatically because he realized that everything was not so clear-cut. The main character, having dismantled the wall, managed to discover some narrow passage at the end of which only darkness was visible. This was exactly what the guy needed right now, so he immediately decided to take advantage of his opportunity to escape. Finally, the main character mocked Kolun Trislov, who was angry and called him a vile, cowardly mouse. After some time, Zeke was already in the underground prison of the Northern Division of Belid. The guy, being very pleased with himself, carefreely twirled a bunch of keys on his finger and didn't worry about anything. Zeke passed through his room, which contained entrances to numerous chambers. People who were sitting behind bars also noticed this. The main character, with a smile on his face, turned to all the prisoners and asked if they wanted revenge. Meanwhile, outside the temple, fierce fighting continued as the Belids desperately tried to stop the advance of the Karuviman Knights. The commanders loudly ordered their subordinates not to be afraid and to fight to the end. In order to prevent the knights from advancing even closer to the temple, the Belids had to use their skills. Suddenly, from the lake that was next to the temple, several rapid streams of water arose, which could not help but shock the knights of Karuviman. Sir Vague, who watched everything that was happening from the side in order to more effectively command the troops, also videoed the use of this skill. The monks who arrived with the soldiers prayed fervently to Saint Karuna to protect her faithful servants. The prayers were not in vain. A moment later, a huge cross appeared in the air, consisting of energy, which entered into confrontation with the flow of water. At this point, Sir Wagand was approached by his subordinates and informed that all soldiers sent to the Belids were under attack. The old man was not happy with this news, and so he took a firmer grip on his sword to fix it. He held the sword in front of him and began to concentrate his mana in order to use his skills. A moment later, everything was ready, as evidenced by the old man's determined gaze and his frowning eyebrows. After this, Sir Vague jumped high into the air while swinging his sword and releasing a stream of energy towards the temple. The next moment, a huge explosion was heard, which would surely cause serious damage to the Belids. It turned out that the barrier that protected the temple from just such attacks was able to withstand, although it was covered with minor cracks. The old man found it hard to believe that his strongest attack was useless because the shield was stronger than he thought. Suddenly, the old man's subordinate turned to him again and reported that they had just destroyed a wall of Belid troops near the lake. This was a chance for the Knights of Karuviman to set up the equipment they had prepared for the crossing, but it had to be done as quickly as possible before the enemies gathered their strength. In addition to military skills, the Knights also had engineering skills, so they acted quickly and in a coordinated manner. To begin with, the required number of supports were secured. After this, the soldiers quickly launched several rafts made of logs that were tied together with a strong iron chain. A few minutes later, the knights reported that the bridge for crossing the lake was already ready. Hearing this, Sir Vague loudly ordered all his subordinates to immediately go on the attack and destroy the heretics. Everyone obeyed this order as one. The Belids, seeing that their enemies were crossing the lake, immediately headed to the shore to prevent them from advancing closer to the temple. Behind the soldiers were mages who emanated ominous energy. They also played an important role in this battle. These magicians were able to skillfully control the flow of water, which was quite advantageous considering that they were in the reservoir very close by. This made it difficult for the Karuviman Knights to cross the bridge, as they were attacked by the water itself. Someone noticed that the strength of the barrier that protected the temple had become even stronger, and therefore Ina Luvella had to be very careful. The girl, although standing behind, also performed important work. She prayed to Saint Karuna to grant strength and blessings to her faithful servants. Meanwhile, Sir Vague got tired of leading the soldiers from afar, so he decided to move into the thick of the battle. The elderly man ran quickly across the bridge over the lake, setting an example for the young knights. Along the way, he decided to help his subordinates deal with the enemy, and for this purpose, he had already concentrated the required amount of energy in his weapon. The next moment, Sir Vague made a sharp swing of his sword and sent a stream of energy towards the Ballad Temple. This attack instantly destroyed several Ballad mages who were hindering the advancement of the Karuviman knights across the bridge. However, the old man still had to somehow get rid of the magical barrier that protected the temple, as well as the ominous energy that hovered around. Sir Vague believed that if he attracted this energy to himself, the other knights would not be distracted by it. It would still not harm the old man in any way, but it would more than help the soldiers. After this, the old man looked ahead and saw that the Bellads were still fighting fiercely to prevent the Knights of Karuviman from crossing the bridge. Sir Vague felt that they were still at a disadvantage, and that this needed to be changed urgently. The old man suggested that if the shield was destroyed and they were able to damage the main military camp, the advantage would shift to their side. That was why the old man was now thinking about Zeke Moore, who was just inside the temple. Sir Vague really hoped that the main character would be able to destroy the protective barrier from the inside. At this time, there was indeed a commotion inside the temple. Soldiers quickly ran along the corridors and checked every room. Kalun Trislova ordered his subordinates to check everything properly because, among other things, the main character stole the artifact, the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. The soldiers obeyed the orders of the clan's cardinal and did not bypass any room. However, despite their efforts, the main character was nowhere to be found. Soon, one of his subordinates approached Colin Trislov and reported that they had already searched all possible places, but the guy was nowhere to be seen. The man was very unhappy to hear this, and was angry while thinking about how Zeke Moore could have found out about the secret tunnel that even they themselves did not suspect. The soldier then suggested that the main character was constantly moving around, avoiding their gaze, and that was why they could not find him. These words made Colin Trislov even more angry, which is why he could no longer contain his emotions. The next moment, the man kicked the soldier in the chest with all his might, calling him an idiot as he was very unhappy with his work. The cardiologist loudly repeated that Zeke Moore was carrying around an artifact called the vengeful spirit of the pyramid, which was very important to the Ballads. It seemed that the cardinal was most worried about this artifact and not about the battle that was taking place outside the temple. The soldier, trying to cope with the pain, asked the man for forgiveness and promised that they would check everything again. After this, the subordinate quickly ran off to carry out his task so as not to further anger the clan cardinal and not to test his patience. After this, Colin Trislova calmed down a little because he needed time to think about everything. The man remembered that according to Zeke Moore himself, it was he who brought Karuviman here in order to take revenge on him, which meant that the guy had to help the knights in the battle. The main character then confidently said that today, the temple would completely disappear, so one could assume that he had thought everything through in advance. In addition, the cardinal suggested that, judging by the guy's reaction to the vengeful spirit of the pyramid, he had not come here for this holy relic from the very beginning. That is why Colin Trislov was interested in what the main character was doing in the temple. Suddenly, the man had some thought that stunned him for a moment. At this time, not all Ballads were fighting on the battlefield. Some of them were inside the country and sat with their heads bowed near the statue of the deity Belu. They were all completely concentrated and recited prayers without stopping, simultaneously emitting an ominous aura. Thanks to this, the very same magical barrier around the temple maintained its shape and strength. It was at this moment that someone else quietly entered the room. It was Zeke Moore who began to examine the room in order to understand whether he had entered the right door. Suddenly he saw knights here who, as he thought, should not be here. Another moment later, Zeke Moore felt the presence of Kalun Trislov behind him, who was smiling slyly, already rejoicing in his victory. Zeke Moore began to turn back sharply to avoid the man's attack, but it was too late. Trislov's Colin had already concentrated energy in his left hand and was ready to strike. The next moment, the main character fell to his knees and his blood began to drip onto the floor. Zeke Moore was badly wounded, causing him to experience terrible pain and unable to even stand on his feet. The cardinal was glad to see this, which made him smile widely, while the main hero thought that this was about to happen. The man ordered his subordinates to grab the guy and, believing that his wound was fatal, said that he would no longer be able to run far. Nevertheless, the main character still jumped up and ran out of the room. Colin Trislova demanded that his subordinates first take the shrine from Zeke Moore when they caught him. After this, the cardinal of the Bellad clan also left the room in order to pursue the protagonist. He closed the door behind him so that no one would disturb the magicians anymore and distract them from their vital work. A moment later, the door opened again. The visitor's bare feet indicated that he was not one of the Bellads. The mysterious man saw those same magicians who did not pay any attention to his appearance and remembered that he came exactly where he needed to. Then in the underground prison, Zeke Moore addressed the captives of the Belid clan and said that he would give them a chance. He wanted to give the people who were supposed to be sacrificed to the deity Belu a chance to take revenge. Now these people armed with knives intended to take full advantage of their chance. At this time, Koluntrislova walked carefree along the corridor and laughed because he had managed to catch up with the main character again. The wounded Zeke Moore's strength was leaving him, so he could not run for long, and his body needed rest. Koluntrislova turned to the guy and asked if that was all, and he would no longer run away like a rat. The main character did not respond to this and only looked angrily at the villain, whom he still intended to avenge for the death of an innocent child. At the same time, Koluntrislova opened his mouth in a wide smile and looked at the main character with a crazy look, confidently declaring that the guy's life was now over. This moment of jubilation was suddenly interrupted by a strong shaking of the temple building, which only caused questions in the cardinal. The man did not understand at all what was happening. At the same time, Zeke Moore already knew that his plan had worked, and this made him smile. Meanwhile, fierce fighting continued near the temple, with the Belids desperately trying to stop the advance of the Karuviman knights. Hans was also there, who, together with the others, fought bravely against the Belid soldiers. The guy, despite his young age, fought with experienced knights on equal terms, skillfully dodging their attacks. He noticed in time that the iron armor did not completely cover his opponent's body, and this could be taken advantage of. The next moment, Hans, who was determined, made a sharp swing with his sword. As expected, the guy was able to hit the vulnerable spot, thus severely wounding his opponent, after which he could no longer continue to fight. Hans did not stop there, because the battle was still going on and the goals had not been achieved. The guy quickly attacked another enemy who was sneaking up from behind, while thinking about how his body was moving practically on its own. Having eliminated another enemy, the guy admitted that Zeke Moore's training was truly effective. Meanwhile, the bullet commander ordered a group of his subordinates to quickly move to another position and stop Karuviman's advance. However, the soldiers were not destined to carry out this order, because the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake as if from an earthquake. Soon an obstacle of stones appeared on the knights' path, preventing them from going any further. The bullet soldiers began to get nervous because they did not understand what it was and how to deal with it. Looking to the side, they saw one of their opponents who was enveloped in a glowing protective barrier. Inside the barrier was Slock, who, like everyone else, took part in the battle, but used his magical abilities instead of weapons. The guy was completely focused because he believed that if he could destroy the path, they would be able to take control of everything. However, Slock was afraid that because of his magic, the cave in which the battle took place would collapse, and then Zeke Moore would definitely punish him. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a strange loud sound that immediately attracted his attention. Hans also heard it, as did everyone who was fighting near the temple. No one understood what was the reason for the sudden appearance of this sound. Looking at the temple, everyone saw that the magical barrier that protected it began to blur and gradually disappear. Soon there was no trace left of him, and the ominous energy began to evaporate. The bullet soldiers were shocked that their protective barrier had disappeared and could not simply believe it. Sir Vague, who also saw this, immediately assumed that it was the work of Zeke Moore who succeeded. Then the old man raised his sword high up and loudly declared that it was time to destroy everything so that the magical barrier would not be restored again. After this, the old man ordered the destruction of the bullet lair. Hearing this, the monks began to concentrate their energy, simultaneously asking Saint Karuna to take measures of sacred punishment against her enemies. The next moment, the building of the Ballad Temple was attacked by several powerful energy charges at once, which easily broke through the stone walls. At this time, the temple was also in turmoil. Each attack was accompanied by shaking of the walls and the risk of their collapse. Koluntrislova noted that these tremors could not be compared with the last time, because now the temple seemed to be shaking on its own. The man did not understand what could be the reason for this. Suddenly, the main character began to calm the man down, saying that there was nothing special here, so there was no need to worry. The surprised Koluntrislova immediately turned his gaze to the guy. Zeke Moore continued to say that the barrier that protected this building had disappeared, and therefore the knights of Karaviman could now attack the temple without hindrance. These words shocked the man. He could not believe that the main characters were now really telling him the truth. Zeke Moore, who felt fine despite his injuries, explained that while he was attracting attention to himself, his new acquaintances took care to remove the barrier. Koluntrislova nervously began to ask if there was really someone else who had secretly made his way into the temple. The protagonist answered that only he had made his way here, but there were other people here who were also on his side. The guy then tapped his foot on the floor and explained that he meant the people who were imprisoned underground. It was precisely those people whom Kalun Trislova captured in order to sacrifice to the deity Bel, who helped Zikmor carry out his plans. The cardinal of the Belid clan could not believe it and was shocked that their brothers who stood to protect the barrier died at the hands of those victims. Zikmor was amused by the fact that the man still couldn't admit his defeat, so he thought of something. The next moment, the guy suddenly jumped up and ran down the corridor, asking Kalun Trislov to catch up with him so he could see for himself. The cardinal had no intention of running after his opponent, but instead decided to use his abilities, for which he had already concentrated energy in his hand, and took aim. The man fired a destructive energy and almost hit Zikmor, but he managed to jump aside in time. After the attack, a huge hole remained on the stone wall, which indicated that the main character had not dodged Kalun Trislov's attacks in vain. Seeing this, Zikmor began to smile because the events that were happening were captivating his spirit and adding excitement. Meanwhile, the cardinal had already ordered his subordinates to immediately set out in pursuit of the main character. The man himself intended to continue attacking the guy with his abilities, being confident that he would not be able to dodge it for long. This time, Kalun Trislova sent 3 energy charges towards Zikmor, which quickly approached him. The main character has not yet taken any action to save himself. I hope that he will have time to run to the door. Even without this, all the charges missed and hit the walls, causing even more damage to the temple from the inside. At the same time, Zikmor had already run to the door and broke it down with his foot to save time and ran inside the spacious room. Kalun Trislova was very unhappy that the guy entered the ritual room and ordered only the highest-ranking subordinates to quickly follow him. The man ordered the rest of the soldiers to stay near the entrance and guard it, so that the main character could not escape again. After this, Kalun Trislova slowly headed towards the room for the ritual, because he understood that his opponent had nowhere else to run. The man walked into the room with a wide smile on his face because he thought he had cornered the rat. Suddenly the smile disappeared from the cardinal's face because he saw the terrifying picture that was in the room. On the floor near the statue of the deity Belu lay many bloody bodies of those magicians who were supposed to maintain the protective barrier around the temple, and an ominous atmosphere hung around. Kalun Trislova was shocked by this sight and did not understand how this could happen. Unexpectedly, Zikmor came out from behind the statues and with a sly smile on his face, asked if the great Cardinal Bell liked what he now saw in front of him. The angry man immediately asked the guy where the people who had committed this massacre were. Zikmor was in no hurry to answer because he didn't want to set up his new acquaintances. In fact, the people who helped the main character have long since left through the secret passage that he told them about. Kalun Trislova was very angry and asked what Zikmor was trying to achieve. The guy was surprised that his opponent still did not understand why he was doing all this. Then the main character advised the man to try asking the one who was watching everything here about his motives. Of course, the guy was already referring to the statue of the divine Bell, which he dismissively called a fish head. Kalun Trislov was very angry about this, and he demanded that Zikmor not dare to address the great Bell in this way. It seemed that the main character listened to his enemy, and this time very loudly addressed the deity in an appropriate manner. The guy said that the great Belu himself saw all this brutality, and that is why he asked to say, because of whom all this horror happened. After this, the main character cleared his throat a little in order to prepare his vocal cords, because now he had to put on a show and speak in a voice that was not his own. Unnoticed by the cardinal, Zikmor quickly hid behind the statue of the deity Belu. Kalun Trislova, I don't understand what the main character was doing at all. Suddenly, a very rough and ominous voice was heard in the ritual room. This voice said that everything that happened in the temple happened because of Cardinal Kalun Trislov. The man heard this and was very scared. From the outside, it seemed that it was Belu who said that Kalun Trislova killed a boy in one of the villages, after which a young man came here to take revenge on him for this. The voice continued to say that it was because of this that such a terrible tragedy occurred in the temple. After this, the main character stuck his head out from behind the statue of the deity and with a satisfied grin on his face, asked if the man had heard what Bella had said. Kalun Trislova was absolutely shocked by what was happening and did not even know what he was supposed to do now, because he truly believed that this misfortune happened only because of his fault. Zikmor was very pleased with this result and added fuel to the fire by saying that according to the deity Belu, everything really happened due to the fault of a man. The Knights of Karuviman had infiltrated the Belid temple and were now planning to search the entire building and eliminate all enemies. Meanwhile, Zeke Moore turned to his opponent and asked if he could deal with Servaig, who had already entered the temple and who was called the Butcher of the Belids. Colum Trislova was very angry at the main character and was already preparing to attack him in order to teach him a lesson for his words. The next moment, the villain released two streams of destructive energy from his hands, which rushed towards Zeke Moore. Despite the danger, the boy was able to easily dodge this attack, while mocking his enemy for destroying the statue of the deity Bela. The Belid clan were shocked by this and did not understand how they should react to it. Then Colin Three Words said that he would take upon himself the crime committed against Bel, and the men should think about how to kill their enemy. Belid knights agreed to these conditions and therefore immediately began to capture the main character. At this time, Zeke Moore took his sword out of its sheath and prepared for battle, believing that it was about to begin. The guy perceived this as a real fight with time, so he was determined to use all his skills and abilities. The main character took up a fighting position, thinking at the same time that he needed to hold out at any cost until the moment when the Karuvaman squad arrived. A moment later, Zeke Moore saw several throwing knives shrouded in ominous energy flying straight towards him. Despite the approaching danger, the main character remained absolutely calm and focused. He was confident that he could cope with this attack. Having chosen the right moment, the guy began to deftly swing his sword in order to deflect the enemy knives flying at him. Suddenly, one of the throwing knives hit Zeke Moore's sword and began to return to its owner. The next moment, a sharp knife pierced one of the Belid knights, causing blood to splatter in all directions and the room to fill with a loud death cry. Column Three Words. Seeing that his subordinates were losing to the main character in skills, he began to get even more angry, simultaneously calling his enemy a scoundrel. Consumed with rage, the cardinal of the Belid clan immediately used his power and summoned a huge stream of water to his aid. Skillfully controlling this element, the man tried to kill Zeke Moore, but he turned out to be too fast and fragile, so he was able to take root from all attacks. Suddenly, the main character stopped and began to look around with uncontrollable enthusiasm. It turned out that there was only a wall in front of the guy, which meant he found himself in a dead end, cut off from the exit. Colum Trislova was very happy to see this, and thought that it was a good chance to finish off the enemy. Without wasting any time, the cardinal of the Belid clan ordered his subordinates to quickly deal with the main character, whom he considered an impudent person. The man wanted the knights to tear the boy apart and take away the magical artifact he had stolen, the spirit of the pyramid. Zeke Moore was already prepared for the fact that now he would have to fight a large number of opponents alone, but suddenly he heard a loud sound. Looking forward, the protagonist saw a stream of bright magical energy that burst into the room and wrapped itself around his opponents. Then the guy heard a loud, familiar voice asking him to immediately duck. Zeke Moore did what he was asked to do without question. The next moment, a mysterious magical energy began to attack the Belid knights and scatter them to the sides. Right after that, the guy saw Ina Louvel and Servaig, who came to his aid. The girl asked in an anxious voice if everything was okay with the main character. Colum Trislova also saw more uninvited guests and was very unhappy with their appearance. The man especially did not want to see Servaig here. At this time, Servaig was staring at the cardinal of the Belid clan and clearly wanted to deal with him. Zeke Moore approached his comrades and reassured them by saying that everything was fine with him. Ina Louvela apologized for being a little late. Suddenly, the girl noticed something unusual and therefore immediately asked the guy what it was. The main character demonstrated the stolen magical artifact and said that it was a shrine of the Belids, which was called the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. The guy also said that if the artifact is completed, then with its help it will be possible to take control of absolutely all of Ain's monsters. Louvela immediately decided that this artifact needed to be destroyed. Zeke Moore was of exactly the same opinion, so he carelessly threw the pyramid to the ground. Then the guy smiled slyly and prepared his sword and asked Colin 3 words. Was this a good idea? Of course, the excited cardinal of the Belid clan, with fear on his face, began to order his subordinates to immediately stop the main character. Belid knights immediately rushed forward to carry out the man's order. Immediately after this, the knights of Karuvaman appeared on their path, intending to identify their enemies and prevent their plan from coming to fruition. Suddenly, the knights stopped because they heard a strange noise behind them. Turning back, they saw a dark figure, which immediately disappeared. One of the Belid knights immediately realized that something was wrong here and therefore became alarmed. The next moment, Servaig, despite his advanced age, appeared as if from nowhere, and with one sharp swing cut off his enemy's head. Colum Trislova was amazed by what he saw, and was very frightened when he realized how strong Servaig was. Suddenly, the cardinal of the Bellid clan turned his attention to Zeke Moore, who, with a satisfied smile on his face, pointed his finger at his lips. The man did not understand what this meant, but continued to stare at the main character out of despair. It turned out that the guy, without words and only with the help of his lips, said that all this was because of Colin 3 words. The next moment, Zeke Moore, without warning, plunged his sword into the magical artifact, causing it to immediately become covered in cracks. Colin Trislova was shocked by what he saw and, feeling incredible loss, began to scream loudly, not believing what had happened. Meanwhile, the magical artifact suddenly began to glow brightly and emit mysterious energy. Suddenly, all the energy that the Bellid clan had so carefully collected was released from the pyramid. Seeing this, Colin Trislova could no longer stand on his feet and so fell to his knees, realizing that all his work had just been destroyed. Soon after this, one of his enemies approached the cardinal, holding a sword in his hands, and addressed him. Servaig then called the man a heretic and with one sharp swing cut off his hand. It all happened so quickly that Colin Trislova did not immediately understand what had been done to him. It was only when his severed arm fell to the floor that the man screamed loudly in pain. This was heard by one of the Bellid knights, who was still fighting, but after what he saw wanted to come up and help the cardinal. Ultimately, he failed to do so, as 2 of Keruviman's knights mercilessly killed their enemy. Column 3 words, he understood that now there was no one to help him, and Servaig's rough voice only increased his fear. The old man swung his sword again and calmly ordered his enemy to accept the sentence that the Lady of Karuna had passed on him. Colin Trislova understood perfectly well that this was his end, so he decided to take a desperate step. The next moment, there was a sudden huge explosion that almost knocked Servaig off his feet. Ina Luvella, seeing this, began to worry greatly about the elderly man, because of the smoke she could not understand whether everything was okay with him. The old man claimed that everything was fine with him, but he had no time at all to talk. It turned out that Colin Trislova disappeared. Servaig immediately assumed that the villains at the most decisive moment opened the passage and slipped away. Ina Luvella. I thought that in this situation nothing could be done, so they should join forces and check the temple territory. The girl, of course, wanted to ask Zeke Moore for help, but suddenly she fell silent and froze in incomprehension. It turned out that the main character, Ina, was nowhere to be found. Luvella didn't understand where he could have gone. Meanwhile, evening had already arrived. The sun had almost set behind the horizon, which is why the sky was painted in bright colors. Someone was slowly walking forward, spending incredible effort on each step, while drops of water ran down their clothes. Colin Trislova tried to get away from the scene of events, and thought that he was lucky because it seemed that no one knew about the secret passage that he used. The man was angry and couldn't believe that the northern division of the Bellid clan would go to waste like this. Added to all this was the fact that the cardinal never managed to save the vengeful artifact of the 2 pyramids. It seemed that he regretted this more than his lost hand. Of course, the man blamed Zeke Moore for everything that happened. The mere thought of the main character made Colin a 3-word attack of violent anger. Now the man could only vent all these emotions on the rock, which he hit hard with his fist. The Bellid clan was shaking with anger and thought that he definitely had to kill Zeke Moore. The man quickly discarded this idea because he believed that for his enemy, terrible torture would be much better than death. From these thoughts of Kaluna, Trislov was suddenly distracted by a familiar voice, which said that the man was late. This made the cardinal experience extreme fear. The man raised his head and saw Zeke Moore, who was standing serenely on a rock with a naked sword and looking at him. The main character smiled slyly and said that he missed Colin to death. 3 words. Standing in the rays of the setting sun, the guy enjoyed this moment, and therefore was in no hurry to attack his enemy. Colin Trislova was shocked to see the main character here, because he believed that this secret path was known only to him. The man began to ask in a trembling voice how Zeke Moore knew about this place. The main character, hiding his sword in its sheath, smiled contentedly and asked why the cardinal was suddenly interested in this. Suddenly, the guy pushed off the ground with force and jumped up in order to get closer to his enemy. Zeke Moore landed right in front of Colin Trislova, thereby blocked his path of retreat. Then the guy said in a confident voice that he also knew about some secret passage in the temple, which even the cardinal was not aware of. Colin Trislova couldn't answer this, so he just got angry and clenched his teeth. Suddenly, the man concentrated the sinister energy in his hand and rushed at his opponent with a scream, wanting to take revenge for everything he had done today. Despite this, Zeke Moore remained completely calm and focused, so he was able to easily block the cardinal's attack. After this, the guy deftly twisted his opponent's arm so that it would not interfere with him doing what he had planned. The next moment, the protagonist mercilessly struck Colin 3 words in the stomach, from which he immediately lost his balance and flew back. The powerful attack caused the man to cough up blood and roll his eyes back in piercing pain. In addition, the blow to the stomach provoked a gagging reaction, which the cardinal of the Belid clan could not restrain. Zeke Moore was shocked by this disgusting sight and was even ready to die just to avoid witnessing it. Next is Colin 3 words stated that even if he dies today, he will do so with pride as a true believer in the god of the Belids. Also, the evil-looking cardinal threatened that he would pursue the main character in the afterlife. Unexpectedly, Zeke Moore stated that he did not intend to kill the man. The cardinal was very surprised by this, and then the guy explained that his goal was to cause the man terrible pain, and if he killed him, it would be some kind of mercy. Then the main character suggested playing a game according to the rules. Until all the songs of Kalunu fall into the hourglass, Trislova needed to get to the exit of the canyon without falling into traps. After this, Zeke Moore promised that if the man won, he would let him go. The cardinal of the Belid clan immediately assumed that the guy was trying to deceive him. Zeke Moore didn't explain anything else and simply turned over the hourglass, indicating that the game had begun. Kaluna. Of course, this made Trislov nervous. As soon as the main character gave the necessary command, the man immediately jumped up and quickly ran forward in the hope that he would win. Some time passed. The cardinal of the Belid clan continued to run forward just as quickly. So far, he had not encountered any traps on his way. Very soon, the man came across the first trap, which was quite light and consisted of sharp spikes that were scattered along the road. Colum Trislova mentally scolded the main character and thought that this trap was very simple. Suddenly, the man managed to step on a sharp thorn and pierce his leg with it, causing blood to gush out. The man experienced incredible pain, because of which he could not hold back his scream. It was a failure. The cardinal of the Belid clan was indignant that the protagonist dared to play such games with him, but he still continued on his way. Kaluna's leg Trislova was badly wounded, so he could no longer run as fast as before. The man took slow steps but continued to walk forward. Now the cardinal looked carefully at his feet so as not to fall into another trap. Colum Trislova was still very angry and thought that this time he definitely wouldn't get caught. Suddenly the man stepped on a dry branch to which a barely visible fishing line was tied. At that very moment, several boulders fell on the scoundrel. This was the second trap, which could easily be avoided if you just looked carefully under your feet. It all happened so quickly that Colin Trislova could not avoid being hit on the head by a stone. This was another of his failures. The Belid clan had no choice but to scold the protagonist for everything that happened to him. At this time, Zeke Moore calmly watched everything that was happening from the heights of the canyon and laughed at the failures of his enemy. Despite this, Colin Trislova continued to move forward, still not losing hope of his salvation. The man nervously looked around in search of new traps and thought about how much time he had left before this game was over. Also, Cardinal of the Belid clan thought that this time he would definitely not get caught. Suddenly he remains as if he sensed danger. The next moment, as if from nowhere, a stream of water appeared and doused the man. Colum Trislova did not understand what all this meant and was very indignant, not noticing at all that Zeke Moore appeared behind him. Suddenly the protagonist hit his enemy on the legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The guy wasn't very happy about his prank, because the head of the cardinal of the Belid clan was bald, which meant there was no point in expecting wet hair. This was the last trap, which was also the most difficult one for Kalun. Trislova was very angry with the guy, but the game still continued. After walking forward for some time, the cardinal of the Belid clan suddenly stopped. There were no more traps on his path. It turned out that Colin Trislova finally reached the exit of the canyon, and now it seemed he could breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the man remembered the hourglass on which his life literally depended, and so he began to look around, trying to find Zeke Moore. The main character was very close and calmly held the hourglass in his hands, but there was no joy at all on his face. It turned out that the hourglass had not yet completed its work. Kaluna. There was still time for Trislova. Seeing this, the man, unable to contain his joy, shouted loudly that he had won. No matter how hard it was, Zeke Moore acknowledged his enemy's victory, and then threw away the hourglass because that was the end of the game. Suddenly, Colum Trislova began to get very worried because he already guessed that everything was not so simple. It turned out that despite the agreement, the main character mercilessly plunged his sword into the enemy's body, having planned to do so from the very beginning. Then the guy, looking the man straight in the eye with a stern gaze, suggested that they end their battle. Colum Trislova was shocked by what happened and looked at the main character with incomprehension, not believing that he had deceived him. After this, Zeke Moore began to slowly pull his sword out of the cardinal's chest, causing blood to spray in all directions. Unable to stand on his feet any longer, Colin Trislova fell to his knees, cursing his enemy along the way. To this, the main character smiled good-naturedly and said that the man should not have believed him because he was a good deceiver. Suddenly, the guy kicked the cardinal of the Bellid clan so that he fell to the ground, because it was not the end yet. Zeke Moore thought that he needed to cleanse the soul of the poor man who was going to heaven a little, and for this he needed some things. Karuna, on his last journey, which Kalun he hated Trislov so much that he took out the holy book and the symbol of this faith. The Bellid clan also began to get very nervous and demanded that Zeke Moore remove these things from him. Despite this, the protagonist continued to say that he hoped that the man would atone for his guilt for killing the boy, his family, and the villagers. Then the guy began to read a prayer according to which he wished for the path of Kaluna. 3 words up to Mrs. Karun was illuminated, so he had no reason to be afraid. The main character also said that the sacred light of Lady Karuna would cover the man, open the way for him, and lead him to the goddess. The cardinal demanded that the guy stop, but this demand was ignored. Zeke Moore continued to read the prayer, which said that all the worries and anxieties that enveloped the sinner would now disappear. He also promised that the cardinal's faithful service would follow the light and ascend with it. From this, Kalun Trislov was overcome with incredible horror, which made him scream loudly. Suddenly the man felt as if he had been transported to another place. His numerous wounds no longer hurt, but he himself could not move. The Bellid clan immediately assumed that he had died, because this world was completely different from what he was used to seeing. As soon as the man realized this, he immediately tried to look to the side in order to confirm another of his guesses. Suddenly he saw a blood-red, blurry silhouette in the distance, which was gradually approaching him, simultaneously emitting a magical aura around itself. Colin Trislova immediately began to smile sincerely, because she believed that it was the deity Belu who had come for his faithful follower. The ominous silhouette was getting closer and closer, and Belu arrived here to take him back. The man was also very happy that he had not made a mistake in choosing his deity. Suddenly, a terrifyingly frightening image of an otherworldly creature appeared before the scoundrel. Colin Trislova immediately realized that this was not the deity he served. This greatly frightened the man. Then the terrible monster with a long neck leaned towards the cardinal, who still could not move, and began to say something to him in an ominous voice. The monster smiled widely and looked at the man with empty eyes, accusing him that all this was because of him. At that very moment, Colin's hand Trislova fell limply to the ground, indicating that he died from the horror he had experienced. Zeke Moore, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief, because today had left him quite tired. Then the main character turned to the side because he had one last thing to do. The guy seemed to turn to a large pot in which the bones of the innocent victim of the cardinal of the Bellid clan were kept, and said that this is exactly what sophisticated revenge looked like. Then Zeke Moore slowly walked towards this pot in order to do what he had planned. After that, he carefully placed his hand on this pot, because he still regretted very much what happened to that boy and his family. The main character thought that now he could go to some good place to bury the remains of the murdered child. The next day, the Knights of Karuviman blew up the Temple of Heretics and thus celebrated their victory. Our heroes watched in silence as the raging flames consumed the Bellid Temple and destroyed it. Zeke Moore took the destruction of the building of the Northern Division of the Bellids absolutely emotionlessly, because this was not his main goal. Sir Vague, seeing Colin's body, Trislova wanted to hang his head in front of the Temple of Karuna, but the main character had his own plans. The guy didn't want the Bellids to perform a sea abyss funeral ceremony with the villain's body, so he talked Sir Vague out of his idea. Some time passed. Hot sandy winds continued to travel through the desert, bringing at least some changes to this lifeless landscape. The hot climate did not allow the horses to quickly cover this path, so each of their steps was calm and unhurried. Our heroes returned home in complete silence. It seemed as if there had been no victory. Suddenly, Hans quietly turned to the protagonist and asked if it was worth it for them to accompany the Knights of Karuviman like this. Zeke Moore didn't understand what the problem was, since they were on the same path anyway. Besides, now they didn't have to worry about what to eat or where to spend the night. Then the guy thought with displeasure that in order to destroy just one division of the Bellids, it was necessary to enlist the support of the Karuviman. Suddenly, the protagonist was distracted from these thoughts by someone's loud, unfamiliar voice, which was addressing Sir Vague. Looking forward, the guy saw a group of knights led by a cheerful man with sludge on his face. He joyfully greeted his colleagues. Sir Vague was very surprised and glad to see his friend Sir Twain. Sir Twain went on to say that by order of the Holy Father he was to help Sir Vague lead their allied forces, but it seemed he was very late. After this, the man learned about the destruction of the northern division of the Belids and was very surprised by this. During this conversation, Zeke Moore felt incredibly bored. Suddenly something caught the attention of the main character, which immediately made him tense up. The boy looked at the knight on his armor, who had the sign of the goddess Karuna on his chest. He seemed to recognize this man. At that moment he remembered Glenn Zenard, who before killing the Demon King, hoped that in his next life he would become someone who would do good. These memories did not please Zeke Moore at all, but there was something that upset the guy even more. It turned out that this knight was Glenn himself. Zenard, whom the main character did not expect to meet on his way. Some time passed. Since the Knights of Karuviman did not have time to leave the desert before nightfall, they had to set up camp to wait out the dark time of day. In the captain's tent, a festive table was set and loud laughter was heard in honor of the fact that they had managed to defeat the Belids in one fell swoop. Sir Twain, raising his glass of beer, was glad that only good things had happened to the Karuvimanani lately. That was why the man was in such a good mood. Besides this, the man was pleased that in their army there were 2 knights who could be trusted. Zeke Moore felt awkward because of this praise. At the same time, Glenn Zenard was absolutely calm and restrained. He had long been accustomed to such words directed at him. Sir Twain cheerfully asked his colleague if he was wrong. To this, Sir Wig also cheerfully asked if the man's tongue had not yet hurt from all this chatter. While everyone in this tent was having fun, Zeke Moore was looking intently at Glenn. Zenarda thought that he did not expect at all that he would have the chance to meet him here. The guy saw the main character's gaze on him and therefore immediately bowed, said his name, and said that he was glad to meet him. At first, Zeke Moore reacted coldly and began to look at the guy with suspicion, but he couldn't help but respond. Therefore, the main character also gave his name and then asked if he could ask his interlocutor one question, despite the fact that this was their first meeting. Glenn Zenard was not at all surprised by such a sudden request and was ready to answer any questions from his new acquaintance. Then Zeke Moore quoted Glenn's words Zenard from his past life, namely his hope that in the next life his opponent will become someone who will do only good. Then the main character asked his interlocutor what he thought about these words of Glenn Zenard. Thought for a moment, and his smile disappeared from his face. Still, the guy began to say that he did not quite understand what was meant in these words. Zeke Moore listened attentively to this answer. Next, Glenn Zenard wondered why his new acquaintance had suddenly decided to ask him this question. Zeke Moore was in no hurry to answer the questions and continued to stare at his interlocutor with suspicion. Because of this, Glenn Zenard felt very awkward. He didn't understand why the guy was asking him such unusual questions and behaving strangely. Eventually, everyone at the festive table noticed this. People did not understand what was happening and patiently waited for the outcome of this situation. For some time, Zeke Moore looked closely at his new acquaintance as if he was about to do something. Suddenly, the guy started laughing loudly and explaining that it was a quote from a novel about a hero, and he just wanted to say that Glenn Zenard looked like a real hero. Sir Twain agreed with this entirely, and so began to rejoice once again that they were all gathered here today. To this, Glenn Zenard replied with a smile that people were overpraising him, because among the knights there were probably many who were superior to him. Unexpectedly, someone agreed with this, because besides the guy at the table, there was also Zeke Moore. The knight heard these words very well. Ina Luvella agreed that Glenn Zenard had achieved a lot in the Karuviman, but she believed that Zeke Moore could also be called a great hero, even though he didn't look like one. Then the main character reminded the girl of her experiences regarding the fact that she judged people by their appearance. At this time, Glenn Zenard watched his new acquaintance closely, but did not intervene in this conversation, as if he was unpleasant to him for some reason. Suddenly the boy turned to Zeke Moore, and Ina Luvella asked for forgiveness for interrupting them, but he wanted to say something. Glenn Zenard quietly said that he suddenly felt that the girl who was about to become a saint had gone too far in her words, so he advised her to be careful in this regard. From this comment, Ina Luvella immediately became very embarrassed and began to get nervous, while simultaneously asking for forgiveness for her behavior. Sir Twain did not see any problem with this, so he assured the girl that she should not worry, because even saints were not forbidden to make fun of friends. Sir Wig agreed with this and added that Ina Luvella has changed in recent times, and thanks to this, the reputation of those around her has become even better. Glenn Zenard pretended that he had not quite understood what his mistake was, and therefore asked for forgiveness for his comment. Then the girl thought that if she had remained alone, she would not have been able to change so much, and therefore she should thank Zeke Moore for this, who at one time directed her. To this, Zeke Moore explained that he himself had been given the chance to change, and he did not expect that it would also help the girl. Unexpectedly, Glenn Zenard, who was clearly interested in these words, asked if the main character could tell what kind of chance this was. The guy insisted that he was very interested in this, so Zeke Moore thought for a while in order to begin his story correctly. The main character began to say that as in that novel, there was a man who told him to live kinder and do good deeds. Zeke Moore continued to say that it was because of this man's words that he did something good for the first time. Glenn Zenard immediately asked who this man was, to answer with displeasure that this man was as if his whole body was permeated with a sense of justice. Zeke Moore said that he personally hated all of this, so he was very unlucky at the time. Glenn Zenard didn't understand what this meant. After this, the guy continued to say that he would like to tell this person something when they meet in person. Zeke Moore wanted to say that he tried to live according to this man's advice. Unexpectedly for the main character himself, this life didn't seem so bad to him. Then the guy loudly put his hand on the table and asked his interlocutor what he would say about this. The main character was very interested in whether Glenn received Zenard got the answer he wanted to hear. Knight Karuvimana was in no hurry to comment on these words, because he could not get rid of the strange feeling that he had developed during his communication with Zeke Moore. After celebrating the victory, everyone went back to their tents. Only the sentries remained on the street, humbly following orders and patrolling the area. Despite the late hour, Zeke Moore was not yet asleep. He had only just returned to his tent and sat down on the bed, sighing heavily. Then the main character lay down on the bed and thought about how tired he was today. Despite this, the guy was tormented by thoughts about what happened today, so he was in no hurry to go to bed. Zeke Moore would silently look at the ceiling of her tent and think about today's meeting with Glenn Zenard. At first, the guy didn't think that his old friend, like him, was reincarnated, so he told him the words he heard before his death. The main character just wanted to look at the reaction of the interlocutor and see whether he understood the meaning of this phrase or not, because if the reason for his return was the key that distorts fate, then there was a possibility that Glenn Zenard was also reborn. Now Zeke Moore was tormented by the question, was the key that distorts fate not originally connected with his rebirth? The guy also admitted the idea that Glenn Zenard simply pretended that he was not the returned one. In the end, the main character decided that it no longer had anything to do with him. The guy wasn't going to get involved in this any further, even if it turned out that Glenn Zenard was indeed reborn with him. The main character just wanted his old enemy to know that he lived following his advice and thought that everything was going great. Zeke Moore also believed that living like this was quite good, so in this life his connection with Glenn Zenard was supposed to end right in this military camp. At this time Glenn Zenard was also not yet asleep. He sat on his bed and stared at the burning candle. The guy was clearly puzzled by today's meeting with the main character, which now required careful consideration. The Knight of Karuviman did not understand how he should treat Zeke Moore and did not know what to expect from him. The quiet sound of a burning candle was the only thing that disturbed the absolute silence that reigned in this tent. Glenn Zenard didn't understand who Zeke Moore, whom he had met today, was in the end. The guy admitted that the main character looked and behaved completely opposite to the Zeke he remembered. Glenn Zenard was only sure of one thing, namely that Zeke Moore was not now declaring himself the Lord of Demons. The guy was also sure that the person he had spoken to at the festive table today was not the successor of Margrave Zeke. Fortress. That's why Glenn Zenard even began to assume that this man was simply the brave Zeke. The guy quickly discarded this idea because he believed that it could not be that he did not feel the atmosphere of justice that emanated from the brave man. In that case, there was only one option left, Glenn. Zenard suggested that his reincarnated enemy was now a chameleon. However, now the guy did not understand why Zeke Moore did this and why he came right now. Knight Karuvimana was very afraid that the main character had not changed at all and was about to start doing whatever he wanted. The guy thought that he should have prevented this danger, because he was the one who lived hundreds or thousands of years more than others and could not find out everything himself. Glenn Zenard was confident that even if his enemy's appearance changed due to circumstances, his omniscient power of destruction remained with him. The guy was worried that Zeke Moore could become strong and at some point even begin to threaten his existence. Glenn will be back soon. Zenard began to develop strong paranoia, so he began to assume that he should kill the protagonist as quickly as possible. The guy quickly abandoned this idea because he considered that the first thing he needed to do was find out why Zeke Moore became a chameleon. Karuvimana also wanted to know if even an innocent child could somehow become a chameleon. Unexpectedly, Glenn Zenard remembered that there was something else that made Zeke Moore change, but the boy couldn't remember what exactly. Because of this, the guy began to get very angry because he didn't understand what else the main character could do. Soon the night Karuvimana he exhaled heavily, considering that in this his rebirth there were too many chameleons around him. It seemed that now the guy had finally thought everything through and could now calmly go to bed, planning to come up with a serious plan tomorrow and send surveillance after the main character. Glenn already had his eyes closed, and Ard felt that after this he had to take measures to suppress the Belid forces. Suddenly the guy remembered the words of Zeke Moore, who quoted what Glenn had said, Zinard, before he killed him. Also, the night of Karuviman was still haunted by the protagonist's question about what he thought about the words spoken. From this, Glenn Zinard opened his eyes abruptly, wondering why his enemy from his past life had asked him such a question. The next day, our heroes reached the city and even said goodbye to Aina, Luvella, who asked them to be careful on the way. Slock and Hans bowed respectfully to the girl after Zeke Moore said goodbye to her. Following the lead character, Aina Luvella compared him to the wind that came suddenly and went away just as suddenly. Servaig agreed. The girl also thought that it would be better for our hero to rest a little more and spend time together before the long journey. Finally, Aina Luvella asked the guy if they could meet again. Zeke Moore reminded them that they were all very busy and had their own responsibilities. Then the main characters turned to their companions and asked if they had forgotten anything, to which they received a confident, positive answer. After that, Hans asked his teacher where they would go this time. Zeke Moore thought that it was a really good question. The main character thought that first they should go in search of the sword, which was a symbol of the power of the demon, Lord Zeke Mora. This symbol was the magical sword Tronium, which looked very impressive in appearance and possessed incredible magical power. That is why now the main character knew exactly where he and his companions should go. The next moment, Zeke Moore confidently declared that they were heading to the tourist city of Bielavan. It was truly a wonderful city, which could attract many people with its beauty alone. Musicians often performed on the streets of this city, delighting local residents and tourists with their wonderful music. In addition, there were always merchants here selling food freshly cooked over hot coals. One of the tourists was attracted by such an establishment, so he began to carefully study the assortment here. It was the same magician girl with bright red eyes who once entered into battle with Zeke Moore, but now she was only interested in hot food. Soon the stranger began to search her pockets with great enthusiasm in order to use this money to pay for the food. The girl's enthusiasm quickly disappeared when she realized that she had no money with her at all. At that moment, someone suddenly came up to her from behind and, without a shadow of a doubt, put his hand on the girl's head. The alarmed stranger immediately turned around sharply to look at this impudent fellow, simultaneously freeing her white hair from under her hood. The girl clearly thought this man was familiar, but she didn't seem at all happy to see him. It turned out that it was Zeke Moore. He greeted the stranger with a smile on his face and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This meant that he still remembered her well. The girl was shocked by this sudden meeting and didn't even know what to answer. Now she could only look at the main character with bewilderment, not understanding what he wanted from her. Zeke Moore said that the tourist town of Bialawan was small but famous for its many attractions. Then the main character briefly stated that they would only be here for one day. That was why, right from this moment, free time began for Sloka and Hans. Until this very hour tomorrow, they could have fun as much as they wanted. The guys were very happy with what they heard, and so they immediately ran off to have fun, enjoying their freedom along the way. Meanwhile, the main character began to calmly look around and think about what he should eat. Suddenly, something caught Zeke Moore's attention. He couldn't just pass it by. The guy slowly walked towards the stall of a merchant who was selling food freshly cooked on coals. There was already a mysterious buyer standing there. The alarmed stranger immediately turned around sharply to look at this impudent fellow, simultaneously freeing her white hair from under her hood. The girl clearly remembered Zeke Mora, but she didn't seem at all happy to see him. The girl was shocked by this sudden meeting and didn't even know what to answer. Now she could only look at the main character with bewilderment, not understanding what he wanted from her. Soon after, the merchant informed his customer that their food was ready and gave him skewers of fried meat and vegetables. Zeke Moore offered food to the stranger he met there by chance. The girl was still on guard, and therefore did not simply accept the offered food, asking along the way what was happening. Zeke Moore had already begun to satisfy his hunger, not understanding at all what his interlocutor meant. Suddenly, the girl rudely asked if the main character had forgotten what happened between them. Hearing this question, Zeke Moore began to remember what could have happened between them in the past. The next moment, the guy asked if there was really a burning love between him and the girl. The stranger didn't like this at all. The angry girl immediately turned around and started to leave. The main character did not expect this at all, so he tried to stop her. Then the stranger directly asked the guy to say what he needed from her. Zeke Moore, with a smile on his face, reminded him of his offer to go on a date together. The girl was sure that it was some kind of deception, and the guy was clearly pursuing some goals. Then the main character admitted that he had several questions for the stranger. Hearing this, the girl rudely replied that she had no desire to tell anything. Zeke Moore did not lose his composure and again offered to go on a date. He assumed that he would be able to find out everything himself while he spent time with her. The girl was very surprised by this and asked if the guy really thought that she would agree. Zeke Moore answered honestly that he had not the slightest idea about this, but it seemed to him that he knew what the stranger was thinking about now. The next moment, the protagonist silently handed his interlocutor almost all of his skewer of food. Then the guy, with a sincere smile on his face, suggested that the girl now really wanted to eat this fried meat with vegetables. Soon after, our heroes were already sitting together near a small fountain and enjoying each other's company. Zeke Moore looked at the girl and was surprised at how hungry she was. The guy even began to fear that if there had been something else instead of meat, he could have spent all his money that way. All this time, they would sit in absolute silence. The main character decided to fix this and therefore turned to the girl. Zeke Moore asked directly what the stranger's name was, since during their first meeting he had no time to ask any questions. As soon as the main character asked his question, he immediately thought that perhaps it was too early to ask the girl's name. To my surprise, the girl immediately and without further ado answered that her name was Layla. At that very moment, a strong wind arose in the city square, tearing off delicate flower petals and scattering them around the area. The girl was a little embarrassed by all this, because now it definitely looked like a date. Zeke Moore stared at his new acquaintance, not understanding what could have made her embarrassed. Layla quickly pulled herself together, and looking the main character in the eyes, confidently repeated her name. After this, our heroes had no choice but to go for a walk around the city famous for its sights. Of course, the merchants who noticed the couple could not help but offer them their goods. Since it was a date, Zeke Moore had to please Layla in every possible way and offer her various treats and drinks. It happened that because of this, our heroes found themselves in comical situations. The date continued, so Zeke Moore couldn't help but take Layla to another place. Of course, we were talking about a clothing store with beautiful women's dresses on display in the window. Without thinking twice, our heroine went inside so that the girl could try on some of them. As soon as Layla put on the first dress, the salesman immediately declared that she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. At first, she was embarrassed because she was not used to such outfits, but soon she tried on another dress and other accessories. Layla herself likes it, but as soon as she saw Zeke Moore's satisfied smile, she immediately began to get angry at him for putting her in such an awkward position. The whole day passed in this way. In the evening, our heroes went into a tavern to have a drink and relax. Zeke Moore asked the girl not to be angry because when he told her to choose clothes, she had to choose. He believed that Layla should not wear boring clothes on a date. Layla was still dissatisfied and asked if that was why the main character played with people like dolls. Zeke Moore began to deny this and recalled that everything the girl tried on today suited her, and that is why he wanted her to try many different things. Just at that moment, the waiter brought our heroes the beer they had ordered. The main character, without wasting any time, handed Layla a mug of the drink and asked her not to be shy and to drink with him. The guy assured that this would help to freshen up. Layla was very surprised by the display of such attention towards her. Then she began to slowly bring the mug to her mouth as if she was afraid of something. Nevertheless, the girl overcame her doubts and took several large sips of the refreshing drink. After that, she put the mug down on the table with a bang, exhaling deeply. Suddenly, Zeke Moore, with a sly smile on his face, asked if the girl liked the drink. The main character directly stated that he added poison there. Of course, it was a joke. However, Layla played along and replied that the beer with a drop of poison was very refreshing. Suddenly, lightning flashed between our heroes. They were both absolutely ready for a verbal duel. Zeke Moore was the first to speak. He asked who Layla really was and why she attacked him that time. The girl was in no hurry to answer this question, but instead asked the main character about the same thing. Layla asked if her interlocutor was really that same Zeke. The guy replied that he hadn't changed his name. Then Layla immediately assumed that he had to change his last name after all. The main character pretended that he didn't fully understand everything and asked if the girl was really talking about the surname Moore, which she had named during their last meeting. After that, Layla thought for a moment as if she couldn't believe that the same Zeke Moore she knew was actually sitting in front of her. Unexpectedly, the girl said the name Bravey. The main character did not understand at all why this was said. Layla explained that if the guy was going to change his last name, then in his opinion, Bravey sounded much better than Moore. Then the main character asked if the name Zeke the Brave sounded much better. It seemed that he didn't particularly like this option. Just at that moment, someone's loud voice was heard nearby. Looking towards Zeke, Moore saw people crowded around. There was clearly some kind of conflict going on there. The main character was not at all delighted by this, because he recognized the voices that were loudly carried throughout the tavern. Soon the guy approached Slock and Hans and asked what they were doing here. The guys clearly did not expect to see their teacher here. Zeke Moore was still able to make his way through the crowd of onlookers in order to understand what was happening here. He saw a group of young people who had complaints about Sloka and Hans. They clearly doubted the guy's abilities and tried in every way to provoke a fight. Sloka told his teacher that these young men heard their conversation and wanted to fight them, even though he and Hans tried to ignore it. Meanwhile, something caught the attention of one of the conflicting young men, due to which he immediately forgot about Sloka and Hans. Of course, the reason for this was Layla. The guy immediately tactlessly asked who this beauty was. Pushing Zeke Moore aside, the impudent guy turned to the girl and asked if she wanted to have fun with him and his friends. Sloka, seeing Layla, asked his teacher if this was really the same girl, after which he suggested that it would have been better to stop the villain. Surprisingly, Zeke Moore asked his student not to make noise and stay in his place. The main character clearly wanted to watch what would happen next. Meanwhile, the guy began to check the signs of attention to Layla and compliment her, calling her a beautiful lady. The scoundrel held her tightly by the shoulder and promised that together with his comrades he would make sure that the girl had a lot of fun. Layla didn't like such signs of attention at all, so just from her look it was clear that the annoying guy would soon be in trouble. Layla abruptly pushed the annoying guy away from her, thereby showing that his attention was unpleasant to her. The scoundrel did not accept this refusal and agreed that it was not so much fun with easy girls. Layla decided not to hesitate and not wait for a repeat of what had just happened, so she looked at the guy with a stern look and without a doubt used her skills on him. The next moment, lightning flashed in the tavern. Soon after, a loud cry was heard from the scoundrel who could not resist the pain. Then the guy who was struck by lightning fell unconscious. He could no longer harm anyone. Hans was amazed by what he saw, but Zeke Moore did not expect anything else from his friend and thought that the guys who were picking a fight were just fools. One of the comrades of that scoundrel who was struck by lightning did not tolerate such treatment, so he rushed with his fists at Layla, simultaneously pointing out their high status in society. The girl didn't care who these scoundrels were, so she intended to use her abilities once again to calm down the noisy tavern visitor. Suddenly, someone quickly walked past Layla and headed towards the villain who was about to attack her. The next moment, there was a loud bang, which attracted the girl's attention. What happened surprised her very much. It turned out that Zeke Moore decided not to stand aside and intervened in this situation. He easily stopped the villain's attack by firmly grabbing his fist with his hand. Don't waste time. The main character hit the guy hard in the face to prove to him that he was wrong. Because of this, the villain flew far back and fell with a crash to the floor, right in front of his comrades. This guy also no longer posed any danger. Seeing this, the rest of the villains immediately took out their weapons and simultaneously rushed at Zeke Moore, intending to kill him right there in this establishment. A few seconds later, they were already lying on the floor with multiple abrasions and wounds, while asking our heroes for forgiveness for their behavior. After that, our heroes went for a walk around the night city. Zeke Moore turned to Layla and asked her to tell him to what extent she fried that scoundrel with her lightning. The girl did not answer because she was completely immersed in her thoughts. Then the main character offered her several options to choose from in order to find out the answer to her question. Suddenly, Layla asked why the guy didn't kill those people. Zeke Moore thought that the girl shouldn't ask such a question to the person whom she herself told to live differently. Then Layla asked if it was really necessary to resort to the reckless population when living a virtuous life. Zeke Moore did not consider his action reckless. After this answer, there was silence. Our heroes suddenly stopped in the middle of the street, as if they were expecting to hear some more words from each other. Layla thought for a while about everything that happened today and seemed to have made some conclusions. Then the girl raised her head up and saw a beautiful night sky above her head and was momentarily stunned with admiration. After that, she turned to the main character and asked if he had finished his business for today, since she already had to go. Unexpectedly, Zeke Moore grabbed the girl by the hand because he didn't want her to leave so quickly. The guy asked her to wait a little because he still wanted to tell her something. Sloka and Hans were delighted with what they saw and had already begun to actively reflect on the relationship between their teacher and this beautiful girl. Meanwhile, the main character was telling his interlocutor that he still had things to do tomorrow. However, he suggested that the girl meet in 10 days at the same place where they met for the first time. Zeke Moore continued to say that he didn't want to just part ways and assumed that Layla herself wanted to learn something from him, since she was watching him all the time. Surprisingly, Layla agreed with this very easily and accepted the main character's offer of another meeting. She only asked that the guy not break his promise. After that, the girl left. For some time, Zeke Moore silently looked after her as if he did not want this separation. The guy was surprised that he and Layla had become quite close in such a short time, so he began to be increasingly interested in the question of who she really was. The first and most suspicious thing for Zeke Moore was that Layla was a high-ranking mage, but she had no money. She clearly didn't know something and felt out of place. However, looking at how the girl ordered food and treated clothes, the guy could not say that Layla did not know anything at all, so it could be assumed that she simply had no experience. Also, Zeke Moore, considering that the girl knew his last name from a past life, was almost sure that she was from the future. Suddenly, the protagonist was interrupted from these thoughts by Hans, who wanted to ask his teacher something. The guy asked if they had any special plans for tomorrow, because if not, he would like to take a walk around the tourist attractions of this city. Zeke Moore replied that he had plans for tomorrow, but he would go sightseeing with his students. Slock and Hans were very surprised by this because they did not understand how this could be connected. Zeke Moore, with a smile on his face, confidently declared that he knew of a wonderful tourist attraction that they would visit together tomorrow. The next day, our heroes arrived at the ancient ruins of Bio-Move-On. It was this landmark that the main character was talking about. Walking through the long, semi-dark corridors, which were illuminated only by the fire of torches, the guys looked around and were amazed at the ancient architecture. Slock was very interested in why and for whom all this was created, and Hans was surprised by the fact that all this was built a very long time ago. Meanwhile, Zeke Moore stared at the map and thought about where the sword Tronium was, because in his past life he simply punched through walls and walked forward. Still, the main character decided that the first thing he needed to do was get to the place he remembered well and then figure out the situation. Soon our heroes came to a sign that prohibited going further, but this did not stop Zeke Moore. Hans began to get nervous and asked his teacher if they were allowed to go this far. Suddenly, the guy's experiences were intensified by a sudden earthquake from which the walls of the ancient ruins began to shake violently. Zeke Moore immediately assumed that the reason for this was his students who touched something, but Slock immediately stated that he heard something ahead. Coming closer, our heroes saw only a blank wall, which was clearly different from the others in its appearance. Slock and Hans were very surprised that the passage blocked itself and were sure that there was something else behind this wall. Zeke Moore was also sure that there was definitely a secret passage that led to the location of the Tornium Ball. In order to figure everything out, the main character decided to come closer and examine this unusual wall. The guy casually touched this wall while remembering whether this door had been in his past life. Suddenly, the wall began to shake again as if from an earthquake. It seemed that this was due to the touch of Zeke Moore. Hans was very surprised by this and did not understand why this door only responded to his teacher's touch. Meanwhile, the stone wall began to move aside in front of the main character, as if allowing him to move further. Sloka and Hans didn't understand what all this meant because when they touched this wall, it didn't open and didn't even move a bit. Zeke Moore was also very puzzled and did not understand why this door reacted to his touch, because this had definitely never happened before. The guy also couldn't help but notice the energy that was coming out of this secret room. He immediately assumed that there was something around that was holding him back. Still, Zeke Moore thought that there was nothing terrible in this, so together with his students he went inside. Slock and Hans looked around intently, looking for some kind of catch or trap. Walking further and further, our heroes came across a spacious room, but the main character continued to think that this energy was familiar to him, but it definitely did not come from the Sword of Tornium. Suddenly alarmed, Hans loudly turned to his teacher and asked him to quickly look at what he and Slock had managed to find. Zeke Moore was amazed by what he saw and did not understand how this was even possible. The guy immediately remembered Glenn's holy sword, Zenard, who was also called the brave fighter of the sun. It was with this sword that Zeke Moore was killed. The main character was shocked when he saw Estelade, which someone had thrust into a stone slab. The guy did not understand why this weapon was here. The magical sword of Tornium was the very weapon that symbolized the demonic lord of power, Zeke Moore. At the same time, the holy sword Estelade symbolized the brave sun fighter, Glenn Zenarda. The main character was not at all happy that it was Estelade's sword that got stuck here, and he didn't understand how this could have happened. Slock and Hans looked at their find in amazement, not even realizing how valuable it was, while Zeke Moore thought that Glenn was thus Zenard dealt him the finishing blow. Then the main character again began to wonder why this sword was here and where he could look for what he needed. The guy knew that the holy sword Estelad, unlike the sword of dark magic Tornium, recognized its owner. So if a person was not worthy of it, he would not even be able to lift it. Hans turned to his teacher and asked if he knew what it was. Zeke Moore calmly replied that it was a holy sword. Sloka and Hans were shocked by what they heard and seemed to have difficulty believing that they had managed to find the holy sword. Next up, Hans suggested that if you pull out this sword, you could become a hero. Zeke Moore confidently confirmed this. The protagonist students immediately looked at each other because they were thinking the same thing at the same time. Slock was the first to approach Zeke Moore and timidly asked if he could try to get this sword. The protagonist was not against it, but warned that due to the guy's connection with the mole novel, he might not succeed. Nevertheless, Sloka decided to try it anyway, and so he approached the sword, grabbed the handle tightly, and prepared to make a dash. The next moment, the guy began to try with all his might to pull the sword out of the stone slab, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. Hans was rooting for his friend with all his might, but Zeke Moore already knew that nothing would work out despite his students' efforts. In the end, Sloka couldn't pull the sword out even a centimeter, so he gave up these unsuccessful attempts. The guy was very upset that nothing worked out for him, but he didn't have much hope for success. Unexpectedly, Sloka's pet novel began to cheer him up, which noticeably improved the guy's mood. In the end, he felt that he didn't need any holy sword or anything else. He only needed Novel by his side. Then Hans turned to his teacher and suggested that he try to get this sword, but the main character immediately refused without explaining the reason. In fact, Zeke Moore knew very well that Estelad's sword did not get along with him at all. After this, the main character asked his student if he would accept Hans's challenge. He also refused, believing that he would not succeed either. Zeke Moore wanted to try to convince the guy, but he was interrupted by a strange sound that came from the depths of the dark corridors. At this time, some girl quickly ran along the corridors of the ancient temple as if she was escaping from the danger that was pursuing her. Our heroes immediately realized that someone was approaching them, so they began to patiently wait for what would happen next. Zeke Moore noticed that there was another path leading into the spacious room they were in. It was from there that loud sounds were coming. The main character immediately began to assume that these were people who were looking for the holy sword. As soon as the guy heard them, he realized that these were the sounds of footsteps of sufficiently trained fighters. Zeke Moore even began to worry about the fact that Glenn was approaching him right now. Zenard and his comrades went to take Estelad's sword. Meanwhile, the steps became louder, indicating that the person running down the dark corridor was approaching. Very soon, a girl in a shabby dress entered the spacious room where our heroes were already located. Zeke Moore was very surprised when he saw her and seemed to recognize this person. It turned out that it was Layla, who was anxiously turning back as if she was afraid of those who were pursuing her. Soon the girl saw our heroes and was also very surprised that they were here. Zeke Moore was about to ask what Layla was doing here, but he didn't have time because he was interrupted. Following the girl, several men in black hoods ran into the room, one of whom loudly ordered his subordinates to catch her, considering that she was now like a rat in a trap. The protagonist quickly realized what was going on and therefore loudly ordered Lyle to duck, used his ability and swinging his sword, sent a stream of destructive energy at the villains. Layla managed to carry out the guy's order at the very last moment, thanks to which she remained unharmed. Very soon, a huge explosion was heard in the ancient temple, which was caused by the ability of Zeke Moore. Layla breathed heavily and looked around intently, hoping that the danger had passed. Extending his hand to the girl to help her get to her feet, Zeke Moore asked if these were really her new friends. Layla denied it because these people were following her. Hearing this, the main character immediately asked what the reason was for this. The girl was in no hurry to answer this question, and it was clear from her face that she did not want to talk about it at all. Not receiving an answer, Zeke Moore decided not to insist and just joked about how popular Layla was. Shortly after this, another group of people in black hoods entered the room, which the main character associated with the popularity of his friend. Pointing his sword at his supposed opponents, the guy fearlessly asked who these scoundrels were, who were catching people one by one and committing perversions on them. Zeke Moore did not like such a comment at all. I will explain that the whole problem was in their form, which did not inspire confidence. Without answering the main character, one of the men turned to his subordinates and reported that they had changed their plans. Now they had to leave Zeke Moore and the Corps alive and kill everyone else. Hearing this, the main character and Layla prepared for battle. At that very moment, a group of armed men in hoods fearlessly rushed at our heroes in order to carry out the leader's order. Soon, the iron swords struck each other. Due to the number of opponents, this fight was not at all equal, since one had to fight against two at once. Hans skillfully held off the onslaught of two opponents at once, but he clearly needed help. Along with this, Sloka, without wasting time, used his abilities to help his friend. Large stone spikes quickly appeared out of nowhere and began attacking the villains. Thanks to this, Sloku was able to eliminate several opponents at once and ensure Hans's safety. Meanwhile, Zeekmore was also fighting, thinking along the way that his students were holding up well, and that very soon they would feel the difference in their abilities. The protagonist could not help but admit that their opponents were excellent in many skills. The guy also understood that due to the limited space of this room, Layla could not use more extensive magic, so she was content with only lightning discharges. It was a fairly effective ability that could hit multiple targets at once, but it was not infinite. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to think that now the skills of the leader of the villains, who was a subordinate of the devil, were even higher than his own. That's why the guy thought that, without a magical dark sword, it was completely illogical to go against this man now. But the villain thought differently. Once behind Zeekmore, the man attacked him and caused serious damage. Then this scoundrel used his fire ability, while simultaneously saying that the main character's skills were too weak for the level he was talking about. The next moment, a loud explosion was heard right in the place where Zeekmore was. Our heroes, seeing this, immediately began to worry about the guy, because they still didn't know if everything was okay with him. The blast wave threw the main character to the side and hit him hard against the wall. Because of everything that happened, the guy received serious injuries. One of the villains turned to the captain and warned him that the sword Estelade was near Zeekmore. But the man thought that it was not important at all. He was sure that there was no chance that the protagonist would pull out the holy sword. After that, the villainous captain left Zeekmore alone and decided that they should stop and sort things out right there. Looking at Sloka and Hans, the man first ordered his subordinates to kill them because he didn't need them. Then he looked at the exhausted Layla and, calling her a core, ordered to capture her alive. After this, the captain decided that they still had to deal with Zeekmore, whom he called the Chameleon, and the holy sword Estelade. The man was about to leave, leaving all the work to his subordinates, but suddenly he stopped because he felt a strange energy that filled the room. The captain of the villains immediately assumed the worst, so he turned around sharply, not believing what had happened. The first thing he saw was Estelade's sword, which someone had managed to pull out from the stone slab. After that, a bright light illuminated everything in the room. Everyone was mesmerized by this view and did not know what to do. Soon after, human screams were heard, which were provoked by incredible pain. When it was all over, all the villains in black hoods were already lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. Slock and Hans were also unable to stay on their feet, but were not injured. They were shocked by what had happened and tried to appeal to Zeekmore. Layla, who was illuminated by the bright light coming from Estelade's sword, silently looked forward, unable to say anything. The girl looked at Zeekmore, who was holding the sacred sword in his hands, and could not believe that he was able to pull it out. The main character himself only realized what had happened after some time, which made him very surprised. In the end, all the opponents were miraculously defeated. The villains in black hoods lay unconscious on the ground and no longer posed any danger. Meanwhile, Zeekmore examined the sword Estelade, which he held in his hands, and could not believe what had happened. The guy remembered the words of the captain of the villains, who was sure that there was no possibility that the main character would be able to pull out the holy sword. At that moment, Zeekmore wanted to punish the scoundrel for his words so much that he still tried to pull out his sword. In the end, the protagonist managed to easily take possession of Estelade's sword without anyone noticing. Although the sword was already in Zeekmore's hands, he still did not believe that he could actually get it, because he did not even dream that he would be able to use it. Layla, who was still shocked by what had happened, timidly turned to the main character to ask him about something. Although the question sounded rather strange, the girl still asked why Zeekmore pulled out this sword. The guy replied that if he hadn't gotten it, they would all have died. Layla didn't mean that, but she continued asking how the main character managed to do it at all, considering what happened in the past. To this, Zeekmore replied in a serious voice that the holy sword of Estelade was a weapon that could not be obtained unless one was worthy. Hearing this, Layla fell silent for a while to think about what the main character had said. Still, she asked with doubt in her voice if the guy really considered himself worthy. Zeekmore thought that it was so. After this, the protagonist suddenly thrust Estelade's sword back into the stone slab where it had been before. Layla, seeing this, asked the same thing why the guy did this. Zeke Moore calmly replied that he was not going to use it because it did not suit him. This surprised the girl because she remembered well that the main character himself said that he knew how this weapon performed in battle. The guy, as always, calmly replied that it didn't matter anymore because he was going to take another sword. As soon as Layla heard this answer, she assumed with horror that the main character was planning to take the sword Tornium for himself. Zeke Moore honestly confirmed this because he saw absolutely no problem in his choice. Then the guy saw Sloka and Hans and was glad that they survived and suggested that they leave here because their goal was not here. Layla remained standing in place and began to carefully think over everything that had happened and everything that she had heard from the main character. Suddenly, she grabbed Zeke Moore's hand in order to stop him. The protagonist did not understand at all what was going on. Without explaining anything, Layla dragged her friend back to Estelad's sword for some unknown purpose. The girl literally ordered the guy to get it. He got the sword. This really surprised the main character. Layla again asked the guy to get it and not to bargain. Zeke Moore insisted that he did not want to do this because this sword already had an owner, and he wanted to get his weapon. Then the girl reminded the main character that he was going to live differently, so he needed to take Estelad with him and not Tornium. Zeke Moore understood what his friend was worried about, so he explained that although the sword Tornium was called the Sword of Dark Magic, it did not literally send people straight into the Devil's Abyss. It was hard for Layla to argue with these words, but she still couldn't allow Zeke Moore to start using the Tornium sword again. That is why, without letting go of the main character's hand, she insisted that this could not be done. Then the girl again insistently asked the guy to take Estelade with him and use only it in battle. Zeke Moore silently looked at his friend and seemed to be about to agree with her, but something interrupted him. The main character suddenly felt a sharp pain, which was provoked by something unknown. The guy immediately looked at his hand, which Layla was holding because the source of the pain was right there. Zeke Moore saw that the sharp pain was coming from the finger that held the key that distorts fate, but it still remained unclear what was happening. At that moment, our heroes saw that Estelad's sword began to tremble violently and exude a mysterious aura around itself. Immediately after this, a huge whirlwind appeared around the sword, but it looked quite safe. However, Zeke Moore still did not understand what was happening. At this time, Slock and Hans observed this unusual phenomenon from the side and could only guess about the reasons for the appearance of this vortex. The boys loudly addressed their teacher in order to get at least some explanation from him about what was happening. Zeke Moore himself didn't understand anything at all, so he asked Layla if all this was her doing. The girl denied it and said that it was not magic at all. Soon she had some kind of an idea. Layla stared at Estelad's trembling sword and felt like the weapon was trying to forcefully transport them to another location. Zeke Moore was very unhappy with this situation because the sword pulled them in so tightly that there was no turning back. While there was still an opportunity, the protagonist turned to Slock and Hans to give them his instructions. Zeke Moore said loudly that he would stay here for now, but if he did not return, the guys should return to the hotel first and wait for him there. Hans was very surprised by this order because he remembered well that the secret door, thanks to which they came here, could only be opened by his teacher. Zeke Moore immediately assumed that there must have been another route that Layla had taken, but the girl said that that tunnel was already blocked. In this case, the main character no longer knew what to do, but Layla, without wasting time, applied her skills to correct this situation. The next moment, a magic ring flew out of the whirlwind, which was supposed to help Slock and Hans get out of this ancient temple. Hans immediately picked up the jewel, although he did not yet understand how it was supposed to help. Layla, she said that if the guys take it with them, the passage will open and they will be able to go outside. Zeke Moore asked if the girl really carried all her things with her. Layla thought there was no point in answering that question. Meanwhile, the whirlwind was getting stronger, but our heroes were already prepared for what would happen next. Sloka and Hans watched everything from the sidelines, were very worried and asked their teacher to be careful. Zeke Moore assured with a smile that the students did not need to worry about him, because they should first of all worry about themselves. Very soon, the strong wind died down, thanks to which Slock and Hans saw that their comrades had disappeared without a trace, while Estelad's sword remained in the same place. Slock was still worried and asked if Zeke Moore would really be okay. Hans was sure that there was nothing to worry about. Then Sloka asked what they would do here until the main character returned. Hans thought this was a really good question because they needed to do something here. Very soon the guy's attention was strongly attracted by something. This was the answer to the question of what to do. Hans looked at the lifeless bodies of the very same villains who attacked them, and suddenly he had an idea. The guy suggested to his friend to rob those people because they probably had a lot of money. After some time, our heroes collected a whole mountain of gold coins, as well as several bottles of an expensive and effective potion. The guys even took away some of the villains' black cloaks because they might still be useful. Sloka asked with apprehension whether their teacher would like such a scale. Hans was sure that everything would be fine because they had found many valuable things that they would definitely need. Despite the fact that quite a lot of valuables had already been collected, there were still many gold coins and potions left, which, in Hans's opinion, should be placed in the magic box. Attracted by something, but this time it was not the things of his defeated opponents. Hans stared at Estellade's sword and thought that he was the only one who hadn't tried to get it yet. The young man was very hesitant about whether he should even try to do this even once. Still, he headed towards Sloka's sword. Seeing this, he assumed that his comrade was planning to try to get the weapon. Hans confirmed this and wanted to at least touch this weapon. Hans finally grabbed the hilt of Estellade's sword and prepared to use all his strength to try and pull it out. For some time, the guy still couldn't decide to do what he had planned because he was afraid of being disappointed. Sloka watched the events closely, encouraging his friend to wish him good luck. Suddenly, loud footsteps were heard in the dark corridors of the ancient temple, which could not help but attract Sloka's attention. Hans also heard this, which made him nervous and instantly forgot about his intentions to pull out his sword. The sounds were getting louder, which indicated that the uninvited guests were getting closer and closer to our heroes. Sloka and Hans immediately realized that this was another group of villains whose faces were hidden under black hoods. Hans was very nervous and asked his friend to get ready. Sloka did not understand what exactly he should be ready for. The next moment, armed men burst into the room from the dark corridor and immediately began to force a battle on our heroes. At that moment, a frightened Hans asked Sloka to run faster, after which the guys, dodging the flying knives, headed towards the exit of the ancient temple. The people in black hoods were very surprised that Sloka and Hans were the ones who killed their captain and could not believe it at all. One of the villains thought that they shouldn't have killed the guys right away because they had something to ask them. At this time, Sloka quietly asked Hans what they should do, since the villains believed that it was they who killed their comrades. Hans understood the desperate situation they were in, so he felt they had no choice but to fight. At that moment, the guy quickly freed his sword in order to defeat the villains. Hans fearlessly rushed into battle, asking his comrade to cover him with his abilities. After this, the guy made several swings with his sword in order to hit two opponents at once, but they managed to dodge this blow. This was immediately followed by countermeasures, due to which Hans, hardly blocking the enemy's counterattack, believed that these scoundrels were not so simple. At this point, Sloka was diligently using his abilities and the huge stone blocks he had prepared to attack the hooded men. The guy thought that it would be very good, even if he managed to neutralize at least one enemy. Suddenly, the villain towards whom the stone block was flying was able to defend himself from it with his sword. Sloka was very surprised when he saw this and did not believe that the man had managed to repel such an attack. Hans understood that the space they were in was closed, which made it difficult for his comrade to use his power to the fullest extent. The guy was worried that if things continued like this, they would both get seriously hurt. Suddenly, one of the villains managed to aim a precise shot and wound Hans, causing blood to immediately fly around. At that very moment, the guy was pierced by a burning pain that made him distracted from everything that was happening around him. Hans in the stomach with all his might. The guy blamed himself for what happened because he was distracted like some kind of idiot. A strong kick was enough to make the guy lose his balance and fly far back. Immediately after this, two armed scoundrels rushed towards Hans at the same time in order to finish what they had started. Sloka, who saw all this, was very worried about his comrade, but could not help him in any way. Hans, he understood that he needed to come to his senses faster, because right now the danger was getting closer and closer to him. At the very last moment, the guy still managed to stop the attack of the villain, who without a doubt decided to take advantage of his opponent's weakness. Despite this, the hooded man continued his onslaught and said with a satisfied smile that he knew it wasn't these guys who killed his captain. Hans, I felt like I was losing to the villain, and so I started to think that this could not go on any longer, because the difference in strength was too great. At that very moment, the boy noticed Estellade's sword right next to where the battle was taking place. Hans immediately remembered what happened that time when Zeke Moore took out that sword. That's why the guy began to think whether he could become just as invincible if he could get this weapon from the stone slab. Without thinking twice, the main character's student decided to find out in practice. But before that, he had to throw his opponent away from himself in order to free his hands. Only after this did the guy firmly grab the hilt of Estellade's sword, thinking at the same time that he had to save Sloka and himself. Suddenly Hans heard an unfamiliar voice, which suggested that he try to do what he had planned. Because of this, the guy began to get very nervous. One of the villains was sure that the level of a guy like Hans would never accept this holy weapon. After this, all the hooded men began to loudly mock their opponent, who was too self-confident. Because of this, the battle even stopped. Hans agreed with the villains and didn't even think that he would actually be able to get this sword. However, at that moment, the guy remembered words spoken to him by Zeke Moore. The protagonist insisted that Hans should remain angry until the very end. On that quiet night by the fire, Zeke Moore told his student that he would always have time to surrender. That is why the main character believed that before dying, he should at least try to rise up at any cost. Hans remembered well the words of his teacher about the need to cling to any hope, even if it was barely flickering. Estelade soared with all his might and started trying to pull it out, because things couldn't get any worse anyway. Hans exerted so much effort that the trembling from his hands was transferred to the sword. But even despite this, he continued his seemingly unsuccessful attempt. Suddenly, Estelade's sword flew out of its place, indicating that the protagonist's student had finally achieved his goal. The villains who were closely watching what was happening instantly changed their faces and could not believe that the holy weapon had actually chosen an inconspicuous guy. At the same time, Sloka was very happy for his comrade's success, because it meant that they would be able to survive today. Hans was the most surprised that he managed to pull out this sword, which is why he looked at the sharp blade with wide eyes and thought about what he was feeling now. The guy clearly felt how Estelade's power was seeping into his body, which of course gave him confidence. Suddenly, one of the villains decided that their enemy could not be allowed to get used to this sword, so he loudly ordered his comrades to attack him. Sloka, seeing a group of hooded men rush into battle, began to get very nervous again and asked Hans to swing his new sword. At the same time, the guy was absolutely calm and confident, so he was ready to fight with all his opponents. The hooded villain was already very close, but Hans only wanted to have the opportunity to swing Estelade's sword. Finally, the boy swung his holy weapon, causing a rapid stream of destructive energy to be directed at the enemies. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the ancient temple, a real whirlwind of golden wind appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the elements subsided, it became clear that Zeke Moore and Layla had moved to a completely unfamiliar place. Looking around, the main character assumed that this room was similar to the one they had been in before, but something was different. Without explaining anything, the girl suddenly began to use her magical abilities in order to check something. Her attempt was unsuccessful, so she told her companion that teleportation didn't work here either. Then the guy decided that all they could do was walk around. After some time, our heroes were already turning along the dark corridors of the ancient temple, not even knowing where they should go. Suddenly, Zeke Moore asked what the girl was doing inside these ruins, and what the people who were pursuing her were doing. Layla was in no hurry to answer this question, and from her facial expression it was clear that she did not want to discuss this topic with anyone. Then the main character asked the girl not to remain silent, and added that no matter who he was in her eyes, he still saved her life, so he had the right to know. Still, Layla replied that she herself did not know the exact reasons. Zeke Moore was very surprised by this answer because he did not understand how the girl could not remember her own memories. Layla began to think about this carefully, and it seemed that she even managed to find some kind of solution, but did not have time to voice it. Suddenly, some kind of force from the outside seemed to enter the main character's hand. At that very moment, Zeke Moore felt a strong, sharp pain that began to spread in waves throughout his body. Layla already asked the guy what happened, to which the main character complained of pain in his arm. The girl was very surprised by this. She had never seen her friend have any wounds. Then she asked where it hurt. The main character showed his fingers while thinking that they hurt as if they were on fire. Layla examined her fingers and assumed that since everything was fine on the outside, perhaps the problem was on the inside. Saw something, but she didn't yet understand what exactly. This surprised her very much. Zeke Moore, without wasting time, also looked at the finger that was hurting in order to understand what the reason was. To his surprise, the boy saw that the cause of his excruciating pain was the fate-distorting key that was in his finger. Suddenly, the ruins of the ancient temple shook as if from an earthquake, causing stones and dust to fall from the ceiling. It turned out that the reason for this was Hans, who still managed to use the power of the sword Estelade against his opponents. The hooded villains immediately began to run away as far as possible, seeing what a danger their enemy with the holy weapon in his hands represented for them. Hans skillfully directed destructive streams of energy at his enemies while they unsuccessfully tried to escape. All their attempts were interrupted by a sudden huge explosion that swallowed the villains. Soon after, everything became quiet. The danger had passed, but the protagonist's student continued to stand in a fighting stance as if he did not believe in his victory. Still, Hans calmed down a little and looked at his weapon. He couldn't contain his surprise. He felt as if he could defeat anyone who came to fight him. At the very least, the guy was able to very easily resist all the villains who intended to harm him and his comrade. Hans quickly came to his senses and decided that now he needed to calm down because the battle was not over yet. He remembered well the words of Zeke Moore, which he had spoken hundreds of times, namely that during battle, excitement was fatal. That's why the guy started breathing more smoothly to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, one of the villains was preparing for a counterattack and was thinking that he didn't expect that he would have to use it on such an opponent. Suddenly, the man quickly pulled out a small bottle of some liquid from his sleeve. Without wasting any time, he drank the contents in one gulp, after which his body was enveloped in an ominous aura. Sloka witnessed this. The guy understood that something was clearly wrong here, so he would have to go loudly to his friend and ask him to be careful here. Hearing this, Hans abruptly broke his concentration and opened his eyes to see his opponent. The guy immediately saw monsters in front of him, which turned into a man who drank an unknown liquid. Now he looked like the monster that Hans saw in the city of Osperin. The monster's eyes burned with rage and he smiled slyly, anticipating the battle with his opponent. At this time, the main character's student was very nervous because he was not sure that he could defeat the enemy, who had taken a new form on his own. The next moment, the monster suddenly exploded from its place and ran towards the guy, continuing to smile slyly along the way. That's why Hans had to pull himself together and, once again concentrating on the battle, swing his new weapon. At that very moment, a destructive stream of energy was released from Estelade's sword and quickly headed straight for the monster. The bright light that the monster was studying the holy sword made him feel uneasy, so he had to close his eyes and look away. However, this did not prevent this bright light from becoming brighter and brighter, completely absorbing the darkness in the room. As soon as this process reached its limit, a huge explosion was heard, which was supposed to completely absorb the bloodthirsty enemy. Hans was very surprised by the result he saw and was glad that the sphere of light was stable. However, the guy shouldn't relax, because as soon as the smoke and dust cleared a little, the silhouette of the monster became visible, which indicated that the battle could still continue here. The bloodthirsty monster continued to smile smugly and looked at his opponent, showing with all his appearance that it would not be so easy to defeat him. Hans was not very surprised by this result because he understood that he could not be as good a fighter as Zeke Moore. The guy assumed that if the main character were here, he would destroy all the enemies in one fell swoop. However, Hans agreed that compared to the other villains now, this monster was much stronger. However, at the same time, the guy admitted that Zeke Moore was above the heavens themselves, and therefore he definitely could not compare with such a person. While the main character's student was thinking about all this, the ferocious monster was already running towards his enemy with all his might in order to attack him in response. Once at a sufficient distance, the monster swung his fist sharply, simultaneously letting out a furious roar. The next moment he attacked Hans, but Hans, overcoming his excitement, managed to stop the blow with his holy sword. Then the guy resisted the onslaught of his enemy and thought that now he should definitely be able to resist him. To begin with, the protagonist's student should have pressed harder on Estelade's sword with his left hand so that the monster would put in more effort and get tired faster. The boy was about to use the skills that Zeke Moore had taught him at the very moment when his abilities were causing him to fail. The monster seemed to notice that something was not going as planned, but it was too late to do anything. The next moment, Hans managed to push the enemy back a little and retreat himself in order to prepare for a counterattack. The monster seemed to immediately understand what the enemy was planning, so he was very angry about it and called him impudent. Meanwhile, the guy had already swung his holy sword, thinking that this was an excellent moment for his final attack. A few seconds later, the monster's head was severed from its body with one precise swing of the sword, which was executed perfectly by Hans. The hooded villains were very scared when they saw that the head of their allied monster fell to the ground with a crash. Now they understood that they definitely could not resist their enemy. Despite the fact that all the villains were ready to surrender voluntarily, the protagonist's student had no intention of letting them go just like that. The guy quickly rushed forward, and with a few swings of the sword, Estelade was able to very quickly neutralize two opponents at once. After that, he began to deal with the rest of the villains, sparing no one at all. Along the way, he recalled Zeke Moore's advice that he should first study the enemy's weaknesses. Hans learned this lesson well, thanks to which he could now take advantage of his teacher's second piece of advice. The main character advised the guy to strike outright when there was such an opportunity, so now Hans diligently swung his sword in order not to leave a single enemy alive. After some time, everything became quiet. All the villains were defeated, so the guy could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just in case, Hans looked around carefully to make sure that nothing else posed a danger to him and his friend. After this, the guy was finally able to celebrate his victory by loudly declaring it. Sloka was very happy with his comrade's accomplishments. The guy was delighted that Hans was still able to get the holy sword, because it meant that he was worthy. Hans himself was also very proud of his deed. Suddenly, this joy was interrupted by the hoarse voice of one of the villains, who with his last strength asked if the guy really thought he had won. Unexpectedly for our heroes, he declared that in any case, everyone would die. These words made Sloka and Hans very wary. The hooded man menacingly declared that along with the nightmares that were found in this city, everything would be destroyed. These words really scared our heroes, although they didn't fully understand their true meaning. Meanwhile, Layla and Zeke Moore continued to move through the dark corridors of the ancient temple. The girl asked if the main character was okay and if he was in pain. The guy replied that after he drank the potion, he felt much better. At the same time, he looked at an unusual magical object. Layla couldn't help but notice him, but she was in no hurry to tell him anything about him. Zeke Moore immediately asked if the girl knew anything about this Layla. She replied that something was definitely bothering her when she looked at this object. However, the girl could not understand this feeling in any way, so she did not even know what to tell the main character. Then the guy assumed that his friend had known about this subject before, but she did not know this either. Hearing this, Zeke Moore thought that judging by the girl's emotions, she was definitely not joking and was not trying to deceive him. Suddenly, the unusual magical object moved a little and seemed to show our heroes the right path. Seeing this, the main character decided to trust this sign and therefore, together with Lai Lu, he headed forward. Suddenly, the guy turned to the girl and said that in his opinion they would have to walk quite a long way together. That is why he wanted to ask her many questions that had accumulated during their acquaintance. Zeke Moore claimed that he would be glad to know even something very insignificant, so the girl could tell him absolutely everything that she knew. After thinking for a bit, Layla still agreed to answer the questions, but only those answers that she herself knew. The main character was glad to receive such an answer, after which he suggested to his companion to move forward. For some time, our heroes silently cleared through the dark corridors of the ancient temple, relying entirely on the unusual magical object in the hands of Zeke Moore. Unexpectedly, Layla asked if the guy had already decided what questions he wanted to ask her. The main character answered that he had almost decided. Having heard this, the girl was ready to listen to questions, but he clarified that she would only answer 3 questions. Zeke Moore was not very happy with this because he wanted to ask her a lot of things. Layla replied that if the guy didn't like something, he didn't have to ask anything at all. Then the guy asked what they would do if for some reason the girl could not answer one of the 3 questions, since apparently she had some kind of memory problems. Layla agreed with annoyance that she really didn't remember everything. Still, she asked the main character not to worry and promised that if she couldn't answer a question, it wouldn't count. Zeke Moore agreed to this condition and asked his interlocutor the first question. He was interested in what the girl's real name was. Layla was very surprised by this because she had already told the guy her name. Zeke Moore was surprised because he thought it was a pseudonym that the girl had made up quickly when he first asked her name. Suddenly, the guy suggested that the girl could be called the Core, just like the villains who were chasing her called her Shadow. Layla immediately began to deny it. After that, she honestly answered that her name was Layla and nothing else. Zeke Moore seemed not to believe his interlocutor, which is why he began to think about how he should have interpreted this. The guy felt like those scoundrels were calling the girl a Core for some other reason. The main character even suggested that the girl wanted to give up her real name, and if not, then perhaps she didn't have one to begin with. The guy felt that he had touched something important, so he immediately asked how Layla knew everything she had told him so far. The unexpected girl briefly answered that everything she knew came to her from her dreams. The main character, although he didn't show it, was clearly very surprised by this answer, and therefore decided to ask about these dreams. Answered briefly and mysteriously that she had a dream about the future of 2 people. In this dream, one of them held a sacred sword and was a sun warrior who protected the world, and another swung a dark magic sword and was a demonic lord of power. Zeke Moore was very surprised by this answer because he immediately saw familiar images in this description. Layla continued to say that she felt that these 2 people saw and felt as if they were in her dream. After this, the main character asked how this dream ended. It turned out that it always ended differently. The girl said that at some moments the ruler won, and at others the Sunfighter won. Of course, there was an end when these two died, but there was also an end when they were surprised because a completely different future was opening up before them. Layla continued to tell that in the end this future ended in a conflict between the Sunfighter and the demonic Lord of Power. After hearing all this, Zeke Moore asked if there was more specific information about this particular future of Lyle. Unfortunately, she didn't know the details because her memory was incomplete. Then the guy asked what was the reason why the girl's memory was incomplete, but Layla said that the 3 questions she had to answer were over. Zeke Moore did not agree with this and asked to ask the girl the last question he had left. Layla immediately asked where the main character got such an obsession with questions from, after which she clarified whether he hadn't found himself in the same situation as she had. She also believed that the guy also saw his future and received information about it, which is why he was now trying so hard not to become the demon lord Zeke Moore. The main character was very surprised to hear this and immediately assumed that the girl had been thinking about it this way all this time. It turned out that while the guy was thinking about the fact that Layla had also been reborn, at that time he was thinking about the fact that Zeke Moore, like her, had seen his future in a dream. Then Zeke Moore thought that judging by the girl's story, all this was very similar to their story with Glenn, Zenard. After that, the guy remembered that Layla saw many options for the future in her dreams, which meant that there was great potential in the future as a whole. It turned out that before rebirth, among all these countless future options, the main character reached exactly the future in which he died. The realization of all this did not please Zeke Moore at all, which he did not try to hide. At this time, Layla, observing this reaction, did not understand what was happening to the guy. Then the main character said that he had one more question. The girl was not against answering it. Before asking this question, the guy clarified that this question was about Layla. The girl was clearly tense because of this, anticipating something very difficult and personal, but she could not back down. Unexpectedly, Zeke Moore asked with a serious look what his interlocutor's favorite color was. Layla was very surprised to hear this, because she expected that the main character would ask her something more personal. Then the guy repeated his question again, simultaneously assuming that the girl couldn't even remember this. Discouraged, Layla still answered that her favorite color was white. She did not understand at all why Zeke Moore wanted to know this. The main character, having heard the answer, immediately assumed that this was why the girl called herself Layla, because the petals of the Layla flower were white. At this point, the guy ran out of questions, so he suggested continuing on his way. But the girl couldn't believe that everything would end there. Zeke Moore confirmed this and also added that it was not a question at all, but simply his curiosity. The guy then asked whether the girl had really seen many versions of the future in her dreams. Layla confirmed this, but said that she did not remember many of the details. Suddenly, the main character with a serious look suggested that apparently the girl now thought that he would become the demon Lord Zeke Moore. These words again discouraged Layla and made her think about something for a moment. However, the girl answered that the main character's assumption was incorrect. Zeke Moore did not immediately believe it. Layla began by saying that she could not confirm her thoughts, but she believed that the main character could only go along one of the roads she saw, or he was going along a completely new path that she did not know. The girl also added that among those futures that she saw, there was no one in which Zeke Moore would hold the sword Estelade. Hearing this, Zeke Moore asked if it was only the fact that he took this sword from the stone slab that sent him to the future that Layla had not yet seen. The girl confirmed this and insisted that when they returned, the guy should take Estelade for himself and not even look in the direction of Tornium. Despite this advice, Zeke Moore still did not want to use Estelade because he liked the sword Tornium more. Because of this, Layla was very angry with the guy. Suddenly, the main character stopped as if he felt something was wrong. Then he asked his companion to wait a little in order to find out what was hiding in the corridors of this ancient temple. Zeke Moore looked at the magical object he held in his hand and saw the path it was showing them. Without thinking twice, the main character decided that from that moment on, something else was beginning that did not make our heroes happy at all. Walking a little further, they saw several dark silhouettes that resembled people, but looked very ominous and unnatural. At this time, it was already deep night in the tourist city, but local residents and tourists were in no hurry to go to bed. All this was observed from a high cliff by a mysterious man in a hood, before whom several of his subordinates were bowing. The man discontentedly assumed that, judging by the fact that only 2 subordinates had made it here, the result was unsatisfactory. One of them asked for forgiveness and informed the captain that the search party was unable to return and there was no communication with it. This news made the man think for a while because all this looked really strange to him. Still, he said that the first stage had failed, so they should have started on the second right away. The subordinates understood what the man was talking about, so they left immediately. After this, the captain of the villains looked with his bloodthirsty eyes at the peaceful city, which did not yet know about the approaching danger. The man looked at the happy people and thought that they must all be having a good time without suspecting anything. The captain thought it was all very sad, but at the same time he was smiling his crazy smile widely. At this time, the lights were already out in one of the hotel rooms. Its temporary owners were very tired that day, so they were resting. Hans tried to sleep, while Sloka lay on his back with his eyes open, thinking about something intently, completely ignoring the moonlight that was shining in from the street. Suddenly, the guy turned to his friend and asked if he was still asleep because he wanted to share his experiences with him. Hans, although trying to sleep, was ready to listen to Sloka, so he asked what was bothering him. Sloka asked if everything would be okay with Zeke Moore. The guy replied that there was nothing to worry about because they had never even seen their teacher suffer for anything. Slock agreed with this, but it didn't calm him down at all. He was still worried about the main character. Then the guy reminded his friend that a whole day had already passed and there was still no news from Zeke Moore. Hans. He replied that their experiences could not change anything, so now it was better for them to save their strength for the future because it was not known what could happen. The guy was also sure that the main character would cope completely on his own. In addition, he had that girl with him who possessed a rather unusual power. These words seemed to cheer Sloka up, causing his worries to diminish significantly. Unexpectedly, Hans stated that besides their teacher, he kept thinking about those words in the ruins of Slock and immediately asked what it meant. Then the guy reminded that one of the villains in the Black Hood said before his death that terrible nightmares would find this city. Sloka assumed that the man simply decided to scare them because he thought that he was dying unfairly. Hans was not at all against this version. The unexpected guy turned to his friend again to ask him something. Hans wondered what Sloka would do if nightmares really came to this city and a situation arose that would threaten his life. The guy decided to answer honestly and therefore said that if this happens, it will be very scary. However, Sloka decided that in a similar situation, he would help people. This answer really impressed Hans. Slock continued enthusiastically saying that he had to do his duty and could not leave people in a difficult situation and just run away. Hans heard his friend's answer and thought that he was absolutely right. Then the protagonist's student thought about something of his own. The guy looked at Estelade's sword and thought that now that this holy weapon had chosen him, he couldn't run. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a loud human scream was heard, which immediately made our heroes jump nervously out of their beds. The guys, without wasting time, ran to the window to see what had happened, and just at that moment they heard a loud voice asking everyone to save themselves. Hans was shocked and immediately dumbfounded when he heard that monsters had broken into the city. It turned out that several huge monsters actually passed through the city gates and began to attack civilians. Very soon, powerful fires began and the number of victims was in the dozens. All this was due to bloodthirsty monsters. Sloka and Hans, looking at all this, simultaneously thought about what exactly these nightmares were that the villain in the Black Hood spoke about before his death. Meanwhile, Layla and Zeke Moore continued to slowly make their way through the dark corridors, which had taken on a more sinister appearance. Our heroes looked around carefully because they still didn't know whether they should expect danger here and what kind of danger it would be. Zeke Moore in particular was on guard because he sensed something strange. Because of this, the main character constantly kept his hand on the hilt of his sword in order to not waste time in confronting the emerging danger. Layla's attention, so she looked up in confusion. Seeing strange bubbles on the ceiling that looked very suspicious, the girl immediately warned the main character about them. At that moment, the creature that was inside this bubble began to move and make unpleasant sounds. The next moment, something burst out and immediately headed towards our heroes in order to attack them. Fortunately, Zeke Moore managed to react in time, and with just one crushing blow, he managed to deal with this unusual enemy. Immediately after this, a loud explosion suddenly sounded behind the guy, releasing a green flame. No one was hurt, but the main character did not understand what was happening here and where this strange creature came from. Layla asked the guy not to relax because the enemies were not over yet. Looking forward, Zeke Moore saw a whole group of mysterious black silhouettes that emitted an ominous aura around themselves. The next moment, one of them released his weapon towards our heroes, which was a long tentacle with a pointed end. The main character easily managed to dodge this attack, while complaining that too much has happened at once lately. After that, it was the guy's turn to attack, so he undoubtedly used his strength and agility to deal with several enemies at once. Meanwhile, another mysterious enemy decided to attack Layla using her ability. The girl did not lose her head, and at that very moment began to read a magic spell, simultaneously aiming at her enemies. The next moment, a small explosion occurred near each of the creatures, which was enough to destroy them. Zeke Moore continued to fight hard, complaining that there was no end to the opponents, so he could not even taste the taste of a fight. He then turned to Layla and asked if she knew anything about these monsters. The girl denied it and said that nothing even came to her mind. Then the main character thought that they were in a difficult situation because it was not even clear where this tunnel would lead them. Zeke Moore thought that they needed to get back quickly because he was already tired of hanging around here. Unexpectedly, the girl assumed that the guy was worried about his students, but he denied it because he was the one who trained them. Zeke Moore believed that both boys had talent and willpower. In addition, they followed his instructions well, but both dreamed of stupid things that could even be a little dangerous. Layla was very surprised by this and suddenly remembered something. Then she asked if the guy had really said that his students dreamed of becoming heroes. Zeke Moore swung his sword sharply and cut the enemy in half, calmly confirming Layla's guess. Hearing this, the girl was surprised that Sloka and Hans had such a dream, but at the same time obeyed the main character. The guy didn't see any problem with this because he was the one who knew a lot about heroes thanks to his past life. It was hard to argue with that. Layla thought that, whatever the case with such dreams, the guys had to act faster. The girl believes that thanks to her sense of justice, which did not keep up with her skills, nothing dangerous will happen with such dreams. Zeke Moore thought about these words, but was in no hurry to answer. Meanwhile, the city, which had been suddenly attacked by monsters, was already engulfed in raging flames. Bloodthirsty monsters who came here only to destroy and kill people did not spare even small children. Unfortunately, the child who was trying to escape was unlucky enough to lose his balance while running and fall to the ground. The monster believed that now nothing would stop him from accomplishing what he had planned, so he swung his fist in order to finish what he had started. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of the frightened child who seemed to want to help the boy. It turned out that it was Hans, who, with the help of Estellade's sword, was able to block the monster's attack, as he had already done recently in the ruins of the ancient temple. Despite his experience, the guy still had to make incredible efforts to resist the bloodthirsty monster. Our heroes saw in the distance a whole group of dark silhouettes which were enveloped in a magical aura. Zeke Moore assumed that he and the girl had stumbled upon a shadow base and was very surprised that everything here was simply teeming with them. Layla decided to deal with the threat on her own, so she asked the main character not to interfere. The girl began to read the spell, due to which bright golden lightning appeared around her. The next moment, a blow of magical power struck the unknown creatures, causing them to instantly burn. Zeke Moore was impressed by the strength of his acquaintance and was very afraid of falling under her attack. After some time, everything ended. All that was left of the black shadows was dust, which quickly dissipated. Then Layla said with a satisfied look that she had figured everything out. Unexpectedly, the main character thought that the girl was deliberately trying to hurt him with her attack. Layla did not try to deny it, but said that it still did not hurt. After this, the guy looked again at the magical object on his hand, which continued to show our heroes the right path. Layla suggested that they had almost reached the right place. Zeke Moore agreed with this, but added that he felt that there was something ahead. In order to find out this, our heroes obediently went forward, not at all worried about the danger that might await them there. Soon the main character stopped and looked ahead in bewilderment, not understanding what he had just seen. It turned out that our heroes were looking at an unusual plant that resembled some small tree without leaves. However, the main character immediately assumed that it was a sword, although it was hard to believe. The surprises didn't end there. Out of nowhere, the magical object that the guy had been holding in his hands all this time flew up and began to move on its own. Very smoothly and slowly, he approached the tree that looked like a sword, emitting a mysterious aura along the way. Soon this object merged with the sword, as if it were an integral part of this weapon. Layla and Zeke Moore were very surprised by what was happening, so they did not get distracted by conversations and closely watched what would happen next. Suddenly, the unusual sword began to glow brightly as if it had been activated by an otherworldly force. Zeke Moore did not understand what this meant, and Layla also could not give an explanation for this because in the future that she saw in her dream, there was no such thing. Then the unusual weapon began to shake violently, simultaneously emitting mysterious sounds similar to unintelligible speech. The girl immediately assumed that this weapon was calling the main character, so she suggested that he try to get the sword. The guy doubted it, but still headed towards the unusual find. Zeke Moore looked at the sword, and thought that the key that distorted fate was absorbed by it, and then it turned out that this sword was the main body of the key. Taking hold of the handle of this weapon, the guy was surprised that this sword was warm, unlike other balls which were usually cold. Zeke Moore compared the feeling to holding a human hand. Then the main character pulled out this unusual sword and began to examine it carefully. Suddenly the guy felt a strange feeling that surprised him very much. He did not understand what was happening, but continued to watch. Zeke Moore felt an unknown energy coming from his new sword, which was like some kind of spell. At the same time, mysterious energy also began to emerge from the main character himself. Soon, these two energies gathered at one point and began to unite into one whole. At that very moment, the main character felt the approach of something strange that greatly alarmed him. The next moment, there was a loud explosion, which raised strong gusts of wind. When it was all over, the shocked Layla also began to look for Zeke Moore to see if he was okay, since the explosion had happened not far from him. Surprisingly, the guy remained standing in the same place, holding his new weapon in his hands, and was completely unharmed. Zeke Moore breathed a sigh of relief as if he had just done something incredible. After this, the main character, continuing to look at his sword, began to smile and say that it was amazing. At this time, Hans was still confronting the bloodthirsty monster, but his strength was already running out. That's why the guy turned to the little child he saved and asked him to run away from here quickly. The frightened boy immediately obeyed his savior and began to quickly run away, thanking him for saving him along the way. Now Hans could focus on his opponent without fear that anyone might get hurt. The next moment, the guy threw the aggressive monster away from himself and made a sharp swing with his holy sword. The monster was immediately taken aback by this, because Hans was mortally wounded and watched intently as life left his opponent's body. Very soon, the monster began to cough up blood. There could be no more talk of any battle. As soon as Hans had won, he loudly addressed Slock and asked him to evacuate the people who were outside the city gates. Meanwhile, the knights who guarded the peace of the townspeople also desperately fought the monsters despite the fact that these opponents were too strong for them. Despite this, the bloodthirsty creatures continued to advance and were even able to arm themselves with huge swords. Hans, seeing this, was very unhappy that their opponents had no end. At that moment, Sloka turned to the guy. He reported that he had already evacuated all the people who were behind the gate. Hans was glad to hear this, and without wasting time, asked his comrade to block the gate itself. Sloka did not hesitate to carry out this order, using his abilities to do so. The guy managed to quickly collect huge stone blocks around, which could serve as good material for closing the gate. After that, he threw these stones at the gate in order to block the passage. These boulders fell just before another group of monsters was about to penetrate the city walls. Along the way, Sloku managed to crush several bloodthirsty creatures with stones, which was very good. Hans praised his comrade for his excellent work and suggested that they start killing the monsters that had already penetrated the city walls. Slock agreed with this idea. Hans certainly had to put in a lot of effort to use the Estelade sword, but the result was clearly worth it. The monsters died one after another. At the same time, Sloka skillfully used his ability to create sharp stone peaks and pierce his enemies with them. The city guard also did not stand aside and took an active part in protecting the city and its residents. After some time, Sloka informed his friend that there were no more monsters left inside the castle. Hans was glad to hear this, because during this battle he was already quite tired. Then the guy thought that while they were fighting back, auxiliary troops had arrived, and now it was possible to consistently stop the monsters. However, the protagonist's student simply could not believe that this was really all. Hans did not understand whether this was really the nightmare that the villain in the black hood spoke of before his death. Suddenly, the guy was interrupted from these thoughts by huge explosions that sounded behind him. Everyone, of course, paid attention to this explosion and began to look intently towards the city gates. Very soon, people saw another group of bloodthirsty monsters advancing on them. Dangerous creatures rushed quickly during the period, wanting to take revenge for their recent failure. The city guards immediately reacted to this and were the first to rush into battle in order to stop the enemy's advance. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small sword flew out at great speed and headed towards the knights. This was enough to instantly cut off the heads of 3 guards at once. Slock and Hans were shocked by what happened and did not understand who could have such dangerous skills. Meanwhile, the sword had already returned to the hand of its owner, who turned out to be one of the villains in a black hood. Hans stared at the unexpectedly appearing enemy and did not understand what they should expect from him. Suddenly, the man addressed the one holding the sword Estelade in his hands in an ominous voice. Hans immediately began to get very nervous because it was clear that the scoundrel was addressing him specifically. Looking at the guy with his unusual eyes which glowed brightly in the dark, the man asked who his opponent was. Hans stared at the man in the black hood, who had no idea what to expect. The guy was alarmed by the fact that this man knew what kind of sword he was holding in his hands. Now he was sure that this scoundrel was also on the side of the detachment that he met on the ruins of the ancient temple. Suddenly, Hans made a guess and began to look around very nervously. The boy saw how the city guards died from fatal wounds inflicted by people in black hoods. In addition, there were already quite a lot of monsters outside the city walls that the knights could not cope with. Hans' eye realized that all this was exactly what one of the scoundrels was talking about before his death. Monsters, human screams, and senseless violence, it all really did feel like a nightmare hell. Despite this, the captain of the city guard continued to perform his duties and loudly ordered his subordinates to stop the enemies. Hearing this, the knights rushed into battle without question, intending to kill the leader of this incident. Despite the approaching danger, the man in the black hood remained standing in his place and looked angrily at the people whom he did not even consider his opponents. However, in order to fully realize his plans, the villain needed to get rid of the guards, and so he had already prepared his sword. The next moment, using his abilities, the man managed to launch his weapon and cut off the heads of 3 knights at once. The captain of the city guard was shocked when he saw this, and could not believe that he had lost so many comrades so quickly. Meanwhile, the sword had already returned to its owner's hand, and so the villain was ready to attack the city's defenders once again. At the same time, several bloodthirsty monsters approached the captain of the guard. It seemed that the man was already doomed. The knight looked his death straight in the eyes, which made him unable to restrain the trembling that spread throughout his entire body. The man mentally said goodbye to life. Slock turned to the commander of the city guard and ordered him to quickly lie down on the ground because he was going to use his power. The next moment, several sharp stone peaks grew straight out of the ground, easily piercing the monsters' bodies. During this time, Hans also continued to fight and was quite successful in dealing with enemies using the sword Estelade. After the danger had passed for a time, Sloka handed the discouraged knight his sword so that he could continue fighting. The excited man sincerely thanked the guy while the commander of the city guard silently watched. Slock asked the knight to take matters into his own hands because now every person counted. After this, our heroes fearlessly rushed back into battle because there were still quite a lot of enemies who required their attention. The commander of the city guard and his subordinates watched the young men in amazement and did not believe that they were so fearless. Despite the large size of his opponents, Hans was already used to this and understood perfectly well when and where he should strike. Sloka also kept up with his comrade and used his strength as effectively as ever. This time he managed to create a stone building that could easily deal with several men in black hoods. The captain of the city guard, observing all this, believed that now he saw the most real hope. That is why the man drew his sword and spoke loudly to all his subordinates, asking them to cast aside their fears. The commander reminded that those guys fought side by side with them, so it was necessary to enter the battle and protect the residents. Hearing this, the knights immediately ran to attack. The fiery speech of the commander and the good example of Sloka and Hans inspired the defenders of the city, so they began to fight with renewed vigor. The leader of the villains in black hoods silently watched all this from the side and clearly saw how his subordinates died at the hands of their opponents. The man was clearly unhappy that the spirit of the city's defenders had not been broken, and because of this he was very angry, although he tried to restrain his emotions. After this, the villain turned his gaze to Hans, who was easily fighting the huge armed monster and winning over him. Having chosen the right moment, the protagonist's student delivered his final blow, which destroyed his opponent. At that very moment, the guy felt danger approaching from behind and therefore quickly concentrated on his new opponent. Hans managed to block the attack of the villain captain, but it cost him some effort. The guy's hands were shaking from exhaustion, but he continued to fight back against his opponent. The captain of the villains looked intently at Hans, as if trying to understand something while continuing his onslaught. Because of this, the main character's student could hardly stand on his feet. He gradually moved backwards, losing his grip on the ground. Suddenly, the man asked in a frighteningly calm voice why someone like Hans kept the sword Estelade with him. Hans was clearly unhappy that the scoundrel doubted his abilities, but he could not answer anything because he was spending all his strength on resistance. At this time, in that very room of the ancient temple, a bright light suddenly shone. It turned out that the reason for this was the whirlwind, which finally returned our heroes back. Looking around, Zeke Moore was surprised that they had actually returned to the beginning. Layla was glad that her assumption was confirmed. The guy asked if the girl had trusted her shaky intuition, and with the help of higher magic, had transported them to another place. Layla replied that it was not magic. She went on to say that this new sword of Zeke Moore had a special connection with this particular place, which is why it was possible to move back and forth. The main character was very surprised to hear this explanation, but he was interested in how the girl could have found out about this. Layla looked at the unusual sword and briefly replied that she simply felt it. Then Zeke Moore also looked at the sword, thinking about why he first called them and then sent them to this place again. Suddenly the guy noticed a strange noise, which made him assume that something was happening upstairs. Layla was very surprised by this assumption because she did not understand what the reason for this was, but Zeke Moore added that someone was storming the entire city. He then decided that in any case, the first thing they needed to do was go outside and look at the situation. But something again attracted the attention of the main character. Zeke Moore noticed that there were more lifeless bodies of people in black hoods, so he immediately began to worry about whether everything was okay with his students. Suddenly, the main character was very worried about one guess, which he urgently needed to check. The guy quickly turned his head back to find a reason to calm down, but this was not destined to come true. The protagonist saw that the sword Estelade was not in its place. He could not believe that a worthy person had been found who had taken it. The guy then suggested that it was definitely Hans's doing, although it was hard to believe. After this, the main character turned to Layla and suggested that she quickly leave this temple in order to see what kind of battle was happening above. Zeke Moore was surprised when he saw the girl in a very worried state, so he immediately asked her what happened. Layla replied in a worried voice that it was all because of her, but the guy did not understand what that meant. Then the girl reminded that those scoundrels in black hoods came here because they were looking for her. That's why she assumed with fear in her eyes that the city was attacked only to catch her. Zeke Moore was very surprised by the girl's statement, but he did not fully believe that there was any sense in her words. The protagonist asked whether his girlfriend really believed that the villains started a war in the city only to find her. Layla was very scared by this fact, so instead of saying anything, she just nodded her head, confirming the guy's words. Zeke Moore didn't understand how they could make such a fuss just to catch one single person. He couldn't believe that the scoundrels were so crazy. Then the main character silently looked at Lyle, trying to understand whether this could really be the reason for the battle above. All he could guess was that this depressed girl could really be that important. After this, Zeke Moore turned to his friend to tell her his guess. Suddenly, he declared that it was all because of him, and the girl shouldn't have thought about such things at all. The guy continued to say that people who attacked an entire city to catch one person were complete fools. That's why the guy suggested that they first go outside and check everything, and only then draw conclusions about who these scoundrels had come for. Layla was sure that these were not the people they met in the dungeon. She also regretted that she did not come with full strength. Zeke Moore interrupted the girl, and in order to calm her down, he said with a smile that everything was fine. He then confidently stated that their time was limited, but now he was invulnerable. Meanwhile, a large-scale battle continued in the city, which was accompanied by loud explosions and large fires. Going outside and looking around, the main character thought that he missed such views. The guy smiled as he recalled what he saw every day when he lived as a demon lord. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by the voice of one of the black-hooded villains, who ordered his subordinates to catch the core. The captain also stated that the core's limbs could be cut off if necessary, but she had to remain alive. Layla didn't like these words at all, so she prepared to resist until the very end. The girl was very surprised when she saw Zeke Moore, who calmly walked towards their enemies. The main character was not at all worried about what was happening, and therefore Layla did not understand what the guy was going to do. Meanwhile, the captain of the villains informed his subordinates that they could kill the guy who came with the core. Everyone was very happy about this. Layla turned to the main character and asked him to leave here because it was only her business. To this, Zeke Moore advised not to use candles in vain, even if the mood was elevated and confident. The girl did not understand at all what this meant. Without explaining anything, the guy silently prepared his brand new sword to counter the approaching danger. A group of villains with evil grins were already approaching the main character in order to unquestioningly carry out the order of their captain. This only made Zeke Moore smile. He was very pleased that now he would have a little warm-up before dinner. Not letting his opponents get close to him, the guy suddenly swung his weapon sharply, releasing a stream of energy from it. This stream quickly surrounded the villains from all sides, simultaneously emitting a bright, mysterious light. Seeing the approach of an unusual phenomenon, the scoundrel was immediately dumbfounded, not understanding what awaited them ahead. The next moment, the stream of energy filled the entire street and swirled the villains in a large whirlwind. Soon after, it all ended. The mysterious energy disappeared along with the people in black hoods. Layla, who had been watching everything closely from the very beginning, was very surprised and did not understand how this was possible. The captain of the villains was also shocked by what happened and could not believe what he had just seen. It turned out that all of his subordinates who went on the attack actually disappeared without leaving any trace behind. At the same time, Zeke Moore was very pleased with this result and was sincerely glad that everything worked out as planned. The guy didn't use any superpowers. He just poured in the magic of the bedroom, and it gave an excellent result. The only thing the main character felt sorry about was that now such an attack could only be used a few times. The alarmed captain of the villains turned to his opponent and asked who he was. Zeke Moore wasn't going to tell anything, but instead asked what the scoundrels were doing in a city where life was going well. Question posed, but instead thought about what could already connect the main character with the core. At the same time, he reached into his pocket to get something. Seeing this, Zeke Moore immediately pushed off the ground with force and headed towards his opponent. A moment later, the guy was already next to the captain of the villains and was taking from him what he so unexpectedly needed. It turned out that it was a signal flare, which the main character immediately destroyed. After that, the guy looked at the man with a stern look and in a frighteningly calm voice asked who he was going to send the signal to. The captain of the villains was very frightened and therefore could not answer his opponent's question. Then Zeke Moore asked such a man not to do useless things because even without a signal he will find his opponents everywhere. Meanwhile, Layla was closely watching what was happening and did not understand where the main character got such strength and speed from. The guy then readied his sword again and declared that this was not a battle that would last long. Hearing this, the scoundrel began to run quickly, afraid of repeating the fate of his comrades. Of course, the main character had no intention of letting his enemies go so easily, so with a sly smile on his face, he rushed after them. Very soon, the street was again filled with a mysterious energy that did not bode well for the men in black hoods. Meanwhile, the city guards continued to fight the monsters that had penetrated the gates and were quite successful in killing them one by one. Despite this, Hans still found it difficult to resist the captain of the villains, who clearly exceeded him in strength and skill. The guy understood that he had to correct his situation as quickly as possible in order not to lose this fight. In the end, he managed to use a well-known technique, while loudly declaring that the man should not have been interested in why Estelad's sword considered him worthy. After this, the scoundrel commander nevertheless retreated in order to try another method of battle on his enemy, stated with displeasure that the sword Estelade would not remain with Hans forever. These words angered the guy, so he replied that if the man was so jealous, he should have just accepted it as a fact and calmed down. Suddenly, Hans began to shout loudly that he had originally taken something that was ownerless, so arguing about who this sword should have belonged to was pointless. The guy also insisted that the scoundrel who wore the dark robe was not someone who was worthy even for Estelade himself. Suddenly, the scoundrel began to smile and say that he had not had such a daring opponent for a long time. After this, the man, hiding his sword in its sheath, asked the guy's name. Hans did not understand why it was necessary to ask this in the middle of the battle. The scoundrel explained that he was simply curious about the name of the one who received approval to wield the sword Estelade. He also said that his name was Imolida. Despite this sincerity, Hans had no intention of being nice to his opponent and remained focused on the battle. Having received no answer, Imolida felt that he had no choice but to use his abilities on the boy. Immediately after this, streams of ominous energy quickly rushed towards Hans, which were clearly very dangerous. The guy immediately tried to step back in order to avoid an attack that he could not resist. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the protagonist tried, the ominous energy was quickly approaching him, and it seemed like it was about to overtake him. Hans was very worried because he didn't know what he should do in this situation. Meanwhile, Imolida smiled slyly and asked how many times he had to slash the guy to get him to tell him his noble name. Imolida attacked Hans again with his abilities, so now the guy had to just retreat back. Suddenly, a loud impact sound was heard throughout the area, caused by the fall of a huge boulder. The reason for this was Snoke, who intended to protect his friend by using his magical skills. A moment later, the guy threw several large stones at the villain in order to distract his attention from Hans. Despite the approaching danger, Imolida smiled because he understood that this attack was not at all scary to him. The leader of the villains used his sinister magic to create a thread that quickly wrapped around the boulders and instantly cut them into smaller pieces. Snoke was very surprised by what he saw, because he didn't understand how it was possible to just take and cut the stone. The guy certainly shouldn't relax, because Imolida still held those same threads in his hands and was ready to strike back at any moment. Hans understood this perfectly well, so he rushed to help his comrade, loudly asking him to run away. It seemed that this warning came too late, because the leader of the villains had already directed his ability towards the enemy. The thin threads flew straight at Snoke, who was still confused by what was happening. It was quite possible that this attack could have been fatal for the guy. Luckily, at the very last moment, Hans closed his friend with him and tried to stop the mysterious threads with the help of Estelad's sword. The boy made incredible efforts to resist Imolida's attack. Despite their appearance, these threads were quite strong. Only after some time, the sword began to gradually destroy the structure of the thread, which was a good sign for our heroes. Hans eventually managed to counter the danger by unleashing a massive stream of destructive energy at his enemy. Imolida clearly didn't expect that the guy would be able to reflect his blow and attack in response. Now the villain had to think about how to defend himself from the attack flying at him. A moment later, another explosion was heard in the square near the city gates, which was much louder and brighter than all the previous ones. Once the danger had briefly passed, Hans turned to his friend and asked if everything was okay with him. Snock confirmed this and thanked him for saving him. Suddenly the boy noticed that Estelad's sword was wrapped in the remains of some kind of thread. He immediately informed Hans about this. He was very surprised when he saw the state of his weapon. Hans didn't even understand what kind of thread it was. This thread looked completely unreliable, but somehow it was able to resist the sword, albeit briefly. In addition, she studied the mysterious glow. Hans was also interested in what the thread was made of, as his hands were still buzzing from trying to break it. After Snock took a closer look, he was able to conclude that this was a very unusual thread. It was called the Death of Swords, and it was extracted from an alloy of various metals. This thread was thin and therefore smooth, hard, and sharp. Meanwhile, Imolida had already recovered from Hans's attack and was now determined to demonstrate his skills in handling an unusual weapon. As soon as the villain pulled the thread just slightly, it instantly wrapped around Estelad's sword, simultaneously emitting bequeathed energy. Huang was shocked when his weapon started to burst out of his hands, and so he grabbed the handle tighter. The guy had to make incredible efforts not to lose his weapon, but no matter how hard he tried, the sword still tried to fall out of his hands. Finally, Hans gave a sharp swing of Estelade and thereby broke the strong thread that was bothering him. Without wasting time, the guy rushed to attack, simultaneously asking Snock to cover him with the help of his abilities. At that very moment, several sharp stones flew at Imolida at great speed, which were supposed to distract his attention for a short time. The villain remained just as calm, because his threads could still protect him. With just a few waves of his hand, Imolida caused the threads to stand in the way of the boulders and instantly cut them. On top of that, these same threads were once again able to hold back Hans, who had almost achieved his goal. The guy resisted this unusual weapon as best he could, but he admitted that his opponent was terribly strong. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a loud human cry that sounded nearby and desperately asked for help. Turning back, the guy saw that one of the monsters, in a fit of rage, was overpowering one guard after another, not sparing his opponents at all. In addition to soldiers, the monsters did not hesitate to pursue ordinary citizens, as if their goal was to take as many lives as possible. In the end, the woman who was unlucky enough to be in this place today was captured by a bloodthirsty monster. It was she who begged for help. Without thinking twice, Hans turned to his partner and asked him to first help the people. Schnock understood that it was important, but now he could not leave his friend in trouble. Huang insisted that the guy fulfill his request faster and promised that he would somehow manage here himself. Still, Schnock obeyed and ran off to help the townspeople. I really hope that Hans will be able to hold out until his return. Imolida seemed to be very glad that he was left alone with Hans, which made him smile slyly. He clearly still needed to show his opponent. Suddenly, Hans noticed how ominous energy literally flowed through the threads that held his sword. For the guy, this was a very bad sign. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded. The purple flame began to engulf everything around, but before that, something flew off in the opposite direction from it with lightning speed. It turned out that this powerful explosion threw Hans far back. The guy flew through all the obstacles at great speed and hit the wall. After this, he was still conscious but could barely stand on his feet. Terrible pain spread throughout his entire body. Looking around, Hans was surprised to find several frightened guys nearby. Taking a closer look, the guy thought he had seen these people somewhere before. Finally, he remembered that these were the same guys they had fought with in the bar. That night, these guys mocked him and Slock for their dream of becoming heroes. Hans thought they looked very brave then, but now there was nothing left of that. While the guy was thinking about all this, Imolida had already approached him, but despite the good opportunity, the scoundrel attacked another target. The man didn't want to be disturbed while fighting the owner of the sword Estelade, so he aimed his threads at the two guys who were unfortunate enough to be here today. The boys had no choice but to close their eyes in fear and hope for the best. Luckily, Hans came to their aid in time. Although it was difficult, he offered all his strength to protect the boys. It was hard for him to hold back the villain's attack alone, so at some point the guy lost his vigilance, which caused his left hand to instantly become wrapped in sharp threads. Huang felt intense pain as these threads began to dig into his skin, causing blood to come out. Despite all this, Hans did not forget about the guys he saved and turned to them and ordered them to run away from here quickly. The frightened people did not say anything in response, immediately followed the guy's order, and quickly went in search of a safe place. Imalida, seeing all this nobility, assumed that these guys were quite important people for his opponent. Huang denied it, and they say that these guys were thorns who once wanted to fight with him. The scoundrel was surprised that the guy still saved them, risking himself. In response to this, Hans smiled at his enemy and said that he had no sin of murder. Imelida agreed with this and suggested that this was why Estelad's sword had chosen Hans. Prin continued to say that the scoundrel would not be able to wield this sword because he was not its owner. Imelida understood this, but he did not claim that the person who picked up the deceased's things became their owner. Huang immediately thought that his case was bad because Imelida would fight him to the end in order to get the valuable weapon. The guy no longer had the strength to move, and seeing how his opponent was pulling the strings, he could not believe that he was about to die. Suddenly, a strange sound swept through the area, which immediately attracted Hans's attention. Immediately after this, the thread that was tightly holding the boy's left hand and inflicting deep wounds on him suddenly broke. Huang was very surprised by what was happening and therefore began to quickly look around in order to understand what else was waiting for him ahead. Imolida also could not contain his surprise. Everything began to go wrong according to his plan, which discouraged the scoundrel. The next moment, a deafening explosion sounded, which illuminated everything around with a bright light and scattered monsters to the sides. At the same time, several streams of destructive energy were already heading towards Imolid, the source of which was still unknown. The villain had to quickly retreat back to avoid this attack. In this situation, he completely forgot about his main goal. Huang smiled sincerely and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the one who came to his aid. Of course, it was Zeke Moore, who simply could not stay away. After a huge explosion caused by the main character, all the monsters in the area were defeated. Huang was incredibly happy that Zeke Moore had finally returned and literally saved him from death. The guy, seeing that his student was okay, first of all asked why he was holding this sword in his hands. Huang said that he tried to get the sword of Estelade and he succeeded in doing so. Zeke Moore was skeptical about this. Layla immediately clarified that it wasn't the sword that distinguished the owner of the girl. It seemed strange that two people were able to get it at once. The protagonist replied that this sacred sword was not quite to his taste, so he was glad that it was Hans who became its owner. The guy sincerely congratulated his student and said that since he was holding this sword in his hands, he became even closer to being called a hero. Huang was very impressed by these words and thanked his teacher. The protagonist continued to say that the sword's ability to choose its owner was most likely impaired. Zeke Moore didn't manage to finish his thought because suddenly our heroes were attacked by a huge monster. Fortunately, everyone managed to jump aside in time. The main character clearly didn't like the fact that he was interrupted. Frowning, he looked around with a serious gaze. In addition to the monster that struck, the guy saw a mysterious man in a black hood standing behind. It was Imolida. He was not at all happy about the appearance of the main character, because now his plans had changed a little. Zeke Moore immediately thought that at first glance it might have seemed that the villain had attacked everyone at once. However, in the guy's opinion, this man's main target was Layla. The girl was a little taken aback by what had happened, but remained unharmed and fully focused on the battle. Without wasting any time, Zeke Moore asked if this scoundrel was really the main one here. Hans confirmed this and added that he was stronger than those people in black cloaks that they met in the ruins. Hearing this, the main character directly addressed Imolid in order to ask what goal he was pursuing. The embittered scoundrel did not intentionally answer any of the protagonist's questions, so he only briefly ordered his subordinates to kill everyone. At that very moment, aggressive monsters began to appear from everywhere, who were intent on carrying out the orders of the main villain. Despite their numerous wounds and injuries, all the monsters simultaneously headed towards our heroes. Layla, seeing the approaching danger, decided that there were too many opponents, which meant she needed to deal with them all with one powerful move. The girl was already preparing to use her magical powers, but suddenly, Zeke Moore appeared right in front of her. The next moment, the main character made a sharp swing with his unusual sword, and thereby directed a powerful stream of destructive energy at the enemies. This was enough to chop absolutely all the monsters into pieces. It seemed that nothing else threatened our heroes. Despite this failure, Imolida was not upset at all and continued to be just as determined. It seemed that everything was going exactly as he had planned. Suddenly, from the chopped bodies of the monsters, those same threads began to appear, which now literally moved on their own. At the villain's command, these threads seemed to come to life and moved lightning fast towards the main character, who clearly did not expect anything like this. The first thing they did was wrap themselves around the sword, and with a sharp movement snatched it from Zeke Moore's hands, leaving him unarmed. After this, strong threads began to wrap around the main character himself, who stood unshakably in place as if he did not understand what was happening. Layla, seeing this, began to worry greatly about Zeke Mora, but she did not have time to do anything. The next moment, the threads began to quickly tighten, trying to completely restrict the guy's movements and inflict fatal injuries on him. Imolida was very pleased with this result, because he believed that the end had come for his opponent. Now the villain only had to sharply pull the thread. The man was very surprised when he realized that although his unusual weapon had wrapped around Zeke Mora, it did not cause him any harm at all. The main character didn't even try to resist the villain's attack, because he understood perfectly well that he had nothing to worry about. The guy just silently looked at Imolida, watching his reaction. The leader of the villains could not believe that his weapon could not cut Zeke Moore. For some time, the discouraged Imolida pulled hard on the thread, but nothing happened. Meanwhile, completely fearless, Zeke Moore took hold of the thread with both hands in order to show his opponent that it was now completely useless. Imolida, seeing this, began to get very angry, which revealed his excitement and fear. He did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, Zeke Moore turned to his enemy with a smile on his face and asked if he really thought he had already won. The next moment, the protagonist tensed his body and spread his arms to the sides, thanks to which he was able to easily break the thread and free himself. Frightened by what he saw, Imolida began to make desperate attempts to attack the guy with his threads again. There was nothing else in his arsenal. Of course, Zeke Moore managed to stop this attack without any difficulty, simply by firmly grasping the threads with his hands. Imolida no longer knew what to do. All his strongest attacks simply did not work against this opponent. This was clearly the first time this had happened to the scoundrel. Suddenly, the main character began to approach the man, calmly asking him if he really thought that he could fight only with the power of his sword. To demonstrate that the villain was wrong, Zeke Moore abruptly waved his hand and created a stream of destructive energy. As soon as this energy collided with the ground, a loud explosion was heard, from which the earth around it began to crack. Imoldu had to cover his eyes with his hands so that the numerous pieces of stone and dust would not harm his eyes. Opening his eyes again, the guy saw the silhouette of the main character, who was slowly approaching him through clouds of dust. Zeke Moore smiled smugly and silently approached closer and closer, confident that his opponent simply would not be able to escape. Imolida looked at the main character with frightened eyes, not understanding at all what was to be expected from him now. Suddenly, Zeke Moore grabbed the villain by the neck with a sharp movement. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. With the help of his incredible abilities, the guy lifted his opponent high above the ground with just one hand, simultaneously assuming that he was very happy when he was able to disarm him. The main character understood that Imolida could perceive this as his victory, but according to the guy, he overestimated the influence of that unusual sword. It was all quite simple. This sword only gave the main character the ability to fully utilize his magical power. However, even without the sword, Zeke Moore's strength did not disappear. This is exactly what he was demonstrating now, while he tightly squeezed the scoundrel's throat. The guy smiled slyly and asked his opponent if the small hope of victory he had recently experienced was sweet. Imolida could no longer answer anything. With each passing second, it became more and more difficult for him to breathe, and his strength was rapidly leaving his body. Some time passed. The morning sun illuminated the site of the night battle and showed the massive destruction. However, the local residents did not lose heart and immediately set to work to restore their city. At this time, our heroes were in one of the surviving buildings and were resting from the work they had done during the night. The main character's unusual sword, which he got from the ruins, lay on the table, simultaneously emitting a mysterious light around itself. Zeke Moore looked at this weapon carefully and wondered what it really was. There was something unusual about this weapon. The guy didn't have this sword for very long, but it already seemed to him that he was asleep and its power awakened him. The main character assumed that if he continued to use it, he might understand something. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by a strange sensation that Zeke Moore experienced. The guy immediately turned to the door and loudly allowed someone to enter, despite the fact that nothing could be heard on the other side. Surprisingly, the door actually started to open. Someone was living right now to talk to Zeke Moore. A surprised Layla entered the room, and the first thing she asked was how the guy knew she had arrived, since she hadn't even had time to knock on the door. Zeke Moore replied that even if the magician was not visible, it was necessary to always keep the sword at the ready and prepare the ground. Then he asked why the girl came. Layla replied that she would like to tell the main character everything she knew and everything she remembered. Zeke Moore was a little surprised by what he heard because before that he realized that they had already finished this conversation. Unexpectedly, Layla confidently stated that she still had something to tell. This greatly interested the guy. However, before starting, the girl would like to voice her conditions. The city suffered greatly from the night attack of monsters. Many houses were partially destroyed, but this did not stop people from starting construction early in the morning. Everywhere there was the loud sound of hammers being used by carpenters working tirelessly. Every resident contributed their share on Sunday in the city in order to quickly forget about what happened and return to normal life. Of course, many were saddened by the state the city was in. Some did not like the fact that the restored buildings would lose their original appearance. Moreover, the mayor was not at all convinced that tourists would come back to see the sights in a city that had been attacked by monsters. Suddenly, one of his subordinates approached the man to encourage him and tell him about his idea. The young man confidently stated that they could attract people to the city with a good story. The mayor was clearly interested in this proposal. The guy continued to say that the horrors that befell the city were terrible, but heroes appeared who helped protect against the monsters. This could have made a great story. The enthusiastic guy also suggested making a statue dedicated to these events and placing it in the city center. The mayor thought it was a good idea. The man was ready to glorify throughout the world those who helped the city in order to repay them in this way. Unexpectedly, the mayor's second subordinate suggested coming up with nicknames for the heroes so that tourists could easily recognize them. The man thought that this was also a good idea and even started coming up with nicknames. He soon went on to call Snoke the Earth Warrior because he used the power of the Earth. Layla, who was so skilled in using magic, was planned to be called a Warrior of Magic. It was decided to give Hans, who wielded the shining sword, the title of Warrior of the Sun. In tribute to Zeke Moore's overwhelming strength, the mayor of the saved city suggested calling him the Warrior of Strength. Meanwhile, in the hotel that had survived the night attack, the conversation between Zeke Moore and Layla continued. The main character, having heard that the girl was going to set conditions for him, thought that this was a good habit and therefore accepted it. Suddenly, the mage asked if the guy was going to continue using his unusual sword. Zeke Moore did not have a clear answer. He was not yet sure, but it seemed to him that this weapon was somehow able to awaken all his magic for a time. Zeke Moore believed that this sword, like Estelade or Tornium, itself gave strength to the one who used it. Hearing this, Layla asked which of the three swords was the strongest, because the guy owned them all and definitely should have known the answer. Zeke Moore thoughtfully replied that his current sword gave him much more power. This surprised the girl very much. Based on this, Layla suddenly stated that in that case there was no point for the protagonist to use the Thornium sword. Then the girl again reminded that she had one condition: only if it was fulfilled, she was ready to answer a few more questions from the main character. Layla asked that Zeke Moore make good use of his new unusual things and not even look in the direction of Tornium. The guy calmly replied that as soon as he saw this sword, he immediately stopped thinking about Tornium. The girl was quite satisfied with this answer. After this, the main character leaned back in his chair and thought for a while. Smiling slyly, he asked what question he should ask Layla. The girl silently looked at her interlocutor, humbly waiting for him to come up with a question. Zeke Moore intended to ask who Layla was, but he felt that this question was too much. Besides, the girl could answer that she simply did not remember it. In the end, the guy asked since when she had vague memories. Layla didn't know the exact answer because when she woke up, she was already running away. At that moment, she knew nothing about herself or about those who were chasing her. Moreover, the girl didn't even have any thoughts about why she was being followed at all. Layla only had the desire to never be understood. Along with this, vague memories of the future flashed through her head. It was this desire that caused the girl to hide in the ruins and then meet Zeke Moore and his comrades. Layla, remembering everything that happened, suddenly shed a tear. She did not expect at all that they would pursue her and find her even among the ancient ruins. The girl was also very saddened by the fact that the villains plunged the city into such chaos just to find her alone. Unexpectedly, Zeke Moore, without further ado, handed his interlocutor a handkerchief so that she could wipe away her tears. Layla, seeing this manifestation of care, was a little embarrassed and forgot about the bad. The main character calmly reminded the girl that what happened last night was not her fault. Layla accepted Zeke Moore's handkerchief and finally came to her senses and said that she didn't expect the guy to be able to comfort her. To this, the main character replied that in any case, he was a scoundrel who had pledged to live a good life. These words amused Layla, thanks to which the bad thoughts finally left her head. Then the main character asked why the girl came to Osporen, where they first met. It turned out that she wanted to check whether her memories were true. Layla continued to explain that of all the people she saw in her memories, the one who was geographically closest was a vampire. Suddenly, Zeke Moore said that if the girl meant Joachim by vampire, then she was very mistaken. Layla was very surprised to hear this. The main character began to tell that now the person his interlocutor was talking about was not known as a vampire. Instead, many knew the man as Count Joachim Dracula, with whom Zeke Moore was already quite familiar. Layla, hearing this, asked in surprise if the guy had really changed the future. Zeke Moore, still thoughtful and a little distant, confidently confirmed this. Suddenly, the guy became immersed in thoughts and memories of his past life. The main character was sure that now Joachim Dracula would not become that very vampire, even though he received a mysterious relic. Layla was still surprised by the protagonist's actions and wanted to know his motives, so she asked why he did it. Zeke Moore replied that he promised to live a good life, and therefore if Joachim Dracula becomes bad, he will have to kill him. Of course, the main character did not want to do anything like that with those with whom he was close, even in his past life. Suddenly, Layla asked if the guy really wouldn't end up being that sinister Zeke Moore. The main character had no desire to become one again, after all. Before his death, he had made a promise to live well. At that moment, the girl reminded him of how the guy killed Imolida. The main character insisted that killing villains was also a good thing. After that, Layla asked if there was anything else that Zeke Moore was interested in knowing. She was ready to answer a few more of his questions. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided that he had already asked his interlocutor everything he wanted, and therefore they could close this topic. Suddenly, Zeke Moore fell silent mid-sentence, as if he had remembered something very important. For some reason at that moment, the main character remembered the surname Bravey, which he had heard from Layla not long ago. Before saying it, the girl thought for a while as if she couldn't decide to do it. Zeke Moore, sitting in a bar in the evening after a walk, noticed this, but did not have time to find out the reason, because he heard the name Bravey from the girl. Layla insisted that if the guy was going to change his last name, he should have used it instead of Moore. The main character at that moment seemed skeptical about the fact that he would have to call himself Zeke the Brave. Remembering all this now, the guy finally decided to ask what kind of last name it was and why Layla offered it to him. After this question was asked, there was absolute silence in the room. It was clearly difficult for the girl to tell the real reason. Only after some time, Layla, looking down, timidly answered that Zeke the Brave is the name of the main character as a warrior from the future. The guy was very surprised by what he heard because he didn't expect to receive such an answer. The conversation between Layla and Zeke Moore was still going on. The guy was very surprised when he heard that in one of the versions of the future, he became a warrior. The protagonist believed that this was very unrealistic given his past and present. The girl admitted that she didn't really believe it either. Her memory was imprecise, so she didn't know how the guy became a warrior and what kind of life he led after that. However, she knew for sure that Zeke the Brave was a time period in which the main character became a warrior. Eventually, Zeke Moore accepted this information as a given and decided not to dwell on it. The guy just thought that he would never use the surname Bravey again. Layla responded to this by saying that he could do whatever he wanted. After a short silence, Zeke Moore suddenly asked if it was really during that time period that he used Estellade's sword. Unfortunately, the girl did not remember this. Then the main character thought about how he was able to get the holy sword if he was not Zeke the Brave now. Suddenly a thought came to the guy's mind that could explain everything, but he was in no hurry to voice it. Layla noticed the surprised reaction on Zeke Moore's face, and so asked him to tell her everything without hiding anything. Just at that moment, there was a short knock on the door, after which it opened. The conversation stopped there. It turned out that Hans and Snock were behind the door. They were fully prepared because it was already time to set off. Zeke Moore immediately got up from the table and turned to Hans and said that he had arrived just in time. The guy was alarmed by these words. Suddenly, the protagonist extended his hand and asked his student to give him the sword Estelade. Hans immediately asked why this was necessary because he was clearly afraid that the teacher would take away his holy weapon, but he claimed that he only wanted to check something. Layla was surprised by what she heard, and carefully watching what was happening, asked what exactly the guy wanted to check. Zeke Moore, as always, calmly replied that he wanted to check whether he was able to get Estelade back then precisely because of the key that distorts fate. To some extent, it was just a guess, but the protagonist suspected that the key that distorted fate was somehow connected to Estelade. He wanted to check if Estelade would obey now that he no longer had the fate-distorting key in his fingers. To do this, Hans obediently handed over the weapon to the teacher. Zeke Moore cautiously took hold of the handle of the holy weapon, not even guessing what the final result would be. At this moment, our heroes felt a strong sense of excitement, but were already prepared for any outcome. In the end, the protagonist managed to easily take the sword of Estelade in his hands, which was proven by the fact that the keys that distort fate had nothing to do with this weapon. The entire male part of the team agreed without a doubt that the holy sword obeyed Zeke Moore without any problems. At the same time, Layla was not at all impressed by this experiment and believed that it was just a joke. After this, Zeke Moore handed the sword to his student and said that it was now his weapon, which he advised to take good care of. After this, the main character turned to his comrades and said that it was time for them to set off on their journey. Without reaching the exit of the room, the guy suddenly stopped and turned to Layla as if he remembered something important. To the girl's great surprise, the main character said that he had some kind of proposal for her. Some time passed. Our heroes had traveled a long way before stopping and setting up camp for the night. Hans and Snock had been fast asleep for a long time, as they were clearly very tired after the hard journey. At this time, Layla and Zeke Moore sat silently by the fire and watched the dancing flames intently. Zeke Moore looked at his students and assumed that the two were very tired. Layla thought that this was not at all surprising. The road up to here was quite difficult, and on the way, our heroes encountered several dangerous creatures that they had to fight. Zeke Moore insisted that these battles were part of his training, which had a positive effect on his students. Soon after this, the main character began to rise to his feet, saying along the way that he, too, would go to bed early, since tomorrow was going to be no less easy. Unexpectedly, Layla asked the guy not to rush because now she really wanted to know when he would tell her about his proposal. Zeke Moore insisted that they still had a lot of time, so he would tell them everything tomorrow. The intrigued girl clearly didn't like this. Zeke Moore also insisted that the girl was also tired and therefore she should sleep first. Layla could not believe that the guy would leave her in the dark. Suddenly, the main character addressed the girl in a serious voice, as if he intended to continue to push his line. To my surprise, the guy started talking about the moment when he and Layla first met. "Remember that moment?" Zeke Moore asked why the girl looked at him with such a sad look. Layla said with sadness in her voice that she didn't know the answer and assumed that it was just the atmosphere at the time. Zeke Moore responded by joking that he knew the girl would say exactly that. Layla, remembering their first meeting with the main character, reminded that it was the guy's fault that they had a fight. Zeke Moore justified himself by saying that at that moment he had some suspicions about the stranger. The girl found it ridiculous that it was she who was suspicious and not the one who would become the demon lord in the future. Fatigue was increasingly overcoming the guy, so before falling asleep he allowed his interlocutor to ask any question. Layla immediately decided to take advantage of this chance and therefore began to think hard about what exactly she should ask. Finally, she began asking again about what Zeke Moore's proposal would be and what it was connected with. The main character didn't respond to this because, to the girl's surprise, he was already fast asleep. Layla was taken aback by this and thought that the guy was just playing the fool so as not to tell her anything. However, looking more closely at Zeke Moore, it became clear that he was indeed already asleep. Suddenly, the main character opened his eyes sharply when he heard someone talking to him. It seemed as if this really scared him. Looking forward, the guy saw Aina in front of him, who with a smile on her face asked if he slept well. Zeke Moore confirmed this and in response asked the girl the same question, looking around at the same time. Then a guy named Till approached the main character and wished him good morning. Zeke Moore knew this guy from somewhere, so he was not at all surprised to see him. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard nearby, which claimed that elves were not suitable for such work. The older man continued to shout that he was several years younger than the elf and had more physical strength. Despite this, the elf insisted that the magician was weak. Till turned to the main character and said that if he had finally woken up, then he should have stopped their comrades, since only he could cope with this. The guy had no choice but to head towards the magician and the elf, who continued to quarrel. In order to attract their attention to himself, the main character loudly clapped his hands and asked them to stop arguing. He then appointed these two in charge of breakfast and asked them to prepare everything quickly, since they would soon have to set off on their journey. Aina praised Zeke Moore for working so hard every morning to prevent conflicts in the group. The guy responded that he was already used to it, so it was not difficult for him. The girl wished the main character's strength and continued to say that he managed the team with such strong characters perfectly. Zeke Moore was already confident in his abilities, but he was not at all against the blessing of Saint Karuna, Aina Primel Lubella. The girl was ready to pronounce this blessing as much as the guy wanted if it really gave him confidence. Suddenly, Zeke Moore's eyes widened when he heard someone call him Master Warrior. Not yet fully realizing what had happened, the main character suddenly stood up from his seat and looked around. Next to Zeke Moore, Layla was fast asleep, showing no reaction to his sudden awakening. Hans and Snock also slept carefree and gathered strength for the next day. At the same time, the main character remained just as worried because he did not understand what kind of dream he had just had. It seemed that the guy did not notice at all that his unusual sword lying nearby began to emit an uncharacteristic bright light.